Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. I am Tom Biz, and joining me once again is going to be the one and only Ryan Central, our expert for Asia, who I've just given him that title about 7 seconds ago. And yeah, we're going to be getting into things relatively shortly. I'm hoping that eventually this clean feed is going to pop up some wonderful groups, and we can basically talk over what both ourselves missed a little bit with Mitch and James taking over the stream, but also what we have coming up over the next few days.
First, a reminder on how all of this works. The best kind of format of a tournament. I love these kind of things, and I personally wish you would take a leaf out of this book when it comes to 4 groups of 4, 16 teams total. The top 2 of each group go through to the playoffs, which start right now. There is no double elimination bracket. It's a best of 3, quarterfinals to semifinals to grand finals, and we've broken it down to just 8 teams now. Some of the better teams, some really interesting results, certainly in the last day. That's made me a bit conscious about one of the teams that we're about to see, Tom, but this is a breakdown of how it's all going to look, and in a second we'll have a breakdown of how the prize pool is going to be distributed. This is an Ignition event. It looks like we're not going to be seeing many more of these in the future, at least for now, in regards to across the globe. So it's nice that this southeast region of Asia has at least got a nice little look in, I suppose, with some of the talent in there. And as you can see, when it comes to money on the table, it's not too bad either when it comes to translate it to US dollars. 13,000 for the winner. And Tom, I'm very excited to see where this goes now, because I think in the groups it gave a clear indication of maybe some teams doing really well by winning all of their matches, like Fives, for example, who we see in quarterfinal 2 of the day. They are the only one that did it, though. Group A is a bit different, considering the Kilos did forfeit and everybody beating each other. Attack All Round did win the tie-off against MRTV, their result that they had, pretty decisively. But Boom Esports are still going to be topping that group. But Sharper Esports versus Team SMG is a it's only one word, isn't it, that they're playing up against? My bad. But in any case, you can see how many teams have got 2-1 results, and Sharper Esports especially. They won their 2 games against Team LZ and HQ, who were the 2 teams vying for that playoff spot, but they lost to Morph. And that's a result that I think just should not be happening at all, really.
Yeah.
And the teams left, only 5 looks consistently strong. We expect that kind of result from them. Ironically, they were the team that was dropped by their organization. A team were letting this go, which would be a huge shame for them if 5 didn't go on to do well in this tournament.
Yeah, I think we've definitely had some obviously slightly surprising results. I think the one for me is obviously we have all our invite teams, so they're the teams I guess we've expected to do well. I think from everybody except TAFs, we've kind of seen that. Obviously, as you mentioned, Group A is kind of the one where you just look at it and go, okay, this is just confusing because of one team dropping out. MOTV's only win was actually a default win versus a tackle round. When they actually played, they got smashed, which is, as said, what we expected when we went into things. So it's a bit of a weird one overall, but looking back at some of the other results, like Morph, that sort of upset win versus Sharper was probably the biggest shock of the tournament for me after they had such a poor run going through. Mm-hmm. We've actually seen someone overtake Zesby as well, which I think is an even bigger surprise. But I guess, again, if you look at Kongared, he's played less matches. Well, no, actually, now he's played the same. So, yeah, after having his tiebreaker game, he's actually moved his way up to the top of the ACS of average combat score leaderboard. And yeah, I think that this is definitely going to be one of those matches where I could see it going to all 3 maps. I don't think either team has really impressed me to the point that I'm like, oh yeah, no, this would be an easy 2-0. The problem for me is I'm sort of questioning where this actually leads, because what we've learned from the tournament so far is that the maps were random. So we don't know if we've had Sharper play on their weakest map multiple times, and they got split once, maybe fluked it versus AHQ, then they got it again versus Morph, and it is just one of their weaker maps, and they actually prefer the likes of a Haven or a Bind. And the other thing, and that leaves us to basically at a position where now we might not have seen either of these teams play their best maps. We've had a few teams actually play Split or Haven 3 times in a row just off bad or good luck. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams actually match up now that there's a proper veto system, now that they have picks, side choices, and it will give us slightly more of an inkling as to who's actually one of the better teams within Southeast Asia.
Looking at results from these, they lost 5s, which I think is a pretty result. When it comes to consistency, 5s have been one of the better teams we've seen generally. One word though, didn't seem to struggle all that much against the other teams in their group. 13-10, so the results were fairly close. But this is a real good matchup, I suppose. Sharper looked really good up until the game against Morph, and we were super critical on them. I would expect them to still win out the series. These are all best of 3 too, so we do get to see what these. And I guess most importantly, the games in the groups, the best of ones, were all decided by a randomizer when it comes to the map, right? So there's going to be a lot of maps that maybe these teams weren't expected to get so frequently, because we did see a lot of Split in one day, a lot of Haven in one day. Now at least they have a bit more control over where they want to play. And I think the Haven's going to be actually the first choice from the top seed, which would be the team that tops their group, which would be Sharper Esports. You have to sort of double check these things, because Sharper Esports still have the same map results in regards to only one word. They won 2 games, they lost 1 game. But this is going to be the Group B winners picking up against Haven. And I can understand why with some of their results that they had. But it's interesting that they only played Haven once in their group and got stuck on Split. So if there's a map that I'm not expected to see from this team, it is going to be Split.
Yeah, I do think you might need to give your mic a little restart or something, unplug and plug it back in. I was thinking maybe it's just a little bit of a Discord lag, but I've checked the chat and it is. I think your mic's having a few issues.
Is that any better?
It sounds good to me now, but it was dropping in and out. So I'm hoping it's all good, and I don't know. I'm hoping everything's working now. So we will see.
I'm hearing you double now.
It might be because I didn't mute the other thing. So hopefully it should be. Hopefully it should all be good now. Sorry, chat. We are going to be sorting things out. Hopefully we'll be getting into the match relatively soon as well, which, as we've already mentioned, is going to be Sharper Esports playing against only one word. And yeah, neither team having a clean sweep. So I think that's going to be the most important thing, to see who's actually going to go through. And within the bracket, obviously, I don't know. Is your favorite still 5 looking forward? Because I think their first match should be one that they take relatively easily.
I still fancy 5s. Like, I think there's just been a lot of cases of teams where it was Sharper before because they came in, they beat AHQ, which was a team that we heard quite a lot about. They also qualified, which was good for them. They beat Team LZ, who also looked pretty good in their groups, and then lost to Morph in overtime on Split, and it was just... We said after the game, we're glad that this is over, which sounds a little bit toxic, and I would agree that it would be to an extent, but it's kind of like... You start to like these teams as you see them play, and you go, okay, we're now starting to separate the men from the boys, figuratively speaking, and then they have a game like that, and you just go, they went from, like, I could see these in the grand finals to even not qualifying at this point, because they didn't deserve to based on that result. But Haven should be a more consistent time for them. It was on Split, you know, give them the benefit of the doubt. How many times do you see NA teams or EU teams wanting to play on this map? Very infrequently. It's the least popular map for a reason, right? So it is going to be Haven, at least, which has been more of a consistent pick for all of the teams in this region. And understandable, I suppose, if we see this for the foreseeable rest of the day, at least as a first map.
Already a very good start for Hebe. He's going to be working that Phoenix, getting fairly aggressive in towards the A site and just waiting patiently as they attempt to rotate over. Of course, has the hot hands if he does want to try and just close out some of the angles, and the rest of the team are already going to get themselves into the corner of the site. I think that hot hand's actually completely missed, but I guess he could just use it to heal himself now. And with Sharper already a couple of men down, it's going to be relatively difficult for them to get back into that site, even just because there is an ice wall available. Not normally such a problem for teams, but when you're already a couple of men down and you do have yourself only the pistols, you don't really want to waste too much ammo on that one. So the knife utilized, Jeff already going to bring in another, and you can see the shock darts being expended to try and clear the back lines, but it isn't going to happen. A really nice pistol round coming in, but mainly just off the back of the aggressive Phoenix.
And Phoenix is so good on this map. Hebe has been playing this pretty much non-stop. I'm pretty sure for the most part, only one word haven't changed up too much. It's been interesting to see them struggle because this, again, there's been a few teams that have come in with very little information on them that have done quite well. I think Sharper eSports and Fives are relatively up there. Only one word has been a known entity, at least to some extent, in this region. But they still didn't have a great old time in their groups. I think they struggled for a good extent of it, at least. So I am expected to see more out of Hebe on the Phoenix. He has been playing this across all the maps differently, and these executes have to be pretty much still out of only one word. Don't need to be completely over the top when it comes to 5-head plays. It just needs to be stable enough that they can get onto a site, and I think the majority of the damage is done, because retakes are very uncomfortable for Sharper eSports. They were on splits, and Haven can be a bit awkward at the same point too, but you can see just how passive they're playing. It's weird that they're anchoring 2 players on the B site though, and no like presence in Garage could be a pain in the backside for the defending team if they don't keep an eye on it.
I also like the difference in comps we've seen. Like a lot of teams have moved away from utilizing Brimstone, well, pretty much just because of the amount of smokes that you can also get in off the back of Omen, plus the advantages of the Paranoia. I do want to see how those two differences actually face off, and of course, you've got the Jet on one side of things. That's a slight difference already, though. Chains is going to be able to get one. Of course, we saw recently some changes to how the shotguns actually work. It's a little bit tougher to jump around and utilize those shotguns now. And I imagine we are currently playing that update as well. I haven't seen too many tournaments roll back updates. They've just sort of disallowed aspects of them, for example, in this tournament where we still don't quite have Killjoy yet.
Saw them in another tournament yesterday. First time Killjoy I think was played in a tournament, and it was disappointing, actually. Like I was expecting. I think most people would expect to see a bit of Killjoy at least in tournaments in the future. I do expect to see some of her, but I don't think she's gonna overthrow Sage or Cypher in that role. Maybe for some teams that don't like to play Sage. I'm looking at you, FPX, and a little bit of Nip too from the EU region, but for others, who do you move for such an important character? It's a difficult one.
Angel actually came out and said as well that he doesn't think Killjoy is actually going to make any difference at all. So I wouldn't be holding your breath on FPX picking up a Killjoy, because I think he literally said that not bad on defense, but has no uses really on attack other than just like holding down flanks, and that's already what Cypher can do.
Yeah,
the one
exactly.
thing that scares me though is the idea of maybe a team going all in and just having a Cypher Killjoy for defense and just like trying to. But like, it'd be horrible on attack, but if you start defense and do well enough, I guess it doesn't matter anymore.
Depends on the map. Like Haven, maybe because you can control some of this space as a defender, take it away, or at least get intel. And Chapter eSports, I don't think I have much information, at least on what's going to be happening here. The smoke and the paranoia comes through across the site, but I don't really think catches anybody, to the point that not an alert could at least get traded, get a few frags, and put this into a 3 versus 3. I like the new overlays, by the way, at the top. So much clearer to see who's dead and who's alive. Good job, Riot. I like that. Not in the patch notes, no, which was a weird one. But the smoke is going to go down. Spike is planted. And at this point, Beta needs to push through. Corsoy at least makes use of the pulse of recon that came in. And they're clearing up house. It's just going to be Darkest, and it's a bit of a late peak, I suppose, for Beta. But he wanted to make sure that he knew where Darkest was. Wouldn't necessarily say Bait for his team, but it's going to be the first round, at least for Sharper eSports, going on. And a solid retake, but I think the majority of damage was done during the execute, Tom.
Yeah, the other thing as well, though, is something you always have to take into consideration, is that third round purchase for the attackers normally keeps some SMGs. Now, they've had to invest into one here because I think Jeff... Actually, no, he's not that much lower on cash. Interesting. He could have gone for a Bulldog or something slightly better, but I guess each to their own. Maybe he has a plan, or will be playing in towards the garage, which gives him a little bit more of an opportunity. Either that, or just realizing chances are one of his teammates is going to be going for those more aggressive picks. But yeah, that third round should be more of a gimme for the side that lost the first two. And the fact that it comes down to only one man surviving, if they now lose this round, they're going to be a really rough situation. You could already see there's a few burdens already. Like most players, a Bulldog is just the budget rifle. Like you don't want to be pulling that in if you can afford anything else. So the fact that after winning their first round on the board, they're already down to a Bulldog definitely shows that they're already under some financial constraints. Nice start for Not, though. And I think this is a battle we might see quite regularly, Ryan, as he is going to try and be a little bit cheeky playing in towards this A site.
The only one where they're going to take it relatively passively, in fact, backing off completely. I want to point out the really nice aggressive camera used from the attackers that's towards double doors. I'm surprised that the Brimstone Beta hasn't touched it at all. He hasn't even gone out to peek to destroy it. He knows it's there. He's heard the sound. And might even hear a little bit of utility being thrown out towards the B site at least. Yu is going to be the first to sort of push ahead. Still has that paranoia. Smoke the right side. Going to paranoia it too. I don't think it catches the Sage. So Corsoy is still alive, and Beta's able to get a couple of kills. He's rotated around. Nobody's watching his flank. And that's the easiest stop on an execute I've seen, just because only one word kind of tunnel visioned onto the B site a little bit.
Yeah, that's always the risk. The B site has so many opportunities for those hot flanks, and they've done quite well with being able to get themselves back into this one fairly early on. Like we've seen this is probably one of the maps where you do have a lot of opportunities to get rounds on the attack. So the fact that they've managed to get off to a fairly solid start. We do, however, see now the attackers have to go for some pistols, but with the amount of ultimates that they already have built up, this one could get interesting if they manage to get a pick or two.
You can see that only one words want to, and to an extent kind of have to play aggressively. They're going to stack a lot of people towards garage, and this could punish Sharper. They've had such a passive hold on this part of the map, and they're just holding off angles on the outside of it. Beta was super successful when it came to a rotation here, but he could be stuck between a rock and a hard place if he's not careful. He does have the gun advantage, but that paranoia is going to hit perfectly. It's a case of spray at the right time. He can at least get one, and does eventually get traded out by the Sheriff of View. Corsoy at least keeps an eye on Heave that's rotating all the way around and is caught out. The spike might be planted. Nice shot from Yu, but he needs to follow up again and has to. Has done just exactly that. The spike's still not being planted. Neurotheft shows up exactly where these three defenders are, and Alert still being a thorn in the side for these attackers. It was really nice damage that they were able to do to Sharper, but that spike not being planted has just put them in a horrible spot.
Oh, it looked for a moment that there might be a chance for TKCC, but Alert continues to basically cause them problems. A 3K for him, and already they will take themselves the lead. Of course, that was a round, as mentioned, where you've only really seen some pistols invested, so to bring it so close again is going to keep the economy of Sharper honest. And again, there's plenty of ultimates actually ready now for the attack. You could even see Omen use from the shadows to potentially try and get in behind the players on A, something we see quite regularly. And well, whenever I see a run it back available for the attack, I almost question if they don't win the round, what's gone wrong.
Both these teams have a really good streak from this tournament on Haven. 100% win record for both of them. Granted, only one word has played it twice, and Chapper's only played it once. But Chapper's win was 13-7 against LZ, which were a team really contending for playoffs that didn't get there in the end. Came down to a matchup with AHQ versus LZ. And this is another interesting camera, actually. Not is really sort of pushing the limits here on the outskirts of the map, and can at least hit a sound of the recon bolt, which isn't going to really check this corner at least. It's not looking up. So the camera's going to get a lot of trip instinct, I suppose. But the tripwire is picked up, so at least that bit of utility's broken, and now you've got to see Sharper keep a closer eye on it, to the point that the Jet actually just peeks it with the operator, goes down super low. The position give it up, and that shock dart is good, but the healing, the little bit of healing that was done by Corsoy kept him alive.
You managed to sneak his way barely far forward, but is actually caught out at the back of sight, and now their whole plan has sort of fallen apart. They wanted to try and quickly rotate things over. There is going to be a Brimstone waiting within the corner, which could cause them some issues. The cages don't really cover off everything, and in fact, they've been caught out by the recon. Beta's gone aggressive. There's just going to be trades back, but it's too little too late. TKCC's only got 10 seconds to try and save the round with no spike control, and 3 players ready and waiting for him. It has worked out for Sharper once again, and the problem is I think they relied too heavily on you, Ryan, as he basically tried to sneak his way through, get into the back of the C site, and him being caught out, they'd already dedicated a full rotation all the way back, and well, they just had to rush it from there.
Sharper have been playing is very passive, and I don't think if you're Heeb you can get away with trying to push through Garage on your own to that level. It's going to be a hard one to break down, because right now Sharper eSports are sitting so far back and using angles that you don't typically see people playing from. They want to have some presence on A and at least try to scare away the Jet with this operator, but I don't imagine there's going to be too much fear coming out of Alert on this corner. It's an easy frag, actually, from Hebu. Just hasn't had as much impact for only one word as you're hoping. Forces out the Resurrect at least, and there's still a few more ultimates available on this attack. Sharper eSports have actually gambled a bit on the sewer part of the map. A-Long has been given up, and you start to see only one word start to put a bit of pressure on it. Nobody's going to really check it or peek it. The Cypher's going to have a quick glance now. And if only one word were wise, they want to be making as much noise here that they're going in this direction. Because the Omen, no, wait, not you at all. It's just a confusing with the names. Darkest, I think, has made some space and teleported, actually. It is you. Who made? No. Sorry, I'm just making these jokes. We made it all week and it's early. He's made a lot of space at least. Because he's going to be cut across. It's going to be a good paranoid that's going to go across the site. And actually, only one word have made their way onto A.
There is a very fast flank available. Alert does at least manage to deny the spike plant just a little bit longer, but you can see TKCC was waiting for his counterpart. Here comes the orbital strike, just about gonna survive. And that's probably enough for them to take the round. It's left into a 2 versus 4 now. Of course, the defense does have a little bit of extra cash because of the last few rounds being relatively clean. But do they really want to be challenging this much more? It seems like they're just going to attempt to fade away. There were definitely some moments in that round where I could have easily seen that going the other way. Like there was an aggressive Sova push very early on in the round, taking full C control. That's why they had a bit more of a gamble towards B and A, because they already knew that C long was completely under their control, and as long as they covered off the garage, they were absolutely fine. So I do like some of the decisions that are being made by Sharper. I think the the tough thing with Haven is obviously you can't defend everything all of the time. Like it's just not possible. You have to take risks, you have to take gambles, and you have to go looking for information. So the fact that they managed to get all the way through C long without any issues whatsoever is a good sign for their defense. The problem here was more just the fact that, again, we see these sort of aggressive pushes onto the A site, and I think it's too much onto Alert. Like if he doesn't hit his initial shots or not goes down a little bit too fast, they seem to lose that site, and then the retakes, they haven't been great. As you said last time, they managed to kind of win it based off already doing enough damage.
Attrition's important in these rounds, and I realize why the whole you thing took me for a spin, because you, the player you, not you as in Twitch chat or watching or wherever you are, was playing the Silver for Only One Word and has been over the last few group stage games. But now it's TKCC, who was the Omen player before, just got the frag onto Alert, so they've swapped roles on this team, which is really odd to see at this level, to see two very important, integral roles on the team switched like this. And for the most part, it's been really difficult for Only One Word to get much done, but at least there's an opening. Heeb is bottom fragging across the server, needs to get some of these kills in to get himself going, and at least there's a nice little angle that clearly Chapter eSports aren't expecting him to be in. They might push the A site to get a bit more intel, in which case they walk into the crossfire of Heeb. Or he can at least lurk with the rest of Only One where they're going to start pushing down to see where the Brimstone is. He's taking a little bit of damage, does die, and Heeb could get the kill at the same time. Chapter eSports are going to be split.
Yeah, this becomes, well, pretty much impossible for Sharper, and even saving is going to be very, very difficult because obviously the round's over. We know that already. The split push, and again, this is something I've mentioned. Like, obviously Heeb is an entry fragger. His stats, in most cases, are not going to be fantastic. Like, he's not the person you're expecting to clutch out rounds. He is either a one and done, or a lot of the time, someone who's going to get insta-killed, because he's just running in and taking big risks. It makes space for the rest of the team, so I don't necessarily think it's fine. This round is one where I don't understand how he manages to get there with nobody seeing. Like, firstly, you have yourself a Cypher. The whole point of Cypher is to basically be able to deny players entry to that site. You have to lock it down. You've got one of those agents that gives you so much information. So I don't really get how he doesn't get away. Of course, they are going to hunt down Corso, unfortunately for him. And that's sort of the brutality of Only One Word that I actually quite like. Like, in this situation, they don't have to worry about money at all. Unless they lose 2-3 players in that 1-on-4, it's not really an issue for them. So destroy the economy of your opponent, make things relatively difficult. Of course, over the last 2 rounds, they have used all of their ults. So they're not in the best spot in that regard. And for the defense, actually, they did so well in those 4 rounds in a row that their money's actually still fine.
Yes, this goes here.
Seems that Only One Word adapted a little bit. They're not going to be executing on the A side, but just making a little bit of noise that Chapter eSports are playing this super casually. Alert has moved over to the C site, as it has been hit rather frequently now. He wants to keep roaming around, especially if he has the operator. So the positioning is interesting from Sharp, and yet again, Only One Word are kind of falling into habits, just putting a bit of pressure onto A. Scares off Sharp eSports a little bit with some of the noise. And Garage Control very passively held by the Brimstone. And Beta's going to be taking this carefully, and it's interesting to see Only One Word still dedicated so much to the A site when they could have the run in the middle across all of the areas of the map. It's interesting that they keep going in this direction. Udo getting caught on C, I think might make that decision double down onto the A site.
Yeah, especially now that they've seen that Alert isn't there, who is one of the top fraggers in the server. It has been a bit of a problem for them. We haven't seen that sort of normal lockdown from the Cypher, and although you don't necessarily expect the Cypher to be your top fragger, if you're losing the A site too often and your Cypher is the A site player, then it is a problem. That's a very different thing. Cages go down. We are going to see potentially the curveball to try and blind anybody on the entry. It does somewhat work out, and the wide peek from Corso trying to help, but they don't actually check for chainies. Even still, though, these trades aren't bad for the attack, and a nice shot from TKCC leaves just one man standing. If he can get the kill on the planter, there's a real chance here, but it seems like it's not going to be going particularly well.
Brimstone, look at that flank. It's a deep one, and Beta can get in on to take KCC. Now this 2v1 needs to really uproot Darkis, who's holding on Hell. He's got the operator on his right-hand side. The jump peak is more bait than anything for Beta. And that flank was monstrous coming out of the Brimstone. I've kind of been very critical on how he's holding Garage, but I think at this point, only one word, need to exploit that. Like, they have the camera set there, which is the weird thing. You can see the camera sort of in mid. That every single round Jeff Van before you has been setting up, but there's never really any act on it. It's watching the flank, but we saw in previous rounds how little it did when Beta wrapped around on these crazy lurks, so he's been able to do quite a lot. Retakes have been fairly decent for Sharper Esports, at least, when it comes to played for time, played for limbs, played to defuse the spike. It seems to all have been going pretty well for them, at least. And only one would yet again have to claw back this lead.
Oh, it's going to be a more aggressive stance. As I said, there's something the defense have been doing quite regularly, but this time they're caught. That's the issue of this C-long aggression. If it goes wrong, you're very much left within the open, and that's going to completely give up this C site already. Definitely the easier of the sites to retake, I would say, like with how many opportunities there are. And actually, we're going to see the Hunter's Fury expended. I don't think it's really done any damage at all, so maybe a slightly wasted ult. Obviously, it's one where in this circumstance, you're just trying your best to clear out any of the angles that you can. Now, with the Ice Wall about to break, they're going to try and expend some utility. Nice work from Dark. He's just killed both members of the Garage. And they know where the last man is going to be. Going to throw out the Recon Dart just to try and hunt him down. And once again, when they do win a round, it seems like only one word are very good at cleaning up any mess.
It's strange seeing so little utility used in that C-tussle. It just came down to mechanical skill. It's very much up in the open. And everybody knows with tactical shooters like this, you want to give yourself an advantageous position. And I feel to an extent that Sharper Esports just dry peaked into very dangerous players on only one word. It's been interesting to see how this has pulled out, but it's going to be another save out as Sharper. And I would expect at this point only one word can go into this round, be able to grab it. Could go into half-time, no Tom even on score.
Well, again, this was something I was wondering whether they'd start pressuring more. As said, like there was a lot of space given to the defensive side with how aggressive they were able to be on C, and I think that now only one word have realized that okay, we can't just allow them to take this space. The problem is the defense have had to gamble. As you mentioned, this is only going to be pistols, or well, shotgun pistols, I guess. I do like the fact that at least for now we haven't seen the popularity of the shorty change with how the gun has actually been adapted. I guess because the ultimate point of this gun is still to just get right as close in someone's face as you possibly can and blast it off within inches. So if that factor's still on the gun, which it is, I don't think that's going to change too much. And the fact that you're able to jump shot people so easily, I do think was a little bit BS for how cheap that gun actually is. So I don't mind the changes at all that are coming in to try and balance out some of the weapons. And well, I'll be more interested to see if the sort of jet judge has been affected at all by the changes.
Here.
Absolutely no damage really coming in from Sharper Esports. Wise play from only one word. They were pretty much given a C site for C because of that gamble, but they still played at distance. I think they had a good idea that Sharper Esports would be holding angles with stuff like shorties, as you mentioned, so they kept their distance, made sure that none of them died, and granted, it is only one round left, but the economy is really good for only one word. Still a bit of a potential haphazard buy coming out of Sharper, but you would imagine not, based on the fact that they didn't really upgrade their guns at all, and if they did, it was up to a shorty. Only one word have a lot of ultimates to use, though. And they've been really clever with how they've adapted their attack, at least. I feel that Sharper Esports have been a bit flat-footed, but this time, at least, they're going to be played super aggressively onto mid. And for the first time, only one word have been put under a little bit of pressure on aggressive mid control, but yet again, only one word are able to take that advantage and get a few kills.
Yeah, it seems like in the all-out brawls, the battle of aim, that's where only one word come out on top, and TKCC has pretty much put this one in the bag, so it is looking like the attackers, at least in this half, are going to be taking the victory. Of course, I do feel like I would consider this to be fairly standard. Like, a 7-5 half isn't anything insane. Like, a lot of the time you will see the attacking side take at least a little bit of an advantage. But I'm interested to see how Sharper now adapt, because a pistol round is going to be fairly important. You don't want only one word getting off to a strong start, getting the operator in, like having pretty much everything they desire from the get-go, because then things are going to become a lot more difficult. The other thing as well is, like, even just in terms of individual performance, sure, Dahib is not having one of those games where he just runs around and headshots everybody, but you on the Lurk has been doing very well, and TKCC has been someone I think I've been very impressed with throughout the tournament. Considering he doesn't really play like the most frag heavy agents, I guess you could say. Like, a lot of the time he's the information character, or he's the one picking up the smokes. The fact that he's been able to be so successful is actually quite impressive.
Moving over to a different agent too. Jeff Van had a very quiet round on the attack, but is at least able to get first blood on this half. It's a bit of a scrap, and is at least allowed to get 2 kills. So this aggressive play hasn't worked out all that well for Only One Word. And it's relatively smart play, I suppose, coming out of the defense to sort of split up and watch these rotations just in case. Even better when you consider that the Sages in their spawn now. It's going to engage on them. They're not checking it. But Alert picks up the third. It's a 2v1 now, which is awkward because it seems that Sharper have full control of the board and where they want to place it. At least there's a good amount of intel that the Cypher could grab. He must have his recon bolt available to use too, but you can see that he's just going to be sat in mid just so he can hear the plant going in from wherever on the map, kind of banking on it maybe going towards B. And Alert us to spike, and he's just buying his time actually, just letting the tripwire be set up. Planting in a nice angle that can be held from long and from sewers. So this is going to be pretty morbid for Only One Word to retake.
Yeah, I think it might have mainly come down to the Sage just moments ago. A slight bit more trigger discipline, and that could have easily been 2. Something that definitely comes with time is just taking that risk to try and win the round. Now, though, this double up in towards long, it's going to make things very, very difficult to try and retake. Both players just peeking, and Alert has been clinical. I think he's been one of the shining lights so far for Sharper, is just the fact that this man on the Jet just seems to have such high individual skill, and I think that's really all you can do if you are a Jet player. Like, we're not talking about like the crazy Jet utility. Sure, the smokes are okay, but a lot of the time it's about your movement and it's about your ability to do damage. And Alert, well, he's currently the top fragger in the server, Ryan, so you can't really take that away from him.
Not at all. I've played that Only One Word, really dedicated to, and 9 times out of 10, may have even won that round based off of it, but Alert wasn't having any of it, and 4 kills for him to start this round means that Sharper Esports could go even on score if they win this half buy that they've put together, and going up against a near enough full save. It's a full stack of Only One Word on the C site, and all Sharper and Cheney's need to do at this point is to just spot out somebody, and then they can have a good idea. Maybe they're not expecting this amount of people to be holding here, but even just buying the time, you can see now that Only One Word potentially looking to split up a little bit. The Omen is tentative on this rotation, as he's seeing. So it's a war of patience at this point.
Oh, this is pretty much a round that you can't really expect too much from Only One Word, but they have got the stack, right? They've got the majority of their players all in one place. This could become very, very awkward. Cheney's actually going to wallbang Jeff, which I think is something a lot of people forget, but they are going to go pushing into the stack of players. It's come down to a 1 versus 1. You facing off against Beta, and sure, they take the round, but damn, was that costly for Sharper Esports.
You Beta. That's a matchup I wasn't expecting to see today. But the amount of damage that you did there, I think you and TKCC was an interesting point when it came to, like, it was weird just seeing teams rotate their roles this late into a tournament. It's kind of like Cutler swapping with Sub-Rosa, right, to an extent. Granted, Sub-Rosa played like a really aggressive Brimstone, so it's a little bit different, but
yeah, they did switch. They did switch from a drone, I guess. They've made similar changes with
but
the
during a tournament, like I can understand like if they want to keep strategies relatively close to their chest. TSM do that a lot. I think they did that in phase 2, hence the weird round loss against Bloom. You very much went into the face of not. It's very much like a broken English, like you not Kosoy. Like it just all of the brilliant names. I'm still mad that we didn't see you versus who me. Like that was just asking for it. Speaking of asking for it, Jeff can at least get a frag before traded out, but he managed to dent a little bit into Sharper Esports, but he has not had the impact that I was hoping for.
Yeah, and the problem is as well is I feel like if you're a Phoenix, most of the time you need to have your impact on the offense. Like going into the defensive side, we've already seen teams have severe vulnerabilities because a Phoenix doesn't really have too much, especially when it comes to stopping power. A lot of the time you still have to be either ready for the retakes, which would mean being a little bit more passive in a lot of your initial like defensive rounds, or you almost have to be an aggressor, which can work. It definitely can work. Like I think Sub-Rosa has proven that time and time again that he can still definitely get things done on the defensive side, but it takes a specific sort of player. This is very risky from you though, as he goes pushing all the way through just to try and find out some information. Of course, again, this is only some pistols in this round. Can't really expect too much to come out from only one word, but Sharper, they've got themselves in a good position because, of course, they'd lost so many players to what was just a pistol round. But then they've managed to, well, because of that, they invested further into the rifles. As said, normally that round 3 on either half
timing
is based off just SMGs, but they didn't have any SMGs because they had to rebuy everything anyway. So it's kind of worked out for them. And unfortunately, for only one word, we're not really going to see too much from them until the next round.
Bit of a dink coming in from Darkest, but he can't finish his dinner at least. And do you think that Yu's trying to do too much here? Because I think he had like a bright spell on like the second round of this half at least with a pistol, but the last 2 he seems to have pretty much run into the fire a little bit, and only one word haven't really been able to punish this all that much. I think mechanical fights that they've been up against Sharper Esports have tended to win them, so I think only one word are trying to be a bit too in the face, trying to catch out the opposition a bit too much, and it's really not working all that much now that we switch sides.
Yeah, I guess there's always that argument that with the defensive side of Haven, you do have to definitely take risks, as we saw, but the problem is I think what Sharper did well was a lot of their risks seemed fairly calculated. Like they would use the Sova darts to basically give them information about certain positions being cleared. Even they got caught out a few times trying to push C long, but it meant that their gamble stacks were normally fairly good. Whereas just pushing sewers like that, I'm just going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that was just because it was a pistol round. Like you have nothing to lose, but a lot to gain if you can find some space. If he does that, if he continues to do that here, then I almost wonder if their defense is a little bit weaker than I would like it to be, and he's got to try and be a hero to win it. And if that's the case, that's a serious problem.
I think map control for both teams has been really lacking too. It's been very easy, I suppose, to predict what these teams have been doing. Only seem to rotate if they can get an opening somewhere else at least, but really, we've not seen like a lurking player make all that much. It seems to be all or nothing, and this is going to be the same case here for Sharper, as they're pushing down C long a bit too deep to then reconsider going somewhere else at least. They heard the Omen teleport, they pinged it, but they couldn't at least click the head. You yet again, trying to do a lot, could have easily been punished there, but at least this time he's able to get a frag and can Shroud step out if he needs to. And Shen needs to even bringing out the Eldron to scout the site, and interesting play from Sharper Esports. It still looks like they were considering dedicating to it at least, but more have moved away because they can't seem to break this defense as opposed to finding other options elsewhere. It's very passive from them. They need to be more aggressive with taking map space, like on A lobby, for example, pushing that and just being a bit of a nuisance there whilst also trying to push onto mid or C. This kind of multitasking isn't really there, and I think only one word, so reading stuff quite well.
They might be able to put some serious pressure, though, onto this site, as already Alert is going to get the opener once again. He's been doing very well at pushing forward, and a second one already. He's looking to try and do this all on his own. There is a lurk through the cage, though, as he at least manages to keep the man advantage in the favor of only one word.
You, look at you.
Yeah, fantastic flank from him. Already gets the opener and leaves it onto just one. Alert, he needed to ace if they were going to win that round, and well, already it is going to be the back on the board for only one word. And that's what I mean. Like, if you look at the difference between that round and the rounds before, this is much more standard. Like, you had the Omen towards C, obviously the opportunity to use the Paranoid to slow them down. You also had a very aggressive push from TKCC using the Operator, which he hasn't been able to bring in yet. So I think this is what we can expect to see from only one word as a more standardized sort of setup. I do wonder if TKCC is continuously going to be fighting for A long, though, because that's a spot where if he can gain control, that's so much information, because you don't need to worry about Suez anymore. You can basically just allow that A site to be defended by him alone. And it's actually something I don't mind, because, of course, the norm, I guess we could say, Ryan, is that the Cypher is on A. Here, they've actually switched it up at least a little bit, and a few teams do this still. But if they can gain this A control, basically what I'm saying is they can dedicate Cypher to C and the Garage, and it actually works as quite a nice setup.
Especially when you stack so many people onto the A site. B is very much open. I think this has been spotted by Alert, but really at this point, if you're Sharper Esports, what can you do? Even if you get that planting onto the B site, it's so retake heavy. And you've got to watch for some of these ultimates, and Earl Theft would show up where everybody is. And right now, we're seeing Sharper Esports really just hard dedicated to one position, and it's quite easy for the flank to come in. Granted, they do get a kill onto Heap, who hasn't had the best series so far. But yet again, like, Sharper Esports know that going onto the B site might be a death trap at least, to the point that they're actually just forcing out ultimates like Hunter's View just to catch somebody on the C site to make things a bit more awkward. Now they start to push ahead, but Darkest, easy frag. And already, only one word, are in the faces of Sharper Esports that are yet again trying to plant on the B site.
It's definitely the easiest one to take for them, but I almost feel like that's by design. Only one word know that they'll be able to retake from two angles, and again, there's this exact same flank, the one you spotted out before. Corsoy as well, over the top of the wall, is already going to be able to pick off two. Then there's you and Jeff to chime in with another. Has become very awkward. The pistols are going to be needed, and they still haven't been able to stop you know who, as he comes in from the flank and ends this round for Sharper. And the problem being, I feel like they're not doing enough in their post plants. Like, sure, there were a nice couple of kills from Corsoy that at least made things interesting, but a lot of the time when you have these plants, the power of the plant is that you plant it open and then you get back into the window. And then you have these passive holds. You can have after plants. You could even use a Hunter's Fury to deny it from very, very far away. Instead, we're seeing them stay in the site. Now, part of that is down to what is some very, very fast rotates coming in from only one word, which, as said, it seemed to be by design that they're not defending B to very much regard at all. But at the same time, you then have to be proactive. You have to take some map control back or hold on to it, which is something I'm surprised they're not doing. Why have you not just got a player lurking in the window or even back towards Garage or something? Because if you don't have anyone holding on to map control, you're just giving away a free retake.
Giving away free information is the name of the game now. Another force coming out of Sharper. And that recon bot was well placed. It forced Sharper Esports to kill it, but if you're only one word and you hear all of the sounds of those sheriffs, you're thinking, okay, things should be easy, and a nice kill at least to start off for Heap, who just gets the frag on Suez and is backed out completely, as you're seeing on the minimap. Very passive. TKCC not playing as passively, in fact just keeping a keen eye. Really, I don't think all that much that he needs to be there watching that angle, really, because TKCC seems to have A lobby on lockdown, but is going to back off a little bit, check towards Suez, just in case somebody has made their way across without them knowing. But at least should spot the Jet, who has dashed into Suez. This is going to be another A execute, and only one word haven't reacted all that much just yet, other than you, of course, who's just rotating like the moon around the earth. Unfortunately, TKCC can't get the operator shots in. He, a little bit early with the flash, can at least still get a kill onto Alert, but a lot of damage done there by Sharper Esports. Getting a couple of frags on an Antica round like they did. But their economy has been in a tougher spot for the most part. And you actually catching up to Alert on frags.
Yeah, I think the worry for me at this point, and it seems to be the case in a lot of these rounds, the difference, even though he, as we mentioned, he's not being lights out, he makes a lot of space for the team, like even on the defense at times. And the problem I'm seeing at the moment is that for Sharper, Alert has to do too much. Like, they don't really seem to have enough like offensive agents to really do too much other than him basically blasting his way into a site and trying to find an opener. And sure, it's worked a couple of times. Like, he's been able to get kills with the operator. He's been able to do it with the rifles. Even in that round, causing quite a bit of damage with the shorty. But your attack can't rely on one player. And we need to see a little bit more execute heavy style. Like, you have a Brimstone for a reason. I don't think many people are pulling in a Brimstone for the defense. Like, sure, it gives you the smokes that last quite a long time and are a bit more awkward to push through. But I have to feel that the reason you have a Brimstone is because you want them on the offense. And look at this aggression. We've already got a push all the way through mid from you again. And because of this, there is a 4-man stack on A. This is such a good position already. He is going to find out more information with the aggressive ult. So even though he didn't get any kills, they know exactly where this push is going to be coming. And, well, if they manage to win this round, this will just be off individual skill. And Jeff already putting down 2. Another kill comes up from Darkest, but again, Alert is there to trade things back into this 1 versus 2. The problem is he has to be ready for you. Now, this man is flanking every single round. He is always flanking, and this time Alert will expect it, but he's hit with the paranoia and just trying to back out of there. Now, he has managed to retrieve himself a rifle. The risky peek from TKCC, but he's clearly feeling confident, and he will connect his shots. Great round from Only One Word.
I would have been really mad if Sharper Esports won that round, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, at no point... Like, when is it that Sharper should have turned around and gone, let's go somewhere else because there's too many people here? It feels like a sunk cost fallacy almost at this point, and Jeff quite rightly able to punish. Everybody got involved, and it's up for Alert again to clutch, and I feel like these pushes from Sharper have just been so one-dimensional on a map where you can't afford to do this. And Only One Word seem to be more comfortable playing it at the end of the day. It feels really like they have a solid grasp and understanding of why certain map areas are important to take and how they need to control certain areas of the map. Sharper Esports were just like, all 5, go banana, go, 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 oh, we're all dead. And yet again, another save out of them, which would no doubt put Only One Word onto match point. Gotta say, like, that was super disappointing for me, because I think they've been played relatively well, but I think now they're just banging their heads against the wall a little bit.
They've clearly invested a bit in this round already, using the res to bring back the Brimstone. Now, maybe that's a big part of their plan. They do have the orbital strike available to them, so potentially just going to try and clear off either the left or right side of the site, stop rotations, and just look for the entries. But again, there's been aggression from Only One Word. They've got all the information they could possibly need. They took A long or banana very early on in this round, so they know it's not going to be A anymore. So they've just stacked up onto C. A much more proactive side, but not managing to get 2 kills has made things interesting. They didn't expect Jeff to still be here, it seems, as he's already got himself 3 kills. And stuck in the corner, low on HP, is going to be Not. He's found 1, it's left into the 1v2. How did they not expect him to be here? He killed 4 people. It doesn't matter, though. Sharper managed to get this one through. I'm not entirely sure how, as again, it seems like Only One Word had the right read. But luckily for them, the shots were hit by Not, who had a very good round.
3 out of 5.
Winning off the back of mechanical skill, and that was a relatively thrifty round. Not completely. There were a few sheriffs available, but seemed to be a bit of a buy, at least necessary for Sharper Esports for them to keep in this, considering. And really, yet again, the execute was a little bit awkward for them, but at least they won their 1v1 engagements. And Jeff would have hoped to have done more, and there wasn't much more he could have done other than get the ace. TKCC starts off with a nice kill. Straightforward. I like these aggressive defensive pushes, like taking all of that space away, getting a frag, peeking, changing the position.
They're doing it on C as well. Like, look at how much space they've got. They took A long, now they've taken C long. The only place that they haven't got is B, and so they've realized It's got to be B. There's nowhere else they can go. They don't have any space to do anything else. It's like they're slowly being forced into exactly where only one word want them to go. And it's only really been these big individual plays that have given Sharper rounds, and they're going to need it again. Luckily for them, Alert just pulls them out of nowhere. This man seems to be just dragging them through, kicking, screaming, and catching the push on C has also meant that this site is open. They're going to have to like get this man a really big present if they manage to win this map, because he has saved them so many times.
What's even better as well, like you see the little blue X on C lobby. Guess who that was? Guess who was that going on a mad flank on his own? It was you. And it was Beta that sort of rotated all the way around from C long as they kind of split, with the majority of people going through B, then C linked to the C site. Beta went all the way around, caught a few that probably wasn't expecting that necessarily. And that's the reason why this site has opened up so well for Sharper Esports. Yet again, only one word had the better read and the better map control, but the mechanical skill comes out. When you have Alert being the tip of the spear for your team, only one word just need to land their shots more. I think when it comes to how the map has been played out, only one word are doing a better job, but if they don't land their shots on players that are just running away with it, Sharper Esports have a way back in, and it's 11-11 the score now, and really coming down to it.
Yeah, it's definitely closer than I thought it would have been. After that 4-round streak, I honestly thought that Sharper were done, especially even the manner that these rounds are being won. I think that they're being forced into positions by only one word, but then they're just hitting their shots. And as said, like Alert has been doing a phenomenal job at getting entries, which I think in comparison to Heeb on the other side, it is paramount. Like you can see the differences of how good he has been just individually and how that has helped them out in so many situations. Once again, we are going to see mid control, and it seems like the adaptation from only one word is to actually stack the B site. They put 2 players there. Quick rotation is available from 2 players in Garage as well, and it means that they've almost completely abandoned the C site, which I'm not sure I'm necessarily a fan of. But when things haven't really been working for you and the B site has just been a real problem, I can understand why they're taking a gamble in a round that they desperately need to win.
It's been a long game with some long rounds. It's been very different to some of the games that we saw in the group stages at least, but there's a real strong chance this goes into overtime. But only one would need to win this one. I don't think their economy is really good enough if they put Sharper Esports on match point. And I think that much is evident with the way that they're playing this. No aggressive flanks, no overzealous pushes. Stacking with whatever guns that they can afford to buy. Whilst also being able to buy in the next round, right? Orbital Strike is going to be used onto the back of Heaven, but Heeb has just walked out of it a little bit. If he catches kills here, it would be devastating for Sharper Esports, but Alert just peeks the right angle. He just knows that Heeb is going to be there. I guess the smoke was a good telegraph, and it even forces out the Bladestorm. Guess who it is? Peekaboo. The Paranoia is actually going to be really good at keeping Alert out of this engagement, but luckily the rest of Sharper Esports are able to get a few frags in at least, but your wraparound is good to make sure that you... He's got away with it for so long, but it's not necessarily working now. Colosso gets his second, and only one word. Forced to save, losing the operator like that. Ooh, that's not going to be good for only one word. Sharper Esports really come back into it for now.
Yeah, it seems like they found their footing, and I think they did very well in this round of avoiding that owl drone. So it came in really late into the game. Like we saw TKCC throw it into the sewers. And because he saw nothing, he actually gamble rotates to B. So they had pretty much 4 players, I guess if you include the Garage in that, around that angle, just waiting. And so they only had 1 player on A. And that's the problem. We see this a lot, and why the defense of this map is actually so difficult to control, is that I preferred their previous way of playing it, being really proactive, like they're being right now. Because it just works better. You take map control away, you find out information. I think they were quite unlucky in the rounds before. Their super passive style, I wasn't a fan of. And it means that they can't really get a decent defense anywhere on the map. This round, though, it's going to be a C push. And with already some weaponry issues for only one word, I am worried for them now, as it's going to have to be a complete retake already. They will be able to plant the spike. They do have a couple of ultimates, but not ones that are ultimately going to help them until they get some kills or get killed, which as of right now isn't really looking like the case. They are going to set things up. He has himself the flash to throw in, and actually Jeff has managed to get a kill. The first one to their name. Beta burns one down. They found out all the information, and just like that, in a flash, every single player falls. They know exactly where Alert's going to be, but he's connected that first shot. The Blaze goes up to try and defend that diffuser. They're pinging the spike, but he's not going to be able to get it. I think maybe had a slight misread of where the spike was going to be. And we are heading to overtime. The first map of the playoffs is going to go the distance. I said it at the beginning, Ryan, that I could see this one being close, like going to 3 maps. Didn't expect it to be overtime in the first one, though.
Sharper Esports, I think we're getting a bit too big for their boots. The plant-in went seamlessly. Nobody was on the site for only one word, which in hindsight was a really smart play. They just went for a pure retake. It worked out super well. Alert was sat too far back, really, to stop these players pushing in onto the site. Then once, I think, only one word got through the back of that CT choke, that was it. They had started to overtake the map completely, or at least that part of it, and just chipped away. So now it's going to be interesting to see how these teams play when they have to switch side each round. Economies reset, they can't rely on ultimates, but I don't really think either teams relied on ultimates all that much, to be fair. But only one word are going to be attacking first, and pretty much as the game started off on, very passive from them. They struggled to take map presence, and it was something that Sharper Esports, it allowed them to play really passively on this defense, which is exactly what they're doing now. And I think this could still bite them in the backside if they're not careful. Their defense wasn't inspiring by any stretch of the imagination.
I can already see after what was some early defense towards B and Garage, they're now going to stack up a load of players into the A side. We can see pings coming through on the map. I wonder if that's where they're sort of guessing these players are. Alert again, he's going to have to do something big, and he's already hit a collab. He may not have got the kill, but here he is just wiping them down, creating some serious damage, and it's actually allowed some space for the Brimstone to get back into the site. We're going to see the Paranoia expended, but they haven't actually managed to clear this angle. Close though, and TKC, he's going to hit the shot. Corsi is available to him as well. The rotation coming in, but they're actually not neither. Spike and you has found another. In fact, he'll get all 3. It's the first round for only one word after what was a fairly long hiatus from the board. They're the ones now with map point. Of course, it is brutal the way that overtime works, but I have to say, I really like it.
Things are working out quite well for only one word's attack. Quite rightly, they were behind. Well, no, they were ahead on score, actually, when we went into halftime. They got the most rounds on defense. 7-5 was the halftime score. So there wasn't much in between them. And now I'm curious to see how you plays this round. He's been super aggressive with going onto flanks. A lot of presence being put in Garage, which is something that I guess Sharper Esports didn't really put too much stock into when they were defending. The tripwire just does enough work to know if anybody's in there, but both teams have really been avoiding it like the plague for the most part. Defenders are stacking in the right direction, and at least got out of there with the smoke. It actually helped only one word more than it hindered them, so Sharper Esports need to be careful that Beta isn't helping them out too much with those kinds of smokes. But I think it goes to show how scared Sharper Esports are on this attack. Like, they have the mechanical skill, they have the mechanical advantage there, certainly with Beta having an operator in his hand, but only one way they're living in their head rent-free, it feels.
45 seconds, and this is such a powerful stack. We saw this happen previously. The information gathering from only one word has been superb throughout this map so far. Really good curveball to start things off on the flash. The operator already going to pick off one, but they're not really defending their operator player, and Not has come in again with an impactful double. Darkest will at least keep things even for a little bit longer, and you can see Beta tempted to try and get a little bit more aggressive here. He does find the frag and leaves it all onto you. A 1 versus 2 already making his way through into the site, but Beta has closed out the round. It's a second OT with some clutch plays out from Not and Beta to keep them in this map.
When things start to get scrappy, that's where Sharper eSports look to be really good. A lot of work done, and it's very much squeaky bum time watching Sharper eSports when they attack the A site because they just dedicate so hard to it. They don't have anybody watching their flanks. They have one person splitting off, maybe going sewers when the rest of the 4 are going down long. It's easily punishable, but only one word just can't keep up, I think, when it comes to just those mechanical fights. And Alert being able to get the first frag yet again, did so on their last defense, but they still lost that round, so it doesn't really amount for all that much. It's been frustrating to see Jeff put this camera up time and time again and not really being used for anything all that much. The passive hold from Beta onto Garage 2 this is free real estate. And I wish that Jeff would just know that and be able to put a bit of an arm lock in for Sharper, because they are. It's crazy how passive they are on defense, but how just overly aggressive they can be on attack.
This round, at least, we are going to be seeing a fairly passive default from the attack. They've obviously lost the first man, and 45 seconds left. It seems like the defense have just gambled on a complete split. Now, this was something we saw quite regularly. Only one word were able to get the spike down on that B site. The times they held it, I'm pretty sure was 0. Like, there was always a retake. There was always someone coming in from behind.
For both teams did awful retakes.
That's true, actually. Yeah, you was able to do exactly the same. So it is going to be happening again. I'm hoping we see some sort of adaptation, some aggressive pushes through. He looking to lead the charge, and again, he's going to get shut down before he can get anything done whatsoever. Jeff will fall as well. And well, good luck, TKCC. This would have to be one hell of a clutch, and he's only got 8 seconds to do it. I'm not sure why he's not trying to make a bit more of a move here. It's a round that he doesn't get to keep his weapons, he doesn't get to keep his money, and he doesn't get to keep his ult points. So you might as well have tried. Instead, well, maybe didn't realize how much time there was left on the clock. Again, now it's Sharper eSports, who have got themselves the opportunity to take this one home. Alert is currently on 28 kills, and it is worth mentioning. It's something probably that, well, maybe the organizers won't be the happiest in the world that I brought it up, but Sharper are playing with 96 ping. Like they're playing with fairly high ping. Obviously, that is the burdens of Southeast Asia. There are not going to be too many servers which benefit both teams, but for Alert to be doing so well individually while having what I would consider high ping if I was playing a match. He's doing pretty damn well. Like, the guy's impressive.
It was Corsoy, though, that was the real start of that round. Read the room really well and sat on the back of Gong. Clearly only one word, we're expecting it on their attack. But now Sharper eSports made their way on to the C site, and it's been awkward to retake. You isn't good on a mad flank, but even if he did, you can see that not the Cypher has rotated all that way, at least just to meet somebody. He was going to be there, actually, who needs to have more impact. I've been saying this all game, but it hasn't really come to fruition. I'm hoping that he hears me and really turns it up a notch. And this is nice play from Not. Tripwire gets tripped. It's an easy frag for him, and it's looking likely the Sharper eSports are going to be able to take this map.
Well, here comes the push from the remaining 3 players as they all come in from CT. It's Cheney's to drop 1. You at least manages the trade, but there's so many strong angles. Darkest, though, comes up with 3 out of absolutely nowhere. And he has enough time to defuse the spike as well, or at least should do. It's going to be very, very close. Oh, it goes off 0.25. That is a brutal way to lose the map. A heroic attempt from Darkest to try and bring that one back for his side. But unfortunately, it isn't quite going to be enough. And it will be Sharper taking the victory in that first map, though. But it was incredibly close, Ryan.
Hell of a map, really. And I'm sort of looking at that and thinking that both teams want to be looking at that map and going like, I think both teams, like Sharper eSports, will be sat there going, it shouldn't have to have been that close. And only one way they're going to be sat there thinking, like, we should have won that, really. It was all on the back of Alert. I feel it was the tale of both of the duelists, I suppose. Alert almost 30 bombing in a very long game. He bottom fragging on his team. It just wasn't the same. It wasn't enough. 8 first bloods for Alert. That goes to show that pretty much a good portion of the rounds that Sharper won were on the back of just Alert doing a bit of damage. And from there, only one word don't seem to look like they have the presence, both on defense and attack. But I feel like the map presence on Haven generally left a lot to be desired from both teams. It was nice to see you punish that a little bit from Sharper, but I think after 2 or 3 times that happens, which is too many from Sharper's perspective at least anyway, right? Like, they should have really got onto that a lot earlier. They did start to read it a little bit more. They played wisely around it, and from there was no individual impact out of only one word. That's why Sharper won it.
TKCC with 18 assists. I honestly think if that was me, I'd blow my brains out, because it's got to be a little bit tilting for him. But yeah, like, getting the victory, I think it's going to be very important in this first map, of course. I don't know if we actually have ourselves the veto of who
Sharper
chose
picked
what
this.
map.
Sharper picked this. So it's really lucky that they won it in the end, because I think if you go to a map like only one word, it's hard to know what they would want to play, because all of the maps in the group stages were randomized, right? So we don't get to see kind of like in other regions of like, all right, TSM like to play this map, they don't like to play us. You know, we don't get to see that right now. We've got to quickly sort of pick that up and learn as we go along. So it is only one word's map pick coming up, and I can see them picking something like Bind. I don't imagine it'll be split, to be honest, because both those teams look shaky in the wrong times because of it. So I expect Bind or Ascent, which are very execute heavy, very retake heavy, and I would say that only one word are going to have the advantage there. We are going to go to a quick break, check out some of the amazing highlights from this, check how many times that we do see you going on crazy flanks, but this was the alert show. Will we see more in map 2? You're going to have to wait and see. See you in a bit.
Fought well. Imposter kill.
Exactly where. I know exactly where.
Hello and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open Valorant Ignition series. It is a mouthful, but it's one that I've managed to get through over the last few days. And wow, speaking of getting through things, I think that's exactly what we can call that victory from Sharper. A very close one, almost losing it right at the end to a triple kill from Darkest. But eventually they got it over the line, and now we head into their opponent's map pick, which I believe is going to be Ascent.
Yeah, it's their choice. I think it makes sense with the way that they were playing. And we said this in the break between each other. Only one word, we both felt were the better team there, just in regards to how they played their map. But they just got out-fragged at the end of the day. I think this is something that they need to be conscious for. So seeing them want to go to Ascent makes a lot of sense. It's very execute and retake heavy. It's certainly more about map control, and there's so much map of Ascent to keep control of. Rotations are obviously going to be so hard for the defenders in comparison to Ascent. You have to lug yourself from one side of the map to the other, across mid or across the back, which can be very much in a heavy control. But looking at the sort of players and stuff, interesting how things have gone. And it's a weird one to look at these two players in particular. TKCC had a really good map, a lot of assists, like you mentioned. It didn't end up that well. But Alert has very much been the sharper eSports player to keep an eye on. But really, we should be looking at Heeb on the left-hand side. He should be the one that's having that sort of impact. And the fact that it's TKCC who is the initiator and in a sense support player to help get his team frags, the fact that we're looking at him says a lot about how Only One Word played that last map.
I guess it could be maybe they've gone down the route of comparing the players who had the operators. I guess that's the way that they've done it in this case. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting fact that TKCC does have to take up a bit more of a mantle. Interestingly as well, of course, the way that the group stage worked is the maps were random, which obviously a lot of different TOs are trying out different formats. I will say personally, I do not like that format because it does mean that a team in theory could be eliminated playing their worst map 3 times in a row. Interestingly, on that exact topic, we have seen the fact that Only One Word have yet to play what may be their best map, as Ascent is coming up next. It's a map I think we've seen the least throughout this entire tournament so far, at least you and I. From what we casted, I think we saw it maybe once. And Yeah, it's one that I'm interested to see how they're actually going to be playing it, because it's not something we've seen really from Asia, as said. It's one that, okay, we've seen them play Haven, we've seen them play Bind, which was versus Fives, and they lost, and we've seen them play Haven again. So although they did just lose the Haven and they won it a couple of times within the group stage, I don't think this is necessarily a bad point to say that this could have been one of their weaker maps, and they made it very, very close.
And I think that was evident from just their playstyle generally, and they went up against a team that likes to play on that map. It almost reminds me of teams trying to run around it against Team Liquid, right? Like when you have those individual players on a roster like that, you need to step very carefully, be very deliberate in how you play stuff. And really, when it came to the strategies overall, I think they were pretty much about there. Generally, across both teams, map presence wasn't as much of an issue, but it has to be on Ascent. You can't just execute onto one of the sites, really, because there's going to be people stuck there and a lot of utility plays down. I guess the saving grace to that playstyle is that the rotations are going to be super long, like I mentioned before. So you could go on all 5 people rushing down A main onto the A site, because you're only really going to be running into 2 to 3 players at most. And then it's up for the surviving members of the defending team to go for the retake, traveling from one side of the map to the other, right? So this kind of works out in this strategy a little bit more, but I want to see more like map awareness from both teams, more map presence, and the attacking team especially putting pressure onto both sides at the same time, and then having a nice like to and fro on where they want to go. Mid control is also going to be important, but not to the same level as having somebody around B main just being a complete nuisance, and keeping those B defenders planted throughout the whole of the round at least.
Well, yeah, I think for me, when it comes to Ascent, the thing I'm always interested in is how teams actually opt to try and work with mid control. Because I think what we've seen from Europe in particular on the defense is you just give it up. Like, you don't really challenge it too much. Maybe A short is somewhere where you might have a few peaks every once in a while. And there's G2 like a few cheeky little boosts, which they attempt from the back. But other than that, it's not really been a map where I've looked at it and gone, okay, mid control is integral for the defense. In fact, you normally see players back in towards the boathouse, and the market is heavily controlled. And then the A site is one that, again, you have players dedicated around short and one within the site. But a lot of the time, I feel like teams at the moment are still struggling with how they actually work with defending. So I'm going to be interested to see if Southeast Asia are actually in the same regard. Like, do they challenge a bit more for mid? Do they try and take that control away? Because it's pretty hard to actually hold on to as a defensive side. But when you have a player like you, for example, who likes to go on these dirty little flanks and likes to try and sneak in from behind, is that going to be a problem for them? Because on an A site take, for example, if you're going to always have someone flanking, then the defense aren't going to be able to get in through short. If it's on the defensive side, is he going to be taking that big risk? Is he going to be playing through mid and potentially being caught out by some of the players on the other side? So I'm intrigued with how they're actually going to play this one. I also wonder what sort of agent comp we're going to see coming in, because again, with Ascent, I think there's a lot up for debate at the moment, like whether or not you're bringing in the likes of a Breach, for example, to get you more aggressive flashbangs in, because from what we've seen so far, although Phoenix is a very popular choice on this map, I don't actually think it's been too successful so far for the side that's actually been choosing it.
No, I think when you mentioned agent compositions, that's an interesting thing to note about Heeb. Like, he didn't have a good game on Phoenix. We've got that. But I guess the more interesting thing is that out of the games that we've seen so far, his KD and his kills per round were the worst on Phoenix in comparison to when he played Jet on Bind, and also Omen on a couple of games on Haven 2, right? So, on Split, sorry. So this is actually, it must have been Haven, yeah. So he's a player that's switching around on 3 various agents and having more success getting more frags on Omen than he is on Phoenix. So Ascent being this map choice, I would expect to see he move over to the Jet. And I think with that, he'll be able to contest Alert a little bit more. Maybe if he's not, he might not be using the operator in some case, which I think is personally fine. But like he needs to sort of have that bit more of a presence there and just be irritating. I think Phoenix isn't also a bad pick on a Sid by any stretch either. Like I think Hip from Ninjas in Pajamas did a really good job of it in the Allied Esports tournament that happened recently, the other Ignition event. Like it's just being a presence, and he would always go to the B site and just flash around the corner. It would make the defenders think that they that the Ninjas in Pajamas, when they're attacking, were pushing onto that site, and we'll see that time and time again. And I'll try and do my best to point it out as it happens, but that's like the win condition for the attacking team, is to just really make it not easy for these teams. Like if the defenders have to rotate, they either have to do it delayed or late because they weren't aware of the execute happening on the other side, or that they die in the process, really, or are just not involved in any of those engagements, right? So that's really the key thing. Hopefully we're going into games soon, because we're still sort of waiting for stuff to go in. We are just waffling at this point. We're just waiting for the stuff to go in, but like that's important for only one word, because I think strategically they look better than Sharper Esports, but Sharper Esports just have nuttier aim.
Well, yeah, that's the real worry for me. Like, especially with how open, for example, mid is on this map. I think there's a lot of space for Alert to be a nuisance again, and this is one of the maps as well where I think that a lot of the time the updraft and the dash are so integral, especially when getting into that B site, as just a distraction point. And the worry for me is that I feel like there's not been a lot of teams that have really proven a really good way to defend this map. Like, I think there's aspects of just holding a deep B a lot of the time, and then maybe having an Omen for the paranoia. Then you've got to choose where you actually place your Cypher, which again, I think a lot of teams lean towards that A site, because it's more sort of slim choke points and then a lot of open spaces that you can use the cages and use those tripwires to deny. But again, it's definitely up for debate, like what sort of agents you should be playing. I think because it is that sort of newer map, or like really is newer at this point because it's been around for quite a while. But I think that there's still openness to change. I am actually a big fan of a Breach on this map as well. Like I enjoyed when we got to see Scream pick it up a little bit more. I think he was able to do a lot with the fault lines, and I was quite impressed. I was a bit sad when he went back to his more aim Julie type of character, but I can definitely understand why we saw that, because it Scream and the man will headshot anybody from a mile away. But I wonder just how strategically they're going to set up within the comps, or maybe if we are going to see a bit more of a free-for-all for Sharper, because that's the other thing that we really don't know. We don't know how comfortable they are on this map at all. Like, as said, up until this point, all the maps have been random. We saw them play Split twice and Haven once during the group stages. Of course, Split was very much hit and miss. They absolutely smashed AHQ and then lost to Morph, which was a huge surprise. Their Haven game was pretty clean, but the last one was definitely a little bit messier, I guess you could say. So it's one of those situations where you kind of look at it and go, are they going to be comfortable playing this map? And if not, are they just going to try and basically use their individual skill again to get them over the line?
Still waiting. I think we have some technical issues with some of the players, hence why it's taking a little bit of a while to get into round. I think what's interesting when looking at some of the results, I suppose, too, is that Bind has only been played once by only one word, and Bind is very execute heavy. I'd say the same as like Ascent. They're very similar in that style, or at least more similar than to Split or to Haven, at least. The one map that they lost was to 5, to be fair. And I did want to ask you, seeing as we're only casting the first 2 of the quarterfinals, who you expect, like we're going to be checking out Thailand Attitude later, Attack All Round, Boom Esports versus Team SMG. If you were to guess what the final was going to be, who do you think it would be?
Just because of the way the bracket was going, I could see, I think Fives has definitely been the team that impressed pretty most throughout. So I think that they're going to get through on one side of the bracket.
I'd say Attack All Round.
In a sense, yes, but I was also impressed by Team SMG. Like they definitely seem to have maybe a few issues later when they lost to Thailand Attack. So and maybe I'd go in that match, but I genuinely think that match could decide who actually gets to the final, which is kind of brutal the way that that's actually a quarterfinal game, because obviously Attack All Round had that sort of weird match where they ended up losing because of because they weren't there on time. So I guess it would just be between who wins out of a tackle round and Thailand Attitude, which, although Thailand Attitude definitely had a slow start to the tournament, their last 2 matches look pretty clean. So I guess I can't really... I can't split those two. I guess if I had to pick one, just because a tackle round technically haven't actually lost a match, I'd give it to them. But it really could go either way.
It's weird how that sort of like, I feel like made a dent to their reputation, I feel, for this tournament too, because if they were 3-0 in their groups, they should be really, because they did win their head-to-head with MRTV to decide who would go through playoffs. The reason why we talk about that, in case you didn't know, is that a tackle round in their groups were late to their first game to check in.
Yeah.
So they were immediately disqualified for one of the games, which meant that them qualifying was a bit more up in the air, but they still dominated all of the games that they played in. And they only had to play 2 because Kilo is Dead was also in their group, and they were forfeited completely from the tournament. So hopefully we get into games soon. I'm itching to check out the rest of this series as well. But it does just give us a good opportunity to like have
been told 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
We've been told 2 minutes.
So
that might be a little bit more than 2 minutes for the stream, because obviously we are slightly in the past, for anybody wondering. Of course, I do agree with Rubino Wits. It was me who intentionally caused these technical issues because I wanted to talk more, because I do love the sound of my own voice and love waffling as much as humanly possible and not casting the game.
I'm not going to lie. When I hear other casters say that, it tilts me off the face of the earth. Like, it's just such an annoying thing to say. Like, obviously, it's not up to us. And it's great that, technology standard, it's great for us to just sort of sit in the comfort of our own homes. Granted, it is very early for Friday morning, but especially for like me in the UK at least. But like being able to sort of watch these games from a different region of the world is pretty fun, and hopefully you guys are enjoying it as well. It's a region that we don't really get to see all that much, and doesn't in any game doesn't really get that much appraisal.
Ryan's voice.
Constantly
I don't know. I like listening to it. Pronounce your name correctly next time. How do I pronounce it? What did I say wrong? Rubino Whites? Wit 7?
Rubino
Is
Whites.
the 7 part of it, maybe? I'm not sure. But yeah, Ryan does have a very nice voice. Not too sure about the beard, but we can work on that.
I shaved it yesterday. Oh, it was bad for the Pulse one. Like literally, like it was a mistake for me to highlight the words in chat beard. Because I was so like, I wouldn't know what people say, and it was just like, oh my god, what's wrong with it? And it's like, oh, right, okay. To be fair, it's been very difficult to get a haircut and a beard cut nowadays, but at least things are looking a little bit easier on that front. But in regards to seeing this, we have to sort of fill for time for this technical problem.
His last name is 7.
Apologize for it. That's the thing that you missed. Like, I want to have a look at some of the individual players in this, because I do feel like in a lot of esports for this region, for teams that do get a lot more noticed on the global stage, it never tends to be a full team, but more individual players. If you were picking up a global team and you wanted to select some of the players from this region, who would you go for? Like, you look at Kugarad being the top of like the impact that he's had as an agent. It's difficult to really sort of give it credit. Actually, no, we could just drop this whole like moot point at all, because we are now into game. We don't need to make like...
Cast to start game. Let's go. Did you press the button, Ryan?
I did, yeah, because it's all up to me, and I'm gonna like just irritate myself when it comes to this. But speaking of irritation, this is what the attacking team need to do. It's something that I keep drilling home about, but that's because it is so important that we see this kind of map presence coming out of both teams. We can have a little bit of a look at the compositions to see if there's any major differences, but looking to be pretty much the same. At least the Jet is out on the side of only one word, so he has moved over, but could have moved over to, not the Omen, because you is still playing it. So I imagine he's going to be the Jet.
Yeah, the Omen's going to have to be so good within this match as well, just because that is the only flashes that they currently have. Like that's not something you see too often. As said, Phoenix, even Breach comes in on this map because of the ability to flash. Aggressive push in from Heeb. It's not been the best start. He distracts things for his team, though, as Jeff and you combine to give themselves the site. It is going to be a nigh on impossible retake at this point. At least they've got the Omen with Paranoia available, but realistically in an afterplant position, they're going to have to hit some pretty tasty shots if they're going to be able to get back into this round.
And I got so much ground to recover and break apart. They've at least spotted one. The Omen is paranoid through sight. It does catch a couple plays, but it doesn't catch Darkest, who is at least keeping an eye. But Jeff Van is also anchoring onto this site. It's just the Cypher now on this defense. It's up to Not to clear on, and Jeff picks up another 4K. He had one on Haven, but unfortunately he didn't win that round. He at least makes sure that only one word start off with the win.
Yeah, and of course, it does mean that the defensive side was actually picked by Sharper. Now, we've seen some sort of disparity between EU and NA, with like the one being like relatively defensive, the other being relatively offensive in the way that the rounds go. So I do wonder how it's going to go in Asia. Maybe they can swing the tide at least a little bit, although we do have, of course, the Chinese, the Koreans missing, who I do think are going to take up a big part.
Japan as well.
Chunk. And Japan, yeah, of course. I forget Japan. Big chunk of what we're going to see from Asia, but I'm hoping that we do see some of the, I guess, smaller nations within Asia able to put up some pretty tasty teams as well.
With both teams both smoked the same spot on A short, I'm surprised that neither team. It's always funny. It's just the fact that it cut to it, just shot the kill, and then immediately cut back. Like, oh, meanwhile on B site, buff. Now back to the main show. And this is the main sort of push that we're seeing out of the attackers, at least. It's crazy that Phantom is already in the hands of you. And they have a lot of control on mid, but like I said before, it's pretty much moot if they can't turn that into areas of the map that they can also control. Korsai has at least upgraded the gun from the shorty kill and is keeping an eye on B long. It doesn't even matter if he dies in this case, really, because he's going to be the canary in the coal mine. He's already got a frag, so it would be a trade at the end of the day. And right now, Sharp Esports are expecting it. He at least backs off, but can't get too much more. The rotation is super far away, it's as we keep saying, so this execute has to come in thick and fast. The smokes are coming in across, and at least Chinese dies in the process. That's a really good paranoia, but it doesn't quite spot Jeff, who actually hunkers down into the smoke. He's now trying to find the Cypher on the enemy team and get this frag, and yes, he can, narrowly. Sharp Esports did put a bit of a dent in at least, but unfortunately, other than getting that kill onto Heeb, couldn't do much more.
Already a 2-0 start. Yeah, as you sort of mentioned, it's a position where realistically that should have been quite a clean round. I think it just skewed a tiny bit by the fact that, well, we did get that opening kill coming up for Corso. This is where things will get a little bit tougher, though. As I mentioned in the last game, these rounds are what we consider more of a bonus round for the attack inside. Like, this is their chance to really build up some finances. If they can steal some guns away, that would also be fantastic.
Definitely a lean-in from the attack. The spike is there too, which shows that that's the side that they want to end on. And not seeing the smokes come in, which were pretty perfectly placed, actually. I'm going to have to learn that lineup. Jeff has been really good on this Cypher. Maybe we should expect more from him. He had a decent shot in Haven, but he could be pushing beyond. And this is really passive control from Not. He just let all of this go, and there wasn't even any utility or tripwise really set up. All broken down and Heeb. This is what we wanted to see more of. We're starting to see it come to fruition at least. TKCC, though, wasn't sure which way to look, and now Sharper Esports have brought this back to be a little bit closer. Jeff under the box as his position given away, and it's an easy wall bang for Cheney's, who's now been able to pick up a couple of kills. Now just up to you. Yes, you. Who's behind Corsoy? I thought they were on the same team for a second. What is he doing?
Maybe he did as well. I will say we might have to do a little bit of a countdown, as I think that mine might have slightly desynced. So I'm just gonna refresh my page, and then you can do some counting. Yeah, I think we're good. We are good.
Great. Production at its finest. I mean, everybody knows that I've tried to watch like a Netflix or a YouTube or just any film online, how it can be difficult to sync up. It's the same sort of thing.
How's he already got a kill?
See, TKCC was like the first real impactful death on the side of only one word in that last round. And one of the reasons why I feel that they lost out, because of his almost like undisciplined approach to holding on to, I want to call it a ramp. It's not tree, it's the area behind it where the glass door is. In any case, though, that's a position that Not is holding on to a bit more aggressively, I suppose, as a nice little off angle, but is very much open if anybody pushes on A long, but luckily nobody's there. And the camera's there to protect him if he needs to have a double check of there in case. But this is what I mean about mid control. This could be a real thorn in the side. You can see Alert is keeping an eye on it at least, and isn't really going to engage on it too much. But there could be a nice little pincer coming out now from Sharper even, as they started to just constrict a little.
Oh, that is really bold coming in from you. Like, the peak comes out. Beta, sorry, it was actually Beta, just tried to TP behind all of them. That was incredibly risky. I don't think that was ever really going to work in a professional match. Not at least able to find one on the defense of this A site. And they are still going to be into a 2 versus 2 situation. Not a bad spot for them, especially with how fast this rotate's actually going to be. They might be able to catch a few players within transition, and they do. Yu's head is taken clean off. It's left all onto Heeb. Now, he's been much better in the start of this one. They're actually going to bring one back. I like that. It's a risk that they didn't really need because they're already in a 2 versus 1, but it's a position where this just confirms the round. Like, the chances for Heeb to now take this are slim to none. You can see his teammates just pinging the spike to give information about where he needs to spam. The lineup is there, and he's going to find the kill onto Corsoy. Back into a 1 versus 2. They're diffusing once again, and he's going to get the second kill. Chinese does manage to kill him off, and he should just about have enough time. It's going to be very close once again.
Half a second.
0.3.
That was interesting from Sharper to... I could understand trying to touch the spike, but it's not as if that smoke's going to last forever. So the fact that 2 people died within the 7 seconds that smoke was there, interesting from Sharper. But regardless, it does bring them even on score, and it does mean that it's a haphazard buy from only one word, which is why the Resurrect was so good at a Corsoy. Like, it's just like, by the time that he needs to have an impact with the Res again, it will be at an appropriate time. So not only has this got the teams even on score, it's broken the economy of only one word that Sharper should, in inverted commas, should be able to take this round with very little resistance from the attackers. Should.
They do have multiple ultimates, and they've already popped the Blade Storm. And as I said, Heber's had a much better start to this match, making that clutch very close. If he can make this one costly, that wouldn't be bad, but he's not going to check the angle properly. Too easy for Bait to get the first, second, and well, he might get cleared out, but he has Alert to support him as well. It's already going to be a relatively clean round, but Darkis, well, we've already seen what he can do. It came in at the end. That's unlucky. Timing for Alert couldn't be better, and I do like how confident he is with a lot of his peaks. It could easily go back the wrong way if he is caught out a couple of times, but it just doesn't seem to happen very often. Sharper, 3-2, 4 players survive, so a nice boost to their economy. And for the attack, this is where now things will get interesting once again.
And it's just smart play from Sharper. Like, Not was always finding himself in precarious fights on that area of the map on A short. That Beta's positioning there was clearly something that only one word weren't expecting. Omen's always going to be able to be good at that. He can always just peek to go for intel and then paranoia straight afterwards. So I like the fact that they've put the Omen on this part of the map. And you see in where the Cypher's playing, the tripwires, all of the cameras, all set just to make sure that they don't give only one word all that space like they did last time. They don't need to be keeping an eye on this. This is what I don't like. The camera's taken down, but they have 2 players watching this. Now, I imagine the Silver, after the recon bolt goes through, is going to back off a little bit and try and hold on to the B site, but they need to hold this much more passively, because if the Cypher dies here or the Silver dies here, it's just an open door for only one word to just clump their way onto either site, I feel, at this point. Like, the Cypher's asking for it at this point, so it's wise for him to see him back out a little.
Still a minute to play with. I do quite like how only one word again. They're showing themselves on one portion of the map and then rotating back to another. They're trying to bait Sharper into maybe being a little bit more proactive on mid, and it has somewhat worked. They've now got 2 players able to sort of hold a crossfire in that angle. The problem is, again, this man Alert, he's so annoying to play against. He's going to get away with 2 and then dash back to the site. He has just ruined any plans they had.
Paranoia.
The take is now going to be tough. The paranoia will leave him blind for the moment, and actually Yu does eventually kill him off. but surely at this point it's too little too late. They do have a res, which they're going to pop, but Beta might just try and make a play through the edge. In fact, instead, it's Corsoy, and it's left all onto Darkis. He's not going to get the triple spray down this time. But again, Ryan, Alert, he's just a monster.
He is just an intel grabber. Like, I feel bad for Not because he's deciphered. He's like, I'm going to be the one grabbing all of this intel. And Alert's just like, I'm going to be the bot, but I'm going to be the good bot. I'm going to be the one that gets everything. And we pointed out, like, he had 8 first bloods in the first map on Haven. He's probably going to have something similar there. Already top fragging on his team alongside Corsoy, who also got a couple of frags. Beta as well as being able to add to his tally. This has been much better from Sharper Esports on an individual level. And you did bring up only one word, they're showing themselves in different areas, but the issue is they're doing it all together. If you're Sharper and you see one player, you can go, they're all over here. And that's the problem now. Hebus tried to add a bit of presence onto B, but immediately picked off by Alert, who swapped over from the A site to the B site. So this is really difficult for only one word, who are full bought, by the way, to actually make any presence known. You've got the Omen that's pushed a little bit further on short. Luckily, though, TKCC does get the frag onto Beta to pushed a bit too overzealously. Now the Neural Theft is going to show where the defenders are. And there is a From the Shadows available that they could move over to the B site, which I think is what they're looking to do now that they know that that rotation has come in.
I think they might be a little bit confused with their A setup. Because they didn't actually spot the Cypher a second time. Alert again. Like, he is everywhere. He is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. They're hunting this man down and they just can't seem to deal with him. And already, by the time any sort of push actually looks to come in, it's a problem.
Don't do it again, you.
Kill,
don't do it again. Don't leave it. But the fact is that you have these attackers. They should be pushing onto the B side at this point. They should be at least doing something, at least baiting around. There's only 20 seconds left. This is a good teleport as well to at least pull the defenders away from the choke and onto the site. Unfortunately, though, Corsoy has just got a nice little off angle. Is traded, and it's a nice neat 2 versus 2. The spike needs to be planted on the wallbang. Is really good from Cheney's. The recon bot must have shown off a little bit of information, and you need to get this plant in. Both the shock darts have been used, but this is going to be a flank that goes across even before the spike can get planted. Cheney's was the saving grace there, but really for only one word, you was the only one that made that play happen, and that was after he got the kill onto Alert, which was still like a minute and 10 seconds into the round.
That was so sick though. Like it's very easy to forget how wall bangable that little position is, and just to completely ruin their day by denying the plant and basically making that 1v2 impossible. So great work there. Of course, now that's Sharper 5-2 in the lead. Now you have to bear in mind again, this is now their opponent's map choice. We gave only one word the benefit of the doubt, that they maybe just didn't quite have the game they wanted to on Haven. But we're yet to really see too much from them. Again, we're going to see them try and brute force their way into the site. Not will at least get one. And TKCC has made things interesting here. He's caught one with the Hunter's Fury, but Cheney's again looking to be that saving grace. Even the Blade Storm going to be popped and used to try and blast over the top of the wall. But it doesn't find anything this time.
Shock darts are being rained from hell. I don't think I'm going to quite catch all that much. But yet again, it's these awkward executes from only one word, where they have to pick up the spike and get it planted at the same time. This is overzealous from TKCC. I like the idea, but it was a bit too much. Corsoy again picking up a little 2k. Has been really the anchor of this team, and it's been really difficult for only one word to get only one more round at this point, really. You could tell how excited they are, and it feels that Sharper Esports played Haven a bit too close to the touch, it feels. But this, on a map like this, it's nice to see them use their brains a little bit more instead of relying on their aim. And they're running away with this now to an extent. This is only one word's map pick.
Yeah, I think obviously the last round a little bit more forgivable. As you said, I quite like their attempts to get aggressive into the latter stages of that round, because obviously in a 2 versus 3, you're at a disadvantage. You need to make a play. You need to take a risk, and unfortunately this time the risk doesn't pay off.
It would have worked if he ran into 2 people. Like if it was a 1v1, I think he would have had it. But
yeah, exactly.
He faced 2 people. That was just going to be GG from there.
Already, Darkest lurking out into the smoke. Alert is... I think he's going to beat it. I think he's going to get more than 8 openers. It just depends how long this game actually goes. Because if it continues in this fashion, I don't think there's anything they can do. And we spoke about Hebe. He has not been able to compete with this man. Already a 2-man advantage for the defensive side. They're also struggling to clear the back of the site, and they just give so much time for rotations to actually come in.
You people are watching, not you the player, you as in you. Let us know in chat how many first bloods you think that Alert is going to be getting at the end of this game. Winner gets absolutely nothing, but curious to see how much of an impact this player is going to have generally. And TKCC has also had some good spots at least, but at least has opened it up to a 3 versus 3. But even in these even score lines, the advantage always seems to be Shaper, and Beta's just proven that a little bit with his flank. 30 seconds left on the clock. Sharper have been burning this wick down for only one word. That I think from here on out, only one word when they have to really like clutch or kick to get the spike planted, that's where they make the most mistakes.
Oh, even the spam through from Corso is going to give him a freebie. It's left all onto you, and there is nothing he can do. Corso as well in these retakes has been phenomenal. He always seems to be getting some sort of multi-frag. I actually am starting to think that the issue for only one word is actually just they're too passive. Like, they get 2 kills on that A side, right? Now, the chance, like, after being 2 men down, chances are from that point, 1 player max, I would say. Like, you're not going to have a 4 or 5 man stack at that point of the round.
No.
But they don't pull the trigger. They just sit there. They wait. And I think that just gives too much time for Sharper to just surround them. I like the play from Beta to just hold in on the flank. But I think that they have almost the opposite problem that Sharper have, which is Sharper like to just dedicate themselves too much. Whereas only one word, I don't think they just have that ability to make the call to go. They're too hesitant, and it's showing.
Or the player to make a play. Like, I think when you look at Jets and Phoenixes, you expect them to be like the 10s of Wardell. Like, if they don't frag out, they're not doing anything. I don't think that's the case for Hebe. He has been playing a little bit of Omen. But look, again, Omen is in the same position. He's crouched under the smoke, and Hebe can at least have an opening. The important thing is that Beta, well, wasn't going to trade, but still manages to get the kill onto Jeff just by spraying through. I think he didn't have much intel. And this is a much better execute. The wall's also good to maintain control onto A short and the tree part of the map at least. I think it has been hopped over. So Darkest needs to be careful. He thinks that he has all of this space still under control, but now it's opening up and the smoke is going to pretty much alienate him from the fight. It's just up to Hebe on the site, it seems, to get these frags, and he's looking in one direction to be pushed from the other. He's traded out, and Beta yet again is wrapping around, gets the frag, and the final kill. It was all from that smoke, from Beta. He put that smoke down on A, made it force Darkest to play out. And he doesn't need to worry about that angle. Forces all the players onto the site, and he could just clean sweep them all in a nice, easy 4K. The mechanical skill of this team is really coming to fruition, but it's the team play, the coordination, game sense, the Sharper eSports, and now firing on all cylinders. This is really good from them. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's a little bit disappointing to me is something you see classically in other FPS games, is that when you have a round where you're eco, or you have pistols, or you have maybe a mix buy and you're saving for the next round, that's where you see teams take big risks. And that's what only one word did in this round. They quickly rush towards short. Now they get an after plant position with pretty much the same in terms of a 4 versus 4. We're not going to see that in this round. I can almost guarantee it. Oh, that's a lot of damage. It doesn't really matter too much because they do have the Sage. But what I mean is, like, they're not going for these faster plays in rounds where they have weaponry, because they don't want to almost waste the weaponry. I think they need to, because that's how they're actually getting the most done in these pistol rounds.
I feel like we're watching a Quentin Tarantino film now with how this is sort of come in. It's like a music video, like a frag movie. I think we are watching multiple perspectives at once. This is the kill feed. This is the clean feed. This isn't us. There we go. It's gone now. That was a very stylistic round, at least for like
we needed crawling in, like just playing in the background.
Nah, you need some music from like Baby Driver or something. Just some like disco, like da 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 da. It was just so out of place, but it made a relatively straightforward round. Very stylistic and. Yeah, or maybe let the bodies hit the floor if you're making a frag movie. Yeah, that would.
Yeah, that's true.
But speaking of the bodies, it's only one word that are hitting the ground hard. Could be a 10-2 half for Sharper eSports if they win this round. Only one word have the more ultimates. But it's whether they use them, whether they find a reason to use them. I don't even think this has necessarily been the alert show the last few rounds as well. It's just been the team knows what they're doing, and only one word, considering this was their map pick. Look a bit clueless attacking on this round, to be honest.
I like this though. It's a bit of a faster play. Again,
Oh, the
it comes off
boost!
The back of some weaker purchases. The boost though, it still hasn't been spotted, and Corsoy is going to get away with 2, and he's still alive. And it even has teammates now to support him. We talk about how they're just so individually sound, and again, it seems like at any moment, any member of this team can step up. They're going to peak this together. That is one of the most dominant halves we've seen in a while. I didn't expect to see this, especially not in the playoffs. And Sharper have come in and, well, we talk about how we don't know what to expect from different teams on different maps. Only one word went into this as our favorites because it was their choice, and they pulled the last one really, really close. I wonder if from now on, Sharper might even start picking a Sam.
I think a lot of people just assume that it's so execute heavy, but think about the teams when it comes to individual talent that might not have the solid coordination and team communication. I think of G2. I don't know about you. They love to play Ascent. So maybe it's not quite on the same level as Bind when it comes to having everybody firing on all cylinders, but even then, only one word just looked a bit lost on that attack, and it showed. The scoreline was very dominant on the side of Sharper that now are going to be attacking themselves, and you could see already just the difference in nature. I mean, confidence is going to be on their side. They have the map advantage. They're all on pistol, so they can play a bit more like this forward-facing, but the way that it opens up frags, a few trades now and then, and we're in a 2 versus 1 at least. Not is on the site, hasn't taken any form of damage, and is wanted to find somewhere to put up his camera, apparently, or his hands out awkwardly. I think he's got his gun in hand, but look how passively only one way to play in this, though.
I do think at this point, it must be a slight...
I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna get you.
High five? High five? Anyone? Anyone?
Anyone?
It does. It looks mental. He's actually a really big Star Wars fan, and he just believes he could use the Force.
Force lightning, yeah.
Either that or maybe he's hoping they'll choke. Ah, there you go. Now we got the 4 jokes coming through. Either way, he is going to round the corner, and there his pistol appears. It is going to be Darkest to put it down. Thanks for the human knot, but it isn't going to happen this time. And, well, only one word. They at least give themselves that lifeline, I guess.
I love the fact that as soon as, like, the pistol came out, like, instantly... But this actually worked out quite well for only one word. Like, just that final kill from TKCC in the back out was enough. He'd got a couple of kills and wasn't traded at that point. But I think that was mostly down to the fact that you have not just kind of in an awkward spot where he couldn't follow through because he was on the site, he didn't have the spike. He was just trying to push aggressively to put a camera up, put a tripwire down. It didn't really matter too much, but couldn't really help or trade for his team all that much. But it means that only one word can at least start their uphill climb to making this a closer game at least. The Sage Wall has been used very early. And Sharper eSports, all they're doing is just chipping away at the wall. Heber's got a kill towards mid and immediately backed onto the B site. And Sharper eSports, this is what I wanted to see more about both teams, is just be irritating, make noise like this. It's brought the attention of the defenders and they're going to wrap around and go somewhere else. But the issue is that only one word have actually pushed super aggressively on mid.
Oh, it's got a little bit awkward for Alert, as I think he slightly missed what he was hoping for. Maybe expecting the site's a little bit cleaner than it is, and, well, Darkest will take those frags all day long. So, 10-4, still not a bad position for Sharper at all, as we do get into the first buy round. And, well, for the defense, I don't think they're going to be taking anywhere near as many risks as you might see in these sort of rounds. In fact, well, you can even look at it. They're actually going to go in with 4 rifles because I think they know as well as we do, they can't afford to lose this round.
There's no overzealousness. And we can pay a bit more mind, I suppose, to the defense now from only one word. They were considering stacking multiple people on the A side. Actually, they're going to be doing that. Just sat in the smoke and just going to probably peek out onto A long at the same time. They do that, see nothing. They might push for more information, in which case they run into a Cypher tripwire, which should alert the attackers that they're flanking. But this is good space control from Sharper eSports. It's forcing he pretty much out of the fight completely. He's back in his spawn. It's like he hasn't even moved since this round started. That's how much he's been taken out of the game, at least. And it's annoying space that Alert's been able to take. He hears the reload, so knows that there's somebody there. He's pinged him too. And nobody else really needs to be up there now. This is space for Sharper Esports to rotate in any which direction that they want. However, only one word have peeked into mid. All of the tripwires there haven't been tripped, so they know that it's going to be a B hit at least. They've got the Jet focusing on there. The smoke has gone in just to make this controlled. And yeah, only one word are expecting this to an extent, but they might not be expecting how quickly this is going to fire on through.
Oh, the timing of the reload couldn't be worse, and he is going to be able to capitalize. Now you talk about that rotation back.
Here we go again.
The one man with an SMG is going to be caught out. The frag movie begins for you. They knew it was coming. As he will drop multiple members. This is horrible. I really don't like this. They're going to try and peek in. They don't even know where he's disappeared to as he falls back into long. They're so busy trying to deal with you that the plant, in fact, won't be coming through, and he has just dominated this round. They don't even have time to fight it back at this point. So it will just be the weaponry getting saved. And while, in fact, Chinese isn't going to even be allowed that.
I think it's something with their picture by picture. I think it's a bit balked now. But what isn't balked is only one word's defense. They've won 3 on the bounce now. Another save having to come out of Sharper. I wouldn't be expecting this to go all the way to overtime, but the way that this is going, I can definitely start to see this game getting a lot closer than the 10-2 half would maybe suggest.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting to see if the operator will come in for alert, though, because I think that's where he had a lot of his success early in this game. Of course, on the attacking side, it might be a little bit more difficult depending on how aggressive this is. Already, though, we're going to see a lot of utility expended in to try and make a play in towards this B site. It is getting absolutely shut down. As of right now, they've achieved nothing and lost 3 members of their squad.
4. And Darkest adds another couple of kills. Beta can do a little bit of damage to Heap, who has been looking much better. More proactive, I think, on his defense than on attack. And the way that only one would have just been able to, like, seemingly immediately rotate onto a site as soon as it gets hit is pretty impressive. And it's one of the reasons why Heeb is now top fragging for his team instead of bottom fragging. It's the opposite for TKCC, who hasn't really had the same kind of impact, much like you, I suppose, to an extent. But nobody's catching up to Corsoy, who was an absolute anchor on the defense. But on the attack, I haven't seen too much. But then again, there's only been 2 rounds that we've seen so far on this attack that have been able to buy fully. Hunter's Fury does get dedicated very early on, I think, for the attacking team. And this could be a nice bait. It's brought only one word over to this site, a lot of utility being used, but this lurking Cypher on the A site suggests to me that there might be an opening over there if they're not careful. A lot of utility being forced out regardless by the defending team.
Yeah, they're still lurking outside of this B site with a little bit of presence in mid. And it is alert now on that operator. Now, this is exactly what I wanted to see. This man was able to do so much work, even in the last map as well, just being irritating, taking a lot of these fights. And in terms of individual skill, I think he's proven to be one of, if not the best player in the server, although it hasn't really needed to be necessarily in this map so far. Easy spot actually doesn't manage to connect the bullets, so it's going to be a little bit awkward, but of course he does have Corsoy close by to make sure he's nice and healthy for the next attempt.
Sharper Esports just need to sort of put their foot on the metal a little bit, because this rotation has not come in at all from only one word. This is a lot of space being taken by the attackers, and if the attackers can push towards defender spawn from mid, that's a real pain in the backside. But Darkest is still able to get this first frag. He's been really good on this A site. He's been given a lot of respect, and there's 2 people looking in his general direction, but they aren't expecting TKCC. And never mind, Darkest can still get a kill anyway. Beta at least makes some progress, but Jeff Fan out of the smoke says nothing personal kill, and shoots them in the back. 10-7 now for only one word.
Yeah, I think my question might slowly be getting answered. I'm guessing we're looking at a heavy defense-sided map for the Southeast Asia, as so far nothing's really worked too well for the attack. And the interesting thing there is at least in my eyes, they got way too much space on that B side. Like, to be able to wrap all the way around, have the market, and then have the operator holding, I think some of it just comes down to a few whiffed shots for alert, which hasn't been something I've really said too much throughout this game so far. But also, I think Darkest has just been someone who's done a very good job of surviving in Boathouse. And that's a position which can be relatively difficult to clear. Sure, you do have shot darts available, which maybe that would be a way to clear it, but by the time you have the chance to actually line any of those up, normally there should be someone on you.
Cheney's knew that the silver was there. He saw the top of the bow, of all things. Now the Aldron's going to give him away, and he's just going to poke his head over the top. Another Shiko from the side of Sharper, and this is a nice paranoia coming out of you, and Jeffan is able to hold things down at least. Well, it's a 4 versus 3, and the spike is going to be heading in this direction. It is going to be watched by the Cypher. He's going to hit his teleport if it comes out 2 from beta, and if not, the recon bot's probably going to show up too much. But actually, nice breakaway. He teleports to get the gun, actually, which is actually quite impressive of how he played that. Some of these Sharper esports might be in this a little bit more, but Sharper just aren't expecting only one word to be in these positions at all.
Oh dear, they're going to start to push in, not allow for that plant to come in, and he really has had a step up. A complete change of agent, and it seems to be a changed man altogether. And more importantly, for only one word, they are now grinding this back. It was a dominant first half for Sharper, but since then, I believe it's been 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's been all only one word. Because they've been winning these amount of rounds, their economy is going to be set pretty much for the rest of this game at this point. It is a buy from Sharper, though, at least. And I think it might even be like operators on the table, but you can even see Not doesn't have all of his tripwires. Oh, he might place... No, he's placed one. Never mind. It's a full buy. It's a full buy from Sharper, which is quite surprising. And that's exactly what Sharper needed. They needed the alert to pop off and get a first frag onto you. And this is a lot of control that they can take. This is because they were just aggressive on the A site. Jeff is wanted to trade in at least, but actually does get the kill onto alert. I think Korsai couldn't trade for him because he just backed into the smoke a little bit. That was super awkward from him. He's going to pick up the ult orb. He's going to at least resurrect alert. But that's a lot of expensive utility forced out from just a peak that shouldn't have really gone that well for Jeff, to be honest.
I think this is one of the first times we've actually seen an advantage come up early in these rounds. Paranoia expended from Beta, who's going to try and continue this split in. There was a gap around the edge of the smoke, but they managed to clear it again, though. Darkest, he's just always in the right place at the right time. He's come up with 2. He's now got TKCC with a double as well. And these 2 players have just held down this site like it was absolutely nothing. Only one word, are dominating.
And Sharper esports there, I think that was just a clear indication of what they're doing wrong. They're not really using utility at all. Beta just full-on ran onto the A site, wide-peeked into various angles, and was easily killed off by Darkest, and even TKCC was there just able to get a few frags onto A main too. So this is just really lackluster from Sharper esports. It's basically when alert isn't in the server all that much. Nobody else can seemingly use their utility to be aggressive to take a frag early. Both these teams are very passive in their approaches, and another save forced out. The score's looking to be tied up 10-all. From a 10-2 half is unacceptable from Sharper, to be honest.
Yeah, disappointing to see, and well, it was something we mentioned on the offense of Haven, that they were very reliant on alert, and to have him missing here has definitely been painful for the squad. It looks like they're going to go for a fast play through the dark cover. They managed to bypass at least one position, but they've lost so many. Sure, it might net them at least a plant, but they need to start doing it now as the rotation's already coming in for the remaining players. It's an extra bit of cash, but I think that's all they'll get as quickly the rotation comes in from Heeb. And we are going to have our scoreline equalized 10-10, 8 rounds in a row from only one word. And well, I definitely didn't expect this after what was such a good first half, but I guess this map's a lot more defense-sided than I thought it was.
At least for the way that these guys are playing it. Korsai, I don't think has got a frag since it feels like the half started. He was pretty much up there as we went into half-time, and he must have got at least 2 kills at most. Alert as well has been missing in action, really. And I feel that looking above these teams' defenses, only one words looks a lot better than Sharper's was.
Now we'll see if there's any life left in the tank of Sharper. We've actually got all 5 ultimates as well ready for only one word. So I guess if anything does go wrong, they've got so much that they can utilize to try and bring themselves back. Although we don't have any of the, like, I guess, really aggressive, offensive ultimates, except maybe this one. I think it's the only one that we have. Cheney's is just trying to dance with death, and unfortunately, he is not going to win. So again, it's going to be the start that Sharper just really weren't hoping for. They've lost one member of this squad, and, well, they don't have a res yet, at least, to bring anyone back.
And it was wise for only one word to use an ultimate that early, considering they have 5. Just using one ult in a round, I think, increases your chances of winning a round by a considerable margin. Of course, some ultimates are going to be more impactful than others, but you don't want to see only one word dedicating all of their ultimates, but just making sure that they don't hold on to them unnecessarily, even if it gets them a frag, is super useful. Vita's Paranoia is going to be pretty much in between the 2 players holding onto this site in a crossfire. The Cyber Cage of Paranoia is going to be used as a response, but the A site's been opened up completely. Knots wrapped around. This is really good from Sharper. You can at least get a frag onto there. But it's now 4 versus 3. The spike has to get planted, and now the Blade Storm dedicated. This is where I imagine we'll see a lot of ultimates from only one word.
Yep, one already utilized. The res seems unlikely. He actually gets away with quite a lot there, and Alert is able to trade one back. He'll use his own Blade Storm and at least give his teammate a chance. Now, Corsoy in defensive positions has been superb, but a triple here would be insane. He lurks on the edge of his wall, and it's not happening. TKCC will help continue the trend, the rise of only one word, as they are now 9 in a row.
And in the end, it only forced out 2 ultimates from only one word. Just forced out the res of 3. Sorry, it used a Blade Storm too, but I imagine money's not going to be good for Sharper Esports again. It's just a case of buy what you can. They can't just keep saving in some of these cases. Like, they've just got to fully go for it. But it does mean that if only one would win this next round, they are going to be pretty much bringing up Stingers and Sheriffs for match point, which isn't ideal, but because they've lost so many rounds in a row, they've at least got like bonus money when it comes to losing. It's maxed out, and it has been maxed out for 8 rounds, so shows what kind of an impact we've had there. These attacks from Sharper have just been so messy. They get a frag and then suddenly 2 of them die in whatever case. But his defense has been great. You see only one word there, pushing aggressively onto A, getting that intel that there's nobody really there. The Omen's there to lurk too. And those other 2 players that were on that A site rotating towards B because they got that early intel, and Sharper Esports and contesting for those areas of the map. So it's run of the mill for only one word. Shades can at least get the frag onto he, but Darkus is on this site, and he's been such a pain in the ass to take a kill out of. And TKCC is even added to it too.
Well, looks like they're actually going to go for the rotation all the way back. This is a solid call, as they haven't necessarily spotted everybody at the back just yet. They've got the from the shadows to take themselves all the way over, and this will give Beta at least a chance to clear out some of the portions of this backside. As I said, it's not really something that they've checked just yet, but now the rotation is going to be available. No ultimates for either side, so it is just going to come down to the pure firefight, which is where a lot of the time Sharp are at least winning in that first half.
The attackers need to play together. Both teams need to play together. They need to trade for each other, and it might just come into an absolute bar fight when it comes to this standoff. This is a bit of an overzealous play, but it works out perfectly. Oh, that could have gone. Even in rounds where Sharper looked to have the advantage, that still left my heart racing of like, oh, that could easily go wrong. If somebody was looking in that direction, that's an easy kill for only one word. But at least Sharper Esports get off the round after 8 rounds. 8 rounds in a row that only one words were able to sort of pick up. 9 rounds in a row, actually, never mind.
Yeah.
Sharper Esports able to bring it, but they only need to get 2 more. The issue is that economy for this round and the next one as we go towards the end of Ascent, the money for only one word is going to be perfectly fine.
That's the thing. Maybe that'll put the wind in their sails. A clutch situation. I really like that they play that together as well. It's not just one player rotating around. They both go just in case, so there's an option for a trade. Far more aggressive stance this time from you. Now, this is an angle that teams should check, especially when there's an Omen on the other side. It's just going to be whether or not there's a bit more of a face coming out from the Cypher to sort of distract them, and there will be.
Come on!
It's so well played! Yu's going to spray down 4. An incredible round from him, leaving just one man standing. And as said, it's something you have to check. Every single player, when that initial engagement began, looked to try and peek that one angle. He's going to ace it. Incredible stuff from you, and that will put them onto a 12th. Map point, a chance to take us to a 3rd to complete this best of 3, and Sharper have got to be kicking themselves.
It was really patient play, but I also think the Sharper eSports made that so easy for you. They made noise, there was clumping, there was steps and stuff, so you knew that there were multiple people there, and then suddenly it starts from, I think it was Not that just aggressively peeks around the corner to try and take the fight with the Cypher, and then it's easy for you to just line them up. Nobody's checking it clearly because the 4K came in pretty much instantly and no trade came in on you at all. Again, just unacceptable for Sharper eSports on this attack. They look like the mechanically gifted team in this matchup on Haven, but now they look absolutely clueless with how to attack this. They do have the ultimate advantage here, so at least this can bring it to overtime, which would be par for the course, at least with the Haven game. But Alert needs to pop off. He's not done that really so far on Ascent. This team needs him right now.
Oh, that was so awkward. He just almost shoulder peeking, gets caught with no gun in hand. Trying to dance his way out of that one, and well, you can only do that in very few situations. Beta is just waiting, but the timing actually looks away. He's still going to get one at least, and now the push comes in for the remaining players. They'll take the A site, no trouble. They've still got Alert lurking, but he loses the duel to you as well. So he's given them a way back into this round. As again, we're going to have to see a retake situation. The Hunter's Fury expended, and well, it
breaks
slows
the
them
door
down at least a little bit. But in fact, yeah, you're right. It's given them some space.
It's just a shot in the dark ultimate. That's a big loss. And it breaks the door too. You using the ultimate to get a lot of intel. Notice everybody's on the site. Definitely one where the smart they can wrap around here. Even got super aggressive by going A main, but they've smoked it just in case. They did this before and it worked out super well for them. Darkest is clearing on the site. Not as rotated around with the Sheriff actually. That's pretty major. He's able to get 2.
Oh!
And it's overtime now. Sharper have brought themselves back into it in the diciest of fights. Not who has been pretty lukewarm across the series. Gets 2 with the Sheriff. And again, I think that comes in from Heeb just dancing by himself at the, like he's unspawned with the knife out. It all comes from there, and Alert is at least having a bit more of a better game. But yet again, we're going into overtime between these two teams. This could be deadlocked for a while because both teams have looked pretty rough on attack. Only 2 rounds for either side when they have to push to get the spike in. So Sharper eSports start overtime at least with the defending advantage.
I don't even know anymore. I'll be honest. Like I get the whole like shoulder peek from him, but even when he spots someone, he's just like, I accept my fate. Just doesn't even bother switching to his gun. That was a really, really weird round, and I'm sure only one word. Well, we're in a similar position. Like again, they were in the advantage on Haven. They let it slip away. Sharper come back, and again, like okay, sure, they were very, very far down, but maybe got a little bit ahead of themselves, and have ended up letting this one slip away. And Sharper going into OT, well, it's anyone's game now. They've broken the trend. Again, if there's a multi-frag from this position, I might be done. Because
they've made so much noise as well. Jeff's just clumping around. The Cypher's in his camera. But again, he's going to be able to peek. Nobody's going to check him. He's let them all run through. So Not is able to get 1 at least. Nobody's around to even trade for him. He picks up a 2nd. Heber's at least on the site. The spike is in an awkward spot. There's players in front. There's players behind. Only one way they're going to struggle to get this plant in. And now it's only up to you. He's had to teleport all the way. Sprays awkward at least onto Not. The recon bolt is going to give away his position. He's going to get hopped down and chainy easy frag for him. If Sharper pull this back after all of this, I don't know what to say. Because that defense was scrappy. But yet again, it's crazy that only one word fought for the same trick that Sharper did. And it worked out so well for them. It's just I think it's getting to them a little bit, how close this game is, because there's some major mistakes coming out.
I think the thing that's really irritating for me is the fact that you obviously did that play a couple of rounds ago, and they're just like, well, they wouldn't do that to us, right? It's like, yes, they would. And they even smoke it. I think that's the most irritating thing, is that they clearly thought of it and then went, nah, probably not, right?
Yeah.
Like, no, yeah, but there is. Check it. You could literally just smoke to your left and just go and clear it, or use some shot darts, do something. There's so much you can do to clear that angle.
Or even just fire. Just fire around that area and it's going to spook him a little bit. Not even just peeks out into the sightline there of the jet. He could have easily got a frag there if he's not careful. And look at this. Yu is just taking all of this space too. Like, now there's going to be an A execute. Nobody's even there watching the site, so it's just the spray and pray from Yu coming in. The smoke is a good one at least, and Alert is opened up by getting the frag onto him over in tree. Chapter eSports, a good attack so far, but it is a 4v4.
Real opportunities for Sharper to close this one out. There is going to be the retake available to them. Corso just waiting patiently on the cross, and from defensive positions, that's where they've really shone through, and the defense needs someone to try and find an opener. No ultimates anymore. It's a quick trade to kick things off. They've spotted the players above. Alert will get one, but it's starting to fall apart. Darkus again, a triple kill to get them back into this and keep them in the match. It will be 13-13, and Sharper ever so close to finishing this off, but they can't quite stop this man.
So the first 2 rounds of overtime, both defending teams win. Strap yourselves in, folks. This might be a long one. And now it's only one word's turn to defend now. You had a crazy round before and is now top fragging in the server. Both servers not really having all that much impact. Surprising, I suppose. Things lining up nicely. This is pretty much all guns blazing, attack coming in from only one word. Want to give themselves match point at least. And I feel at this point it's theirs to lose. Even being at 10-2 halftime. It's hard to say who would be struggling with this loss more out of both teams. It's great that we've had 2 overtime games like this, though. We have a pause because there's probably a technical issue, and at least that happens now, not in the middle of a round.
2 minutes, we've been told, and then everything will be sorted out. It might just be a slight ping issue, like if it's spiked too high. So don't worry, guys. We have been given a time frame of how long this will likely be taking, although we're still going to be cutting back to our faces, which that was a surprise. You know, I was just planning on hiding my way out of this one. You know, I might be sitting in a weird way. Who knows what I could be doing? Like, I know that many casters that don't necessarily, that they're dressed for the top half upwards. So you never know. If I'd been standing there, the viewers could have got a horrific view that they never would have unseen.
It's a pretty down. It's much like this half, I suppose, for Sharper. It's disappointing in that case.
Wow.
But like, I'm quite impressed with how both teams have been able to sort of pull this back. And I'm also impressed with Heeb. Let me just do an impression of Heeb from the first game.
I can't see what you're doing.
I literally just went off camera. I just moved away,
okay.
So
okay.
I forget that
you're
you
being rude, basically. You're being rude.
It's a bit of BM, but he's been a lot better on the jet. I think like he's not been on the same level as Alert has been on the jet, but to be fair, even in this game, Alert has not been on the level of Alert in this game on the Scent. So like this has been very much open for other players to show up at least, and I think based on those kind of performances at this point, I think you're looking specifically at Corsoy. Like I'd be surprised. I'm rooting for Sharper to not rooting because I don't really mind who wins because whoever wins deserves to because it's been such a close game. But like with the way that Corsoy's been playing, I think Sharper should be taking this 2-0. But the fact that it's gone this far and now both teams are switching sides on who's defending after every single round, it really could go either way. Just one player needs to show up in the right situation, and they've done it.
Yeah, but I believe that they have said that the break might be a little bit longer than we expected, as player does have some PC problems. Of course, something that really we and the organizer themselves can't do too much about, as of course everybody is playing from home. It is not safe to do anything else just yet, or at least it seems. We have seen, I believe that there's a Korean tournament at the moment actually going on, or maybe it finished yesterday.
I think it finished 2 days ago, yeah.
Yeah, where they actually did play it online, but I believe that the Koreans definitely seem to be quite advanced when it comes to well, their strategies against the virus, and I have to respect that. I think that's something that a lot of places within Europe could definitely take a leaf from. I'm sorry, Reno. I know that I just want to waffle and I want you guys to see my face more, but I have broken it again. Like I've actually I flew over there. I unplugged a few things in this PC, then came right back. You know, didn't expect it. Even Ryan was surprised. He didn't even notice I was gone, which I will say is a little bit rude. But obviously, because we look fairly similar, you guys didn't even tell the difference. This is actually just two cams. He just stops talking after one and then continues on my side.
It's like a ventriloquist. This is why I'm like rotating side to side of my chair.
You're very talented.
We're like Five Nights at Freddy's. We're just animatronic and botting out. Not quite to the same level as Mitch and Banks bot out in Valorant, but close. And the only reason why I say that is because literally the first cast that they did, they were like, "Oh, you can tell that we're different casters because we're not bald." Like, "Oh, great, good job!" Like you made a bald joke. Like, but I didn't stoop to their level. In Mitch's case, it's a very low level, but you know that's kind of what happens in a lot of these cases. You've got to pick your fights when you choose them. And I also, to be fair, don't really know them that personally enough that I could just sit there and chat bang at them like that. But we are still waiting for this. Like, man, ball jokes are just not really that interesting, are they? Good job. We have very little hair.
I think you hear every single ball joke under the sun very, very early on. And then after that, anything people say are just like, "Oh, yeah, I've heard that one." I think I still remember I annoyed one of my friends to the point where he literally shouted in my face, "You're bald." And I just went, "Yeah, I know."
You irritate him so much.
Anything else? But I am. The thing is, I am an awful person when it comes to people who are my friends, and I think that's the case with many people. Though I think if you're nice to your friends, you're weird, at least in my eyes. But of course, for anybody wondering, we are not doing this just to boost our own egos. There is currently a technical pause going on as one of the players does need to try and fix his PC. Hopefully, he has some fantastic tech support available who will be able to fix all of that for him. But yeah, it's neck and neck, 13-13. Of course, if this second map does go the way of Sharper, then they make it through into the next stage of the playoffs. And well, after a bit of a shaky performance, I guess we could say, facing off against Morph, I wasn't really sure what to expect. The thing is, though, even still, like if they take this with 2 overtime matches, I don't think I'm going to be going into the next stage of the playoffs going, "Oh, yeah, they're the best team in the world. They're going to win this whole thing." I'll be like, okay, well, maybe if only one word had played a little bit better, they could have beaten them. And I don't see them necessarily as a favorite either. So it's definitely going to be interesting going forward.
And I'm still just sort of waiting. It looks like I'm frozen. I'm just recollecting my thoughts on such an intense game of Valorant, and the fact that we're still on these two teams after like 3.5 hours, I think we've been, or 2.5 hours we've been tussling with these teams. We're in a long series. Hopefully we get back into it eventually, but we still have plenty more Valorant to go. All of the quarterfinals are going to be here. Up next after this game, if it finishes now in a little bit, Fives versus AHQ Esports. What are your predictions for that? Because I'm pretty sure it's going to be a solid 2-0. I'm not too bothered if this game goes all of the distance, because I do think the quarterfinal that we're going to be casting after this, Tom, is going to be relatively one-sided. But I might be wrong. I've been wrong a lot with some of these teams.
Yeah, I think in the majority, like I do think later in the day, like the likes of Thailand Attitude versus Attack All Around could be pretty close. I think that would be an interesting match. I think the Boom versus SMG could be interesting, but I think I'd slightly give that over to Team SMG. I was really impressed with them so far. But yeah, in the game with Fives, unless AHQ really does have a step up, I imagine that that's going to be them taking it. But it looks like we've been cut off. We've been sent to music. We've been wrecked by the clean feed.
We
so
haven't.
I guess we'll be
I have
back in a couple
control
of
of
minutes.
this. It's the opposite of the Oscars. I can keep us on here. But yeah, we're going to go for a quick 2.5-minute break. We can go quickly get a drink of water or go to the toilet whilst this game still has to find its conclusion. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open, and I'm hoping that we're going to be going into this game very, very quickly because we have been teased, we've been played with, we've been left on 13-13, and I'll be honest, I just want to see the victory from one of these teams because that's the thing. It will be quite funny now if someone just wins the next 2 rounds and then we have basically waffled for 15 minutes and then gone straight back to a break again. But you know what? With how defensive both teams have been, this could literally go all day.
I'm very much conscious of the fact it could go all day. I don't mind it all that much, to be fair. I'm never going to complain. It's more actually the fact, I suppose, that if only one would win this and then we go to a third map, that could be another map's worth of like full overtime because these teams are pretty much neck and neck. For all the wrong reasons, I feel like one team dominates for a short stint and you go, okay, this team's going to win it. Then they switch sides and then the other team dominates a little bit harder. And it must be frustrating from Sharper eSports to be 10-2 up and now be wrestling in overtime like this. Especially when they're on like series point 2. They only need to win on Ascent and then they're done. Go through to the semi-finals, which are happening tomorrow. So like that is, something that they're going to be kicking themselves about, that it's gone this long. They're probably even more frustrated if the technical issue was on the side of only one word too. That they just have to sit and stew and try and remain warmed up because the mechanical skill is certainly there for their team. But
yeah,
it's going to take serious levels of mechanical skill to break through this defense for only one word because their defense has been fundamentally pretty stellar.
Okay, so I'm guessing what I've been told by our wonderful admins is that we are just waiting for the delay to catch up. So the game will have been started and we're just waiting for our feed to catch up with everything, of course. For competitive integrity, there has to be a little bit of a delay. Otherwise, people might, do naughty things. But yeah, we are just going to be waiting for that to catch up. So we should be getting into things relatively soon. At this point, it's very hard to actually say who we would be favoring. I think I'm still going to lean it over to Sharper, just because I think in the clutch moments, in the rounds where it counts, it seems like they step up, whereas only one word. I do start to question whether or not they crumble under pressure, because we saw it in the last map. Again, they were up in the lead, and then the last few rounds sort of slip away from them, and as it headed into OT. And it's happened again here. Again, they were very far down, showed good resilience to come back, but it's when it gets to the point of closing it out where they then crumbled to some pistols. And that's sort of situations that you just can't let happen if you are going to be winning a game, if you're going to be winning a tournament. And you have to remember there's a lot of money on the line here. There's a chance to be the team to win the Southeast Asia Ignition Series and basically start getting you noticed by maybe bigger organizations. For example, if you're in the case of Five, who recently lost theirs, this could be massive for them if they're able to basically build a name for themselves here. So this is a huge tournament for every team involved. And the other thing you have to remember as well, if your team performs poorly and then there's a team that doesn't have an organization that wins the whole tournament, your organization might start having second thoughts. Like, whoa, there's some greener grass over there. We might have to make a switch.
You're going to get 100 thieves.
Exactly.
No, but nobody wants that. But it's it's a region as well that I think are trying to sort of sit at the global table too. And I think in other esports, and I'm not an expert on League of Legends, for example, but I see a lot of these organizations mentioned in the same breath, and have done relatively well just across the Asia region. I mean, look at Fun Plus Phoenix, really. Like, they are now pretty much a household name when it comes to organizations in a region where even just a year ago, before Worlds of last year, or a little bit longer, because I think Worlds was about this time last year, generally the point is that you would have not really paid too much attention to Fun Plus Phoenix before they won Worlds. And this might be similar with some of these teams. Granted, China's a bigger region and there's going to be more talent to choose from there, but you get the point. It's very easy to overlook some of these teams. And I guess the fact that you saw some really awful plays from both these teams, let's be honest, it's very easy to go, this whole region as a whole just is not as mechanically good as NA and EU. I'd argue that they're behind, but I don't think that the woeful plays that we've seen from some of these players are indicative of the region as a whole, because there's some really good talents out there. A lot of these teams feel that they've been put together very recently for a tournament like this too, so I don't imagine it helps either when it comes to an overall look of the scene on a global stage like this one.
Well, I wonder if we still might have some tech issues, as this has been a very long 3 minutes, it seems. We are just going to have to waffle a little bit longer. The other thing as well is, even if you just consider individual players, like, for example, Zesby has been someone who I've been hugely impressed with. I guess you could put Alert within that bracket now of the way that he's actually played throughout this match. There are many players that, even in other FPS games, move away from necessarily their home region. Like, you talk about Gen G, the way that they picked up members from Asia in the past. Like, it's like Buntet, for example. Buntet's probably the prime example, moving into a North American team. So I'm sort of looking forward to see if that might be the case with some of these regions, like whether or not they maybe move over and join some of the other Asian teams. Maybe we see a link up with China. Again, that's quite a common thing with more sort of options when it comes to languages. But that's what I'm sort of hoping for, that even if we don't, like, obviously I'd love to see like a team come out of this region and just blow everyone away. But even if we just get like bits and pieces, again, like we see in the Baltics, for example, where as a core, it's very unlikely that you're going to get a full team, although we do currently have Penki, which I think is fantastic, from Lithuania. Even if you get a few players coming out of that region and managing to succeed in, say, CIS rosters or mixed in with some European rosters, that would be great, because I love seeing representation. Obviously, someone from the UK, I'm very happy with how Valorant has started, because UK esports is they're not always doing the best.
It's touchy, yeah. It's an awkward one for sure. But I think I'm going to take us to a quick break again whilst we sort of wait for this. We'll jump back when we can get into game, so apologies about the delay. We want to finish off this Ascent map just as much as you want to see it end, so we can move on to see what's next, either with a new quarterfinal or going to a third map. So we'll go for another quick break. With any luck, it's quick at least, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, nice.
Welcome back. We're in. We're back into the game at least. We're ready to finish off Ascent. Both these teams have been going pretty much toe-to-toe all this time as we're in the 27th round total. And I feel that we could see the longest overtime in existence. Not even including the big break that we just had with some technical issues.
Oh, they've spotted out one man at the back of the site as the push is going to come in. He does get himself the entry. Now, they've got to be careful as there is going to be a man waiting around that short control. But actually, the Ice Wall is going to come in and at least deny the push for a little bit. The plant is going to be put down. And, well, already it's looking pretty good for only one word as TKCC brings in another one. There's only 2 players standing for this defense. Sharper maybe caught off guard with how fast that push works from only one word. They've had a lot of time to prepare for that one. And for the defense now, I think this might be over.
Just as you say it, TKCC picks up the third one. I think Chapter eSports were caught sleeping a little bit. The site was hit near enough instantly, and only one word were able to capitalize off that. Now they need to defend, which is the bigger advantage for both the teams. So we could be going to a third map. After all of this overtime could be finishing very quickly. And you is actually overtaking Corso when it comes to frags as well. This would be a hell of a turnaround, going from 10-2 on the side of Sharper Esports to potentially 15-13. Sharper need to really pull this out of the bag. They've been not as exciting to watch on their attack. It's left a lot to be desired, to say the least. Heap, though, can easily be caught out aggressively as he's holding this off angle. But the thing about Sharper is that they haven't been checking a lot of these corners, and it's been easy pickings for only one word.
It's a risky play, and he's going to get away with it. Doesn't quite escape from Beta, though. So it is just going to be a 1-for-1. The tag will come through from the outer. Dark has already found another one.
The Sage is taken out. He's pushing on B, and that was really smart play, actually. They came out of Darkest. Both the Sages have been so pivotal. Just getting the frag, putting down the wall, making sure the B's in control, and it allows the Silver to at least keep control of mid. There's only 4 defenders alive. 2 of them are stacked on A, which is a bit of an odd one. These 3 defenders are looking to maybe still hit the B side, probably as soon as this wall breaks on its own naturally, but the Silver's still there. He has a lot to do, though. And if we don't see TKCC put under a bit more pressure, he's just going to have full run of the board at this point. The smokes are coming in. He's ready to sort of push on. He's pushing for the smoke, actually. Not's going to take him out. If they can clear the Sage, this is going to be a really easy plant coming out of Sharper. Turning this game around. It doesn't quite catch it, but they know roughly where he's going to be. The spray's good. Spike is going to get planted. This is going to be a really awkward retake for only one word.
It's looking like this was set in stone, but it's the classic OT special. You finally see a team win
Omens.
an attacking round. Is he going to check? This could be it, though. You has managed to bring this into a 2 versus 2, made it all possible. As already, they do get tagged by the camera. Makes things a little bit more interesting as they have to waste the time to actually clear it. The paranoia is going to leave Not completely blind, but they're both going to go, and he actually shoots at his teammate. That might have given away everything they needed. It's a whiff as well from Not, and we are going to be heading to a 3rd and final map. Only one word, take both the rounds after the restart, and while that means that it is going to have to be settled with a 3rd.
Went all the distance on both maps, and not just bottled it. There's no other way to describe it. He was shooting at his own teammates. He was in a blind panic, all from a really good paranoia. You saved that map, and he was pivotal throughout. We're going to see the stats in a second, which goes to show how impactful he was. I'm also curious, considering we were talking jokingly with Sharper running Riot, how many First Bloods Alert have. It was looking to be high, and then it just seemed to drop off considerably to the point that I think that somebody probably overtook him when it came to the amount of First Bloods that they have. And that is so important for this region. Whoever seems to get the first kill tends to follow up afterwards, and that was very much the case here, so we can have a look at it as we go in.
Hello with 6. It's actually he. So we mentioned him in the first map being relatively underwhelming. He ends up with 7 first blood, so definitely was doing work. One of the top fraggers alongside you, and we've mentioned him a couple of times. He was strong in the first map with his flanks, and there's something that I mentioned at the beginning of how he was able to get away with stuff. He had his ace, obviously playing from Wine, and I'll be honest, there were a lot of opportunities there, and for there are Sharper eSports, of course, in that last round, just letting that slip, playing more aggressive positions and just losing the duels. And well, because of that, they're going to have to try and take this on a third. And all that means is it really is anyone's game. We've seen both maps finish, I believe, exactly the same scoreline.
Very much so, and it's gonna be. I don't really know what map we're gonna go to, but I think the important thing to note is that it's going to be Sharper's map pick. So they still have the advantage going into this. It's either between Split and Bide, and I would assume that Split would be their choice based on them doing moderately okay on it. But I don't know what you think, Tom, when it comes to where Sharper are going to look the best on it, I guess.
I think it's really rough to choose at this point because, again, like for people who didn't know, within the group stage, the maps are random. So you don't actually know if it was their choice to go to Split. Now, they beat AHQ, who have also made it through to the playoffs on that Split game 13-6, but then they lost in a really weird match against Morph as well. So it's going to be a tough one. I'd like to see them play Split again, see if they can rectify their mistakes, and playing a full 30 rounds on that map will at least set them up nicely to fix any problems they had.
Got some highlights of one of the longest games in existence, if you include the break that we had. We're going to go for another break. We have the final map between these two teams, so be sure to stick around. I hope it's not such a long break like we just saw. With any luck, we're going to be going to Bind or Split after this. We'll see you in a few.
Here. Our flight carrier is killed.
I know exactly where.
Shot down. Enemy down.
Valorant Ignition series. It is a mouthful, and we're going to be getting into what has been a feast. It is Sharper Esports facing off against Only One Word. Both maps have been 15-13. Both maps have been taken by the person who chose it. And I guess that's probably a pretty good sign for Sharper, as going in as the #1 seed, they get to choose themselves the third and final map. And Ryan, they've chosen Bind.
I am muted, I realised. We can go straight into how these two teams are comparing now, and Yu has turned out to be a complete startler player in regards to what he's been able to do across the series of these two teams at least. I think the frags go over to Yu. He has the most across the board at least. You can have a quick check as I had it open. Oh, it was a second ago. I don't have it open anymore. That's a sad shame. Never mind. But yeah, this is a close one here. Heber's been doing some damage as well for you, but for Only One Word. But Yu is the one that's really starting to shine out. Alert. It says that he was playing the Sage, but he's been playing the Jet the whole time, but might switch over on Bind. It remains to be seen, but this is the interesting case, I suppose, because Jet isn't really played an awful lot on Bind, at least. So I wonder if Alert's going to be dedicating to that or not.
Yeah, I think a lot of players, unless they're like particularly dedicated to them themselves, will switch away. I think you see quite commonly a Raze being a little bit more viable. Now we have a little bit of data on this, and I really do mean a little bit, which is the fact that Only One Word have played a map of Bind already. They kind of struggled on the offensive side, losing 8-4. This was, of course, against 5, who we both kind of agreed have been one of our favorite teams so far in this tournament, like winning every single one of their maps. I think they were the only team to actually go 3-0 in the groups. Although technically, I guess you could say a tackle round went 2-0 because they did beat both teams in their group, but they had to wait for a tiebreaker after not turning up to the first one. But yeah, it's kind of, I don't know what to expect from that, because again, we haven't seen Fives play on maps that they've necessarily picked. So it's going to be one of those games where realistically they might be the best team in the tournament, or they might have just been a little bit lucky with some of the options that they got. But to win that one fairly dominantly, we now look over onto Only One Word and say, okay, what do you got? You get to choose your side, you get the defensive start, but is it going to be enough for you to take things home in a match that's been very, very close?
The Jets have moved over to playing Phoenix, and we have an Omen switching over to Brimstone, but other than that, it's been fairly standard. Both these teams playing very traditional compositions in a very traditional style. It's just been a case of who has the mechanical skill or just plays the smartest in a lot of these engagements. Recon Bolt thrown out a little bit early on the A site. It doesn't really catch all that much, to be honest. It does get broken, however. But this is stuff that at least the defenders can work with, and they're stacked on the right side at least. But this is super slow. Chinese is going to try and face and is immediately taken out and foster Paranoia. But that also forces Sharper to rotate all the way around onto the A site. They might not be expecting the Silver to still be here in lamps at least. So he might be able to get a frag as the Phoenix is about to face him.
Oh, that curveball was absolutely perfect. Alert had just left TKCC completely blind. Already into a 4 versus 4 with this retake now beginning. A lot harder to get this done in pistol rounds a lot of the time because you don't quite have the utility to actually break things down. Now they're going to clear the bathrooms, which means that they don't have to worry about their flank too much, but even further smokes being expended just to try and hold them out a little bit longer. They're going to have to make a play through. There goes the dark cover to at least get onto the spike. I like the push into it, but Corsoy actually goes down. Beta very quick to trade, however, and now the defenders, they're really struggling again to just get back into things where they bait them in with the peak. Alert into the one. Why is the headshot actually connected?
I don't know if he has time. All of that time wasted. Really good stuff from Sharper Esports. Only One Word. Their defense was pretty much impeachable, I suppose it would be, on their defensive ascent, certainly, but this might be a whole different ballgame. Sharper Esports played that super well. What I really like is with the rotation going towards A, that they still let Cheney's pretty much give up his life on B long, because it kept those players on that B site planted there because they were expecting the execute, and they used key utilities such as the Paranoia. So they Sharp Esports on the attack made a lot of noise. We're in hookah, clumped around a bit, scared the only one-word defenders on the B site, and then Chady's offered up his life to just sort of almost sell that they're executing onto the B site. They went over to A. The Silver was there. He was instantly killed pretty much by a perfectly placed curveball, as you mentioned. But now the stack is going to be on the A site. Everybody's going to be over there. And already you can start to see the Brimstone Beta is going to be making a lot of space on Sharper Esports. And they're going to quickly see with the Eldron that this site is pretty much barren.
Yeah, I think especially this is one reason why Sovas can be so valuable to the squad. Just the amount of information that you can gather just makes it so easy for them in this sort of case. And you can see they're still being very methodical, like spraying different angles, using a lot of utility. Obviously something that's not going to be too much of a cost for them. But yeah, very easy round, and now they've just got to make sure they don't give too much weaponry away. And this could allow for almost a perfect bonus round. Like, this is an opportunity for them to basically not lose any players, although I say that not is actually going to go down. However, the saving of an SMG, it might actually be a burden more than actually a help, because although it will give you that extra bonus when it comes to your own finances, in the next round, you might not invest into a rifle instead. They're starting to make things costly, though. That's the second player already down, leaving just freestanding. This was looking like it was going to be perfectly clean, and instead, it's become a little bit damaging for the offense.
And that's because Sharper Esports didn't have hookah control. Seems to be a lot of trades going through, and seems that bringing it down to a 2 versus 1 like this. The Silver still survives. TKCC isn't able to at least upgrade his gun, so there's still money that needs to be bought from only one word. So I can see some of the players still not being able to afford even just your full armor and your phantoms. Yeah, TKCC might be dedicating to just the Spectre at this point, just because of like how awkward the money was in that case. But you're right, super costly for Sharper Esports. They pushed onto the B site. They didn't have hookah control. It was a nice little anchor point, only one word. Could then use to just bully them on the site, right? So a lot of trades came in. And even though only one word is 0-2 down on this map, they've done what they seek to do, I suppose, on that second round.
The question will be, do they actually break back early? Because this is the round that they're expected to win, but we can sort of tell that there's going to be a lot more money invested into this one from the side of Sharper. And then, as I said, that can be a gift and a curse. It means that their bonus round has sort of disappeared, but at the same time, if they manage to win this round, I don't think they're really going to care that much.
This actually could be an A execute. You've got the Cypher lurking there too. And it's planted the defenders. They should be contesting for shower control, you know. That's a really good paranoia, but Alert is already close that distance. It's going to flash through the blaze. He's going to push it, but it forces out another smoke. I think Omen's out of them for the time being, and that Hot Hand is going to add a little bit of pressure if he's on that corner, but he isn't. The smoke is still going to last long enough that he can get out of there and even get a kill onto Alert just by spraying in the right spot. And because you... because you is using the Phantom, there is no, like, vapor trails of his shots. So they don't know where he's firing from, so they can't trade him through that smoke. Very clever play.
Now, they've managed to gain a lot of space onto this A site. There's still 2 players in the back lines, but it's going to be quite awkward duels. In fact, Jeff left almost in the open, and TKCC, well, he's then left in a 1 versus 3 situation. The remaining 2 players so far away that I almost want to say that this is worth a save for only one word. I'm not really sure how much they're realistically going to be able to do. A death, of course, does at least get them an orb, but I don't think it's worth all the weaponry they have.
Even the wall dedicated, that was unnecessary, feels. That's how, like, skittish I suppose they are on this defense. I can see Sharper Esports having another 10-2 half here. And then having it go to overtime when the other... It's basically Ascent, but instead of having the defending advantage, you have the attacking advantage. Like, both these teams just don't really seem to adapt their playstyle all that much. Maybe for a few strategies that get used. But the problem there, for only one word, is having 2 people die before the spike is planted on the A site. You had the trade happening on B long, but those 2 players on A that died, when they should be really sort of waiting and playing for the retake... One of the reasons why that was fairly easy for Sharper Esports to hold off a retake, because they weren't allowed to retake at that point. They didn't have the numbers nor the bodies to really come in and add a bit of damage into Sharper Esports, who pretty much were fine throughout, other than, of course, Alert, who died very early on.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Jeff's positioning there. I think it was far too open and too many angles that he could have been shot from. Yeah, I'll be interested. The thing I always wait for on Bind before I sort of start questioning how a team's going to do in a half is an operator. I think it makes especially the A site defense so much more dynamic. And we're going to see he's trying to make plays. This is the problem of having this Phoenix, at least in defensive positions. He doesn't really have a lot to be defensive. Like the curveballs can be used to slow things down. The blaze can basically block sections off, but players can of course just run through it. And then what? You got the hot hands, which might delay them for a few seconds. Nice paranoia once again. It's actually going to leave multiple players blind. I don't think Beta thought he would get caught by that, so he actually goes for a bit of a risky peek. There's still a fair amount invested into this round, but this is a really good job just with methodically clearing things out. They do still have to be careful because there is a player wrapping around from elbow, but they should have pretty decent idea of where these remaining players are going to be.
Omen's fired a little bit. Can't even peek through elbow because there's a wall and a smoke there. So only one word have been smothered here. Like, these retakes are going to be super difficult for them. And I think Sharper Esports know that. They're very much playing for the retake. And you're right, like, Heeb has a lot to deal with on his shoulders. And you've got to contest these areas of the map, sure. But where he died was way too over the mark at that point. You could see that all of the defenders died in a line too, so it was a lot of 1v1 engage. Well, X versus 1. It was just chipping away, taking only one word apart, piece by piece. And another successful execute and spike deployed for Sharper Esports that are playing this properly.
I don't know if you agree, but do you think that he might be better suited for a raise? I just feel like he would probably enjoy having more offensive utility rather than the ability to flash. Because I just don't seem like he looks comfortable on Phoenix, at least from what we've seen today. It could just be a bad day. But when he played Jet, he was so much more impactful. And sure, Jet, not really something we see too often unless it's like a mix or something like that. But at least on this map. But I feel like a raise could suit him.
I definitely agree. He's not done too much to show me that he's a out-of-world, like, Phoenix player. This is Sharper's map pick, so it makes sense why they look so comfortable and why only one word don't. But for Sharper Esports, it's not only having a good attack map, but also a good defending half too. They need that. They are going to be kicking themselves because Ascent went the way that it did, and they were 10-2 up and still lost. Like, whichever way you look at it, that's not good. TKCC's been caught out here before, and yet again by Beta when it comes to hookah control. And this is just straightforward. Yet again, like, all of these defenders can't trade for each other. You can see the blue X's on the minimap just spread across. Nobody can line up nicely to protect some of the kills coming in. So it's flawless, really. The two defenders are going to be saving yet again. Alert is around the corner, doesn't hear much, but I think he's going to run right into the Cypher on this corner, even flashes it. So even in a position like this is well across the site. Only one way to still be bullied over here.
Yeah, this is looking really rough. You can see the remaining members looking to try and hunt down all of these weapons. It's only currently a Bulldog remaining, and they will get every single kill. And this is just looking confident from Sharper. Of course, the last map wasn't their choice, and they still managed to basically bring it all the way to the end. Very, very close to closing out. I almost do wonder if the pause, the extended technical pause, might have thrown them off a little bit and given only one word the space to take the victory. The thing is, though, I'm kind of looking at this now and saying, okay, well, you have to slow them down. You have to at least get a few rounds on that defensive side. And I was going to ask, do you wonder if they'll switch the Cypher to the other side of the map, as B has been, well, pretty atrocious with how easy it's been for Sharper to get in, and it looks like, at least for now, they have.
An aggressive camera, though, where this utility gets placed is important. You just put all of your stuff in hookah aggressively. It's very easy for a defender to just stick their toe into hookah, clear all of the utility, or have it baited and used, and then rotate somewhere else. So, really, I want to see the Cypher continuing lamp control, but to be fair, Sharper Esports have mostly been just hitting these B executes. It's all on Heap. Like, he just has to show up more. Like, you can't really change stuff up. They have 3 people stacked over here, and even allowing the Aldra to just spot that he's there and then still not moving. all forms of utility can be used to uproot him here. And it's quite surprising to see him. That's a good peek, though. He peeks to see that there's nobody there and the rotation is going to come in towards A. But it's still leaving a lot of space for Beta here with the smokes, with the orbital strike, to just be an absolute pain to deal with. But they are going to be executing onto A. Full shower control for Not, who's just picked up his camera and wants to use it aggressively now. Sharper Esports are doing this super well. If we saw this more on Ascent, Tom, I think this would have been a clean win for them too.
On the full execution. That's why we do still see the Brimstone brought in by a fair few teams on this map. A lot of the time we've seen the switch to Omen, but allowing for so many smokes to go down at once just sets them up perfectly in after plants, even the cam being utilized. But as said, he's been fantastic throughout this series so far. He's already going to be getting one back. They know roughly where he is, but the pre-fire into the corner doesn't manage to clear him out, and he gets a second kill once again, stepping up for the side of only one word. With Darkest combining alongside him, they slowly make this retake happen, but the time is ticking away. The spam through the wall doing a lot of damage, and Not has had to reveal his position. He's going to go pushing through, and it's left all on Chinese. He does have the Hunter's Fury available to him, though. He's going to try and expend this ult just straight onto the spike. He kills off you, and now there isn't enough time. They're going to run in to finish him off, but ultimately the round is won.
Sharper Esports just at the bodies there. They did so well to delay it. It's crazy how it went from the shift of making sure that they don't die and try and get frags onto only one word to just trying to delay for as long as possible. And the Hunter's Fury was to just outplay there. The reason why that was so stressful for Sharper Esports is that they didn't have lamp control at all. In fact, they walled it off, which just pretty much gives it away to only one word to allow the retake. And if you're trying to push beyond this point, basically where Jeff's looking now, this area of the A site, you need to have like lamp control, otherwise you don't have a leg to stand on. And you saw a lot of aggressive utility being thrown out, say for example by Alert, and he has to push up, and Yu's just sat there comfortably getting multi-kills just by holding an angle that can't be pushed because nobody has lamp control. So that could have really gone badly for Sharper Esports, but well played to sort of shift the tempo in order to play delay instead of just trying to protect from the retake.
Once again, hookah control taken for free. I do like the fact that the defense is starting to be a little bit more proactive onto long. Again, we're going to see Hebe in that direction, but they've really struggled holding on to this B site so far. They've got lots of ultimates available to them. In fact, even the run it back, but it's going to be Darkest to get the first. That's at least something. However, the offense is not committed to this, especially with how far forward they've managed to get their Cypher.
He'd find an impact though, takes out the Phoenix counterpart, and the orbital strike is just not going to catch anybody pushing, but the neural theft is going to show exactly where the Brimstone is, and the rotate coming through, and you again gets another nice triple kill, a double kill even. Gets out a lamp, has this angle on a hold down at least. Beta's got time to go for the plant. He's going to peek out wide to get the kill onto the Silver, but his position given up for everybody to spot. He's going to go in for the plant. There's a run it back available from Hebe if he wants to use it, but doesn't even need to. Just a hot hands molly on the right spot, and finally only one word can get off the bottom of the board.
The gamble they take in that round, though, is one that you can only rely on if you have a player as incredible as you. They basically decided, okay, even though we lost a man, we're going to just stick 3 players into that B site and have you defend it all on his own. And the thing that he does really well is, I think it's more the awareness. So he gives up control, not actually manages to get all the way out onto the A site, wrap around and look to try and clear out lamps. And he's waiting for it. He's prepared for that peak to come in. And I think that takes a lot of skill to have. Look at this aggression, though. Peak coming out from you, clearly feeling confident. It's going to be the curveball to at least deny any further pushes. But I do like the changes we're now seeing from only one word. They've realized that sitting back and trying to take these fights in passive positions is not working. So they've started to get aggressive.
They weren't expecting Hebe to follow up on that. That's some really nice play. The Aldron gets the tag in. We see Beta just making so much of a ruckus running away. And because that Phoenix is right around the corner, he just peeks and shoots 2 people that are running away, creating a bit of space. Bit haphazard from Sharper Esports to not give that a bit more respect than it deserves. But look at you now. He is rotating all the way around, just trying to spot where the Cypher is, and there's no attempts of a knife in the back or anything. He's not going to make those mistakes he can't afford to. And the A site is completely clear. Only one way to make that decision, and they take out Beta that's in hookah control at least. Chinese is there too with the spike, but Darkus has been nailing these shots all day.
He is going to hold the line, and well, Corso, he can only get himself one. Finally starting to see some things go a little bit better, but only one word. As I said, I'm liking to see them now be a little bit more aggressive. And the push out from Phoenix as well, just being able to drop a couple of bodies, might just be a big thing for confidence for he, because I think especially when you play that aggressive role, when you play an entry fragger, be it on the offensive side as well, you need to be confident. Like, if you're not feeling that you're hitting your shots, everything's going to go wrong. So a round like that, where he gets the timing, the utilization of the owl drone as well helps him out significantly. That could be something that completely changes the game.
More of a passive play from the defenders now. Recon bot's going to be good to show that there's nobody on ramp. And it's been so difficult to fight up against you. He's in lamp controls. There's a tripwire over there too. The paranoia is a good one, but that's a really good cyber cage to make sure that nothing can really be taken from the peak. He's going to use all of his utility in order to keep them at bay for now. The smokes are all through, but yet again, this is an important area of the map that they need to control. That kill into TKC is big, not only for the position, but also for the neural theft that follows. But the wraparound is really good. The run it back is a nice little bait. Easy clean for only one word. Sharper eSports had an attempt there, but it opens and ends with you.
Well, after a 6-round streak, Sharper now starting to come up to a little bit of resistance, and well, you saw this going potentially in the 10-2. Are you still sat on that fence? Do you think that that Sharper is still going to be as dominant going forward?
No. Because the executes looked a lot better, but you're right. Through the series, we haven't really seen either team learn from the mistakes that they're making. They seem to repeat themselves. And at least now, Heap's making a similar play to how we started this round, but with a lot more patience, a lot more respect for his opponent. And he's picked the right round to at least try and do this play on again. There's a lot of shouts available, but there's a nice little peek. The flashes are going to kind of catch him, and I mentioned that they haven't learned from their mistakes. Heap getting punished in the same way as before. And so Orbs can at least be picked up. The run it back is available, and suddenly this Sheriff Eco is working out super well for Sharper Esports.
Oh, the pain train begins once again. That is a round that you just can't afford to lose. And I think that the crossfires are just a little bit messy. Like, they've got the right idea. The stack towards long is not a bad idea at all. The problem is, I think the timing of the peak just caught them off guard. But I don't think the Sage was necessarily ready. You was going to try his best, and well, it's left all on to Jeff. He's actually managed to bring things back into contention, but thankfully for Sharper, Beta will close the round 7-3. And yeah, I think that timing played a big factor there of when he actually went for the curveball. The problem is, though, is like, he needed the Sage, his teammate, to do more. Like, if they're holding the angle and you're setting up a flash and you die first, something's gone wrong, because that shouldn't be possible.
You has been the main point of resistance for only one word, but can't do too much if he's playing retake like that. Keep wanting to make the same play, but at least he has his teammates there to back him up. But you can tell that only one word don't want to give up hookah control too, dedicate too much to this push, and it's being watched by the Sage. Just pulls out the knife at the wrong time. Hot Hands is just going to make sure that she can't re-peek it at least. And I think this is enough intel that only one word can go back safely and know that the B site is looking to be loomed on again. But this Cypher lurk on the A site is what I'm interested in seeing. There is a Cypher and a camera looking directly at him now on the A site. So if he's punished here, might make Sharper Esports' attack a little bit more troublesome.
Joke's over! You're dead! Nowhere to run!
The run it back expended. The Hunter's Fury going to be used alongside it as well. They're actually all getting caught by different Cypher traps. Unfortunately, he's gone down, and he was the only defender. There's no one else here. They'd gambled heavily on the B side after what has been a run of successful rounds over on B. They decided they needed to try and bolster the defense, and previously we'd seen you as the lone defender. He did a great job. This time, it's not to be. They do bring he back, though, and maybe you on the retake will have that same sort of impact. He's already found one with the operator, and with all of the ultimates already being expended, it could be a problem, but I'm looking at that orbital strike. It's set and ready to go. Chinese falls, but they're just buying time. Beta's the one with it, though, and he has to be careful. He might just look to expend it right here and right now, as he will. That should deny at least a little bit of time, but is it enough? Corsoy just waiting on the other side, looking to try and hit the timing on that peak, as they have tapped themselves the defusal, and he's not going to be able to stop him. Is there enough time to stick around? It will be 0.28. Not quite as much time wasted as they'd hoped for, but it was close.
It was all on Corsoy to do something there, but it was a really smart smoke that came out of the Omen. Like, Beta needed to survive here. It was really dicey and awkward, and I hate how Beta's holding so passively on lamps. He's not staying within it, and it's just such an area of the map to give up. Like, it's really frustrating to see how scared they are of taking it. Like, once it's yours, you have the advantage there. If somebody pushes in there, you can at least take those engagements. So giving up that space in a position where you don't really know where the enemies are going to be surrounding you, I'm not really that much of a fan of. But you with the smoke there to make sure that Corsoy's peak was going to be awkward, and the way that he made himself known fairly early on was an issue. And Sharper eSports want to bring themselves back into this. It's 4 on the bounce that they've been losing. And Heber's changed up his positioning back into hookah. This worked out so well last time that maybe Sharper eSports aren't expecting it. But using the utility in the right spot, it's pretty much going to punish him hard, and this is exactly what it's going to do.
Oh, a nice double entry. The crossfire setup from Sharper eSports has put them in a good spot as they now look to try and push into this B site. The majority of the defenders will be here. A flank's coming in, but it might not be there soon enough. Darkest has got to try and hold the line. He has managed to drop the spike, however, Not is so quick on the trade. In fact, he'll even close the half. It is going to be 8-4 in favor of Sharper, so still a decent half.
Very good.
But there was at least a little bit of a resurgence from the defensive side.
I think one thing that I wanted to shout out, that I imagine Cheney's not too high on the kill feed. No, he's pretty much at the bottom. But he's been having a ton of assists just from a recon bolt towards the back of sight on B. Every single time it's caught out TKCC. And he had the operator that time. He's been able to do absolutely nothing. The execute comes on to B. He's always in the same spot. The recon bolt shows him up. He's not really learning to deal with it at all. And it's very easy from then on for Sharper eSports to move on to the site, push him from both sides of the box and just completely clear him out without him even being able to trade. Now Sharper eSports need to have a solid defense. Their defense on Ascent was sublime, but their attack was lackluster. So now this is a great way to sort of clear this out in a very would-be one-sided map if it ends in a scoreline similar to this. Considering the last two have been going all the way to overtime, this is looking to be a very heavy A execute. And the recon bolt isn't going to find all that much, not even if there's anybody in a hookah at all.
Well, that wall definitely didn't do what it was supposed to. That is now 3 kills up for Beta as they try and push the bathrooms. There's also a 2-man flank coming in, although it seems like they've realized that the shots are a bit messy, though. And it will be both those players able to find a kill apiece. Sharper take their 9th. They get the chance to build into a 10th round, although, let's be real, they did then lose 9 in a row in the last map, so I'm still not going to be counting only one word out just yet. But unfortunately for them, they're going to have to take this weaker purchase. Interestingly, though, we've seen so many rifles come up in a regular fashion in these second rounds. For the defenders, they have none.
Not at all. Surprising, considering Beta got a triple kill. So that means that, you know, money should be on his side. And Heber's it all to do. I think he's in need to be more of a player that shares some of the frags and some of the positive reinforcement, I suppose. It's mostly just been you that's been the one that's absolutely cracking out some of these kills, at least. This is a very aggressive hold from Beta. I don't necessarily like it, considering he has smokes too. He still gets the frag though, but he must be so low on health. Can't be traded out, unfortunately. But that's because only one way to running on pistol. So this was already going to be enough of a challenge to avoid the 10-4 scoreline.
Well, they are eventually going to rotate the whole squad over into this A site. Something we saw attempted a fair few times, but with little to no success. Here comes this wall once again, but there is still a gap within it. I guess the plan is to try and get some sort of plant down, but I don't feel like that's going to be too likely. They are at least making things nice and costly, as we do have another one from TKCC. There's potential here with that sheriff in hand, and, well, he's going to at least know that there is still a man in this corner. However, alert with the Ares is there to finish things off.
Both these like pistol rounds, or the rounds that are folded pistol rounds, sorry, have been very expensive on the team that has the lead there. It goes to show that even in rounds where it looks decisive for one team because the economy is on their side, it could still be very expensive from them. You've even got Corso still holding on to the Ares, I think it is. Probably the Odin. It sounds like the Odin at least, but in any case, you see it's still a bit of a haphazard buy for the team that has won the last two rounds. Buckies, LMGs, regardless, they're holding on to whatever guns they can, and they're going to play super aggressive on B ramp. It's just going to be Darkest here. He's trying to isolate these angles. Can at least get one before he's traded. And Jeff Van is going to peek up later. The smoke just misses him. Beta still wins that engagement. He's been great on this defense so far.
Yeah, and worryingly so. As I said, this is almost the freebie round, especially with some of the weaponry that we've seen thrown in for the defense. Nice work from you. I feel like I'm saying that too often. He does manage to kill off the man with the Bucky, which maybe not quite as impressive as you might have thought. Cheney's, though, again, you said he was the unsung hero. He's found an impactful kill and left you in the need to make more of a play. His teammates been tagged, and now they know exactly where he is. Cheney's looking to try and close this out, but instead, it comes back into the 1v1. TKCC just waiting, and he closes it out. It's close, but it's not quite enough for Beta, and it will be a fifth at least, but by the skin of their teeth.
Held their own, and that actually came in from the damage that was done to Beta very early on in that defending round. I don't think he got the Sage Shield. So I don't reckon he had much health to begin with in that engagement, but the kill onto Cheney's on Heaven was pretty pivotal, and I think Cheney's got a bit too big for his boots. He took his position from Heaven, which was pretty structured, I suppose you could say, jumped off of it and just sort of ran towards the last member, made it a 1v1 that was easy, I suppose, for TKCC to complete. And like I mentioned before, Sharper Esports economy wasn't good to begin with when it comes to scrappy guns. I think they'll be able to buy now still, considering they held on to the Buckies, the Ares, the Spectre in some cases. But it's not where the economy wants to be. I think this orbital strike from Beta has to be big.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to use anything here. Like, I think from the buy that I saw, it was only the shorties. Like, they really didn't have much money at all, so I think Sharper had just taken this one as a hit. So unless they manage to do a huge amount of damage, I don't want to see that orbital strike used at all. And this should be a very, very easy round. You can see he's going to clean up the A site, and the remaining two players. Again, it's just all about damage. And well, if he wants to continue pushing all the way through into their spawn, he's probably going to be met with something like that.
He's going to kill them all, I'm telling you. Beta's been good across the board when it comes to that controller role. 2 games now in this series of Brimstone, 1 of Omen. You don't really see that much Brimstone nowadays either. I think when you look at the utility that Brimstone has, Omen is just better. It's cheaper. You've got Brimstone's Molly for 300 credits or Paranoia for 200. What do you take?
Well, it's a rhetorical question, but I'll answer it anyway. I'm going with Paranoia.
Straightforward stuff. You has been great on this role too. Like, I think it is very much the battle of the controllers in some cases. It's easy to go, oh, let's look at the top fraggers, let's look at the Phoenix versus Phoenix, but when it comes to an execute heavy map like this, the smokes have to be so well placed. Not only do you have the Brimstone having to throw out all of the right smokes at the right time and doing it in quick succession, we've seen that quite a bit on Sharper's attack, all 3 smokes planted at the same time, which is very aggressive when it comes to you need to go and execute that right now, otherwise you have nothing. Or the Omen, where it's like, pick your fights, choose the right timings, because you've got to wait 30 seconds if you use all of your smokes all at once. And even then, you just individually has been crazy. Even if he hasn't been doing like Omen plays, right? He's not been like a Korea. He's just been winning a lot of these fights handedly.
Oh, the defenders. I'm liking this. They've got very proactive. The problem is the push coming elsewhere, but it's actually going to be you to still win that battle versus Beta. The idea was good, but they just can't seem to beat this guy in individual duels. He has been phenomenal so far. And they're actually going to use this. They're going to go, okay, you've tried to fight us on long. We're now going to go and claim long. It is being jump spotted at the same time by the Sova of Chains, and might be able to try and deny them here. The slow at least will, well, slow them down at least a little bit, but it's not going to for long.
This is smart, though, from the defenders, because they've stacked 3 people now as the Cypher's rotated. To an extent, they want only one word to hit this site. They don't want the rotation to come in, and the Cypher's got to pick up the spike and is headed towards A, which is not ideal for Sharper Esports. Now the Cypher's moving back, at least it's a good read, and the Hunter's Fury is going to be used on the attack. It's going to actually catch Alert towards the back of Lamps, which should be a good opening for only one word to push down mid. That teleport as well from you is exceptional. This is space that really Sharper Esports should have had hold of any case, but that first frag, the rotation went over to the B site, and now this is really good stuff from only one word.
I think that's what you call the perfect bait and switch. Like,
yeah,
they
definitely
literally brought them completely into the B site, and sure, Sharper managed to hold on to the B site. I'll give them that. They still have it under their control. But yeah, from the shadows over to the other side of the map just made it impossible for the rotations. And yeah, I think even if it is going to be Sharper to take this series, I think you has to be given the MVP, because he has been phenomenal with so many high impact plays, and they're making this comeback happen once again. Now they've surpassed one member of this site already, and they may not actually clear it. It's going to be on the site itself. They're running all the way past him, and that will at least be one.
Oh, somebody's going to check in.
Oh,
No, did they not see him?
He gets away with it.
And they need to. Sharper Esports now, don't know how many rounds have lost on the bounce. 3, it's not that big, but I guess that's because this map has been so close to Ascent in comparison to Ascent that this feels like it's been all only one word. And these rounds have been fairly long too, 2 of which have been spike deploys, right? So they've been 2 minutes apiece at least. And Yu is top fragging as per usual, but he is 10 frags ahead of everybody else, at least. So if right now Sharper Esports need to take the Omen out of the fight, but he's everywhere that they need to be. He's not even using his smokes right now. The utility gets used when they have an opening. And Sharper Esports are stacking and holding off angles. They're not really taking space now, so it's pretty much open season for only one word to just claim showers, much like the Phoenix is doing right now. It's easy for him. He's just holding onto the corner just in case, but he doesn't quite realize how much space he has to work with.
Not you. Another entry, TKC alongside him. It is, of course, pistols this time. A slightly reduced investment from Sharper as they're saving for the next round. And they do have a few ultimates to play with when that does come through. Nice work from Corso, but ultimately it's going to be for nothing. Just force another rebuy, and that's about it. And unless we can see an incredible clutch coming out, I don't think this is going to be happening. An alert. Okay, that's one. He does actually have his run it back. If he really wanted to throw something into this round, maybe if he gets the next one, Bahib is going to win the duel of the doppelgangers. It is 8-10. Again, the comeback kings of only one word streak rounds together.
Easy execute, really. Of course, they are running into pistols, so like you mentioned, but even there, I think it's just the mindset right. Sharper Esports playing this style yet again, I'd be very worried for them, because at least when only one word were on their defense, they contested for areas. He did die a lot, and we pointed out those mistakes as they happened, but we haven't really seen that kind of thing out of SP right now. And you can see the Sage on Showers is just peeking, but this is a lot more space that they can take. And it's not, like, it's kind of like Addy in there. I'm going to check every 10 seconds. Or you just peek a bit more aggro and go, there's nobody here. We have this. We can hold on to this. And one of these peeks that Sage is going to take, and the Silver's going to be there. And he's just going to headshot and kill her. Alert is forced to use the hot hands out early, which is good considering the paranoid came in shortly after. So that's some key bit of utility wasted from you, and unless he has the better, even the smoke is going to make it awkward. And SP can, Alert can always just flash out of it if needs be, but there is a camera there on the attack that knows that this is all clear and free, and it even tagged Alert away from this corner. Tries to wallbang, but it's not going to quite catch him. And this is nice mind games from only one word. Oh, the Aldron. Oh, that's really good, actually. Sorry to interrupt, but I just saw that. So the Sova, actually, on the attack TKCC, uses an Aldron through lamps, and it forces the defender to rotate over. So this B execute's still going to go ahead, but there's only 2 players left on this site.
Yeah, and it's already using the ultimate to try and deny the push. It isn't going to be working out. Heave has used this on the other side as well, and it's a trade of basically nothing. They have used the orbital strike, though, with only 15 seconds left. It gives them a chance to get back in. It is messy. Alert is able to get 1 kill, and he drops another, and that's the spike down. They have to run for it, and there's not enough time. It is enough for Alert. I believe it's going to be very close, but he doesn't quite have it. Alert with the hero play, lurked in the backlines for the entire round, and he has just won it for Sharper Esports.
They needed individual play like that, and this is really getting into the end of it. Like the subtle plays, I really liked the Sova Owl Drone, and just how much it got into Sharper Esports' head that there's an Owl Drone, and that's a big bit of utility, right? That usually means that when the Aldron comes out, that's key intel that they want to try and grab, and it just threw Sharper Esports in a right state. So the fact that they were able to hold off that plant from going in was superb.
It's whether or not they can actually repeat rounds like that, though, Ryan. That's a sort of cheesy round, a hero play. You got this one-way smoke. I think it's so common at this point that most people are going to be expect to seeing something like that. It's in your everyday matchmaking game, so. But it is a bit of an awkward fight. Bathroom's control completely taken, and we're going to see the Aldrin. Now, there's multiple players in close range angles, so they need to clear it, and they do.
They're not playing for frags, they're playing for intel, because you is just allowed to sort of strafe in. They know where the Sage is. She's in this awkward corner, and TKCC has been so bright on this attack. Much better from him. And you would expect at this point the Sharper Esports are not going to even attempt for this retake. They're just going to let only one word get this round, save the guns, and hope that they can put themselves on match point into the next round.
I'd love to see an operator. Like, just in heaven. I think that would make such a difference. Like, say if you put Zesby there, right? He's killing you every time he runs down mid. Like, he's not missing that shot. That's such an easy shot to take. But they just seem to be so passive in their hold. And then it's just so easy for him to just walk through. Like, that frag that he gets on the, I think it was the Brimstone, the first kill, was just so easy. He has no contention whatsoever. Nice couple of exit kills coming in at least, but it's all about holding on to those weapons, and it looks like they will. Well, I don't know about that peak, but you know what? He's survived anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. But yeah, I'd love to see a Heaven operator, just to deny that. But I guess financially, Sharper maybe haven't been in position, and also, we haven't actually seen much operator play in this map at all.
No, not at all, really. This goes to show that Sharper's economy is not good. And it's an awkward one to sort of go for. The Corso's UI is updated. Yeah, they're fully going for this, and they lose it. Only one word go to 10-11, and then would probably win the round following unless there's some crazy anti-eco strategy that comes out.
Joke's over.
Running back's going to be used on this left-hand side. They're not expecting it, though. Why would he be on that corner? He's actually going for the teleporter, but if they just wait, they see this. Oh, this is really bad. It's just a case of wait. They got the frag onto Nop. The Phoenix is going to come back. He's going to be instantly killed. What was that from Sharper Esports?
I'm glad that the audience can't see the look on my face, because it is one of disgust. The thing is that is again another position where you're so reliant on your teammate that it's just silly. Like, if your teammate dies, you are dead. You lose 2 players for the price of 1, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. So even the position that they chose, like, it's basically just to try and get info out of the teleporter, right? So why not just do that from further back? An easier position to defend for your teammate, and gives you slightly more of a chance to get away with it afterwards. That is just silly. And I feel like if that's the sort of style of play that you're trying to make to win this game, I think they've run out of ideas. That's all I can say, because that is just ridiculous.
It's also the fact that, because he didn't do it from further back, he couldn't even jump across B-Long to see if there was anybody there, because he was already on that side of it so early. It would have been a better play to at least just have a little peek on B-Long, because he would have spotted so many people. Nobody on the attack of Only One Word was looking on that angle. They were all looking to their right-hand side, because that was the angle they expected it from. So if he peeks, nobody's checking him out, and he could at least maybe get a frag before he gets eventually traded. But that was just... It just didn't... I don't really know what the plan was there. Like, if you're on an eco round or something like that, a save kind of like what they're doing now, then yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures. But that was a full buy from your team. And the greatest opportunity for you to put it on match point was still having a round buffer. That just, to me, was unacceptable. Like, it was just bizarre to me that they would even try that.
Revealing area.
Well, as you mentioned, it's a bit of a thrifty one. It's a few pistols alongside the couple of rifles that were kept forward. Again, it's going to be an easy opener. Alert tries to get aggressive. This round is a bit more understandable, and it will be the B site completely open. Only One Word, once again, are going to bring this back to an even scoreline, unless there are some severe heroics coming out from that defense. They do still have 3 players standing and a couple of guns to play with, but I really like these rotations. This is something they've done regularly, is they'll get openers on one site and then just patiently wait, and Sharper have fallen into their trap almost every single time.
They know where these last 2 defenders are. And it's a case of they have lamp control. They're confident with this, and this confidence has been visible on the attack, and it seems just like lamp isn't a place that exists for Sharper Esports there. Like, he just pushes all the way through it, and nobody even checks that angle or considers it. It's very odd to watch. 11-11. All of these games have been super close. We have been going for the last almost 4 hours. This series has lasted. That's how close this game has been. And I'm hungry, Tom. I'm very hungry.
Yeah, same. This was... I've realized that my intermittent fasting diet really sucks when you have to get up early in the morning. When you can just sleep all day, it really doesn't affect you as badly. But yeah, I haven't eaten anything. My plan was to eat after this series finished, which at this rate could genuinely be tomorrow. But here we go. We finally... So it's taken 20, well, I suppose this is round 23 to see Alert get his operator in. Someone who was so prominent with that operator in the first couple of maps just didn't seem to want to do it, but has finally made the decision that clearly something needs to change. It's a worry for me that it's taken this long, but at the same time, when it comes to the crunch round, something we've mentioned so much throughout this series, that's where Sharper arrive. So Only One Word, although they've got a massive streak, although they've had a fantastic second half, it's not over yet.
The key thing here, and this is what they've been doing quite a lot anyway, is that they play for retakes. They kill these 2 people on the site. The smokes have been forced out already from Beta. And they can at least scout some intel. Not gets killed on the back of the site, and they know that Beta's underneath the site. He's actually pushed into hookah, which is very brave. He's going to be wrapped around, and that Hunter's Fury is perfect to just catch the intel. Beta's been bait at this point, and he's even able to get a couple of kills. This Brimstone cerebral play, this should not have come into play, but it's worked out so well for him. Heap is alive on the site, has the help of the Silver there too, who even dedicates the Hunter's Fury. The Blaze is going to conceal stuff, and now eventually the Brimstone does go down. The Spike is not going to get planted, he's just going to go for this fight, and he flashes himself. How did Sharper Esports lose that?
Well, that's one of the messiest rounds I think I've ever seen. he died to the orbital strike, and then his teammate flashes himself and still manages to get the kill. This is absolutely ridiculous. I have to say, I do feel sorry for our observers in this round, because I had no idea where I should be looking. Beta, a fantastic job. Even the orbital strike kill, and his teammate, all he had to really do at that point was survive, but I guess falling back into the spawn, there's not really anywhere to go. 12-11. Only One Word are clinging to it. They win that round by the skin of their teeth, and now they need one more. And they've taken the series after losing that first map in overtime. The second one going 15-13 as well. it comes down to this.
Eldron is the first bit of utility, and it doesn't catch the Sova, actually, that's anchored into that corner. I don't think the Omen expects him to be there, so if he peeks at Heaven, he's an easy kill if the Sova looks in that direction. They must have noticed that he's there. Alert, the recon bot's not going to show him up, but he has a pixel perfect angle and still manages to screw it up. But Heber's opened the door. This could be it for only one word. The B site is open for business. Sharper eSports pushing so aggressively on this defense, caught out yet again. These retakes have been really difficult for them, so only one word are in pole position to take the series.
Well, there's some flames there. The blaze up, and this is risky. It's an aggressive position that could give them a way back into the round, and that's exactly what happens. He loses that duel. There's no chance for a refrag. His two teammates are so far away. There's no ultimates either for them to try and deny anything here. They're just going to have to hit their shots. Wall even coming in. Cheney's with another. I don't think this is ending just yet. It's looking like we're getting another OT, unless Jeff can clutch this. He's managed to find the kill, but they've actually ducked down. They're playing from a lower angle. He's on the defusal.
Jeff!
Off, and Jeff's going to win it. A 3K to close out the game. It is only one word who will take themselves through further in the playoffs. And commiserations to the side of Sharper. They fought valiantly, but it is not quite enough.
There's going to be so much for Sharper to look back on and go, what if we did this? Even like you were sort of bringing up Phoenix, like Alert on the Phoenix didn't really inspire too much, I suppose. It might even be a case of, like, you see this with teams, I think, like TSM and G2 in grand finals of other Ignition events. On Bind, just sticking with Jet. Jet isn't a meta pick on that map, but they're like, we don't play Raze, we're just going to play Jet. And it works out super well for them, so maybe that's an area that they can certainly be looking at for the foreseeable future at least. But oh, it had to be you, the one that was having an impact. And even Heb started to show up more as the series went on. Beta had such a strong impact and could have been the deciding factor in how this series went. But from clawing it back from 10-2 on Ascent, seeing only one word winning that, and it also being on the back foot for the majority of this game, and then just pipping Sharper to the post. What an exceptional series. It's a shame that we had technical issues in between that made this a bit more on the longer side. But pretty much 4 hours worth of Valorant when it came to one series. That's pretty much unheard of, I think, at this point.
Well, I said it sort of at the beginning, like when they were very far down. I said, even if they lose this match, I think we have to give you the MVP of it, because that is now 26 kills, 26 kills, 24 kills. So that is very impressive and consistent play, very impactful rounds. And sure, it came down to, for example, Jeff clutching out, but I think that's what it came down to in the last map. Like the last 2 rounds that they managed to take over the line were purely based off clutch individual plays that managed to bring them through. And yeah, it was way too close. And I think if you're Sharper in this situation, you got to feel a little bit hard done by. Like you lose each time either by overtime or with the full amount of rounds played. Like you can't really harp on yourself too much, but unfortunately that is the brutality that is competitive esports, is that you can very easily fall out of this. Now, Ryan, it has been a long first match, and we personally still have another one to go, but there are 3 more best of 3s being played on this stream. So, guys, we're going to go to a short break, get a quick bite to eat. You should probably do the same, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
You will not kill.
Scouts down.
Realized that we've been both muted this whole time.
Chat's been spamming.
Yeah, we're good. We can hear perfectly fine. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I just muted it for you particular people. Yeah, no audio is needed.
They want me to talk. Oh.
But in case if we do accidentally mute ourselves, you can at least see how the tournament format works out in the end. But
yeah, Lockie Bear is actually just really good at lip reading. So he was there. He knew what we were saying the whole time. You guys just need to up your skills is basically what it is. But, well, to what I was saying, we've got Team 5, 3-0 in the groups. I'll shorten it down just to make it a little bit easier. AHQ, a little bit shakier, needed to win their last match against Team LZ, and they ended up dominating it.
I'm just messing with you. I'm not muted again. I just wanted to wind up Twitch chat a little bit more. But we can actually have a look at the prize pool just in case you haven't seen it again. $13,000 US. I'm not really sure if that's like, you know, that could buy. I imagine that's a lot of money in the various countries and currencies that this could potentially go to, right? Because it's across different regions and different tournaments generally. But on this showdown, Fives have looked like the best team that we've seen pretty much across the board, is the general consensus.
Yeah.
Versus HQ that had some pedigree, some known sort of names, I suppose, in the lineup. Like, there's not many teams that we have an awful lot of information on, but HQ was one of them. They did not look great in group stages. They didn't look consistent enough. They struggled in some cases. They did okay, obviously, because they did qualify. But you get the idea. This is one team that have come out of nowhere, were part of an organization originally, but because of financial reasons, Team Detroit dropped them. So this is a team that nobody really knew much about, doing well, and then a team that we do know an awful lot about, doing less than expected. So this should be a really interesting matchup.
Well, yeah, I think the other thing as well that we didn't really mention too much of is that the majority of the teams left in the tournament are obviously invite teams from what we've seen so far. One of the only non-invite teams still left is actually Only One Word, who just made it through into the semis as well. So obviously props to them, maybe looking to get themselves a little bit further or get them on the invite list in the future. Of course, going through the rosters, I think that realistically, Five are still going to be my favorites going forward, but I'm sort of interested to see how they're actually going to perform, maybe against some slightly more consistent teams, because the problem is we had the likes of TAFs. One of the invites didn't really perform to the standard we were expecting of them. Super Domineering also had some pretty close games. Like if you look at the losses, it was 13-11, 13-9, 13-8, and they get eliminated 0-3, and it almost feels a little bit harsh for how close they managed to bring some of those games. So I think this is another one that could, in theory, hit the 3 map mark. The problem is, when I look at AHQ, I do think that they're very reliant on like some of those aggressive individual plays. Like we saw Kant trying to play the Bucky a lot of the time. I'm never going to forget that on Split, just try to push down mid and play aggressive angles. And a lot of the time they were also very reliant on Milk to actually get them out of sticky situations, as he would just be like fairly aggressive playing the Raze in the majority of matches. And when he was successful, it looked amazing. When it went wrong, well, it seemed like the rest of the team couldn't really cope.
Definitely, yeah, and we can even see a bit of a head-to-head between the two teams. And Fives look a lot sort of closer when it comes to average combat score, but you've got to bear in mind that 5 won all of their games. AHQ did lose one. I need to double check who they lost to, but in any case, it is very much the case of 2 entry fragging players. We at least have a good look on what they play. Milk has played a lot of Raze, especially, as has Dispenser. So we might see Razes across the board here, which would be interesting considering the fact that the last series we didn't see Raze at all, right? So it might be a complete change in pace and play style. But these are the 2 plays that really need to show up. It was a bit more different, I suppose, with Only One Word and Sharper because of the way that both teams played, certainly around their own individual plays and also the agents. This should be a lot more cut and dry. I think pound for pound, one team is going to start to outreach the other one. But it's hard to see whether that's going to be 5 or not really at this point, in all honesty. And for me, it really does depend on what map we go to first. I do believe it's going to be 5's choice, and I think they pretty much have complete run over which maps they have to choose from.
We
because
have the info.
We have the info? Oh, and we're going to it, and it's Ascent.
Yeah, and this was one map that they actually played earlier in the tournament already. So 5, I believe they won that in close fashion versus TAP. So they won 13-11, pretty close out of all the matches that they played. And interestingly, that means that AHQ got the choice of sides, and they actually picked attack. Now, the last map we saw, it was what 10-2s for the defensive side. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be interested to see what like AHQ actually have in their locker that they've gone, yep, we're picking attack. Interestingly, I think that might be wrong because they're actually on defense.
It happens. A lot of utility thrown out pretty much instantly, though. Paranoias, hot hands, all of Raze's kit. And then both teams just leave the A site completely. Look at this. Look how much space has been taken. B execute looking likely from 5s at least. But we've seen a lot of this on Ascent. Just bait and switch, putting pressure in various areas of the maps. They're dedicating or not dedicating, in which is the case for A main. And 5 are really in the face of the defenders, and that recon bolt doesn't show up an awful lot. They maybe aren't expecting JC Vash to be this far in, and the smoke's going to conceal him just a little bit more as he pre-fires at angle.
Yeah, I think at this point he's almost just trying to sell a bit of a bait, as it just spams a few bullets through the dark cover. It's interesting that Borkham is committed with the spike so early. Like, that was him at a 1v1. If he goes down, they know everything. That's a good paranoia, though, as it should have left one man on the site blind. However, it is going to be Milk surviving. Already, Gakama trades one back a second as well. And he's managed to gain site control for the rest of his team. It's one man rotating in, already tagged from the initial battle that he had on the other side of the map. And this is going to be a rough retake.
Can't do much. Really came down to the one silver player, and from the teams that we saw before, Tom, 5 choosing to attack first, or not choosing to attack first. Do you think they're gonna have a better attack than the 2 teams that we saw before on Ascent?
I would hope so. I guess, like, if you go into a choice of Ascent, like, I would expect you to at least have something on both maps. And as said, this was one we've already seen from them. They did manage to get 7 rounds on the attacking side, which is by far the most we've seen on this stream so far. So that's at least a promising sign. They've also got the pistol round under their belt, which I think if you are expecting a heavy defensive side, is always going to help. But there we go. We've got the Buckies again. Something we don't get to see very regularly within this game. It's something that the guys at AHQ love. And they have also got themselves a cheeky little shorty. Look at this push through, though. This should be a very, very easy kill for JC Vash. I'm sure he'll take that one all day long.
Didn't even use any utility. He just went for it and wasn't expecting JC Vash. It seems already we're going to see an archetype of a lurker in the Sage role, which is a bit odd. But he's just been the nuisances that I've wanted to see. You look at Hip for Ninjas in Pajamas, he does this so well. Korea does this a great job too. That's why Ninjas in Pajamas are so good on Ascent, because they just have these annoying players. Like JC Vash can sit here for the rest of the day and be perfectly fine. But both these teams playing Ascent more, in inverted commas, properly, as expected, really. Very close. A lot of control taken on B, example for the Sova. 5 are slithering their way in onto the A site, though.
Oh, I think that's information gathered at least. Rainey went for a bit of a shoulder peek. You speak about the lurking Sage. The one man that springs to mind is Mr. David P. That is not a good check, though. Neither player actually clearing the angle. Luckily, the remaining 2 players of Jesse alongside his Omen are going to be able to clean this up fairly easily, but can't a Bucky and 2 players to find. Seems impossible, but this man does love his Bucky. Oh, no, he doesn't. He died. That's what you get. That's what you get for dropping the Bucky. You get killed.
What's interesting is it says JC Vash in the bottom left, but on the kill feed it says Jesse Vash. What's this here on the scoreboard? I mean, we can't talk to the observer, so we can't be like, Observer, put up the scoreboard.
It's Jesse.
This goes here.
I guess it's just JC, Jesse. It's just the same. So we can just say whichever we
Maybe
want.
they heard our mispronunciation and went from there. Yeah, Jesse Vash. Isn't on... Well, I guess it's kind of like a lot of these players that changed their name to Adroit in their username have to wait 30 days before they change it back. So I think that was just something that they did very recently because, you know, they're not part of Adroit anymore. So some of the players still need to acted as marketed. That's a paranoia, really good paranoia over on the A site. Dispenser still manages to win the engagement. Leo can at least get a couple of frags here, but Dispenser picking up another. Like I said, it's going to be important for these Raze players. Granted, the Raze player for HQ is over on the Phoenix at least, but still, Dispenser bringing a lot to the table.
Cover going out.
Already, as we sort of talked about before, this is normally considered a bonus round, so if the attacking side are able to take it, it would leave them in a good position. Now that Dart's going to find out some information. I'm loving seeing the breach as well. It's Agent I don't think is utilized enough. The fault line especially can be so valuable. Oh, this Raze messy, but Rainy gets away with it and takes down the spike. He doesn't have many bullets in the clip, but it won't matter as Dispenser kills him before he can shoot anything off. However, the retrieval of the spike is not going to be easy. Kant is already in play. He has his teammate alongside him. A bit of an awkward duel, and he will get one. But Humi has found the final frag. As said, this was one that the defenders desperately needed. And instead, 5 have got to 3.
I realized as well, at least I think it's the case, if 5 do win this, we do get to see you versus Humi.
Oh, God.
We don't get to cast that though, so I don't really care, but I'm a bit heartbroken. Because I would have loved to have casted that game personally, so I'm just going to cry in a corner a little bit. And I'm done wolfing down the sandwich now, so I can get involved with some of this. Smoke's been dedicated across the site, but it's pushed back mid-control. And it's interesting to see AHQ just sort of dancing in defender spawn more than anything, just making sure that they can be proactive with their approaches. But there's going to be another aggressive stack onto the A site with 3 people heading over there. The Omen smoking mid is certainly keeping HQ away from that area of the map because they aren't quite sure where these attackers are going to hit from.
That's more of a patient default in this round for 5. Not really needing to get too aggressive. They've left some traps around the map to just allow for their rotations to be seamless without free positioning being given over. Kilo is going to spot them, and it seems like they want to play onto short. That's a really nice paranoia, but the shot was even better. Humi takes the brunt of it, and they are going to get control eventually. Even the showstopper actually being expended here, which seemingly didn't do anything. Blaze going to come out. The flash, I believe that was from a teammate. This is messy from AHQ, but they are holding on. And with 2 players still within the site, this is a bit of an issue now for the attacking side. Kilo has now found 3 kills off the back of the Sheriff. But again, the question is it enough? As we are going to have the res, it's now a 3 versus 1. And unfortunately, it seems like his heroics are just going to lead to another round coming out from 5.
It's been pretty spectacular at that point, even with Kilo having an individual insane play. You can't just with the Bucky yet again. You never know at this point now. Unfortunately not. He has to play up against people with bigger guns, an operator, and even from the shadows if it was even needed at this point from 5, who have so far done really well on this attack. Understandable why they wanted to pick it first, and from what we've seen previously, defending seems to have the advantage, and that's not really coming to fruition for AHQ. They have a run it back. Milk on this Phoenix has to do quite a lot, I think, to sort of bring him into it. It could be the same case that we saw out with Heeb. You want to see him on different roles because his stats seem to suggest that he's better over there, but I like the attempt of Phoenix. He's going to be aggressive on the A site, but he is going to be picked up by the camera, so this is free space, I suppose, for 5s to be taking on the A site. But even the Silver on B is going to push into an Aldra. There's a Breacher on his corner that wants to try and push on it too. Has the flash, he's going to follow up. Really solid utility from this B side just to punish Humi a little bit more. But they don't peek enough to know that that's where the spike is.
Yeah, it would have been a very big risk to go any further, so I understand why. JC is here with the operator. He's used his ice wall to give him an angle. I don't know if they'll be expecting this. They have spotted him out, but I don't think anybody's going to be peeking that again, at least without any extra utility. There's also a walk into this A site. Dispenser is just gone on a little mission. He's going to get a kill for free, I imagine, as I don't think anyone's expecting this, but Kilo at the last moment switches his gaze into the eyes of Raze. And it leaves just 35 seconds for 5 to make their move. They've lost to some serious aggression in this round, and I can't see them getting back into this.
So much ground now for the attackers to cover. And Kilo's just holding his own. He's got such a pivotal part of the map that he can at least keep an eye on mid. And yet again, these B-site defenders are going to push on ahead, spot the camera, so the Cypher's more likely to be nearby at least. And this utility is really good out of AHQ. They don't check it though. He's still there. That was a very odd one. Gikama got away with murder there, literally. He was fault-lined, he was shock-darted, yet survives with still a moderate amount of health, and nobody checks it. This is like a common mistake, I suppose, that some teams across the region have been making. But that's the worst case of it, I think, that we've seen so far.
Well, more importantly for AHQ, they've got onto the board. Their economy is looking all right, and they've got 5 ultimates. So if you needed a springboard, well, this would be the high dive. Like, this is a very easy position to gain some ground from. However, 5 looking like they're going to go back to something a little bit more standard. And I'm never a fan of seeing a solo Phoenix defending a site. I don't think it's been a necessarily bad job so far, but Milk is going to have a hell of a lot to do here as they go pushing in towards the site. There is a rotation quickly.
Cypher's made it through.
Well, Milk, though, comes up with 2 big kills, and he's still alive at the back of the site. In fact, it's another showstopper being used, but what they don't realize is he's going to spawn back. Nice kill out from Gikama as well. Kilo has now chimed in with another, leaving just 2 attackers to try and get this done. A minute left for them to play with, but with Dispenser so dedicated to the site, even going to see the ultimate come out from the breach, and I think this might be done. Surely Rainy will get at least 1 for free, and JC Vash now left 1v2.
These fault lines have been pretty strong out of AHQ. I'm thinking of the old team. This wall is an interesting one. He's trying to separate off one of the angles. I don't know if it's necessarily working all that way, but he has to fully dedicate to it. And yeah, the breach, Rainy just rotates around. All came on the back of Milk. He got a triple kill using the run it back to even bait out the showstopper, like you said. Just anchored onto that site. It was so annoying for 5 to move off. Now they are forced to save. AHQ can be 1 round behind them if they win this next one, and even the operators out in play. This is some really stuff across the board. Like, for the most part, this utility that's come out of AHQ has been really good. The only criticism, I suppose, is that they used the Rolling Thunder when I don't think they necessarily needed to out of Rainy. But to be fair, AHQ have all 3 of the other ultimates available to them, so it's better to use them than to hold on to them and lose around that pivotal.
I really want to give props to Milk, actually. As I said, I think defending as a Phoenix is tough. Like, on the attack, it's very easy to spot the strengths. But a lot of the time, defensive Phoenixes, I guess you can call it, trying to play more aggressive. And he actually does a very good job of not doing that and just wasting time and staying alive, which makes it all the more impressive. This round, of course, economically not great for 5. They're going to try and put the pressure in, and Leo's here with that operator. I'm actually just going to opt to block him off, but the fact is they haven't really been able to gain too much ground, and there's already 3 players defending this site. Leo rotating in, and now Dispenser left 1 versus 5, at least wanting to make this costly. You do not want AHQ just building up a ridiculous amount of economy here, and he's in a pretty good position to maybe catch 1, but that is not quite what we wanted to see from the Sheriff. Easy for Milk, and 3 to 4 as we get 3 in a row now for AHQ.
At least now things are starting to balance out when it comes to guns on the table and ultimates. Not much to break down from that round. It was just nice mid control. Leo with the operator is an interesting touch, and so far worked out quite nicely. But they're building a buffer, 6k, 7.5k money available for some of the members on AHQ now. So they're good to go for quite some time. 5 wanted to set up a bit of a split, again putting pressure on both the sides just to see if they can keep those defenders planted there. The fact that we're seeing B only having 1 defender says a lot about how confident they are in at least holding off an engagement like that. But it's going to be a double stack towards A short. Mid control looking to be nice and clean for AHQ. And from here, they're just able to spot out some of the decisions. Hunter's Fury is going to be used across the B site. And you can just see the two attackers dancing from side to side on the minimap. It catches very little. Maybe does a little bit of damage to Borkum. Takes off his armor at least. But first blood goes to Leo yet again with this operator. And he sees the spike.
Well, they've got a problem, though. From the shadows appears a Borkum, and he's managed to open up this site. Good work from Kilo again, though, as he has turned it back on its head. 2 kills to maybe deny this push. And in fact, Cypher's actually going to scurry away. He has a From the Shadows of his own, but decides maybe now isn't the best time to use it. Rotation going all the way, but the thing is, they've already got a teammate ready and waiting, Ryan.
And Kant has been waiting here all day. And the recon bolt even shows the Cypher's there, so it puts it out pretty much straight away. The Omen's going to use a very aggressive from the shadows and sees that the Cypher is rotating back again. And that's probably because the Sofa's taking a lot of space that AHQ aren't really aware of. Freddy's not careful, he's about to run into them, but there's very little time on the clock. So at this point, the paranoia is going to come out of the Omen. Really well played from Kilo. He does go down to Humi, though, and Rainey's just going to wrap around as much as possible as well. The spike isn't going to get planted. I don't think there's enough time now, but even then, the aftershock comes through, and it's an easy frag for the breach. That was a goose chase of a round for both teams, but AHQ had the right people in the right places at the right time, and they just catch off 5 with whatever's any strategy they wanted to pull out.
Well, that was the thing. Like, even though, like, we were talking about all the information that was being found by the defense, like the info dart that went out as well, and like obviously the From the Shadows across the map, it was hard not to focus on the fact that Humi actually managed to walk all the way around and make his way into heaven. Like, that very easily could have been 2 kills. The timing goes the other way, and they win that round very easily. However, it's not the case, and these entries from the defense, you can see the confidence building. Milk with an aggressive push. Someone we mentioned going into this who's been a prominent figure. Nice shot from Humi, though. Couldn't see a thing, but he does come up with a kill. It won't matter, though. This rotational ult from Leo is causing problems, and there's not many Cypher AWPers. I think the only one I can think of is Dinks when he was playing previously with Party Parrots. It's actually working quite well for him, though.
Karma just tries to make some space for himself, but it seems that wherever 5 goes, HQ is just surrounding him, making sure that they can't go anywhere, and just bit by bit, they really close the angles and suffocate them at any point. 5 isn't the first team to get to 5 rounds. In fact, HQ just pulls off a little mini reverse sweep by getting 5 on the bounce. It's still another buy available for the attackers, but they really need to pull something out of the hat. They chose to attack first. And even if this sort of ends 7-5 or 8-4 even on their half, it's certainly not as bad as some of the other rounds that we've seen at least. So maybe we're seeing 5s want to get the worst part out of the way. Certainly after seeing some of the other games that have happened today. But these splits have been, it's the right idea, but they've been losing out on a lot of these engagements. And Milk especially on the A site, and then you've got the Silver on B. Very difficult. Really difficult stuff for the attackers of 5s to get around.
Not much in terms of ultimates, although if 5 can get an after plant situation, you never know, maybe the Hunter's Fury could play a part. Again, we're going to see them in more of a standard default. Still putting pressure onto mid, but they've got to be careful of Leo. Fault line used just to try and stun anybody on the peak, but it would be fairly aggressive from Rainey to take any sort of fight here. And thus just going to be patiently waiting. Nice flashpoint, actually going to leave them at least a little bit blind. Borkum, though, has managed to lurk a kill on A.
And that's all you really need. Get the kill onto the Phoenix and make your way in, but the rotation is near enough instant with how well they're stacking. And Leo with this operator has been great, but Jesse Vash responds in kind with a similar kind of gun. But this still hasn't gone through yet. The spike is now going to make its way into sight now that it's moderately clear. Because 5 know how important it is to keep all 4 members alive. And they should have the advantage going into this retake with all the 3 defenders mostly coming from the same direction. They're going to catch off the Silver, though, who at least gets 1.
That's at least made things a little bit tougher, but ultimately the advantage is still there. And another one for JC as well. Leaves it all onto just can't. and he can't do a thing. A great switch up with the operator as well, something we hadn't really seen on the attacking side just yet. Maybe an extra blade to the arsenal of 5, and then now they are up to 5 as well. And as what we saw earlier, I think most teams would probably take 5 rounds over on this attacking side. I don't know how much AHQ are actually going to have on this map, because again, this is the problem. We don't really know the choices of a lot of these teams because of how the group stage actually went. It was one of random maps, so this could be one of AHQ's best maps. It may be their worst.
There's a bit of a wall boost happening. The Omen is going to be jiggle peeking it on a shot, so they are well aware. Expensive utility to be used for a relatively cheesy strategy at least, but Rainy is about to run into 3 people and they line up perfectly for him. He's either going to go in for more, he could get free, he's spraying down for 4, Kant can help him. I think with the wall bang of all things, just manages to get the spraying or at least caught in the crossfire a little bit. Fine, we're looking to be on the up again, but this is a terrible way to go. All off the back of Rainy, who so far has been one of the most impressive breaches in this region.
Yeah, wait, that's the thing. Like, even within, like, sort of, I want to say global play at the moment, there's not too many players that do bring up a breach. More impressively, though, you don't normally see a breach setting himself up. Like, it's normally the other way around. Like, the breach has to be used as a supportive element to bring other players frags. Instead, Brainy's top of the board. The only person above him is JC Vash at the moment, who has had some high-impact plays, that's for sure. But it's still going to put AHQ into the lead. And that's now twice where they've gone aggressive over to B, and it's been successful. So I wonder if that's going to be something they try and pull in a little bit more. They also have the Rolling Thunder again, which is one of my favorite ultimates within the game. I think it's so powerful for taking a round.
Oh my god.
Again, Rainy with a double spray down. Geo even gets one. I don't know if that was through a wall or through a smoke or maybe both. But the fact is, they're in a very good position.
Jesse thought that he was in the smoke, but still, I think it's just a pre-fire with the shock dart, and even the NeuroFF dedicated. This is the only issue I see with HQ. They use a lot of ultimates altogether, but it won't matter too much. 7-5, this half ends. 5 with 5 rounds on the board isn't going to be too bad if they are more of a defended team at least. But I think AHQ could be relatively happy with that defended side and just the way that some of these players are playing. It's nice to see utility being set up in the way that we haven't really seen throughout the day. It's certainly been the case, I think, with the Sharper game and only one word. There was just a lot of dry peaks onto certain angles and they were punished for it. Milk is doing relatively fine. He's not certainly a standout player. We were looking at him versus Dispenser being the matchup, but to be honest, both of them haven't really had too much impact so far. At least with frags.
Well, we'll see if things change. As we said, the last game we saw, 10-2 for the defensive half. So it's possible that AHQ, they chose the easier side and 5 were put onto the attack knowing that they're going to be doing better in this second half. Who, though, already under quite a bit of trouble. In fact, it's unusual to see a hot hands almost insta-kill someone, but that's how low he was. So first kill will go the way of this attack inside. Now, I always like to see a raise on the defense. It gives you a lot of opportunities to be a little bit more cheeky, a bit more aggressive. And that seems to be the stance in this round. The problem is, though, this is a very fast take in towards that A site, and they need to be on that flank quickly.
And that paranoia has just stopped them in their tracks. Bochum can get a few headshots in, and he's still relatively high on health, so has just chosen to disengage at least and try and catch people on the retake. It's quite wise instead of dying there, and Kikama can just do a bit more damage to HQ. So we're now in a nice, neat 4 versus 4. The wraparound's good. There's not really any pressure coming in from A main, but it's a nice dark shroud from the Omen on the defense just to cloud off these 2 players that are holding from that angle. It has forced Kant out to play a bit more aggressively, and the last attacker has to force up too. Again, these Omen smokes in that choke are so pivotal at just flushing out these attackers that are trying to hold on that angle. It's super straightforward, but it works seemingly every time across various teams.
Yeah, and again, it's shown more so in how strong that retake was, because especially in rounds like that where you sort of lose the initial pick, your opponent then switches it up and pushes a site with only 2 men on it. The fact that they make that look so easy in the end, it is very, very impressive and a good sign for 5 going into this second half. Interestingly, we have a Guardian now. It is on the player who normally uses the operator. It's not a gun that's very popular, especially after the fire rate was slowed down. So I'm expecting some tasty one taps here. Otherwise, this might be an oversight.
Scream, is that you?
Even Scream doesn't use it.
Yeah, says a lot there. The fact that it costs more, I think, or the same at least as the Bulldog, is also an interesting pick. They just want to go for those headshots, or at least hold an angle if they're pushing through scaffolding. Milk just pushes a bit too far, and Balcom actually with the Bulldog is able to get a few as his dispenser, so just left up for Rainy. You could still get the headshot at least. Could even add a few more frags if he wanted to, but he is pretty much surrounded. If he peeks this angle, he's going to run into near the 3 people all lined up nicely. In fact, Balcom just wants to get that 3rd kill in, and now the scores are even up. And 5, it might be the play that you're expecting. Go through the tough side of attacking first, and then defense is complete smooth sailing.
Yeah, I guess that's always the sort of risk with playing a relatively one-sided map, is that you have to, if you choose that map, you then have to play the tougher side first, most of the time. Like, there's very few teams that will pick the opposing side. You see it quite regularly on a map like Nuke, for example. A lot of teams will lose their own choice because they will pick it and then have to play the T side first, which is always going to be tougher. But in this case, it seems like 5 have done a good enough job that they're at least going to set themselves up. This is where things actually get interesting, though, because AHQ now have the rifles. The last, we can just put it down to, okay, that was a pistol round, that was a follow-up round. We haven't actually learned anything about how they're about to play this attack. No. Already.
Out of charges.
Humi is going to get a little bit more aggressive around this B site. The defenders are still lurking with 2 here, but they do have some weaker weaponry in this round, so they might have to play a little bit riskier, especially with the fact that the rotation's actually gone back in the other direction. So they've hunkered down a bit. They've kept 2 players here, and now the push looks to go into A instead.
We saw very little coming out of the defensive recon owl drone, even from Humi. Kant isn't going to spot too much either. The site looks completely free from his perspective, as at least spotted that there is a Sage on the high ground, but not that there's a Cypher on the low. Balcom tries to overdo it, and Gikama at least can get a frag before Kant can finish the job. They know roughly where these last 3 defenders are going to be, so it's a case of get that spike planted, use a bit of that utility to just delay a little bit more, maybe grab some intel like they just did there with a recon dart, and then just sit pretty.
Yeah, unless there's some serious mistakes here, you have to feel like this round should be going to the attackers. Nice shot from Kilo as well, continuing his run of form. And now they're just trying to hunt down this remaining weapon. It is the flea out from Dispenser, who just wants to hold on to that rifle. Leo doesn't seem to want to let him, and he won't. 8-7 in favor of AHQ. They do win that first Byron, but as said, that one's almost a gimme. Like, that's the one you have to take. If you lose that round, then we're basically sat here going, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Like, that's everything going wrong. This is the one where it can be a little bit tougher. As likelihood is you're going to have more rifles. Sure, Humi might be in a bit more of an awkward spot with the likes of even an SMG or a pistol, because, again, finances aren't perfect.
A Bucky.
Of course it's going to be a Bucky. Why wouldn't it be a Bucky?
And it was one of the reasons why that went a bit awry, I suppose, on the side of 5. They used the owl drone and it caught very little. And AHQ have done a really good job of just pressing like they are now. They've got people up front, and then sometimes they disengage, making things really awkward. And these flashes might keep the attention of 5. They don't even need to act upon it. Now they're going to, because Kilo manages to force Humi into a play. Humi doesn't want to take that fight, but because of those flashes, he feels the need to, because he thinks that's where the execution's coming in. But the spike's over on A. So this Cypher picking on A main is going to get picked off by Rainy, and then suddenly the rotation can come in. Balcom at least has been proactive in his approach. It's caught the Silver completely off guard, has the spike, needs to get this kill onto Rainy, and isn't, however. Wasn't expecting to see 2 people there. And that's just one defender to protect the whole of Ascent.
Yeah, good luck with that. I'm not much of a believer. I think something I've enjoyed so far from AHQ as well, which obviously is very limited because they haven't played many attacking rounds, but even when they're like fighting towards one site, they still do a very good job of leaving a lurk player behind. That's now a couple of times now someone's tried to get aggressive on the other side of the map and just been completely caught out. And it just makes things so much easier for AHQ just having basically all the information and not allowing their opponents to actually push it. Again, of course, until we see an operator, I'm not going to be completely sold that this is done, because I know that so far Jesse Vash has probably been the most dominant player, or most interesting player, I guess you could say, for 5. And
Agreed.
Sure, in the second half, he hasn't really been able to do too much. Once he gets that op out, it could be a very different story.
It's not even just the operator, it's the Sage. You have the attacking team running Sageless right now, and if there's anything to learn from the teams that do like to run that on Ascent, is that they will drown the other team with utility. And in a lot of the cases, that's been true. Dispenser has been shut out of this game, it feels like, and a simple execution. It is up against pistols, so there is a sense of freedom that AHQ are allowing themselves. But even then, Milk is going above and beyond. He's down to 3 health, forced to use the hot hands to heal, but there's no way that any of these defenders are even going to get close to the site at this point.
Yeah, this is what you want to see in anti-eco rounds, because the fact is, anti-eco rounds can both give and take away. Like, the chance of you losing them a lot of the time is still slim, but if you win it like this, your confidence is boosted, your ult points are boosted, and your finances are boosted. If you even come close to losing that round, you take a hit to economy, and more importantly, confidence-wise, if you almost lose to what is a weak purchase, it's going to knock you, because you realize, okay, that was close to making a mistake. So good to see them win it so flawlessly. I'm sure AHQ camp are very, very confident right now. But as said, this is my true test. If they win this round cleanly, then sure, I think AHQ, they're going to walk over them in the second half. And maybe we should take a look at 5 and say, okay, was this really the map to choose? Especially considering it was so close last time as well. However, if that operator can now make the difference, it's game on.
Says a lot about AHQ as well. They didn't have the best of times in their groups. Lost a map. And 5 was a clean 3-0, so we were expecting AHQ to show up a little bit more, but this is super impressive. I was thinking on round 16, where the score was 7-8, that whoever wins that round will win the game, and that's pretty much been the case for AHQ, who haven't missed a beat really so far. And this is the kind of pressure, like, this is a lot of space that 5s are giving up. They're not even peeking on like the A side, they're playing super passively, and the rotation is even going to be used across. This is super good because the Rolling Thunder is going to force the rotation away to the B side, but now it's pulled the team completely apart. 5s are completely split right now as the execution is going to come in on B.
This is already going from bad to worse, and it might just be a straight up save. Like, they can't really afford to just hand these rounds away, and with how expensive an operator can be, you can already see the retreat as they look to try and escape. Bokram, though, or Borkum even, is in a bit more of a aggressive position. It almost seems like he's looking for some exit kills to potentially drop a player or two, but I'll be honest, the money on AHQ is going to be off the charts because they won the last round flawless and they're winning this one likely with 4 players surviving. For Borkum as well, he already has his ultimate, so I don't actually really see much value in him waiting to try and kill off some of these players.
It's just a risk they can't afford to take. But the breakdown of that was so good. You've got the breach lurking there, which has kept 2 defenders on the A site, which is otherwise dead completely. Nobody else is there. Rolling Thunder gets used across, which pulls the rotation. The only issue, I suppose, for AHQ is they maybe should have waited like 5 more seconds before they pulled out the run it back, because pretty much everybody that was defended on the B site was ready to rotate over. But because both the ultimates were used at the same time, you saw the Solver in his own spawn kind of going, which way is it? Which site are they hitting? And they started like, I don't see anything, it must be B. And then suddenly, at that point, HQ have killed 3 people. So these are really smart, cerebral plays, and we didn't really see all that many of those in the first quarterfinal. No offense to the 2 teams, because it was a great game between them, a great series. But AHQ have just, brought in their playbook, which we didn't really see an awful lot of in the group stages, and come in fighting. This is a grand final team by the way that they're playing this, because 5 were dominant.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is becoming very awkward. It's not quite going to be a kill, but it has at least forced them back. The rest of the team are going to go pushing into the site, and it will be Kilo to eventually find the kill on Cypher. It puts them with the site under their control. paranoia being expended to try and leave them some extra space. It's taken some time for the spike to actually get into play.
Silver pushed the smoke. He's actually on the other side of the doorway, sat in the smoke, and there's 2 players waiting there. So I'm not sure if it's come out yet. Silver's still there. It's actually scared away the Ray. She's still top health, so they're still having a bit of a tussle. It's a bit of an awkward one, but Leo is able to clear the site. There goes down to Dispenser. And another surefire round for AHQ. They put themselves on match point. And the way that they're executing this, I really liked it. It was a subtle play, and it didn't really add that much to the direction that went. But AHQ smoked the doorway on the A site where you could shut the door with the lever. They put down the lever, and then the Silver just runs through the smoke and is on the other side of the door, just sat there. And it just was a play that 5 weren't expecting. And suddenly they have 2 players tussling with the Silver in an irrelevant part of the map, whilst the rest of AHQ, like Leo especially, just clears up house. This is some really good Valorant that we're seeing out of these guys.
Yeah, and he in particular, currently top fragging as a Cypher. I think it has to be mentioned. He doesn't have a whole lot of utility that's going to help him get kills. It's mainly for holding down the sight line, but even on this attacking side, he has been having high
Yeoman is Spike. Look at that. The Yeoman's looked all around. He's found a tripwire, but he's also found spike control. So he doesn't want to trip this wire. He doesn't want to teleport either because the attackers are going to hear him. So he's just going to wait on this angle. They're going to go back. He's just going to peek around. And they aren't expected him here.
What gun has he got? That's the question.
He has a Vandal. He gets 1. He gets 2. The lurk works out, and even the Bucky adds to the misery. 5 are going to be able to pull another round back at least. And finally, we get to see a lurking Omen at least find a lot of use. Leo wants to save with this operator, but at this point could also just kill all 3. He's on fire right now.
He has been very impressive. I think at this point, though, he has no idea where these remaining players are actually going to be. So I think it probably will just be the same. In fact, he's actually just going to get rid of the operator. Now, AHQ have enough money that that's not a problem. So I guess maybe they're going to speed things up. I think as well, that's one of those plays where it only works once. So for 5, that has to ignite a fire that then maybe comes up with a few other creative ideas or just gets them feeling a little bit more confident. Because I don't think you're going to see Bork be able to get away with that again.
No, exactly right. Like, this is just an oversight, it feels, from AHQ. It's the whole forgetting your ID on a night out or losing your passport, like I have done in the past whilst in Philadelphia, which was terrifying. But the point of this story is that you do it once and you will never allow it to happen again. And I think that's very much going to be the case for AHQ going forward. It was a cute play for 5, but they can't do that another 6 times in a row and bring that to overtime. I mean, it could. That would be a spectacular story, but I think we'd both be losing our minds if that did happen.
Well, as mentioned, for the attacking side, sure, it was a costly round, an oversight, but it's one where they are going to be able to purchase. I like this from the defense, though. They've realized that the more fundamental, normal passive plays are not working, so they've started to take the fight. Look how far pushed Dispenser is. He's all the way in middle to the right-hand side. If they expect this, then clearly they're a lot smarter than I am, because I would not see this one coming. He's left completely blind, but his opponents are blind to his push. As he'll get an entry, Leo at least will be able to turn the tide back at least a little bit. And again, he holds on before he dies, taking another with him. It gives Rainy the chance to actually open up this A site, and now he just needs his teammate to grab the spike. Kilo is going to go pushing. Somehow AHQ, even after all of the positions were gathered up, even after the frags go their opponent's way, are left in a 2v1 to take their opponent's choice.
Against Kilo and Rainy, it brings it back to a 2v2 at least, but it does give a clear indication on AHQ on where these defenders are going to be coming from, to the point that they've actually pulled themselves up scaffolding, and they're just going to meet them head on. Rainy's going to peek around this corner, can spray on 1. Jesse just didn't react. He was, huh? What? Huh? But that does mean AHQ are able to take this first round at least in decisive fashion in comparison to some of the other maps that we've seen today, Tom.
Well, yeah, there was no overtimes, so I'm going to call that one very decisive. But yeah, maybe a bit of a surprise. As said, this was the map choice of 5, something that I believe we haven't actually seen from AHQ at all. And that's the one thing to mention. This is something we didn't really say too much in the pre-show. So as said, it's a randomized map, yeah?
Yeah.
They only played split. They got randomized to split every single time. So it can give a very misleading sort of matchup for them. Okay, they've only had one map. It could be their worst map. It could be one that they're not going to choose. So we will have to just wait and see going into this next map. If they do pick split, then maybe we can't give them that caveat anymore. But they looked very, very good on that map. Methodical stuff, a decent defense, and an even better offense. And the only rounds that we really saw their opponents able to win were sporadic, aggressive rounds that, as said, they're not something you can recreate.
No, not at all. We even get a bit of a breakdown of the stats, but it is worth adding that the one game that HQ did lose, it was against Sharper Esports. That are one of the teams already into the semi-finals, so it might be just a case that the B group was completely stacked. It also makes me very questionable about Morph as well, considering how well they did, but it's interesting to see that we didn't really see much at all.
In the semis.
Yeah.
That game was so long that it definitely blurred into one, but I get what you mean. It was another playoff squad that they actually ended up losing to.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's like, if both these teams qualified and they both came from the same group, and it just shows that there is very much a big difference in the play that you're expecting. But speaking of which, it's really hard to sort of look at a particular player and go, okay, they didn't really do all that much. Maybe Humi, if you're being very critical of him setting up plays. But it was pretty much across the board. Nobody was running away with frags like we saw with Alert with First Bloods. It's pretty much even across the board. Even Milk on 12 frags was at least able to go even on that kind of thing. So to me, it's like that's a solid team performance. You had Leo showing up with the operator, but everybody, including Rainy, certainly he's probably my MVP of that map at least, just had a really solid game, and Ascent fit them beautifully. Now they get map pick.
Yeah, I think the worry for me is as said, if you have a raise in these sort of situations and they're not doing damage, that's where that raise somewhat becomes a little bit irrelevant. So I think I'd look maybe towards Dispenser a little bit as someone who needs to step up. Either way, we are going to be going off to a short break and then going into HQ's map choice, the chance for them to prove themselves as the worthy semi-finalist. We'll find out after a break. Hello and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. I am hoping that my microphone is working, as this is an Ignition series and we take this seriously, Ryan. Okay?
That's why I'm sat in the dark. I just realised. Hold on. Ta-da! There we go. A good mix of stuff. But we still have more games to play. I feel like I'm throwing a mix-up. I feel like I'm sort of like an anonymous person. You can't see it. Maybe if you opened up twitch.tv/Valorant and stuff, you could see exactly where people are. But it's just like, I am a Killjoy player, and I enjoy playing Killjoy. I think she's, you know, great
Perfectly
and stuff.
balanced.
Perfectly balanced. Yeah, it doesn't really quite work that way. But in any case, we do get to have a look of a bit of a breakdown. There is no Killjoy in this tournament, unfortunately. We do get to have a little look at Borkum and Mill. Borkum top fragging in the game, and I think this is just from the last round on Ascent at least. And you could just see like economy rate would be relatively high for AHQ, and I think for the most part they've had to make a lot happen from a lot of those eco rounds, and it's worked out quite well for them. Borkum, though, is the one that's the shining light, I suppose, on the side of 5, but still need to reverse sweep if they want to bring this back.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a tough one, especially after their previous performance. Like going into this match, obviously we hyped them up as the only team to go flawless within the groups. And realistically, they've come in and they looked a little bit messy. I wasn't particularly impressed. And on the other side, I think we saw much more like methodical play. I think we saw some impressive sort of like clutch rounds as well. So realistically, I'm going forward now and wondering, okay, firstly, if this is the choice of AHQ, which I'll be honest, I've been speaking to some of the guys from the tournament and I am a little bit confused now as to whose choice this actually is. But I'm going to stick with what I was saying before, just for my own sanity. And we are going to be heading into Bind. Now, by the looks of it, AHQ have started on the defensive side. So I would normally assume that that means that it was their opponent's map choice. And if that's the case, Ryan, I've completely lost the plot.
I don't think it really matters who picks a side. I think AHQ seem to be better across it. And it's a bit weird, I guess. Like, if it was 5's map choice to go to Ascent and then to go to Bind, because it seems AHQ have rotations, executes, and retakes all pretty much set in stone. And taking them onto a map like this is just testing them in that scenario. And there's a bit of a bait coming in to try and get the kill on Tequila, who manages to back out at least. There's a few awkward trades, but the numbers advantage is definitely on the side of 5, who are all coming from one direction. They do need to spot out this flanking raise, which is no doubt going to be Milk, now able to play this agent and no doubt do quite a lot on that too. The lamp control is in the hands of Cypher, but need to be careful of what's behind them, and all utility is going to be a clear indication of where this race is going to be.
Oh, Rainey brings it back to an even scenario. Borkum leaves them blind as they do look to try and push into him. It's a nice little crossfire between the two of them. That means they do manage to hold on, and with bathrooms under their control as well, this is not going to be an easy defusal, but Rainey actually does manage to pick off one. The ice wall delays them a little bit longer. They need to try and stop this defusal, and they can't quite do it. It will be AHQ to squeeze through the pistol round as 5, well, they have 2 alive, but not the round.
That is a clear example on why shower control is important, but also why you shouldn't dedicate so many people to showers. If you don't have mid, it forces the attackers on that retake to play super passive to back out all the way to like a lobby and just off of mid. Allowing that space for Milk to come in and flank around at least means that they've got to play from really weird angles. They can't play on the site. They can't use Lamp as a bit of a crutch spot for the retake. It's easy for HQ to just alienate them and get the defuse in at least. It's a nice paranoia, but these guys are going to hold their ground with the guns that they have. There's like pretty much 2 buckies around this corner, and Khan gets collateral with 2 of them. The feed's frozen. It can't even like comprehend what it just saw.
I can't quite believe it, and I'm not going to lie, I'm really hoping that the replay team didn't have that same freeze, because I want to see that one later.
Did you have it too?
Yes.
I think we're still synced up then with any luck.
Oh, this round is looking pretty much over. I wouldn't like to be Jesse stuck in that corner. He does actually manage to get the kill onto Milk, which is something at least that Khan is still getting aggressive. A 4K with a bucky. Like, there's not many times I think I'll get to say that, so I just want to relish the moment. 4K with
Here we go. Beautiful, and just rotates around to get even more. The recon ball's going to be set out. Both teams would be able to buy, actually. I think actually we saw 5's force a little bit on that last round, which makes it even more of a nightmare scenario for them. Humi at least is able to get a frag with the ghost, but Jesse can yet again only do so much. HQ have a lot of control towards B, but look at Gakama. He's made his way onto the site, and this is patient play out of the Brimstone now. Kilo's going to give him a lot of space, and with the SMG, quite rightly. Dispenser able to pick up another at least. And Humi cleared off of the site at least, so it works out quite well. It just brings it down to Dispenser versus the 3 defenders. Milk isn't afraid to go for this peak. It's a straightforward one, and another defuse coming in.
Yeah, they've managed to get themselves into a pretty good position in the early start, and more importantly, that's now rounds where we've actually seen some relative investment coming out from the side of 5. I think we're thereabouts. I think I might be a little bit behind, but I can't actually catch up. Oh,
there's no way for you to do it. Unfortunate. And this has been an unfortunate start for 5s. I think losing the 3rd round, like if this is HQ to pick up this next round too, I'd be pretty inclined to say that this is looking pretty much done. It's very aggressively against 5 here at this point, but I think AHQ just seem to be like on another level. They've just sort of pulled this out of nowhere seemingly, because their group stage wasn't exciting. It wasn't really that good, but like you mentioned, they were very unlucky with the map randomizer getting split 3 times in a row, and they played up and lost against the team that is now currently in the semi-finals. So you can't really say fairer than that when it comes to how well you're performing. But I expected more from 5. They had an easy time, it feels like, when it comes to the run of the mill on C. And this is a nice split. The spike has been left on ramps to an extent at least. The Aldron isn't really going to catch all that much information, but does have a good idea on maybe some crossfires that are set up. Borkum needs to be careful as he has a raise looking in his general direction. He's going to teleport onto site and actually isn't caught out completely. He's going to wrap around. He gets one. He gets the spray in onto the raise. Needs to clear the Silver in the box and he even gets the help of dispense to add to it, but can't.
Oh my god! This guy is ridiculous. Like, this is a 4-buy pushing into a man with a Bucky, and he has just wrecked 3 of them. Like, this man is the Bucky king. No one matches up to this man at this point. 7-1. They managed to break a full rifle buy. I actually can't believe it. I don't believe that that's just happened. One thing I will say, they lost to Sharper, right? That was the one team they lost to.
Yes.
Sharper are out. They lost to...
Oh, yeah, of course they did.
So they almost made it through.
It was so long. It was just like, we are all winners. Both teams deserve to qualify. Cad has at least upgraded the Bucky to a Phantom and is still able to get frags. And Spike Control is now in the hands of the defenders. Literally now, Milk is just sat on it, nesting it, protecting it at all costs from the attackers that now have a weird engagement to make from the most narrow part of the map.
I actually don't mind them committing this ultimate at all. There's going to be one back in the other direction. It's like a classic Star Wars battle of good versus evil.
Cat gets free!
He stopped! Oh my goodness. 2 kills off the Hunter's Fury. Of course, the initial frag he got as well. This man is having an absolute field day. And AHQ, currently playing on the defensive side of Bind, are absolutely dominating. He has died once. He's been playing Bucky most of the game.
Unbelievable. I'm lost for words. This is just going from bad to worse now. It's a Harlem Globetrotters run through for AHQ. And another execute coming in from 5 onto B. There is a bit of a lurk happening on A at least, but Rainey's still added to it. They're going up against pistols. Humi, yet again, is able to get a pistol kill, but there's not too much that can be added to it. Dispenser, this is full on internet, I think, at this point. I think he's mad, like, to throw in a showstopper like that. But to be fair, he has cleared the majority of AHQ on this, A site. So that's very unfair of me. Like, those kills just came out of seemingly nowhere, and the showstopper brings this to a 2 versus 2. I apologize, Dispenser. That was really well thought out.
Well, it was more who me. He actually, I think the bit you missed was the fact that it was actually 2 kills. He gets 2 kills off the back of his Ghost, which is slightly ridiculous. They're still waiting for the players to actually push on towards this B site. Instead, it's actually going to be A, where the plant goes in. This close range angle. It's so dangerous, but it's checked. Oh, by Leo, and he unscoped at the wrong time. Kilo looking to try and save things, and he does it in a matter of seconds. Even though it's close, even though it almost works out for 5. AHQ, they do manage to get their 6th. Still a very good start to this Bind map.
I guess 5s are going to be looking at that one. That's the closest round that they took so far, and it was on an anti-eco. HQ needs to be a bit more careful with this, I suppose, but Gakama, 0 and 6, yet to get off the board. Had some really nice spells, I suppose, on the Ascent map, but not really come to the same sort of level. Can't start picking up the Operator. I think he's playing gun game at this point.
Well, yeah, they've got a double op. Obviously, they managed to save one from the last round, but
yeah,
this is something that I like to see on Bind. I think there's so many angles where it can be viable, especially if you look towards that A site. You can even challenge into mid, and you can have those sort of more aggressive peaks into long, which is seemingly the case right now. Long B is being held by Khan. Now, they are about to pressure this angle. Of course, they do have the drone available, which will at least clear that position, but there's going to be one coming right back.
Does catch up to somebody at least. And the Razor's rotated over on the defense, has the showstopper, so if there's a bit of intel that they could grab, he could just run in and Space Jam dunk them if they're not careful. And Borkum even using the From the Shadows to get elbow control. Nobody sat in it, so actually this is a nice opening. Dispenser with the Vandal could get one. Milk with the ultimate can at least kill Borkum, who was in that lurking position. The plant is going to go in this 3 versus 2. Never mind, 3 versus 1. As Jesse's able to get quite a lot done for 5s. Their best chance, the orbital strike, doesn't catch all that much. And Kilo goes down. First round for 5s.
Something we see quite regularly from them is when Jesse picks up that operator, things seem to change for Five, and they managed to keep the last round relatively costly as well. So we're likely to see an investment, but it will have made things painful for the defensive side. They're going to go back to rifles, which I think is the right call. The two operators in that round didn't really manage to do too much, and they were massively successful with how dynamic and fast a lot of their plays were able to be. The only worry for me for AHQ is I don't know if Kant can keep up this same sort of momentum. Like, the way he's been playing thus far in the game has been ridiculous. I don't know if that's something he can successfully do for the whole match.
I mean, a couple of freezes, technical issues. Sorry about that. It's a clean feed being sent to us, so there's only really so much we can do when it comes to observing and stuff like that, but we should still be ready to go. You mentioned sort of Kant there, but like it does mean if Five start to pull ahead a little bit, they still need to be very careful on any anti-eco rounds or half-buys. Yeah. So like they've got to just work against it to the best of their abilities. Borkum, though, is able to get another frag lurking on the A site, and it's actually going to force maybe a potential rotation away from AHQ, but they're just sticking with the fact that they could be on B. Recon Bolt isn't really going to catch too much other than two players, actually, so the Sofa's going to rotate around. Rainey's going to wall it and sit atop, which I think is a bit of an obvious play and easily punishable if Fives are not careful. Yeah, easy for Gikama to get his first frag at least and open it up, and the Neural Theft now even coming out just to show exactly where these defenders are going to be. Fives rotating around to A where there's only the lone Cypher.
This would have to be a fairly impressive hold. Milk also taking a slight battle in towards B long position. Peek out from Leo. There was a chance for two, but Borkum is not going to allow for it.
What's
so there
he
is
doing?
a retake coming in from Khan. He just gonna walk straight out, look to take the fight, and again this man goes huge at the perfect moment. There's only 15 seconds. It's given the time for his teammate to rotate in as well. As the clock ticks down, they have to make a move. They're gonna use the wall, but it's Milk to already leave things down to just JC Nash, and he can't do anything. It is Kant just stepping up every time they need a hero. And well, I don't know how he manages to get away with so much there.
He's just so proactive on his approach now. Like, he was thinking about rotating over to A, but just made sure that he was ready to go help his team when needed. And it was nice play from Leo to at least add a bit of resistance. Borkum opening up with First Blood and then a few other kills to get onto that A site. But from there, it's easy work. Like, it's crazy how much the Count's been able to get away with. Nobody's peeking together for Five, and especially when they're only down to 2 or 3 players, they need to look out for one another, because if they just get 1v1'd in a lot of these fights, they're just going to get chipped away. Dispenser at least opening up the accounts on Five, and yet again a B Execute looking likely to come through with the Omen lurking on Showers on A.
Yeah, again, they've got the advantage, but it's tough to count out the defensive side at this point. Khan has that operator. 2 players here, but it's a quick cleanup, leaving just Khan remaining. This time, there's nothing he can do. 7-2, 5 at least bring themselves back another round, and I'm sure this is going to create some damage for AHQ in terms of their finances. They do have 3 ultimates available to them, so if things get a little bit spicy in the round, they could take themselves a risk.
One more round that they can afford for. If they lose this, they'll have to save next. And then the round following is the last round of this half, so they're pretty much going to be steady, at least for the next few rounds. Set up, not for life, but for a good portion of it. And these B executes have been going relatively well for Fives. It's going to be interesting to see if AHQ change up their plan. Certainly when they have ultimates, Hunter's Fury can be used. And I think that's what this Aldrod is going to use. It's going to be fired across. Humi is going to try and dodge it. And unfortunately, the ultimate doesn't catch all that much. Humi is trying to push into the slow orb to just see if he can catch somebody that's staying there a little bit too long. But AHQ just going to back off and give a lot of space. And you have the Raze in Hookah that's going to try and scare away Dispenser as much as possible, who has been getting very good on these First Bloods.
No, it seems like they're fully committed in towards this B site now. A few shock darts expended and Kant just trying to hold onto the cross. We are going to see the blind Milk, but he actually manages to get a kill off the back of a blast pack, and now they've got 2 players boosted up on this wall. They might expect the first. They're not even checking for anything though. This will be very easy. A nice little play coming out from the defensive side to keep things interesting, and even a rotation back in. The spike Core has to go to A. They've left one player behind, however. But if they get that kill, surely there's no chance in the retake.
And they've got enough people that they can rotate around and play for it. It seems that there's going to be a plant towards Showers, which is going to be really difficult for Jesse. They know that he's there. He's going to push with the operator. He's going to get one at least. His position is going to be given up by the recon bot. Misses the second shot. 8-2 is now going to be the score for AHQ. They're going to be set for the rest of this half, at least when it comes to money. 5, struggling.
It seems like even some of the plays that they're making are not necessarily bad ones. I don't know how, for starters, Milk managed to get away with being completely blinded by the paranoia and still getting a kill with a blast pack. That must be tilting. But even still, like, a lot of these rounds are so definitively clean from AHQ, and for 5, they're just unable to get anything done. Like, I think they're very, very reliant on Borkham to get something done. Like, you could see top of the board at the moment, 12 and 8. If he has a good round, then they seem to have a chance. But a lot of their more clinical players, even for example Jesse, who has a lot of impact with that operator most of the time, has had a bit of a quiet start to this match. And of course, this is one where if they lose, they're eliminated. That's it. They're out.
And I've had more of a chance to stay in it this time with it being a best of 3. I fancied 5 to take this, but AHQ have shunted me shut, I suppose, when it comes to that sort of belief. I like the Cypher playing lamps, the tripwires, and the camera all set up just to be more of a late play. And it's a good gamble. Everybody here on AHQ is ready for this execution. And 5, if they want to rotate, it's going to take 30-40 seconds. So the longer that they stay here, the more that they're dedicating to this site. Yukama's watching the flank to see if anybody comes behind him. And that recon bolt might not shock too much, but Leo is going to get a kill onto JC Vash as he makes his way in, at least. And even Hunter's Fury dedicated on the attack.
Yeah, they've just used 2 ultimates and basically gained 0 kills. It really hasn't worked out for them at all. Look how aggressive this is from Milk. Clearly feeling confident in his ability, and it's left down to just one man. Humi won't be able to bring it home. 9-2. Again, we're seeing a dominant half, and unlike in the first map, there's not really been any signs from 5 that they would be able to turn this around. Like, when we saw the first match, it was like very back and forth. Like, there were rounds that could have gone either way, and then big streaks. In the last map, they just got wrecked.
We could see another ascent like we did in the first series. 10-2 half, and then it finishes 15-13 to 5. That could happen. I mean, it would be spectacular if it did. And I don't know if I could go through the emotional turmoil anymore. 5 just haven't really been able to do all that much with these executes. Now they're just default into the same thing that they've tried to do multiple times. The issue is that they're not running on big guns right now. You've got Guardians and Spectres involved. You've only got the Neural Theft with an ultimate. HQ are going to be sitting pretty. They have ultimates, they have time, and they have round difference. They're not going to be fazed by this one step at all. And even then, Milk gets that first kill onto Dispenser yet again. These battles of Razors and Hookah prove it's pivotal for the defending team.
Yeah, they have such an advantage in so many ways. I think he's just been spotted out. To stick around here would be ballsy, to say the least, but he really wants to go for these fights. You can see 4 ultimates as well available for AHQ, and some pretty beefy ones at that. The Res, you've also got the Showstopper, and of course that wonderful Orbital Strike, and it's just going from bad to worse. Rainy's just pushed out into C. I don't know if there's no communication or something, but JC loses 2 teammates knowing that there's a player there. The paranoia is good. He's actually going to try and sneak behind them, but Leo doesn't fall for it at all. And now Jesse, the only one remaining in a 1 versus 4 with so much left to do. I don't even know what the plan is here. It's impossible.
10-2. Dominant side. Trying to fix some of the audio panning issues, by the way, guys in chat. I just had a quick look. I think it's from the clean feed, so I'll let them know for the future games, but everything should be set to mono now, so shouldn't be as in your face, I don't think. But unlike the left and right ears on your headset, this isn't even from AHQ versus 5. In fact, it's very uneven, as AHQ are able to break apart at least with a good start. And Khan is still top fragged by a considerable distance at least. And a lot to be desired, I think, from both sides. Well, not at all for AHQ in that case. Sorry, I'm still checking. It's just a default word I'm saying, whilst I'm just making sure that this all works. But let me know if that's better. And shout your support for the team of your choice. I think AHQ wanting to at least have a good pistol round. But I'm pretty sure 5 need it at this point. And AHQ having a start like this with those 2 kills, it's looking likely to be 11-2.
Yeah, the boom bot has made things work, and you could just see the confidence coming out for the aggressive side as they go rushing in towards this B site. Mine is completely frozen, so you might have to take this away.
Oh no, mine has as well. Like, I mean, this is the look for 5, I think, at this point. It's pretty much hello darkness, my old friend. Oh, now it's some, like, trippy, like... It's not a good look. Gikama, we're seeing this 4 frames at a time. We can break it down as it's happening. We could probably just do it by sound. In the end, it breaks apart. And like I said, this is like all clean feed, so there's we could just sort of... I think it's happening to you as well, isn't it? So
we're along for the ride, yeah. We just have to wait and see. The stream probably sensed that James Banks was coming and decided to just like run in fear of that wonderful man. It's gonna be 11-2. To be honest, maybe it's just a point where the guys over in Asia have just decided that 5 are being wrecked so hard that they don't really want to show it anymore. It just seems like bullying because this is...
Stop! He's already dead!
Oh, okay. Well, they know
this is
dead.
awkward.
It's like, I don't even care. Yeah, you know I'm here already. It doesn't make a difference. The problem is he's actually been tagged, and the rest of the team are just going to go running in towards this site. It's an aggressive play from Milk, but that's what we've seen pretty much all the way through. And Dispenser has lost that battle 9 times out of 10. Khan cleans things up, leaving just 2 players remaining to try and stop this from getting to a 12-2 scoreline. Map score we didn't expect to see in the playoffs, maybe not even at all. And with the manner that they're doing it in, AHQ are deserved of their spot within the semi-finals. 1 more round to go, 10 in a row needed for 5 if they're going to bring this one back. And I cannot say I'm a believer.
Easy job. It's been difficult to sort of know where 5 have been going wrong. I think it's just been that when you play like at this level, and I think that's a thing that's been very easy to miss, I suppose, for people. Like, there's a lot of pros in chat. I've been reading the comments, and yeah, there's been a lot of exciting input to the point that yet again the stream just can't deal with that kind of knowledge being spouted. But I guess it's like these all come down to like set executes and defaults. Like, it might look like it's a lot of like thinking on the spot, but these are all set plays that the attacking team are trying to do and the defending team are trying to stop them. For AHQ and our defense, they just never let 5 do what they wanted. And on attack, they are winning a lot of these engagements. You've got Milk making this push. He's done this 3 rounds in a row now. Wasn't expecting Humi to be on the box that time, to be fair, but you live and you learn. But even then, he's just there to keep the attention on the B side. There's 3 people there staring into nothing and waiting for nothing to happen. It's these 2 players on A that are about to get hit by the full force of AHQ, that are on match point and want to put this to bed, put themselves in the grand finals. It's on.
Managed to take some control, but it's Borkham to at least get 1. Yakama keeps it clean, and well, Leo has at least made things interesting, but he's got flanks coming in from behind. There should be absolutely no way, but he does get a 3rd. He's made things very costly, at least, and knowing that chances are they're going to have a buy into the next round, this isn't the biggest deal for AHQ. That's the bonus. They made it costly. They forced a few awkward rebuys. Now they go for the win.
Now they've just got to keep buying and buying, even if they can't afford it. Luckily, money's okay at least. They've just got to like shift stuff around, and I mean, at this point, you could save if you're AHQ. You really have the money to be able to do that, and it seems to be across the board. They aren't sure though. They don't know whether to go for it or not, but they don't really have ultimates to make plays either. There's no showstopper orbital strike Hunter's Fury yet. And I'm pretty sure they'll be glad for it. Dispenser and Mill, this battle of the ages has been going on so long when it comes to utility. But it's kind of like a wrestling match, I suppose, where Dispenser was losing. And so Humi comes in from the side of the ring and just brings in a chair. And everybody's like, boo, that's unfair. But it is a very one-sided game.
This time, the hold within the B site looks to be doing its job. As I said, we're almost just waiting for the next round now with the money being saved for AHQ, not needing to take the risk, as you mentioned. They're far enough in the lead that they could even take another one for no reason at all, and they'd still be in a hugely advantageous spot. Wouldn't recommend it, of course. It's not over until it's over. But this round, at least, well, again, if they can make things costly, maybe make it so that one of the weapons is slightly weaker, remove some utility for the next round, that'd be fantastic. But ultimately, it's looking a lot better in this one, at least from 5.
And they're still going to go for it. There's no point in saving. They'll have money for next round.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
If anything, they could just make life awkward. They could trade for a teammate at least, and Leo's now in the center of his cyber cage. Rainey's actually doing some damage, and it's brought it down to a 2 versus 3. The Cypher's not even on site anymore. The Spike's not going to get picked up, actually. This could be really costly if 5 aren't careful. They're all stacked up together. If they died, and that's it. The Spike is going to be planted. It is going to be sort of a clutch-up situation now for the Cypher, but he's surrounded on both sides. Even a round like that, 5 bring it down to the death.
Yeah, this is what I mean when I talk about how in the last series where things were like very close towards the end and we saw the comeback from only one word in pretty much every single match. I could at least say when they went into like their defensive side, I was looking at it and going, okay, that's positive. Like that looks pretty good. Both of these like anti-eco rounds, there have been positions where they've lost 3 players to like 1 guy, or like they've just lost too many in a position that should be very, very easy for them. And it just doesn't make me feel confident in any way that they're going to make this comeback happen. And for AHQ, they literally just need to cheese their way through 1 round when individually they've been by far the better team.
Kilo's happy to make his presence known by picking up the ult orb. You can see 5 are rotated around already. There are 2 players that haven't pushed too much on B, but now the defenders are maybe starting to take a little bit more space, dedicating even a bit of utility with the Eldron, just to scout out to see if this is a bit of a bait, even going through the teleport to see if they can spot anybody in that position. And they do. They catch Kilo with the tag at least. So these defenders are poised for this kind of execute. It's surprised that AHQ aren't going to try and bait and switch in some other general direction. They still wanted to go for this.
Oh, they're going to make things awkward, but Borkham again always seems to be in the high impact plays, but it's patient from Leo. He uses their own smoke against them, uses the one way as he clears out the lamps as well, leaving only a few left standing. Rainey stops the aggression from Jesse and leaves only 2 remaining. Another Hunter's Fury comes through, and Humi alongside Dispenser has found a kill, and it comes back to what is now a 1 versus 2. The res so important, and lots for this one defender remaining to try and bring things back. Humi to keep them in the tournament. Otherwise, 5 are heading out in the quarterfinals, and it will be a semi-final spot for AHQ. And he's got to try and clear the angles. He doesn't even know where they are. The clean feed's even frozen for me, so I don't know if he's still standing, but the push comes through from Kant. Surely they'll get the spray down, and eventually it is done. AHQ make it to the semi-finals in dominant fashion, and 5, unfortunately, are out.
And I would love to say it was close. I was hoping for that to go all of the distance, but really AHQ brought it to a level that we sort of expected they would do before this tournament even started. We just didn't see it in the group stages, but what a way to come into the playoffs, beating one of the favorite teams based on performances within groups. Yeah. So decisively, right? That was such a great performance from them. It was a bit long drawn out towards the end of the game even, but 5s just couldn't keep up with that level of play. We can even take a look at some of the stats and see exactly how that boiled down, but Can't with the Bucky, I think that was pretty much 10 of the kills that he got out of the 20 that he left with.
That is a rough one. I have to say, like, there was so many impressive plays from the beginning to the end. You even look at First Bloods and they're dominating the scoreboard. It just wasn't a good day, I think we can say, from 5. But I think also we have to look at this as HQ have risen into the tournament. And that's the thing. There are plenty of teams within multiple esports who can lose a map or lose a game during the group stage and then come out to play in the playoffs. And that's all that really matters. That's the big thing. If you perform in the playoffs, well, I'd much rather that than being that one team that manages to 3-0 in the groups, which unfortunately in this case seems to be 5. So yeah, impressive stuff from them. They've come through and dominated, and well, they're going to go on into the semifinals to face off against Only One Word, who had a scrape through of a match. They did beat Sharper, who did manage to beat AHQ. But I'll be honest, this was a very different looking team to what we saw in the groups. I'm excited to see how far they'll go.
Yeah, and I think also if you are at this point AHQ, you are avoiding Split like the plague. And maybe that's something that Only One Word could use against them, but it's not like they chose that map to play either at this point. But that decides one of the semi-finals that's going to be happening tomorrow. Coming up very shortly, we will have Thailand Attitude versus Attack All Round, and then Boom eSports versus Team SMG. They will decide the other semi-final that's happening tomorrow. Then the grand finals will be on Sunday with third place playoffs as well. So we've got that all to come, all best of threes. All should be blitzering games. And to be honest, they should. I don't know why that's frozen there. To be honest, I'm not really sure still out of the teams that we have available which teams are going to start to sort of pull ahead. AHQ, though, I think that was a much more dominant performance that we saw out of Only One Word, at least.
Yeah, for sure. And what it is worth mentioning is, for me and you, that is us done with this tournament. That is going to be James Banks and, of course, Mitch Mann, the 5-foot king, who's going to be taking you through the rest of the tournament. So if you have enjoyed, you can check both of us out on Twitter. It's at TomBiz and at Ryan Central. And, of course, make sure to show those guys as much love as you have shown us throughout the day. I'm sure it's going to be a fun one. Either way, thank you, and make sure you stick around for the next match, which will be coming up in around 15 minutes' time.
Killed. Hostile removed. Our spy carrier is killed. Cage triggered. Where is everyone hiding?
What's going on, guys? We are back for more Valorant action. We got 2 more quarterfinal games going your way, and I've got myself and Mitch Man to bring you it from start to finish. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are ready for some epic action coming your way. And Mitch, the main thing is, are you ready, my friend?
Absolutely. I'm ready to get these games underway. And thanks yesterday, I told you the game I was excited for, and I'm really glad that we get to start with it.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? We got Thailand Attitude taking on Attack All Around. Attack All Around, we both said it. They're potentially looking like the best team throughout this entire tournament. But when it comes to playoff stages, it all comes down to who can hang, because it's no chance that you've got another game to play, right? You must win here. You must win across the best of 3. It's certainly not easy. Now, you can see the format we've had here throughout the event so far. We started with our regional opens. Recently, we've had the group stages. We had a day off yesterday, giving the teams to get themselves ready after playing the grueling group stage. And now we are at the playoff stage, the final part of it all. We've got our top 8 teams, but it's already been whittled down to just 6. And by the end of today, it'll be only 4.
Yeah, we are starting to get rid of teams now, chuck them out the window if they can't handle the heat. And so far, already some teams have fallen, but I'm really sad to see one of Attack All Round and Thailand Attitude go. This is going to be one hell of a series.
That's the thing, right? When we're looking at this, it's like Attack All Round the Thailand Attitude. They've both given us some crazy good moments when it comes to the event. I'm a little bit sad that one of them won't make it through. But then we've also got afterwards, we've got Boom eSports going up against Team SMG. Now, what I like really interestingly here is that Team SMG was the team that looked like they were going to go 3-0. And then all of a sudden it turned around for them in their final game. They couldn't get it done.
You got to remember as well, though, for Boom, when you look at their position, they've got a forfeit win under their belt. They lost to Attack All Round. I feel like they're probably one of the teams I wouldn't expect to do much damage up against a team like SMG. So in reality, that should be a relatively easy game, but you just never know. Things have been so topsy-turvy in this region.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? When you look at the region, it is a wild one. Do you know who I'm really looking forward to see on Attack All Around again, though? Is Ginny. She showed us some serious skill. She was locking it down alongside Conga. These guys were looking absolutely super, super crazy. But we're starting with looking at Thailand Attitude, right? You got these guys on the screen right now. And for me, Boom, he was absolutely like perfection when he was playing out there. Patafan was on top as well. We had some good moments from Fee. I feel like for them, they had really good synergy, but they would just throw away some silly rounds. Rounds that were like, guys, you are better than this. You shouldn't be making these kind of mistakes.
Yeah, there were a couple big mistakes coming through in their game. At the end of the day, though, winning at 13-7 over Team SMG was a pretty solid win. I have to say, Patafan really caught me by surprise. He pulled out the Phoenix, and I genuinely think it's the first time I've ever said I'm glad he picked Phoenix, because it worked so well in that game and how he was playing it.
Now, when you're looking at Attack All Around, Ginny, she was absolutely supremely good when it came to putting in the work on that team. The clutch moments she had were the reason they were able to get such a convincing scoreline in that game against MOTV. It was 13-5 on Haven. Conga, he was just delivering from start to finish, right? And then Chromex even came and joined us in chat afterwards. He was coming to celebrate their win, because for them, they know they messed up at the beginning. And if you guys didn't watch the group stage, sadly, AAA didn't turn up to one of their games, so they had to forfeit it, which is why we had this weird 3-way tie, and they had to play that final match against MOTV. But they just came in with a whole nother level.
Oh, they definitely did. When you look down towards this lineup, Conga really the one that caught my gaze. Ginny had some good clutches for sure. Ascetics as well came in on his own, but really Conga the one that just consistently, dominantly came through round to round. Finished up against Boom with 26 kills. And for a 13-11 scoreline, you really need someone stepping up like that just to bring you across the line.
Now look at this. This is very interesting stats we got here, Mitch. So 235 for the average combat score we got in there, and then 207 for Thailand Attack. First Blood's very even, but the pistol win percentage for Attack All Around. And I feel like pistols are so important, because at least what we've seen here within the Southeast Asia region, they've not really been teams that go and force up, right? We've seen them just go for the straight. Maybe we'll drop a 2-0, and then we'll just push out with guns on the third round.
I have to say,
what that does, that enables the AAA squad, right, being that good at pistols, that they can potentially just pick up 4 rounds real nice and quick.
I'm not too sure about the first blood stats. It says both teams had 10%. They lost 9 out of 10 of their opening duels. That seems a little bit too much, but Well, maybe
You're not
it
sold on
is.
that, Mitch. You're not
I've-
sold on that.
I'm not 100%, but there, first bloods per round as well for these players, 19%. When it comes down to individual players, I'll believe that for sure. And I think for Nugent, the fact that he's getting involved in so many early duels and comes out with the highest average combat score kind of surprises me.
Yeah, it's one of those things where actually, when you looked at some of their games, you might not be considering that could be the case. But I feel like more often than not, when we're looking at first bloods and how it goes down, sometimes it's just so chaotic, like it's just a fast bust in. I remember that's the one thing we saw right from them is they were so fast, they were so furious with it on the Thailand attitude side. But they really do have attitude when they come out and play. Now in our first map, we are going to be getting Ascent. I like it. You know, I'm always down for this, Mitch. This is always going to make me happy. And for me, right, you know, I know it's not your favorite map. I know Ascent can be kind of, some people say, oh, it's such a terrible map. I really like that we're getting Ascent more and more because I feel like this is how teams can really turn up the map pool themselves a little bit because there's a lot of teams that still don't jump into it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, the reality is if most people dislike the map, you picking it's going to be a pretty good idea because they don't like it. They probably haven't practiced it a million times. And look at the composition again. Thailand attitude coming through with their Phoenix in play. Shouldn't be too surprised. Now, it worked out really well. And we also see some teams playing a Phoenix when it comes down to Ascent. So the one map where I think he has been pulled out a decent amount for European standards.
Yeah. Get used to. Padafan puts down the molly, wants to force him out of position, also hits the headshot as well. And he burns Chromex alive. This is a great way into the site. He's right on the edge of it. Oh no! Conga Red, you didn't check the corner, you got destroyed, they were far too in the sight, and Thailand attitude, they've started off so strong, there's still 4 alive, it's only the Sova left, a 1v4, and the shot dart will do some damage and find him a kill, but he still needs to do a hell of a lot more work in this round.
It's a good start, but yeah, still left in the 1v3, doesn't look that winnable for him. As long as they don't overpeak, Thailand attitude should be able to just trade this. They've got a flank going underway as well.
Here.
Marking up where he is. That flank should be the thing that finishes it off. They're distracting, and Thee comes up behind to finish that one and put 1-0 on the board for Thailand attitude. Good push forward. I'm surprised they're given that much space. Remember, we did say Attack All-Rounder, the cleanest team that we've seen in this region when it came down to their approach to Valorant. So I'm not expecting that Thailand will get those opportunities all too often.
So 1-0 pistol round goes the way of Thailand attitude. We know how much they love it on their attacking side of split to bring out their A game. Very unfortunate for Attack All Round on quite a few things just then. But this is what you got to be worried about with Thailand attitude. They come out super strong, they come out fast, they come out with guns blazing, and you need to find a way to deal with that for sure.
Oh yeah. If you're up against Thailand attitude, you can't give them that much space. In the pistol round, it's forgivable, but really, when you come to the first buy round, that's where you got to put your foot down. You'll notice a lot of ghosts in play for Thailand attitude. We saw this from them before. Whenever they win the pistol, they like to take a super light buy. Bulldog's obviously going to be viable for future rounds. You've got an entry potential on a Spectre, and then the ghosts hopefully won't be necessary. But if they are, at least they've got some combat potential.
Mugen needs to be making sure they're all checking their corner. Ginny with a frenzy, able to do some really solid work. Only just managed to pick up a gun, but then she's taken out anyway. 3 alive still for Thailand attitude. A little bit scary, but a couple of kills going their way, and that's a fair play to get it done.
Yeah, the sad thing about that is for Attack All Around, because it was a really solid little corner hold by Ginny. The problem is they had those 2 ghosts, right? So they're able to retrieve all of those weapons. They don't actually lose anything except for the armor. And even the abilities, obviously, you get to keep over into the next round. So in terms of the damage done, it's quite minimal. The difference is Ginny is now close to her ultimate because she's got those 2 kills plus 2 deaths already on the board. She's starting to build up those ult charges. Not the worst to give it to an Omen, but never ideal. Really, for Thailand attitude, though, they do come into this round with some disadvantages. 2 Spectres, 2 Bulldogs, and I think a Phantom I spotted. But, as I said, the Bulldog still gives you lots of potential to get damage done.
Oh, nice attempt there with the Cypher cage being put down. We're getting a bit of screen lag, I believe. Apologies, guys. We are watching this off a clean view. We're trying to give you the best we can from this. There just might be a couple of issues when it comes to the end of where we're receiving this from. So we will do our best to take you through all of the action as it goes down. As Ginny puts the Shadow Orb down, expects there to be someone close onto the short. Chromex is going to get all that information as much as possible here. He knows they're outside for now, but how does he react on it? Molly goes up. No one in that position, though. The drone's flying. Oh, nicely done from Chromex. He starts off super strong there. And even though his location's been revealed, he's still going to stand strong and try and avoid as many of the bullets coming out towards him as possible. Pinned them ready on the edge of it. And I like this. Look at the sneak around. Boom's like, I'm just going to teleport out and disappear. As Ace, he manages to take down Fee. They're holding strong. They've got the numbers advantage with the guns in their hands. Attack all around are standing up and standing strong in this round.
Yeah, the problem for Thailand Attitude now is time. There's no way to really get back into this. They have to pretty much just concede it. You look at that flank that was coming around towards the B side. I thought that could have been the round for them if they rushed through the spawn, but as soon as they lose this round is done and dusted. For Boombarappa, trying to save out wide on short like that was a little bit ambitious, and I think he might have had a bulldog too. So that's a fairly valuable weapon considering they saved over a Spectre.
Now here for Thailand Attitude, it's what you can do now. You've got all the good weapons in your hands. We see the ults up on Paddy as well, which is strong for the Phoenix to use if they want to just pop in with some extra information. We've seen it many times, right, where they'll go in behind the Cypher drone. Once the information's had, they'll push out into it and try and get in for that opening kill.
A minor detail here, Banks, but you saw Mushroom had that Spectre saved over, and he upgraded to the Phantom. And obviously didn't get an ult charge or give one away by dying. But I would have preferred him to either hunt aggressively with his teammate if they were going to get rid of it, or just save the weapon now.
Oh, here we go. Padafan uses the ult to perfection. We just spoke about it. He's going to continue to push forward, and Congrate gets slapped through the smoke. Doesn't even have a chance to move. Oh, this is the Padafan show. He's up at 4 kills already. Only one more player to find. It's Ginny. She's trying to stand strong. Oh, she gets it onto Fee, luckily there. Nice swing. But Padafan with the ace. That's the way you get it done. You use an ult and you get an ace. That is incredible stuff there. Now, Mitch, I believe we're going to change over the clean feed real quick, right? While we swap things around here just in the buy phase. So, remember, we're taking this clean field out from over in Southeast Asia. So we're trying to make the magic happen for you guys and deal with it all. So let me open this one up.
It'll just take 2 seconds. We'll have to double check we're synced up as well.
Yeah, no problem. We can check we're synced up.
Let's give us a countdown on the timer. 30?
Nope. 27, 26, 25.
Let me quickly refresh this. Hopefully we'll line up. 21, 20, 19,
19, 18, 17,
perfect.
16.
Okay.
There we go.
Give the people back the action.
Don't worry, Twitch chat. We're taking the feed all the way from over in China. We're trying to make this work for you guys. We're watching a clean feed and then giving you the broadcast with the English commentary. We're fixing it. We don't want you guys to miss the action. He didn't miss a round, but we have seen Thailand actually manage to get another one off the back of Padafan getting that ace, but it was using the ult like we spoke about, Mitch.
Wall down, the push forward. Nugent got the angle, catches the kill onto Congarad, fades out with the dash. I love that, Banks. That's beautiful.
Yeah. Smart plays coming out. Thailand Attitude, they may have lost that one round, but they just bounce back with the full aggression once again. Now, they need to get very careful and check the corners here. But Fee, oh, this is huge. Oh, one goes down, and the second Ginny was too slow to react. It goes down as well. Fee, how are you getting away with that, you madman?
That's just ridiculous. Absolutely no idea how he found all that space. Thailand Attitude.
At least after the second one, you know.
It seemed that way, but apparently Destiny had other things in mind for Thailand Attitude. 4-1 up. And this is one hell of a start for them. They've got to be over the moon. And that opening by Nugent, that tickled me a little bit. Just dropping down, sprays him, and then dashes out of the way.
But that one by Fee at the end, right? The way she played it, got the first 2 kills, then swung to the left a little bit, knowing where Ginny was, and Ginny swung into her. It was just a perfect play. Oh, what a great battle. Now we've got some Ascent love coming in Twitch chat, and I'm all about that Ascent love. It's my favourite map when it comes to it. Mitch, not so much a fan, because you had to play it many times in a row. It actually had the opposite effect for me.
8 times.
I queued it 9 times. I queued it 9 times. Maybe you just needed the magic time.
If I got one more, I'd be good. That's all I needed. Yeah, it was an experience, I'll say that.
What I'm really scared for, though, for Attack All Around, is that Paddy's having such a good game that he could get his ult up once. So, oh! Ace ticks. You try to sit there on the edge. Yes, you only have pistols, but you thought you'd have the surprise angle. Not going to work this time around. Yeah, I'm worried if Patty continues to have a good game, how many times is he going to be able to get this Phoenix ult up? We see the shorty play on the side here for Congarade. If he could do some damage, maybe grab himself a weapon, it is an opportunity they could have, but it's not going to happen. Nugan is fast and furious with it. The ult's been popped again from Patty. This is the problem. So many ults, and he's just getting kills with it. He's using his ult so well, Mitch. We were very kind of confused about how we would see Phoenix come into play here, but it's actually working perfectly.
Oh, definitely. And the thing is, when you come up against the top level teams, is it going to continue to work is the thing that we haven't really seen just yet. I feel like Phoenix, when it came down to those like top 10 teams, hasn't really been that viable. But in terms of this matchup, Padafan is just a damn expert. And maybe we just haven't seen anybody that understands how to use him properly, right? Like,
well, that's what I was thinking. It's like maybe not being utilized in the way that you'd want it to be utilized, you know?
Oh, absolutely. You look at Sage day one, definitely not played in the same way as now, and Sage is much more pivotal to a lineup. Back then, everyone used to just think of Sage as for heals. One thing we didn't touch on actually for Thailand Attitude is not having a Sage, and we've seen this a couple of times. Now, I know they're comfortable in starting defense without her as well, because we saw that previously, but what I will say is the fact that they haven't got her here doesn't impact them too much if they get off to a really good start, as they have 5-1. They continue out to close this, it's not going to be a terrible disadvantage for them when they swap over to the defensive side. Just means they won't have quite the same ability to slow players down, but when you've got Padafan killing them all, I guess slowing them isn't really on your mind. You want them to come to you as quick as possible.
Oh, the Jet ult's been popped. You heard it go. Now, the difference is they don't have that Sage wall to do the poke over that we see so often on other teams. Chromex, he's pushed away with the flames at his feet. Less than ideal for him. Oh, after ult coming out. Is it going to land, though? Oh, Chromex, no!
That was...
Luckily, Warner flies there with the operator. Chromex is still picking up kills. He was on 4 health. There's other Sova ults going up. This is much better from AAA. Okay, they had to spend a little bit in this to bounce back, but so did Thailand Attitude.
I'm a little bit ridiculous there. The ultimate in play, you saw Padafan try to swing to finish him off, knowing he was low, but just opt in the side. Wanna fly. Attack all round. 5 versus 2, looking to get their second round on the board at long last. And look at the amount of ultimates they've got built up as well. They don't need to pop any of those realistically in this fight, and I don't imagine they will. Especially not after that kill. Losing one player, yeah, that's alright. Don't be too upset about it.
Second round finally found.
And what, they committed a Hunter's Fury, but it was even traded out by the opposing team, so really not the most thrown at it. They didn't have to go all in just to get the win, and really that speaks volumes about hopefully what we're going to see from them moving into this one. You see Thailand Attitude had a lot of presence they're still due outside of the A site. That was only in the first couple seconds here. Now they're starting to rotate over, and perhaps we'll see a little bit of a fake towards B first.
I'd be up for seeing some of these attack all-around players now. They've got themselves into a position where they're starting to learn what they're seeing from Thailand Attitude. Not go aggressive here towards A lobby, but go maybe on A short, push out a bit, like try and take a bit more of a forward position to see what Thailand Attitude are getting set up to, because they do lack a bit of information here when they're going into these rounds. They're giving a lot of space to Thailand Attitude.
But look at what Mushroom is doing. All right, he sends out his drone, makes sure that the B players know that he's around here and that they're worried. But then he starts to rotate, and they're going to hit this A side, as we said, a little bit of a B fake, and it has kept 3 players towards that side of the map. So although it's a decent enough A defense, they've only really got 1 player to contest the site, the other being locked out in towards Garden, and now behind the smoke. This push forward has to be stopped, has to be a big play by Chromex, but in fact that cage has completely halted them, and now the rotates are through.
Yeah, they've managed to get over. They've given a lot of time to them without getting inside. They're backing away with 44 seconds to go. They start to get some legs on, and they're saying, do you know what? We don't actually have to take the fight here. We don't have to sit and wait it out. But is this going to work? Because it's definitely a bit easier for these players to get the rotate over. Nice use of the Omen ult to like spot out where they might be going. They're going to push around through mid and come into the site. Oh, the Raze ult's up. It does connect. He finds one. Great work there from Waterfly. Still trying to stand strong. He's got backup from Ginny. Oh, and they're walking straight into it. More damage being done here. And AAA looking to secure the third. It's still possible for Thailand Attitude to get the win here, especially after that kill on Nugam. Jenny trying to push in. They found the opening. 1 out of 1. 2 still alive. An attack all around. They grabbed their third, but that got very messy at the end.
It did indeed. But they got it done, Banks. That's all that matters. For Thailand Attitude, I feel a little bit bad. Like, that mid play was almost perfect. They had the opportunity to go towards B, but then here comes the TP. Ginny just spots them all out, knows they're in mid. They stayed with 3 players towards the A site. And I suppose they thought the rotate would have been quicker towards B. One quick thing, Banks. I think we might be still slightly out of sync. What time are you at there?
14, 12, 11.
Oh, yeah, that's gone
7.
massively out. So I'm going to pause mine, and we're going to let you catch up. And what are you at now?
This goes here.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Perfect. Okay, we should be back in.
Cool. One thing I'm going to say as well, you know that Omen ult that you saw Ginny use then?
Yeah.
For anyone that plays Omen, that's how you should be using it.
Yeah. Oh, Nugent, he's opened it. And doesn't seem to be any punishment afterwards. Attack all round, even lose a lot of health on Congared. I was going to go in for Chrome X, but never mind. Congared's just died completely. Patafan, I thought he was jumping up. It didn't register. That was the ultimate. I was going to be saying, what the hell was he doing? But he gets the info, spots a player up above, and now they just need to deal with this site and getting the bomb down.
Fight gets put on the floor. A6 wants to try and bring them back into this, but Panafan's still alive. He's been so huge for Thailand Attitude throughout all of their aggression. And then if they can pick this round up, you can start to halt that momentum that attack all around was starting to bring into it. Good positions here from Thailand Attitude as well. Oh, I like this from Mushroom. He wants to try and push on it. The cage is going down. The information's had, but Mushroom, he's going to delay it all going down. What a perfect play. What a brilliant flank. 6-3 now, and attack all round have at least been holding for a little bit longer here.
Yeah, Chromex got lit up to like 30 HP at the very start of that round. There was very little he could do, and then it got even worse for him because he got double flashed by Phoenix, so he couldn't push forward. Patafan just kept him at bay. And we saw this from Patafan last time they played. We brought it up a little bit earlier on that obviously Patafan himself is a beast. We saw him take out the Phoenix before. It was up against Team SMG, right? Same map. 13-7, they won that game. And Patafan had 24 kills. Considering the amount of rounds played, that's pretty damn impressive. And when I look at him, he scares me, honestly. I don't want to be playing against that Phoenix. I know I always say how they're not that viable and stuff, but he's so individually talented that this sets him up perfectly to go through, heal himself, blind up opponents, and push through, doming as he goes. The ultimate really is the key selling factor, and it won't be up this round as he just gets opt straight away.
And remember, like we keep mentioning, no Sage up on Thailand Attitude is a problem for them in these scenarios where they go down early on. Now they have to play the numbers advantage. Now they have to play the refragging. They have to wait and say. Ooh, this is good. Good use of the abilities. Can Fee find his way in though? Oh, from the side, Ginny manages to take him down. Teleport coming in from Boom. I love that. But is it going to be enough? Oh, he starts to spam him up as well. Little does he know, he was actually nearly on point with it. Mushroom on the edge, and I love this. He's not jumping up on the box. How many players do we see do that, Mitch? Where they jump up on the box and they give away too much of their position here. Will Mushroom going for the spot, or will he going for the spam? Oh no, that Raze ult is up! It does land as well. That's 2 for 2 now for Wanderfly. Boom looking to try and get the lockdown, but it's not going to work. Attack all around, grab the fourth. They bounce back straight after this, and now they're starting to find their groove again. Now they're starting to see what feels a little bit better to them all.
You know, if you look at Thailand Attitude's game on Ascent, we saw them with an astounding attacking side. They came out with 9 rounds. Right now, that's not even a possibility. Attack all round have at least done one better, but they're not safe yet. The pistol round could still swing things massively against them if they finish on 4. And so it's time to even it up, bring it to 6-6 at the halftime, and make sure they're on nice, even footing. We know attack all round are, well, it's in the name really, isn't it, Banks? They can attack. Pretty good, I'd hope.
No, they really can. I saw Twitch chat talking about the change to the top where it's rather than a red X, they fade it out. I actually think the fade out looks a lot better for us, especially as commentators, to notice that a player's not in the server anymore. Sometimes the red one can catch you off a little bit, especially when it's on the back of the attacking side. So we're seeing nice little spectator improvements across Valorant already, and we're seeing a lot of improvements from Thailand's attitude in this round. The Sova ults used, Panda fans managed to push in again and dome heads, and attack all around are being pushed back.
Now they're going in for the save at this point. Obviously, coming into the final round, they don't want to be in there with any weaker weapons.
Yeah.
And so they're making the commitment. I respect it. I think it's the right play. But it's hard. You know, 3v5, no ults in play for your opponents. This is where some teams get tempted to just go in and head on take those fights. But it is obviously going to be better. Even if you just think about it, stats-wise, you're in a 3v5. Next round, you'll have a 5v5. Time's against you because you've got to push back into them. Whereas next round, time will be on your side. You just need a hold. All 5 of those players are in the same spot. Hopefully in the next round, that won't be the case as they push forward and maybe give you some picks. So everything about saving sets them up for a better position. And obviously then the risk reward of if they lost this, which is likely if they went for it, they'd have no weapons for the next one. And the final one.
Now when it comes to this next round, attack all around, if they get it, that gives them like a real definitive chance. I feel like when you're an 8-4 scoreline, unless you can just start swinging in a different way, like pick up round after round, give them no room to move, it's too much, right? It's too far away. It's very rarely do we see those kind of huge comebacks come into play.
Yeah.
But I do think Ascent showed itself to be more of an attacking-sided map. I thought region to region it might be different, but we definitely saw it in EU, and it seems to be similar here in Southeast Asia.
I definitely agree with you there. The percentage of rounds, I don't think there's a way to get those stats exactly at the moment. I will just go and quickly do a deep dive. But from what I've been experiencing in the games that we've been casting, at least, it has definitely seemed to favor the attacking side. And that's regardless of level. And we're talking top level EU, we're talking NA, and of course then coming into Southeast Asia seems to be very much the same.
Now, what the Thailand actually want to do within this round? They're putting some shadow orbs down. They've already been walled off as well, so their option to fake here isn't as big. They're trying to bait it out with the ult orb pickups. Oh, the shock darts come through. Second one. Oh, it's not. It's actually just a recon. I thought he was going to go for the double then, but he still slaps a lot of health away from Boom. And he even tags up the Phoenix a bit as well. Oh, here we go. That ult again. Padavan has had so much success with this. Bongared's going to be shadowed all out of position. And he's still delivering. Padavan, his Phoenix is looking so good. He just delivers headshot after headshot while rocking onto that Phoenix ult. Oh, but this is so much better from AAA. Look how they come into this. They stay super defensive. They manage to hold strong. They may give up the site in the end, but now it's a 3v2 retake. There is the Jet ult. They need to be very careful of this. Wannafly needs to land a critical shot with that operator in hand. He's looking for it ever so closely. Oh, he misses it though. That's not what you want to see. The Sova escapes, but just barely. Shadow Orb's going out. Satchel at the same time. Waterfly. I love the confidence, but this is very scary. Ginny's delivered the first one, and that means the Jet ult is gone. Now it's a 1v3, and the Sova has to do his best work here. They're just on top of it. He nearly forces them off. The timing works out, but Ginny saves the day. And a 5th round on the board for attack all around. It's still game on here.
Well, we're not giving up just yet, Nabanks. I haven't managed to find anyone. I'll get in touch with the guys from VLR. I'm sure that's something they can whip up. They've been really good providing me with like random custom stats I'm thinking of, and updating the website. So I'll get in touch with them, see if that's something maybe they can do. But what I did find is that there's a bench on mid apparently with Tam Kench from League of Legends, his face on it. There you go. That's a little bit of trivia on the map. And apparently this was also the first map developed for Valorant. And then it was used as inspiration for the other ones.
Interesting.
I can't remember. I'm pretty sure there was a... Maybe it's just like the nostalgia filter, but when I saw the trailer for this game, I think it was Haven that was in it, but it was a really different Haven. I think it changed a lot between then and beta. Maybe that's just in my brain.
The one we watched back at Allied was always the one that was on Ascent, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ends on the A side. The usual one we've seen the whole way through. Now this round though, for AAA, this is the difference maker in how they want to be able to play it out. Oh, the push round comes in. The pistols are going to land. AAA, they start off strong. Oh, this grenade could be huge as well, but it doesn't matter. There's Mushroom. He's already dead before they start to land on him. It was actually perfect positioning with that grenade as well.
I was going to land on his tippy toes, but yeah, the bullets to the head kind of did it to him first. Or to the body, I guess, through the wall. I don't often see the wall bang shots when it comes to the pistol. Breaking away, this is dangerous. Okay, they make the right call. Too many of my teammates don't do that. Just continue to knife it till it breaks and you just get shot in the face. Ginny's got this angle. They're ready for the flash. Perfect. Great stuff. Well handled. Back all round. Needed that round really, didn't they? Because when you're down at 7-5, you lose that pistol. Your opponents walk away with a huge lead.
This is why it's so much easier from a mental side of things to come back into a game where you get 7-5. Because if you get pistol as well, it's like, cool, you can most likely pick up the second round unless something goes horribly wrong. And then you'll be 7-7. It's even. It's all to fight for.
Well, exactly. I think the best way of explaining it from my life experience anyways is let's pretend you're playing some sort of gambling game and you start with €20 and you go up to €30 and then you lose it and go back to 20 and you finish. You're going to feel like, damn it, I lost 10. That sucks. If you go from 20 to 10 and back up to 20 and finish, you're like, oh yes, I won you're sitting in the same spot, but you're like, yeah, I won the 10 back. I think that's the way. If Attack All Round win this, obviously it's 7-7, but Thailand Attitude are going to be the ones that have lost the lead, and that's always a big thing on the mental side. And I feel like even top level teams struggle with that sometimes when they've got that backing of like psychological coaching and all that sort of stuff. It's still difficult to deal with.
Wanderfly is able to just sit up here and find kill after kill as they continue to push into him. He'll take this all day, but like, why not? And now for Thailand Attitude, despite having a few shorties in play, it's going to be a struggle to get much done. Still being careful though, and I respect that. They don't want to run into a stack. Using the drone to scout out ahead of them, get the extra information. But this will be an easy one, clearing all the angles, no lazy peeking coming in. And that's what I'm always down for. You know I hate a lazy peek. Check those corners.
You gotta check those corners, Banks. We gotta get a t-shirt with that on it, really, don't we? At this point, check your corners.
The Mitch and Banks duo, check your corners.
Our motto. It's funny though, like, again, when you see some players that, even if they've played Counter-Strike at a low level, I'll forgive them, but when you look at, you've had tier 2, tier 1 players from CS consistently not check corners. It's like, well, this should be ingrained in your state of being that you have to do that. So it's always quite odd. Look at this, the little cheeky save with a shorty outside that wall. Anyone pushes forward, they're in trouble. That's a jet as well, right? So but no dash through. Oh, around the corner in the end. Unlucky.
Last minute attempt, but it doesn't work out. Very clean round from Attack All Around. But it's all on this one. This is the all-important one to define how it may go. They look to be sticking with a couple of Bulldogs and Spectres in there. I am not against this, right? Because close range, if you're rushing on attack inside, it can work out. Yes, you're going up against bigger weapons in there. But if you can use your abilities wisely, there is a way in. Also, you're saving your money a bit going into the next round. It makes sense.
I do wonder, at 7-7 now, if Thailand Attitude lose this round, how that mentality is going to be affected. I think it's a really important one, because it's not just the fact that you would lose the lead and all that sort of stuff. It's the fact they know they're up against weaker weapons. This is a round that they should be winning. Obviously, it's never quite that easy. You see the shock darts used up in towards B early on, and that's quite frequent that you'll fire those off in main. That's why we like to have a Sage in play as well, though, so you put the slow in and then the shock dart. It's guaranteed damage if they are there.
Yep.
You can start off with a recon just so you don't waste the slow for no reason. There's the recon confirming there's players here. Now, the judge in play for Mushroom, he hasn't got quite the same opportunity with that as he used to. I like that he doesn't shoot the recon so they don't know he's here, but they're obviously going to presume it's a player B. They won't know this has been full rotates towards that side. A's completely open after the kill to Thee. That's devastating. Now they have to push back in on Thailand Attitude, but the problem is they're up against weaker weapons, sure, but now those fights will be taken on whatever way attack go
Oh.
around 1-2. That's unfortunate. Oh, he's
Oh,
died through it as
no.
well. A full spray.
Paddy was just getting it done. He expected someone to be there. It's just a way that will help them push into the site. Flames at the feet of Congrad. He needs to move around. His location's going to be revealed as well. Padavan still putting in work. He's delivering only headshots. They're all falling down around him. This man is a madman. He is a beast. Ace-Tick's the only one left, and he gets slapped as well. Another round to Thailand. Attitude and attack all around. Well, they can't get it done with the big guns in hand.
That's a little bit ridiculous for Padafan, the 4K. I think those flashes have definitely made it more viable. You saw him throwing the flash up above the wall and being able to blind those players up. Now, without that, without the long curve that it's got, you couldn't really do it. You remember, obviously, the old Phoenix flashes were much more circular. Now they're a sort of oval, so you can get that height on them to throw them over the wall. That obviously blinds a couple players, allows him to swing through, and even just gives him the confidence to do so, knowing they shouldn't be able to see. The fact that he's able to find a 4K, there were players on the site, over towards the halls, and underneath. Like, they were literally in a 360-degree angle all around him, but he doesn't get killed. It's ridiculous.
This is where a Phoenix is so scary, Mitch, when he can have this many ultimates going, where he's just cleanly running out, doming heads, doesn't matter what's happening here. Good use of it so far. And attack all around. Well, they've got an opener in this one, and it's a big opener to have, right? If you're taking down the Phoenix, that's a positive, especially when he's having a game like this.
Yeah, you need to take him down very early on, stop him getting any impact into those
I
rounds.
found my wire.
Oh, yeah.
So far, it has been pretty ridiculous what he's been able to pull off. I wonder if he must be close to the highest rated player so far. Quickly check.
Well, as they quickly check into the B site, Ace-Tick's drone does get taken out. He isn't able to see too much from it. Bit of the waiting game out there. Fee with quite an aggro position here. Might be able to get the drop on him. Oh, but Waterfly expects it. See ya. You get put down. And now they'll push straight in. Waterfly, he hears the Jet jassing away. The Jet may not have the information just yet. They're pushing through against each other, but Nugan stands strong, but only good for one.
He's triggered.
Cage put up by Chromix, and he's going to have good camera positions as well. Huge work coming out from him.
You know, Congrad, the player that we talk so much about, we haven't seen the same level of impact in this game as previously. In fact, that even speaks more to it. The fact that Congrad, is the highest rated player in this tournament so far.
Wow.
He's been doing so much damage. And that's across groups and playoffs. Obviously, playoffs only starting today, so it's not that big. But it does include extra games for other players. So the fact that he's the top rated and we just don't see him in there. In fact, Padafan isn't even in the top 15, I don't think. He's miles down, which is quite surprising because the two games we've seen him in, he was destroying.
Huh. You wouldn't expect that. Well, it might be changing massively after this game for him. This is still very competitive though, Mitch. A bit of back and forth. And certainly no easy feat for these guys. There's no quick just run on through and get away with taking the lead and taking the dominance here. AAA will not allow Thailand Energy to stretch their legs far enough in terms of rounds. I've really liked what I've been seeing though from Attack All Round on how they're executing into the sites here. The confidence is there. Very well thought out. Trying to bait people over towards B as well, using the Sova, using the drone.
Yeah, I think they've shown us that their attacking side at least has been solid enough. But like, this is going to be a tooth and nail battle. You just know it from the start. These teams are not giving up, not giving any space to each other. And the ultimate's in play right now. You mentioned Padafan. Obviously, he's got that up now.
Joke's over. You're dead.
And here it goes, rushing on through. It's not going to find anything initially. A little bit of damage at least, but unfortunately, Nugent was the one to take that opening shot. And obviously, you're not going to be able to get him back online because there's no Sage to play with. And talking to Sage, there's Congared picking up another frag.
That's brilliant stuff there, right? So not only did the Phoenix ult get used, but they got 2 kills off the back of that with the Jet going down as well. The Sova, it's really good idea to use the Phoenix and Sova to both push forward, right? While he's ulting to try and make it harder for him. But even that didn't pan out for him. So attack all around, ready and waiting, keeping a little bit defensive on their attack to start off with. And now they can just comfortably push into the A site. The Raze goes on up forward. The Raze is looking to take full control. The site is empty. They have no problem getting the spike down here either. Door going up as well. This is going to be troublesome. 5 versus 3 retake.
Gonna get back on into that site, and it looks like Thailand Attitude might even abandon that idea. You have got Bombarapa moving over towards the spawn, but the other players still in B main. Doesn't look like they're in a rush to run into their deaths. But the weapons they've got in hands, I mean, like, look at Bombarapa. He's got the Judge. Not ideal for retaking. Also, you got to remember that they changed that weapon. I was just going to say it earlier, but we got distracted by the nice little fake being played out by Attack All Round. Obviously, with the Judge at the moment defending, you don't have as many options as you used to because they took away the jumping accuracy quite a bit. They hard nerfed it just to make sure. I mean, it was a little bit ridiculous. How many times did we see like a jumping shorty, jumping Judge? You were able to just go up over the box, especially when it comes down to one of these sites where you plant behind like a single box, if you get what I mean, like over towards the A site. That, not the left side where there's a massive server, but those little green boxes. You plant behind that, you can just start jumping up, accurately shooting the hell out of them, and it's very hard to react to. So I think it's a good patch. It's a good nerf.
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, the Judge gave us many, whoa, what the moments for sure when we were commentating it last week. So it's good to see the balance come through.
This is something I think Riot have done better than... considering how quickly it's done than any other dev out there for an competitive FPS game. And I mean that even considering CS. I think they've done an amazing job balancing these weapons because, okay, the Odin, the Ares, they're LMGs, they're viable, they're not OP. The shotguns as well. The Bookie's pretty good, but it has its downsides. Same with the Judge. Like, every weapon in this game, even down to the Sheriff, right? You can one-shot headshot, but on range, it's 145 damage. So if they've got full armor, it's not even a one-shot. It all just feels so nicely balanced. Everything's viable, but not too viable.
Yeah. And we've just been told as well, Mitch, that this is actually Thailand Attitude's map pick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So for them, maybe a must-win. What a fly. That was maybe a little bit too close than you expected, my dude. He threw out with his ult. He does get the kill, fair play, but at the expense of his own life. And because they've lost their Sage as well, the numbers weren't so great for him. Ginny, though, looks to turn that one around. The spike's going to be planted in on B. They've got to be oh so careful because Ginny's very far forward. She does eventually go down. They could not back her up.
Now this 2v2, it's going to be difficult getting back in there for Thailand Attitude. Time's obviously a concern. That Hunter's Fury for Ace, I don't think is going to come through. He's too close. He's going to take these fights, but he doesn't win them. And now Chromex grabbing one on the new gen. Here we go. The 1v1 has to work out over towards that defensive side. They don't want to allow this to go all the way over in their opponent's favor. And he gets it done. The defuse should be easily obtained. And that's tying it up again, 9-9. Well handled. I feel really bad for Wannafly because generally it's very hard to kill yourself with that ultimate. We saw Mixwell successfully do it. And that was Mixwell's was exceptional circumstances, right? He fired it out as a Sage wall was coming up, so it didn't propel him backwards as much, and then the rocket just went straight into that wall. But for Wannafly, his back was already against a wall. So when he shot that away, where normally he would have flown to a relatively safe difference and just taken a little tickle of damage, he was right in the blast radius. It wouldn't have killed him normally, but so much damage was done in that fight, because obviously the player he killed was spraying away at him, that it was a nice, easy connection. This is dangerous. Two players holding if they were lined up.
Nearly getting the double in there. Fee able to react in time. You saw Chromex was trying to get the double poke in as well with him, but at least it's just a 1-for-1 trade for now. So how we look at this is Attack All Around, look to try and group themselves back up here. More focus towards A once again. The revive's going to come in, but can Fee turn it? Congared, he expects that as soon as his revive goes up, and he domes Fee. That is not what Thailand Attitude needed to see happening. Now you're in a 5v3, and the Cypher upload's also coming in. This is huge information play coming out. They can just barrel back towards the B site, and now quickly, Thailand Attitude need to make a decision on how they want to deal with this.
Needs to be a quick roll of the dice. They decide to stay in towards the A side, Banks, and unfortunately that decision, well, it might get them the weapons for the next round if they do decide to hard save, but it ain't going to get them the round win, that's for sure. I don't think they could have full rotated over to this side in time. They probably would have been emerging at the same time, would have been a real Napoleonic stand, firing away the muskets at dawn. right in that breach, but unfortunately, they didn't even get to have that kind of an epic standoff. Wanna him being aggressive is fine. I understand him hunting down when they've got the money, they've got the advantages. What I didn't get was we saw Jet move to spawn to look to find an exit on B, and if you're committing the save of the weapons in that position, I really don't want to see them aggressively hunting like that. This doesn't pay off if they end up losing the rifle. Even if they do find a kill in the process. If you're traded out, that's a negative equity for you.
Revealing area.
Well, they will be able to save their weapons. 3 staying alive is going to be key here for Thailand Attitude. As although it's just very close in rounds, it's starting to get scary for them. They had a nice lead, 7-5 at the first half. But now attack all around has started to show them how it goes down.
That goes there.
Padafan started to slow down a bit as well. It's Wanafly stepping up for his team. Ginny continues to be the most consistent AAA player as well. By a mile.
Yeah, certainly in this map, Ginny's been stepping up. And yeah, as you say, it's all about consistency, right? Wanafly wasn't quite there the previous time. On arrays, though, and this map in particular, is doing a lot of damage. The defensive side is generally where you'll pick up the most of that because they're pushing through so many choke points. I mean, there's only really 3 avenues of approach. Or 4, I guess, if you consider short separately. And when you look at those, they're very tight. If a Raze does get a nade down, you're either going to tank the nade damage or generally have to push into the Raze who's already ready to take that fight.
And the push comes in, a good wall off as well. They can just come straight into the B site. But the paranoia is going to keep him at bay for now. The Sovolt's going to be used. If it can get some damage done at least, it's going to be ideal. The shock dart's coming through. That lands really nice. Look how low the Cypher is now as well. Less than ideal, and AA need to be careful on how they push into this. Wanafly very low on health. Slowly walking into the site. Doesn't see the top of the head of the Sova. It was a bit late, but the Sova doesn't see him either. Satchel's the way to success. Ginny's in a great position here as well. Especially depending on where they come from now. They've also got mid control still. And they're going to take forward positions. Ooh, one spotted out on the jump. Shot's going to be made with that operator. They need to find the opening. Ginny throws down the shadow wall, but now they'll know where she is. She goes straight down at the hands of Padafan. Nougat him with a pistol whip. Congared, he now needs to deliver. He now needs to hold it off some more. He needs to keep them busy. But the team inside the site, they're getting those big kills coming up. Nougat all alone and can't choose which person he wants to shoot. He'll fall, and now it's a 2-round lead for attack all around than just 1 for them getting to map point.
2 away from the win with a 2-round lead on the map pick of Thailand Attitude as well, and that's really the issue. Look how much they've been able to get done on the defense. 2 rounds spread out as well, no consistency to it. Even in the rounds they found, you'll remember attack all round were actually ahead. They were getting on sites, they were finding plants. Thailand Attitude haven't gone a single round holding a site properly, really locking their opponents out. And when we talk about the position they're currently in, obviously what really stands out is that they have to have consistency from this point forward. They have to be able to knock up consecutive rounds. If you can't hold a site successfully, that's going to be quite difficult.
No, it really can be difficult. We're still going to see a judge be put into play here with Boom. He's hoping he can make it work. You hear the jet ult going. And this is probably the right time to use it, yeah? Don't allow them to get onto that match point and try and see if you can make this work while you're on pistols. But Congared, he gets very low on health there from Padafan, who did hit a couple of nice shots. But couldn't seal the deal with the kill.
They're so ready to push into A at the moment. Completely stacked up. 2 players and 2 more on the way. Congared even starting to come up. Not taking any short control, and Thien just gets the angle. Good peek, good timing. And now the ult. That's going to give it away. They've got to move fast. They've got to push A right now because the rotates are underway. And they're scared of more players being in here. The blast packs, oh, he didn't get all the distance. He's obviously got caught out by the tripwire. But they are going to overrun the site. They're going to get themselves into positions now for post plants. But it's a 4v4 with some weapons retrieved for Thailand Attitude, plus the ult in play for Nugent. This can definitely go towards Thailand's favor. And even the Hunter's Fury onto Ginny connected. Now a man advantage.
These ults are working out perfectly for Thailand Attitude. But Wanafly's delivering one of his own. The jump up high, is it going to be enough? There's a Bucky in play, but Chromex is trying to stand strong. Oh, the knife whiff is so huge. Can't hit the sheriff shots until that last bullet. Fires another one off. It's now a 1v1. She's got the wrong information. He's not there. They're shooting around each other. Chromex is in the back lines. She's hiding in the smoke. She's only got the sheriff. She needs to deliver the headshot. She's just spotted him. They're dancing around each other. Chromex biding time. He still goes down. And that'll be a nice defuse coming in. Should be enough time in there. Oh! Down to the right second. It doesn't work out. 12 rounds secured and attack all around. That is not working out for them at all on Thailand Attitude. So close yet so far. But AAA, you are damn lucky.
That's actually heartbreaking for AAA. The fact that they're not able to the fact that Thailand Attitude can't convert that round after everything going their way. Thee picks up the kill on mid. That gives them an extra weapon to play around. Nugent popped the ultimate as well. Knives flying and getting kills as he went. It looked like that was going to be the round for them to win and get back into this and put it 11-10. But again, they failed to hold the site. Sure, they had a weaker buy, so it's definitely forgivable. But now, things look pretty grim as well. Look at this push by Patafan. He got hit by the nade early on that slowed him down a lot. And that means the ultimate is just thrown away.
Now the problem for me, Mitch, is that Thailand Attitude had to commit so many ultimates to attack all around. And they just about, well, they nearly had it right. It was so close, so unlucky. Now attack all around and be feeling very confident. But there wasn't much invested in terms of weaponry, at least for Thailand there. Oh, right on the edge. Patafan trying to get aggressive and be the one that can change this game around. Flash goes out, but he's not able to push off it.
Out of flashes now as well. A peek at this point is risky. You know you're definitely up against an operator. And so it's not time to swing. Patafan makes the right call on falling back, but Thee was trying to seize some control of his own after they saw the players outside of B. That means as he falls, that A side's completely open, and again, this push going to go through. Double hit by Tripwires, but luckily the blast pack put him forward enough. The peak going to come in from heaven in just a second, and look at this sneaky play in the smoke.
Chromex gets the door down in time. We'll just force him to take it down, and Patafan tries to push through, but they can easily spot that out even through his own flames on the ground. This could be completely over with now. It's going to take something huge, and it's looking like it's impossible. Boom's going to do his best work here. Ginny hiding right on the side. They can push through the paranoia, but she lands the final kill. And here we go. 13-9. Attack all around. Pick up their map pick. And we'll be moving on to the map pick of Thailand Attitude next. But you got to say, despite how well it started there for Thailand Attitude, attack all around, they certainly never looked like they were down and out of it.
No, they really didn't. Look, when it was 5-1, I was getting a little bit worried, but then eventually they start answering back. They start turning up, and unfortunately, we just didn't see Thailand Attitude get off to that same start on the defensive side. They pick up a couple of rounds here and there, but nothing really that really inspired us. You know, we said that when it came down to holding those sites, it just didn't work out for them. Again and again, we saw them lose it. The plants coming in consistently, and any rounds that it seemed like attack all round lost were retakes. So it was obviously set up to go their way unless we saw a huge turnaround from Thailand.
Now let's have a look at this, yeah. When you see how Patafan played, he got that ace. He nearly had another ace. He got stolen away, but he went in for a 4K. He's having great use of his ultimates coming in there. But that was it. That was as far as they could go when it came to all of it. Now when it comes to actually seeing what Wannafly was able to do, all of his ults at least hit, even when he killed himself with that one. It's not really much of a problem, right? Sometimes you can just take that and allow that thing to happen. If you're looking now for Thailand Attitude, they need to work out some of the fundamental things that they're doing wrong there in terms of timings and maybe when to get aggressive even on their defensive side. Because the one thing that I saw from attack all around was even on their defensive side at times, they could get aggressive, get a peek, get an early poke, and then say they get the opening kill, just fall back off the back of it. You don't have to be super defensive the whole way around.
I think there was just a couple of misreads. You see that round where Thee pushed up towards the end and got cut off in spawn. They had seen them over on the recon dart. It seemed that those players were falling back. It was clear by the body language, by the fact that when the Phoenix peeked through, Patafan spotted them moving left. So you know at that point they're going towards spawn. And yet Thee continued to push up. Tucking in a corner, waiting for them to go by, sure. But a little bit too greedy to get that flank on and make the big play. And that's really the problem. Now, I'm not saying that's Thee necessarily, because we saw him earlier on in group stages on Split be so smart when it came down to going for flank plays. But I feel like maybe the communication or the read on the info they were getting was just a little bit off.
Well, we're going to a break. Enjoy the highlights of the first game as we saw AAA take the win. We'll be going into the second map real soon, and we'll catch you guys in just a little bit.
Down.
Enemy down. We have 5.
Fire in the hole!
Welcome back, everybody. We're going into map 2 between Attack All Around and Thailand Attitude. We saw Attack All Around win it, and they won it in style 13-9. Despite having a 7-5 first half out there, it looked like it could have gone the way of Thailand Attitude. They did start off incredibly strong, but as we've seen a little bit in Europe, Mitch, Ascent continues to be quite an odd one when it comes to this attacking side being more prevailing when it comes to all of this.
Yeah, definitely. The attacking side from most of these teams has shone through really when it came down to Ascent. But I think none more so than what we saw from Attack All Around. The bounce back was huge from them when they swapped over. The momentum they picked up after winning the pistol round obviously spurred them on massively.
Now, what we're looking at here, right, is the last game map we saw, the stats we've seen from both these players. It was Wannafly. He was playing incredibly well on that raise. Padafan was showing us how the Phoenix can be really viable, though, out here in the Southeast Asia region. So even with that epic ace he had, the 4K that was nearly another ace that slowly got stolen away from him, it just wasn't enough out here. And one thing that came out from Wannafly was not just the way he was using his abilities, but the fact that he could be the point man in. He was really using those blast packs to push himself forward, get into sights, and not just rely to use it in the ult situation.
Well, there you go, right? This is the thing. When it comes down to playing a Phoenix at the moment, internationally, we haven't seen a whole lot. Not to the extent that I'll say he's useless, certainly, but he's not as useful as some of the other agents you can put in there instead. And I think that's a pretty fair statement. But what we've seen in this tournament, at least from Padafan, he's probably the best Phoenix in terms of his individual ability. But again, when that comes down to playing against top 10 teams within Europe, I don't know if it's going to weigh up in the same way. Because the reality is, if you imagine if G2 just queue a matchmaking game, you know, they can play Phoenix, Jet, just all DPS characters and come out of there winning no problem. But it's really when it comes down to competing against high-level teams. I would consider AAA to be one of those. And he still made it viable here, so maybe there is some hope.
Yeah, maybe there really is some hope, right? That's what it's all about. And what I'm really liking from the Southeast Asia regions is the bit of the mix-up we're seeing from their agent picks coming out here. We've even seen some, right, that decide to go away from even having a Cypher, and we've seen a Viper come into play. Admittedly, that team didn't make it to playoffs. That might be a telling sign when it comes to it. But I'm down at the beginning of a game like VALORANT. We're in the early stage of its competitive scene to see some teams and players mix things up, try stuff out, because it's not like the meta is 100% solved. It's like you have to pick these right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's no concrete this agent on this map. Even when it came down to the Brimstone, we started this period where everybody was playing the Omen, but now it's being experimented on bringing him through. And obviously the world is about to change massively when Killjoy comes into play. So there's so much theory crafting to be done, and that's the beauty of where we're at right now with Valorant. I think, 2 years down the line, things are going to become a little bit more stable. We'll understand there'll be very set compositions, I'd imagine. But for now, anything's viable. If you can dream it, you might as well try it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's what it all comes down to. Now, we're going into our second map. It's Haven. It was picked by Thailand Attitude as they were the loser of the first game. And AAA will be starting on that defensive side first. But, Mitch, I come back to this, and I remember Attack All Around playing Haven against MOTV. It was that 13-5 win. Ginny was popping off. And it was a real scary game to watch. Admittedly, I'd definitely say Thailand Attitude are better than MOTV, but Thailand Attitude need to start off strong here.
They absolutely do, Banks. They've got to have a convincing start to get back into things. On the 1-0, you don't want your morale to go any lower, and the push towards the C side. Look at this confidence. Straight up, not looking to fake anything out, and of course it's Padafan opening it.
Brilliant stuff here from Thailand Attitude. They came in fast and furious, dominated the C site, full team rush. Mushroom does need to be a slight bit more cautious there. Got tagged up, wants to try and work his way in. They're grouped up a lot here, but they can deal with this. Great positioning thus far. Ginny's able to chime in, but the push from AAA is completely being halted by the Shadow Wall. She's trying desperately to fight her way through. The paranoia goes out. It's just their way back in. Ginny's not stopping yet. Congarate delivers the headshot. It's all on the Cypher. His position might not get checked though. Oh, it's timing. Ginny goes down at the hands of him. The Ghost is in play, and Fee delivers the headshot. A huge clutch that went in Thailand Attitude's favor. But it really looked like Attack All Around. We're going to get a 3v5 there.
It's ridiculous, honestly, to come through with such a massive performance in the pistol round. We talked about Thailand Attitude. We talked about their morale. And I think it's safe to say it's pretty damn high after that Thie play. And again, he had some unlucky pushes in the previous map. Now, able to deliver that in the pistol, he's got to be feeling damn good.
Check your corners, Mitch. It's literally our slogan at this point while we are watching Valorant go down. Little things like that can cost you rounds, and oh, Fee, pressure was on. He stayed cool as a cucumber.
Careful now.
We're clearing out these angles slowly. You see the oh my god, Nugent. That is some push from him. I'm looking at how they're clearing the angles and being quite cautious, and Nugent just dives through on Jet.
Yeah, easy push in. Confidence is high. You've got the better weapons anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Boom will just hold this angle. Just wait it out. Doesn't want to push, admittedly. There's a shorty on the other side. That can be problematic for sure. But look, I love this double lineup. Look, the Phoenix and the Sova just waiting. Even if Boom does go down, they're like, cool, push. I dare you. They've got this on lockdown. And they just back away. No problem at all. Nice and easy.
You got to be very careful, right, on rounds like that you don't start exiting. You got to exit through parts of the map you already control. If you start going in towards the defender spawn, you're going to get double barrels stuck to your forehead. It's never nice to lose weapons. Very clean second rounds, exactly what Thailand Attitude wanted. Now they can feel pretty happy. Thing is, we always mention this third round. It's a bonus, right? You take those weaker weapons, you look to try and make them work. And it was, I mean, look at that. All Spectres alongside one Bulldog. Definitely not ideal. It's why I much prefer teams buying like 3 Bulldogs or so coming into that second.
See, I'm the opposite as you, right? I'm down for this because it's like they have the money anyway. You're just taking a win. Your confidence is high. Why not just go for an explosive push when you got some lesser weapons in your hands and see what you can get done here? Ooh, nice little shock dart that came down, though. They do manage to avoid it. They now know that someone's close up, though. The Sova's still holding C. Oh, the spam through! Ace-Tix, you beast. Through the Shadow Orb, just dominates 2 of them. Oh, and the recon bolt hits Nugent. They can't catch a break on Thailand Attitude, at least on this round.
I'm into a nice slow mid push. Slow and steady wins the race, and Thailand are looking for gold. And they don't really have a lot of control after that early play towards C. And I guess looking for the close range duels is the only thing they can do. They're not going to even throw a paranoia through, so Wannafly should be able to just shred them. And the spray down's almost good for a third.
Nicely done, though. They hold it up. It's all on Fee, right on the edge. You're not going to get that. And you got to say, Ace-Tix, he made that round look so easy. He just came through, spams the Shadow Orb to start off with at C-Long, manages to get 2 kills, and from that point onwards, Thailand Attitude, well, they needed to second-guess themselves. They needed to change it up a little bit there.
They did. They needed to make sure that, realistically, you're coming in with Spectres. You look for close-range duels. You try to get those fights, and it didn't happen for them this time. But now, rifles come out. Thanks. And this is the round where they should have the chance to really do some damage. Honestly, I'm happy they had Spectres in the previous round because it wasn't anything to do with the weapons they had. They're getting spammed down through the smoke and the C-Long push. It doesn't matter what weapon you got in your hand, you're going to die there. But the fact that it wasn't a great investment for them either, obviously that even helps them out more to just shake it off and go, yeah, whatever. Let's get it now.
Now, Nugent knows the Sova might like to try and get aggressive at any point. Wants to look for a peak to come down. Can keep himself tucked away in cubby for now. Not going to get any information off that drone, though. Information being put forward. And the smoke put down for them to just fade away and not get taken out here. Aggression being shown from the Cypher at long. Will Mushroom check it? It's going to have to be... Oh, no. That's not what you want to do. He doesn't expect Chromex to be so close up. And Chromex is going to go in for more. But he gets taken down by Patafan. Faster on the trigger finger when it comes to that one. But Thailand Attitude are still down 1. The spike will go down. He's repositioning. He wants to position it for long. The spam comes up towards window. They're going to have the information to play off here. Boom dancing around for now. Holding on to the bomb spot. If we're being planted out in the opening, they might have a good idea of how this needs to be retake.
where do you go from here? When you're going in for this retake, you know that you got a man advantage. You'd be very careful to trade out. Paranoia goes through. It's catching the player on site, but not underneath. He's able to take down Ace. But Conga Red, my God, that double. Conga Red's unfortunately fallen, quite literally, on the way out of that window.
Sometimes it happens, right? You jump up into it, but it's still a very good retake coming out from Attack All Around. That's 2 on the bounce here as well. And that's what it's all about. You may lose the pistol, you may give them 2 rounds, but it's how you come back into it once the big guns are in your hands. And now we're seeing a bit of a lesser buy come out from Thailand Attack. So Thailand Attitude. Now I'm mixing up both teams' names. This is what the problem's going to be.
I don't know if someone in Twitch chat can help me out here because we won't have the time. Maybe I'll check after the game. But if you can, go back and check if both of those players got an ult charge for that, because I'm not sure how that works. So Patafan technically got the kill from the drop down. So I wonder if Conga Red got a charge and Patafan, or if it still just counts as a suicide. This did come up in the kill feed. The Patafan killed him via fall.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know how that works. First time I've seen it.
I love how much you're trusting Twitch chat here, Mitch.
Yeah, but please don't tell me he should or shouldn't if he does.
Patafan could do some huge work here on the ult, but they just back away. Oh, the timing of it. We saw him do this many times before when he used it last time in Haven. Oh, nicely done by Waterflyer. He was huge in the first game, and he's doing it once again. NewGen has popped the ult, but you're already down 2 players, and you're looking to find a way in. That was your chance. Conga Red right on the side of it all as well. Oh, no, he gets on to Fee. Is NewGen going to swing on it? This is her chance to get it done. She's got the knives in her hand. The heal onto Conga Red keeps himself up. Oh, they're going to try to push onto this. Doesn't get checked. It's a corner check, and Chromex. Woo! Woo! Straight out there. Doesn't matter if the Jet's got his ult.
Well, let's see. I'm just going to work on this real quick for chat. They're saying that the audio in game was a little bit too quiet, so I'm going to hard up a little bit.
Yeah, we can boost it a little bit.
There we go. That should be better. Click that back. Let me know how that one feels, guys, once we get into the shooty shoot. Hopefully it'll be all right. Yeah, I'm still. So from what I'm seeing, you guys think that that they did both get the old charges, right?
Cage triggered.
I'll go back and watch it afterwards, anyways, in between the break and figure it out. Because
We'll come back to it tomorrow. We'll work it
Yeah,
out for sure.
it's-
It's important.
it is, yeah, just to know these little things, right, as we move along, figuring out if this, then that kind of thing. Because obviously that was and what was it? It must have been within the first couple days we saw someone dying to the spike explosion, and we were like, wait, they get an ult charge and their opponents don't? That's OP.
Yeah.
It was fixed very quickly by Riot.
Oh, I like this. Are they deciding not to break it, and they're going to wait for it to disappear and then flash out? That's pretty OP, but they've got the players right there. Oh, they break it. The cage goes up as well. Is this going to be enough? Conga Red's just tapping through, finds himself the first. And the slow's going down as well. This is going to really delay them. Conga Red is such a point man. Over and over again, he's able to deal the damage. And he's forced them all the way back. They don't want to push into this Thailand attitude. Having to second guess themselves for now, and they're being very cautious that the flank doesn't come in.
Here we go down long. 30 seconds left. I mean, it's definitely time to move if you're Thailand attitude. And they've faked it out perfectly. Attack all around, stacking heavily towards B. Look at this. 4 players now rushing over to help out on the A site. They're not going to be able to stop that spike from being planted.
Chromex still managed to get one through the smoke as well. The shock darks are coming in. A bit of damage towards the Cypher, but not enough to put him incredibly low. This can still work out for Thailand attitude. They may not have the numbers here, but it's all about how they position themselves. Push through comes in. Oh, they're not checking. He's missing the Sheriff. Oh, NewGen, that's not what you want to have happen. He does manage to get one, but it's not going to be enough. They only get 2 kills, despite that not being checked. You know what? With the Sheriff, Mitch, sometimes we see the incredible 1, 2, 3, and they just dominate headshots. Sometimes they fire off like that, and they just can't whip it.
Yeah, we talked about it before, right? When you fire your first shot and you miss, that's when
It's
the
like,
adrenaline sets in. You're like, oh no, spray! And it just doesn't work that way most of the time. Just tapping away as quickly as you can. Unfortunately, the accuracy just departs at that point. And the 4-2 for attack all round. Not too many losses taken. Their economy is sitting pretty. Look at those credits. Ginny's going to be maxed out next round. And just buy a couple of shorties, drop them on the floor, and get your challenges done. The way I felt bad when I was playing unrated, I had to buy like 200 weapons, and I did it in one unrated, just buying shorties consistently every single round.
Okay, Padafan, you were the man on the first round.
Oh,
On map 1 on Ascent. Can we see him be the entry man that they need on a round like this? Ginny playing off the side. Padafan's got close. The shadow goes out. Is she going to be ready for it? Padafan starts off strong. This is what they need. Now they need to secure this site, though. But the revives come in because Congared's been fragging out once again. Nugent onto Chromex, though. And this could be good for them. Padafan aggressive at the right time, but he can't escape. He gets taken down, and Fee's just going to play off the side. Aesthetic's going to come in with his ult. Oh, he's landing it to start off with. Damage being done. He can't pick up the kills, but he's got a lot of information off the back of this. Looks for the player up high as well. Ginny is still so low. Attack all around. They want to get this done. The shock dart onto the Sova. The ult's going to be popped as well for the raise, but Wallen flying. Oh, he gets slapped down when he tries to execute it. The boombot's going up as well. And A6. Oh, he hasn't been seen just yet. Now his position's going to be known. He's up high looking for the Jet who's popped the ult. It's a 1v1 right on the side. Just doesn't go. Oh, he hits the headshot, but he won't have time to defuse the spike. A great effort, but it just wasn't enough. And Thailand Attitude finally get another round on the board as Ace ticks. He just about managed to escape.
great work being done for Thailand Attitude to close out that round. It is unfortunate, though, when you get all those kills, you make the clutch like that, but it's just perfectly timed getting it into delaying the time, right? Just not taking those fights. I'm noticing there, Banks, I think, again, we need to just sync up a little bit. You might need to pause for just a second. I'll put the overlay up so we can sort that. It's just a quick pause and play should work out for you. What time you at now?
1, 3, 6, 5, 4.
Just one more quick one. You're still a little bit ahead. Tiny bit.
29, 28, 27.
That's good. That's good. We're perfect. We're perfect. That's the beauty of online broadcast, guys. Again, we're sorting this out through. We're getting sent a clean feed. We both have to watch. It sometimes goes out of sync just due to network things and latency. So it's a long story, but yeah, things are looking good now. Hopefully, we're all up in sync, Banks. And you've already got the site being overtaken by Thailand Attitude. Good round from them. But the retake, it's set up. And we talked about this before. When players can split into the site, things get dangerous. And Wannafly opens it up with a great shot to Padafan.
Boom manages to avoid the boom pot. The nade comes out towards him. He's put down to 3 health. Chromex spamming him up, and they're looking to push in. 4v2 now. Boom does not have enough health. Wannafly lands a key shot, and that'll be a nice retake once again. Attack all around are on point when it comes to these retakes.
Oh yeah, they've been doing pretty damn well. I gotta say, like, for attack all around, the B side's always going to be relatively easy as well, though, for most teams. Is the problem that we highlighted again and again. And it's the thing that you heard some of the professional players saying that, you know, Haven is easy once you just realize the B site doesn't exist. And most teams within EU or the top level, the G2, your Liquids, they'll play super passive around B. They'll put like a tripwire on it and just leave it completely after the first 20-30 seconds. Because as long as you've control towards the C side and garage and A site, you can just split in there very, very easily.
Shadows traveling.
Attack all around. Bounce back though off that previous round. I think that's what's most impressive. Oh, Wannafly jumps down, still takes a shot in the dark. The grenades are going to go out as well. A lot being committed to C along already. New Gen straight away is going to pop the ult and see if she can make it work. I like using a jet ult when you're on a pistol round like this. It can be a huge difference maker if you can pop a few of them. It's all about also not being able to just throw out the right click, right? Go in for that left click. Try and do some long distance knife throwing. Again, they're pushing the B site very easily, but AAA, they love a retake when it comes to this. And Congo is just slapping heads. Oh, it's not going to stop. He's on for the ace. Only one more to find. But Fee, positioned quite far away from the rest of his team, has actually snuck in.
You keep eating, it's not going to work out. I've just taken a look there, Banks. I think they actually might be right. So I see a lot of spam in Twitch chat about audio inverted. I'm gonna take a quick look because I think there I heard audio to the left when the only player's run is right. I'll
But that's not on us, right? That's on the clean feed. So
of course, yeah, it's clean feed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just quickly have a word with them and see if there's anything they can do. I have no idea about audio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's nothing we've done this way. So just so everyone watches Twitch chat, you can complain all you want. It's what you guys love to do by the looks of it. But yeah, we're taking the clean feed from the guys that are running this event from China. We can just watch what we're watching on a clean feed, put through VLC, and then we broadcast to you guys with our voices.
Okay, that should
Right
be
now it
fixed
starts to look
soon.
scary though for a Thailand attitude. They can't start to get a few more rounds.
For Thailand attitude, look at that. They've droned it out. They've cleared out left side. They should get spawn as well before the drone disappears. They know they're good now. Oh no, caught by the tripwire. Great play by Chromex. You saw him throw it down early round, hides behind the smoke and waits for someone to trip it so he can just spray them through the wall in the smoke. Great work. And an opening duel given pretty much for free. Sneaky little Cypher play.
The Cypher camera. How much will it help him out though? Attack all around have been so good on these retakes.
Here.
Biding time, this push will start to come in soon. They're trying to play off the information they can grab. The Jet needs to be very careful there. Ginny looking to try and push it now off the back of it all, but there's a good setup here from Thailand attitude. This is so much better. Finally another round on the board for these guys. And that was the way you hold. The retakes have been looking so much better from attack all around over and over again. The Thailand attitude this time, they seal the deal.
I wonder how much the Phoenix patch is going to affect Phoenix players when it comes down to the higher level play. Because they changed it now so that the sound cue is more indicative of when it actually pops. I don't know if you've noticed a couple of times when you've been playing versus a Phoenix, or you guys in Twitch chat maybe, when sometimes it will sound like it's popped and you turn around and then you get hit by it. And so they fixed it now so that it's very clear when it pops and when it's safe to look again. So that's obviously a very good change that they've made. And I wonder if that's going to impact the efficiency of a Phoenix coming up against some of these teams, because obviously the flashes are one of his main things going through the smokes. But now if you can hear very clearly when to turn, it might not be as effective.
A6, he's been trying to get aggressive. Him and One of Life have been holding on to C3. That is a nice kill to pick up. Oh, can hear as well. He's got a good idea of what's going on. Camera being used, doesn't even matter. But Chromex, his aim is razor sharp. He's the one to be able to finish it off. But still, it's going to be a 3v4 retake. After plant positions in here. The revive coming in. This could be the difference maker for him. Padafan! Oh, timing's not on your side this time around, man. Chromex waits it out. A missed shot from the Jet. But able to dash away. Able to stay strong. Ult's coming out. From the Rays, still in play. They're looking for it. Oh, the wall goes up. The new Jet is just locked in. The ult just goes off towards him, but he can't move out. There we go. Speeds himself up high. The updraft comes in, but it's not going to work out. I love the attempt there. Thing is, he probably would have died to the Rays ult anyway. They're like, have a wall.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just ult a little bit more to the left. I guess they thought maybe he was on long, not tucked in that corner. That's just ridiculous. I mean, they definitely meant to just wall off long there. Somehow just trapped him. And that could have went wrong, right? If that wall was a little wider, it could have blocked, like allowed him to sneak out the right and just destroy them. But if you're Nugent, you just sat there like, really? Really, guys?
Sometimes we get some of these funny moments with the Sage. You love to see it. But attack all around this defensive side has looked super strong, Mitch. If they can get 8-4 here.
Cage triggered.
I'd be very scared of your Thailand attitude. Oh, that's not good for Padafan. He's been hitting so many good shots across the series. Not going to work out this time around.
No, it's not. For attack all round, they've got a 3-man stack on B. It's time to make a little bit of an info play. Hunter's Fury popped through, looking for some damage. Wannafly catches off Boomba Rapido. That's all they needed. He's going out for a little bit more. A little greedy, but a 3K connects. Still looking for victims, and he spotted a player towards Garage. They also know Sova's there, so now they've seen both players.
Wanna fly, wanna frag. As New Gen wants to push into the Sova. He's trying to get the kill, does finally manage to make it happen. But you're all alone. The rest of your teammates have been domed. As New Gen's just looking around, doesn't have much health. Still lands the heady though, 10 health. It's going to be so difficult to hold on to this. They've got you pinned down completely. No problem at all. A nice attempt from New Gen, but it was always going to be incredibly difficult after that. Wanderfly just went out in style.
8-4, man. That's one hell of a half for attack all around. And Thailand Attitude got to be getting worried. Remember, this isn't their no, this is their map pick, right? The loser picks the map.
Yes.
But this is their second map pick, so it's not like it's their number one. There are only 4 maps though, so again, we always put that caveat out there, Banks, right? You don't quite expect, just because the team's picked it, that they're going to be a million times better. It doesn't work the same as some of these other games where there's like a 7 or 9 map pool. Realistically,
so both maps would have been picked by Thailand Attitude, which, okay, like you said, it's 4, but it's still, these are your picks. You started off in Ascent where you felt you had more confidence. You still couldn't win that. Now you're going on to Haven, which you've picked. Can you try and make it happen?
Yeah, I mean,
so far, not looking so good.
Oh yeah, we're not going to expect a massive advantage, but they are still your 2 most comfortable maps. So it's where you have the best chance, definitely, in terms of your own performance. I wanted to see that, honestly, Patafan just popping it, but it's good he didn't because he would have had to deal with the Raze utility. Now he can go in for it as they push to site. Nugent's good for 1. Where's that flash? I'm waiting for it.
Chaos from start to finish in this pistol round, but Congared, he's so good at hitting the shots with the classic. One of the few players that doesn't rely on just having to go in with a ghost. Now puts it into a 3 versus 2. Now the spike is in control of Thailand Attitude. Ginny getting ready for it. They're looking straight up high. Chromex delivers only 1 more to find. They're going to run straight into the sofa, but Ginny finishes him off. We're at 9-4, and what a pistol round comes out. They could be looking at a 10-4 easy 2 round unless we see something special out of Thailand Attitude.
Yeah, when you're 8-4 up and you win the pistol round, really that should be the thing that drives you through, brings it home for you. Thailand Attitude don't get a big buy up here. It should be very weak weapons. A bookie for Nugent. That's a pretty significant investment. 2 shorties alongside it. And I'm guessing the other guys aren't going to be investing, at least not Patafan is on 1600. They need all that money for the next round. And again, I'm always surprised to see players not fully investing into utility in a round like this. Because you get to keep the util coming into the next round. So surely it makes sense to buy it now, just in case you want to use it. And sure, maybe you only use it if you're in a 5v2, but if you get there, you'd definitely be better off having the utility. That's something that I think is going to change. And teams will just start doing it as standard, buying up full utility, even on an eco. And just, instead of thinking about when to buy it, you think about when to use it a little bit more.
I like that attack all around. Have slowed it down a little bit though, right? They're not going super aggressive. They're being cautious. They know what a pistol round could end up like. If they just run in all gun-ho, some of those shorties up close and personal, sheriffs in play, anything like that. And they're going to hopefully wait and see. Maybe Thailand Attitude will overstep the mark a bit.
Eventually they decide to go for the duel that makes the most sense, right? Seeing Long ranged at every single angle. As you push through, there is a 50-50 to deal with. They've already got themselves past that point. So a plant on what should be an easy round for them. One after another. They're falling in Thailand Attitude. And yeah, it's playing out as you'd expect.
If it can be flawless as well, it's even better, right? Not just in terms of the fact that you're able to hold on to the weapons, but you're not giving them chances to get extra ult points in here.
Actually, if you get it nice and flawless, it's obviously going to be better for you. Can't complain.
Poor Fee, low on health, just tapping away, hoping someone might poke into him.
So this is where, like, even down to the agents that are remaining, I think, okay, it definitely doesn't play too much of a role now, but in the future, if you're a Cypher, it tends to not be worth you playing for exits in a situation like that. Because you're going to trade out ult charges. And if you look at the opponents, the opposition you're up against, a Sage, a Raze, a Sova, all of those ultimates outweigh yours. Probably the Omen as well. So if you each, say you die, for example, and you don't manage to kill anyone, which with his health was quite likely,
Yeah.
you'll get an ult charge, and so will they. They win that fight. You know, they're coming out on top in terms of the ult game. That's presuming you don't kill anyone with your classic. So I think a lot of the time, like, say you're a Phoenix, for example, that's a bit different. Now, if you manage to get an ultimate charge out, you're probably, unless it's a Raze or a Sage, you're probably getting the best value in that ult economy trade. So I think that's where we also have to start thinking about when it comes down to playing exits, whether it's worthwhile. Because again, in this game, it's not just about the weapons that you've got. It's not like Counter-Strike where, oh, he's got an AK and he wants to get this and that. It's also the ult game, and that makes such a massive difference. We've already seen it from Patafan in the previous map. How many rounds? Not duels. How many rounds did he win for his team because of that ult?
Oh yeah, he was demolishing him with it. What, the 5K? And he's looking for some more on this round as well. This is a good start off for him. The aggression, though, I said this, right? I wanted to see Thailand attitude on their defensive side try and get a bit more aggressive than just fade away. At the moment, they're still sticking around, which could be the problem for him. Ginny on the corner, expects it to be there, but Patafan is aimed too strong. He's going in for it. They're standing in the fire, they're standing in the flames, but it doesn't matter at all. Chromex, he gets healed up. He finds himself 2 kills, but there's still a one-man advantage here for Thailand attitude. And a round that they must win. They must somehow stop attack all around aggressive plays. Now they wall off left. They go to get the spike down on the right. The Cypher cage is there. But Congrad is just stepping forward. This guy's a madman. This confidence. Oh my God. Vidos take him down. You're going to finish him off as well. But that could have gone the other way. That could have been super scary.
The saved over Bookie even finishing off that fight as well. The execution. Waited 2 rounds for it, but eventually he gets the reward. And yeah, altogether, well handled by Thailand attitude. They win out a lot of these duels. Patafan on the Phoenix we talked about, and now we see him in full force. And what's more important to look at is that big ready right down there in the turquoise, I suppose. Patafan, he's got his ult online. He's ready to charge forward and run it back afterwards. And this is when things can get scary. Albeit more useful, I guess, on the attacking side if you look at it from a pure, like, brawn perspective of running in, getting duels. But on the defense as well, it gives you free information. You can potentially grab some fights, but also clear out map control for free.
Oh, this heavy push coming in from AA fast once again. Want to fly it. Oh, they cannot. Oh! He misses the early bit. The spray still lands the kill, but Nugan putting in work to try and hope they can make this win. They're still down a man for Thailand attitude. That spike's going to be planted. Chromex right on the edge of it. He does manage to spot the Cypher. Does he want to poke out? Cage goes up. We'll force him back for now. Thailand attitude really need to start going for this though, right? You can't hold back too long.
It's time to move. Ticking away. Eventually, you got to go in for it. The 3 versus 2. I mean, it's probably time to even consider the saves at this point, but they run in. The crossfires are set up, and it just took way too long. It's already cemented in position for attack all round, and once the recon dart goes through, that's when your opportunity to strike is. I think they were hoping they'd spot them out with it, but it was destroyed too quickly. But they didn't use that to their advantage while the players were distracted with it. Again, I think when you stall like that and sit outside of a site for so long, throw in your recon, nothing happens, it's probably time to just go and save.
Yeah, more than likely in a situation like that. You need to be able to get that first pick early on and then put it into a 2v2, try and push around based on what you've got, what health you have left. But right now, attack all around. Well, they're mixing up, they're taking some slow plays, they're going for the fast ones. They're keeping Thailand attitude guessing, and that's huge push that came into C just worked out massively for him. They're very fearless when it comes to this.
You're going to have to remember, Thailand attitude, when they come into the attacking side, that's what their composition is really set up to do. Now they come over to defense. They're not going to get as much of an advantage early on. Good movement by Wannafly. Double blast backing through. But oh no, Boom Barappa on the site with a judge. Getting caught on the fade. Back in the man advantage. No longer in favor of Thailand attitude as the spike goes down. But that is a lifeline now with the play coming through from the judge.
This could have helped them out massively here. The Cypher ult gave them a bit of information, but they can't play off it, and that's a lockdown, Mitch. That was so fast. Thailand attitude, they had the push in together. It was right on timing for a team. But attack all round were up close and personal, and they were not going to allow that to happen. 1 round is all they need to cruise into the semi-finals with a 2-0 here, and a very dominant one. 13-9 on Ascent. We could be looking at 13-5 here on Haven.
This goes here.
This could be huge. I mean, for Thailand Attitude, the previous map looked good. Ascent could have went their way. It's definitely conceivable. But when you look at how things have gone here, I mean, it is straggler rounds, individual plays here and there. But for the most part, very little that can really be connected by the defending side of Thailand Attitude. And they needed to have a good attack. We said that coming into the previous map. And obviously in this one with the same composition, you're going to say the same. When you're not playing with a Sage, it gives you a massive disadvantage on the defending side. Okay, maybe you can play without a Sage. As a matter of fact, we discussed that with Killjoy coming in, but you have to have map controllers. Look at this flank, though. Big play coming through from Patafan. He's already coming up behind A-Long.
Is it going to be enough, though? They're already in the site. They're already getting towards their positions where they can be comfortable. Not a lot of information to be had here from Thailand Attitude, but Nugent, he gets one, but that's all he's good for. The ult's going to go up from the raise. Waterfly doesn't even know where to pop it now. He's like, where are they? Come on, hunt for me. They're backing away, though. He's going to go play off the corner. The reload comes in. He needs to land those ones. Fee slaps him straight away. It's not going to work out. And Thailand Attitude, they live to fight another day here.
At least one more, Banks, but how many more sunrises are they going to see? Surely it's coming towards the end of it at this point. 6 consecutive rounds on the defensive side without a Sage. I don't know about that, especially when it comes to Haven. This is where it's even more difficult because things are spread out so much. And you want to be able to have that mid control with a controller who can slow them down, who can put down walls and keep them at bay. Sure, the heals maybe aren't the biggest a deal, especially on such a big map like this. The chances of you being able to get over and heal your teammates, mostly it'll only be used in retakes.
Yeah.
But you definitely need that ability to take map control, and at the moment, they don't really have it. They've got to rely on aggressive plays, like what we're seeing from Patafan and New Gem with the opening duel. Oh, that was a very risky push by Wannafly.
Huge from Patafan as well. Gets another one on the board. Oh, flash goes out, completely blinds them. But still, they're able to stand up to it. Nicely done from Patafan. He's finding his form once again. A 7th round on the board. Thailand Attitude there, not going down without a fight. I see, based on what you were saying there about the Sage, right? Some people are saying, oh, there's certain teams that have been winning tournaments without Sage, for example. Well, yeah, that's totally possible. There's plenty of teams do it, but every region has a very different way of approaching it right now. That's why it's going to be most interesting when we see like the Americans, the Europeans, the Asian teams all go head to head, the Oceanic teams in there as well, and understand exactly how things might play out, because everyone's got their own style, and it depends on what it fits with the players and how you play the game, the pace you play the game. We know how aggressive NA can be.
Oh yeah, and look, the possibility of playing without a Sage is definitely there. There's no reason to really say otherwise. Even look at Fun Plus Phoenix. They play often without a Sage as well when it comes down to, what is it, Bind, I think it was, where they were playing non-Sage. That's fine, but a Phoenix instead? I don't know. They swapped out a Breach. You can swap out a lot of different agents in this place. Hold on. I was kind of discounting this round because they've only got pistols, but they've managed to pull it into a 3v3. Ult online for Ginny. No Spike. Oh, she's actually got Spike as well. Could TPA and go for the plant if she wanted. Shock darts through. 20 HP for Boom Barappa. Actually taken down by the Shock afterwards. And now a 3 versus 2. Freedom to plant the Spike as well. This is huge.
Oh, Fido looking to turn this around. Nugent's already up, and he manages to land the first. Will he be taken down, though? He hits it! Oh, that was fast. That was beautiful from Nugent. But really, they should have never been in that position.
No, not at all. I mean, look, you're up against Sheriffs, and they just managed to shred you on that C-Rush. That's massive. For attack all round, you've got to be happy with what you've been able to achieve, but Thailand, they hold on at least a moment longer. 4 rounds now between them and their opponent. This is doable. It can work out. And they've also got the ultimate to play for on Patafan again. And we spoke about this, the ability to push forward and get early map control. He's focusing it around middle, which obviously, as you may know, Patafan at this stage, he's a damn aggressive player. And that's why he's going down middle to try and get that aggressive play and catch them off guard. So far, though, not really able to obtain much with it. And it's going to be popped and running through double doors. No information. Well, I guess info on where they're not. And that might prompt the rotate off the C side towards A. As attack all round. Running already into a stack of 3 players. Maybe 4 by the time they get there.
I gotta say, right, that shot from Newgen just then, that must have been on the very right timing. Like, he hit so quick the dash away.
The drones out by both Sov as they clear mid completely. You know, there's no man's land at this point. Patafan's push C long. They're going to run right into him. This is it. He's tucked in the corner. Banks, is it going to happen again? Do they check it? Or does he manage to find a massive spray down there, being cautious? Chromex swinging. Oh, he gets caught off guard, but Patafan only gets the one, and then he's shut down. Rez as well coming into play, but here we go. Hunter's Fury. That's going to deal some big damage, surely. They get away, actually, relatively unscathed.
Having a one-man advantage going into this is huge.
rotate 去翻 A 點嘅位置嗰度，但係 V 啊，冇錯啊 ，V 咧就直接係跳咗出嚟反推，
We're getting
反而冇啊，可惜啦，
仲攞刀仔啊！冇啦，即係我快一個
I
呢
think
度
we've got the other casters on as well.
無力回天啊！
Let's let them have it, Banks. Let's take it away, boys.
係
阿 V 呢一下咁樣淡定企喺度，因為都知道咧，其實趕時間咧 A 呢邊趕住咧要入呢一個 A 點一個 plan spike 啦，因為都係好淡定企咗一個下。
And then get the Chinese production to do
I think that's the play. So
yeah.
somehow
Sorry,
they've unmuted the other casters and allowed them to take it over. I don't know. Let's have a vote in chat. Do you want the English ones or do you want us to put the others on? Should we throw them on? Up to you guys. Whatever you feel like.
I have never ever had this happen. This is
that was insanely loud as well. I think that genuinely blew my ears off.
I'll tell you when they're off. Because I can just leave
it nice and quiet.
Yeah.
They want the other casters, James. I'm gonna put them back on. All right, we get a break now. I'll go get a sandwich.
You're not doing it. More people are saying English. You can't believe in Twitch chat's insanity.
Oh, this was going to be the easiest lunch break of my life.
Well, it could be the biggest comeback that we've seen throughout this tournament if it continues this way. Thailand Attitude are on the brink of losing it.
And they definitely are. Hey, Banks, do you want to cast and I'll just make the game sounds for you? I might work better.
Great.
But yeah, this is for Thailand Attitude. They're making this comeback happen 100%. Mushrooms got out his Odin, spraying through the doors, catching himself kills. And for a 5v3, oh man, look at that by Boombarappa spraying away. That was the sound of the Phantom. And he gets himself a nice little double, closes it out 12-10. Thailand Attitude doing good work. See if they can do it again. Where's the economy at for attack all around at the moment? I think they should be quite light, right? I know there's phantoms above their heads, but in case you guys don't know, there's a small little glitch where sometimes above their heads is completely wrong. Just shows that everybody has phantoms. Need the scoreboard up.
Just to explain to everyone that we have no game audio on purpose, because when we put the audio on, we have a clean feed, and it is giving us the Chinese commentary at the moment. We're just waiting for that to stop. And it has stopped, Mitch, so you can put the sound back on. Yep, we're good. Right. We're good. We weren't doing it just for fun, you know.
Well,
we just got surprised.
Yep, that was an experience for sure. That's a big shame. Wannafly's not been getting away with any of these ults, really. Like, whenever you see him try and go for the blast pack plays, he's constantly cut off.
Right, I've spoken to the Chinese production that are looking after this for us. There we go. We're back. We're seeing Thailand Attitude come back as well. They've got a great chance of making this into overtime.
Oh, they definitely do. The opportunities are there. Look, it's a 5v3. At this point, they shouldn't really be able to lose this one. This risky peek by Mushroom, swinging on in with his Odin in hand. Conger had spotted another highest rated player of the tournament now. Flashed out though. Should he fire? Oh my god, that's disgusting. Nice shot to Patafan, tapping away at the head, but Boombarat has spotted him. And another almost big play, but only the one kill. Now they might just be able to get this. The spike planted. Low HP though on Ginny. And so this has to be the big play, looking over towards the Sova to make that one happen. And he's in the corner, James. That's always dangerous.
And the Jet has popped her ult as well. They push in, but they go down. A6 saves it with the final kill. They swung wide, they went in for it, and it did not work out. 13-10, an attack all around. They go to the semi-finals with a 2-0, but Thailand Attitude pushed them back all the way there, Mitch, trying to make it work. Wow, what a finish for that game for sure. I really could just see a world where Thailand Attitude were going to come back and take us to overtime there.
Oh, yeah, it was looking likely. I mean, you think about where we were for a lot of that game. I thought realistically should be an easy closeout by AAA. And although they got it in the end, they made it pretty close. They definitely got us excited. But what a play in the end to just make those big plays coming out from the top-rated player of the tournament so far, Congared.
Yeah.
He opened that up. Without him finding those 2 kills, there was no way they were going to walk away with a win.
The impact that Congared has is pretty damn huge. Wannafly had 2 games back-to-back where he was top fragging on the server. He was looking like a man that had a new lease of life from what we saw from him in the group stages. They wanted that semi-final spot, and they will march on forward here. And remember, they'll be facing off the winner of Boom Esports and Team SMG. And I came into this, right? I said, beginning of today, go back and look at it. Attack all around, I feel like they are the best team we've seen throughout group stages. Well, they've just proved us exactly why.
Absolutely. And I really think this is their easiest game going throughout their hardest game, going throughout the rest of the playoffs, because these were 2 teams that we highlighted as having a lot of potential. And yesterday when we saw the brackets come up for the first time, we were really surprised to see both of them going head to head. That was like our hearts broken because we wanted to see them maybe meet the semifinal, the finals even. But here they are, and that's it out of the way now. AAA should be able to go on and breeze through comparatively the rest of these games. I wonder if anyone's going to be able to step it up and surprise them, because they're definitely my favorite to take the crown. Hey, I'm ready to take some risks, man. I love what I'm seeing from them.
We'll have to see what Twitch chat are thinking as well. Remember, we've got to see what Boom and Team SMG bring in this next game to see who's going to get to the semifinals to face off against AAA, because this is what the bracket looks like right now. And you can see the semi-final game, that's the end one at the bottom of the bracket right now. Only one word taking on AHQ Esports Club. We'll be seeing that tomorrow. But we've still got Boom Esports taking on Team SMG coming up next. But whichever team has to then go up against Attack all around, I just feel a little bit sorry for them.
Yeah, most definitely not going to be the easiest game of their playoffs.
Oh, no.
For Boom and SMG, I got to come in favoring SMG pretty hard as well, because Boom, I mean, they've done all right, but coming throughout their group, they had their forfeit win. They were losing, obviously, to Attack all around. I really think SMG looked like the stronger team from what we saw.
Yeah, no, definitely. SMG had the chance to go 3-0 in the group. We thought they actually would make it 3-0. It didn't quite work out for them on the final game in there. But I know for SMG, right, that they probably were not happy with how they performed. They seemed like they got into that last game a little bit too overconfident from what we saw from them. It was a pleasure to watch, and we got to see how they would be able to play it out there. But I'm definitely thinking that when it comes to playoff stages, right, a best of 3, that's when they'll shine. That's when they'll step it up another gear. But I do hope we don't get another 2-0. I'm down to see a 3-mapper. I'm down to see more games of VALORANT.
I'm down to see split banks. That's all I want today. Give me a
Of course
split
you
in
do.
there. You've had your ascent. Let's get into a split next game.
Well, let's see what's going to be coming next game. We're going for a 15-minute break, guys. I've been Banks Esports. He's been Mitch, man. We've been your commentators so far. We'll be coming back after the highlights and after this break.
Nowhere to run!
Welcome back, you beautiful viewers. We're time now for our next quarterfinals game to find out who will be facing Attack All Around in the next semi-final matchup. We're going to see Boom Esports go up against Team SMG. And SMG were a team that had the chance of being one of the few teams that would make a 3-0 in the group stage, but they were halted at the final hurdle, Mitch. And that's what it's all going to come down to now is, can they bring their A game to this matchup? Can they see themselves go further forward, or will Boom fight back? Because Boom had an interesting route, right? Poor Boom was in this position where you had a team in your group that forfeited. You're in this crazy 3-way tie, and luckily, because Attack All Around didn't turn up to one of their games, that they just had to play the tiebreaker and they cruised on by.
Yeah, for Boom, I don't really know what to expect from these guys. I just haven't seen enough from them. The game versus MOTV was good, but with the exception of that, there's very little I can really say. I know we've obviously seen a fair bit, though, from SMG, and they did pretty damn well.
Well, yeah, that's the difference, right? We've seen more from SMG. We've got a better idea of how they will end up playing out here. For SMG, though, they did lose 13-7 to Thailand Attack, which was the only loss they did take throughout the group stage. It was the last game we casted of those guys. But it wasn't like we saw SMG play terrible. It's just Thailand Attack impressed us so much.
Yeah, exactly. Thailand Attack were solid as can be in that game versus SMG that we were watching. Now, seeing them go out, obviously it's a little bit heartbreaking, but here's the potential for the team that lost to them to get even further than them in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? It's seeing how it can all go down when it comes to this. You can see here, you got the group stages thrown up on the screen right now. You guys can understand how we even got to this position. We're currently doing our last quarterfinals match. We've seen 4 throughout today. So far, the only semi-final teams we have is only one word, AHQ Esports Club, down on the lower side of the bracket. And at the top, we've got the semi-final matchup, Attack All Around, and they'll be facing off either Boom or SMG after this game. But remember, when I was just saying that, I'll be clear, there is no lower bracket. It's just the two sides of the bracket. The upper part of this current bracket we got, and the lower bracket. What I do love, though, Mitch, is that we got a third place decider in there as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, look, when you're giving out prize money, you got to make sure that it's evenly distributed, right? So that's going to be a fun one then coming into the final day to get that third place. But obviously, we're all here for the grand finals. That's what everyone wants to watch.
Now, coming out of Indonesia, we've got Boom Esports. We saw them have one game played so far, and two games, but one game won, one game lost. They ended up losing 13-11 on Haven to AAA. We saw how good AAA can be on that map, and they dominated MOTV on Split. So you might be happy here, Mitch. Maybe we'll see a Split come out.
I sure hope so, Banks. I want to see my favorite map, and here it is, the biggest roster in Valorant history, walking in with 7 players. I don't think there's any possibility that SMG don't show up to a game. They can always field a roster.
They're planning for if someone has internet outages, someone just has to go to the doctor real quick, anything that could happen, they're making sure they've got someone in play. Now, the normal lineup we see, right, is Auzora, Foul, Lexi, Kama, and Zez BW. That was what we saw throughout the game we saw earlier when we covered them. Whether they'll play it with that roster or not is a different thing. We'll have to wait and see. But these guys, right, for me, I'm wondering, is it just that these guys are extra players to have for the lineup, or is it a thing of, like, based on agents, based on maps that they mixed it up?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, really. Again, when it comes down to both of these teams, especially Boom, there's very little data on them. SMG, I think, are a little bit more readable. And I'd imagine from what we've seen of them so far, they're not really going to want to go towards a split, right? Because we haven't seen them on that. But they don't get a choice, right? It comes in, you just pick, and there's no banning in play. So I'm really hoping then that when it comes down to picking, we'll actually see a split come out. We'll see a nice good map. Fun one that everyone likes. Everyone's favorite, really. I was surprised when I heard people say that they hated Split. I don't know how.
I think a lot of people look at Split as when you play it in your normal matches, right, in your ranked or matches, that it can be very difficult to play. When we look at teams play it brings a lot of excitement. I see a lot of people just like, oh, Haven, Bind, yeah, they love it. A few people in there with Ascent, but for some reason, Mitch, Split just doesn't get the love it deserves.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I hope things change. I hope you guys in chat love Split as well, because I want to see it. I'm waiting for it. Come on, map 1. Here we go. But no, we don't know just yet. When I think about these two teams, though, I'm wondering when it comes down to picking the compositions as well. As you were saying, we don't really know if it's going to be stuck with the same way the whole way through, if they'll be swapping it up. There is one way to find out, though.
You want me?
I do indeed. Finally, we're going to see a split coming out today. It's map number 1. I'm guessing it's Boom's pick. I don't know if we got the info.
Yes, Boom's pick.
Okay.
So they went in. They believe they can get it done.
I respect
And the
it,
loser will get to pick the next map as well.
And SMG chose to start in the attacking side then, obviously with their opponents picking. Interesting thing here, we obviously have a Phoenix coming through on the defense to begin things. If it was attacking side, I think it's probably a little bit more normal, but having it on defense, well, I'm interested to see how they play that. It's taking place of a raise over towards upper B, but they do still have a raise down towards that A side. So giving up what is normally, I think, a Sova play on a map like this. And obviously then Brimstone on SMG as well.
This is basically a raise heaven map, right? So many close choke points, so many places where the grenades and the ultis can work. It's just a great map to see raise on over and over again. We see it throughout. Whether we'll see the success of it will be down to these players right here, right now. But Twitch chat, I want you guys to let me know, who do you think is going to take this one? Is it going to be Boom or is it going to be Team SMG? Because we're into this pissed around the first few fired shots were from Foul. He gets dropped to 70 health. He's got the Frenzy in his hand as well on the pistol round to see what he can do. And remember, close range, maybe he can make that work. He doesn't want to so much play the long distance with it, though. That's for sure.
I'm quite surprised, again, just seeing the lack of a jet, really, in this tournament versus a lot of the EU teams will have that out on the operator player, and yet there's a preference seemingly towards a Phoenix. We also haven't seen much Reyna either, although that is very, very particular in EU to players like Scream. Here's the push on out, rushing into B, but the rotates are already here.
Yeah, fast rotations coming in. Team SMG, they feel like they've got the site on lockdown, but it's dealing with the retake here. A couple of players taking some damage early on as well. They're getting into their after plant positions. First few shots going to be fired off, and ZesB's Camera's with them as well. They're starting off strong. Boomer going down. Oh, swinging wide. Divine still manages to get one, but now it's a 3v1. Size, the only one left. He's up high, and he gets put down real quick. SMG start off the pistol round strong, and they keep 3 players alive.
A solid start on the attacking side. You know, it can be hard to get access when you come in to playing the attack of Split. It's one of the maps where you can really start to feel locked out if you don't get that early progress. But as you're seeing straight away, SMG are on the board. Now, they should be able to connect another. But the disadvantage, as we talked about how Raze is typically used on this map, so many close choke points. What else is going to work well on a close range choke point? Well, the shorty. And you're going to see a lot of those bought up now by Boom. They potentially use them. Obviously hampered a little bit without a jet. I love the shorty on the jet. It's so useful. You can manage to just completely throw them off as you push forward. Wow, okay. Nice little tap. Saving his life there. I mean, it was still going to be a shorty, so the range probably would have just been damage that was done. He was going to wait inside the smoke until they pushed forward, but that was a hell of a timing on that one.
He just fired back and popped him straight down. That's the way you like to see it go. At least if you're an SMG fan. ZesB, though, he's chilling in the back lines at the moment. Got a Marshall, hoping someone might overextend into him. Oh, I like this. This is going to be perfect. So Divine goes out first. Gets the information. Spots out the side who wants to... Oh, he does it with a shorty! Asterix! Luckily, ZesB's is fast with the Marshall, but... You thought, right? They'd be ready for that. Because the guy using his drone on the Sova, he's like, cool, okay, we push on forward. You guys just back me up a little bit. But instead they get tapped up either way. ZesB's missing the hopping player. The bunny hops are coming in. He's continuing to try and chime in. He's not hitting it. Finally does land it onto Size. Glow's going to go out. His heal's not going to be up for 22 seconds, though, so a bit of time for him to wait.
Confuses me every time I see this Marshall skin being used, because every shot makes a sound like I don't have that skin, so I keep thinking that's like the connection. I'm like, wait, oh, he hit him? What? He wasn't even aiming at him. No. I like to play to just take exits. Oh, that's not going to work now for Notorious, unfortunately.
No more chances.
Spot it out. It was the right play. Try and catch an extra weapon as they push forward, and now saving really ultimately just comes down to not giving ultimates over to your opponents.
Yeah.
You don't want to just give them free kills at the end of the day. The choices are run forward and die, or just hide in the corner and survive. Sometimes the latter is a better choice. Now, when you've got a Sage and a Phoenix, them dying wouldn't particularly be bad because they'll each get an ult charge for it. And I think that with the two of those agents in particular, giving an ult charge to your opponent for finding a kill is a worthwhile trade. But they've made the decision to save it. I'm not against it either.
Yeah, for me, right, it really depends on the type of team when it comes to this. The conversation we keep having next round, whether you upgrade your weapons or whether you don't. I know you're a big fan of like the bit of a split with it, so say a couple of upgrades in there, but not everyone. I don't mind if they even just drop around and they keep all of this, because the money advantage when it comes to it. If you just feel like you're the better team anyway, or you can just beat them like this with a Spectre, as Foul's going to try to do. His teammate wasn't exactly backing him up there, and Blaze King, well, he blazes him down. He's even got the fiery knife up on there to make it work. Teleports out, can get healed, and this is good teamwork. This is good timing from Boom.
We've got the advantage now, and as we said, the weaker weapons in play for SMG. Obviously, they've upgraded a little bit, as you see that that gigantic weapon in the hands of the Sage, looking to move forward with the Operator and hopefully find a duel going his way. SPU's got the angle held, but they have to make a move. 50 seconds, still plenty of time, but map control that they have and the trade not able to come through. They know the players into the left, though. This is where SPU can really get the damage done, but misses the shot. Oh, no. You don't like to see that. Kama trades it into a 1v3, but from this point, it looks virtually undoable.
Smoke's down.
Does drop his smoke to try and help him out a bit as he wants to push through here, but no players close by for now. This is what you kind of expect to happen, though. They didn't have the upgraded weapons. They couldn't do much against Blaze King there. There's potential they could have taken him, but oh, this could be a kill coming his way. They push into Camera as he does try to save that Operator over. And that's the benefit here, at least, right? Camera can save the Operator. He can sit there and be comfortable with it. And just bide his time for now. And they still have really good money for next round.
They do. And, you know, my issue isn't so much taking the Spectres through to the round. It's more like to do with round 2. I think when you go into round 2, investing into Bulldogs for like 2 or 3 players at least is more worthwhile than taking Spectres in utility, because typically against those pistols, your util isn't going to be all that useful. And so if you've got those Bulldogs to play with, they're much more useful in the 3rd round when your opponent's full buy. Now, if you've got 4 Spectres going into the 3rd, I don't expect you to upgrade. It seems like a waste of a weapon, really. But I feel like round 2 could be rethought by a couple of teams.
So SMG, now it's about the bounce back. This is where it comes down to, are they just the better teams with the better weapons? Can they make it work to their advantage now? How's that Operator going to be used as well? It takes a very special kind of Operator player, especially on the attacking side, to use on a map like Split. You'll be one of those quick flicking, on-point kind of players.
We come into the last minute of the round, Banks. Look at this towards the B site. Boom has just got a super passive hold, and they're being baited out by a drone. They keep their 3 players there as the opening pick comes down, and now... Oh, that ult charge being taken! No one's covering! What's happening?
Communication is the key to success. Oh, that's not what SMG want to see happen. That's almost unacceptable as well. Very greedy, and they paid the price for it. Foul trying to come around the side, but Blaze King, he is the lockdown master of this site for now. Kama is going to be saved for now. It is a 2 versus 3 with the spike down. It's certainly possible for SMG though. They need to be oh so careful, man. Very silly mistakes being made here. He drops his ult out though. He's going to force him to run away, but oh my god! Adrian King falling still lands the headshot. They avoid the ult. 3 stay alive, and Boom now will grab themselves a 2nd round.
King of the server, Banks. That was nuts on the fall down. I thought he had to be dead. But a whipped spray gives a 2nd round towards that defending side. The ultimate's in play as well, still after the death previously of Omen and Raze.
Yep.
They come into this with a pretty hefty advantage. Now, we did mention the revive over on the attacking side, how much more useful it tends to be. Just because in most scenarios, you imagine the attack. You push into a site, you win a couple of duels, one of your players probably dies. Well, you've got site control now, so you're safe to res. On the defensive side, if you lose that site, getting down to that player that died is very difficult. Typically, there's going to be someone there still, because they've got site control, they've planted, right? And so it's much harder to get a res off as a defender. Here we go. That's a single bounce one, followed up by a second. Is this going to be the double shock dart land at the same time?
He's going to hope for it. Lexi not having the greatest of games, though. And that was actually a point man player for the team of SMG. Now, they're only on pistols for this. You can't expect too much from him. But I want to see him start to come online a bit early. Oh, no. Foul. That's what you want to see happen. The bot sees you as you try to sneak around it. But the bot, it knows what's up. It knows to put you down. 3-2 and boom. Well, they're coming back into it.
I think those shock darts went into the spawn to catch a rotate.
Okay.
On a guess, because we saw top mid and it wasn't there. I'm guessing that was straight through to spawn. He's lining up for them again.
I'll find them.
Is he? Yeah, that would be spawn, right? Unless it like bounces off a roof.
Shock dart.
There we go, Divine.
Shock dart.
Oh no, I think it lands on the rafters actually. Sorry, I see now where he's aiming. We might see it come down here from Divine's throne. There you go, through the roof over the rafters. That's really nice.
Got a bit of damage, but won't get him the kill. Asterix, he's the one to land the first. He's just going to get one and back away. He will give up control, but they've got the kill, which is all important here.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Oh, the Phoenix ults are going to be used. Push out with some information, try and get some kills and still be able to fight in the round. But for now, can't seem to find anyone.
Nobody's spotted out, but at least the map control taken, and that's what it's all about. As they look to move into the A site, though, the rotates have already come in. Boom have now got 3 players here, one of which you see in the minicam has got an operator pointed straight at that rope, waiting for a player to come up so he can just take a free kill. But he's aiming at the feet. The second row. Oh, he sees the barrel. So now his crosshair readjusted. He's going to swing. And surprise, surprise, down goes Kama.
Poor Kama just a little bit too far forward there. Foul trying to find his way in. He's only good for one. As they try and make their way around. They're just holding strong, though. Lexi is able to deliver it. But it's only not going to work out for too long. Straight away, they're on top of him. There's so many of these players trying, but they just end up in their own positions. They end up solo. There's not enough teamwork I'm seeing here from SMG.
No, I think for SMG at the moment, there's a couple of small mistakes. Like, you go up to the top of that rope, you really need to have those other players coming already into the A side at that point. And just the fact that the barrel was spotted was a little bit too long, a pixel sticking around the corner, and a free peek. Obviously, it's very hard to anticipate the player being there, but I think you could have combated that by starting the A push before going up the ropes, at which point you wouldn't be able to just commit a player towards holding that angle quite as aggressively, because he'd have to worry about the push coming up the ramp. There's the opening. Blaze swinging on in and taking Falafel through what I think was through the smoke. The nade catching Lexi for decent damage. He will fade away without all too much more. They're now up close and almost the kill, but Blaze is there to save the day.
I think of that pistol headshot running and gunning would have been impressive. But boom, they keep the numbers. They shouldn't lose anything in this. Lexi goes down 5-2 now. And so far, SMG is struggling even to get close to the sights enough here, Mitch. This is where I'm starting to worry for them.
Well, yeah, you got to, right? They started out so well, picking up that pistol round, and things have kind of spiraled ever since that third. The fact that they came into that with weaker weapons, we can excuse, but now that's 2 buy rounds with ultimates committed that Boom haven't been able to walk away with. And also, right, their ults are quite low, so in this round, none of them... Or sorry, that SMG haven't been able to... For Boom, there's no ultimates in play, and they're very, very low on them, so they won't be able to commit anything to it. This is SMG's opportunity. If they lose this round, Boom are back up with ults to play with. They forced SMG to another eco, and already an opening duel. The shot missed on the fadeaway as well. He's not going to go for this again, surely?
This doesn't make sense. Oh, Zesby just used the heal, then his player died. They're going to use the revive as well. But the nade came out and took so much damage. No matter where SMG goes, they just can't catch a break, man.
And they've really just been lit up so early on But the res committed, right? This is where they need to get it done. They've also got the showstopper in play. Hasn't been popped just yet. They know there's a player in the back alley. No, they're still not committing showstopper to it. Instead, just going around and taking the duel. Now it's there for the post plan. And they've got a... Oh my god, even going in for the info play.
You saw though, Falfal got tagged up from the operator who's up high. B wants to try and hold on to this as long as possible, playing in the back lines. They've got a huge numbers advantage here, and surely there's no way Boom can get this done. They might even just opt to save, given the weapons that they have in their hands. Despite having 5 in a row, SMG finally starting to find some success. Alexi holds on, looking for the next one. Asterix is he's just taking weapons from their hands at this point. Why the hell not?
It's time to just run away, though. I want to stick around, overstay, you're welcome. And for Boom, it's not a terribly depressing round to lose. Like, one gunfight separates that from being their round. SMG just managed to get through that alleyway. The damage that was done early on with the utility was just healed up. They got a res on to negate the opening duel. That's not something SMG can do every single round. That's the important part. But the thing is, they didn't commit showstopper. And that was impressive, because I'm almost sitting here pressing X for them. Like, come on, guys, let's go. But they just went in for the duels. And with a numbers advantage, it made sense with the players locked out in heaven. Again, it was the right call 100%. And that speaks to their mental state at the moment. They're still thinking. They're not going in and letting their adrenaline take control.
And that's a good thing, right? Holding back when needed, when you feel like you can get a round done without committing too much to it. I'm all for it. But now for SMG, it's about chaining rounds together. They've stopped a 5-round win streak here for Boom. And they need to keep this going, and that's exactly the start they needed. 3 players early on from Boom towards mid. They focused on taking down the recon and instead found themselves losing the player at the same time. The slow's going out, the wall goes up. But straight away, it's just destroyed. There's too many players there for them to deal with.
Yeah, you've delayed. You've found the information that there's 2 to 3 in play. Now it's just about holding that upper control, but there's a 4-man rotate. Oh, they've got nobody on A. It's completely open, but SMG don't know that. And they start to move back over towards the B site. They're going to run into the stack. This is exactly what Boom want.
Oh, that ult's going to be popped now. SMG do want to seal the deal. Running straight out with it. It does land one, but instantly they're popped back down. Boom. This over-rotation may pay off massively for them. 40 seconds on the clock, and they're swinging at the same time. Size lines them up. Only the Cypher left to find. Blaze spots him out. Gets a little bit maybe too confident to push forward on it. Waits it out. I'm down for that. You don't want to just run straight into him. But Foul is all alone.
5v4.
Less than ideal.
Boom literally lost nothing. The one player that was obviously rezzed up, that was so beautiful by them. The fact that they had stacked up, given up all control on A, it was a ballsy play, Banks. It really was.
Yeah, huge risk.
You saw it from SMG. They kill a player left. They see one rafters. You know there has to be one side holding as well, right? More than likely, at least. So they never thought to check Sis. Why would you? You've already spotted 2. You probably know where the 3rd player is. Someone's defending A, right? No, Sis was in the corner, swung out, just sprayed them down, and they've really got to be beating themselves up over that loss.
Got to stop this from spiraling, but that's not the start they wanted either. They're going up against pistols, and this is where Boom, they know they can push a little bit further than normal. Foul on the side does get spotted out as well. The nade going out. Whoa, that's going to land Sis. Okay, an ulti committed to a round against pistols. He gets some style points for it, I guess. Much bit of an overcommitment as Asterix. That's a nice headshot to land. 7-3 and Boom. Well, all I'm seeing is boom, boom, boom on the scoreboard because SMG, they cannot have any success. Like, they've had 2 rounds in a row where they had chances in it. One they did actually manage to pick up, but it's still getting too close for comfort.
Yeah, definitely. I remember some of these rounds have been tight. But the reality is, for SMG, when they're not able to commit ultimates to it, they haven't been able to get it done, bring it across the line. Even when they have, when they saved over the ultimate on Lexi to try and come through with a massive explosion on that showstopper, got the 1 kill, and they lost the round to a gamble stack, and that's got to be demoralizing. But nice opening duel, ready for a second. Shot misses, though. Luckily, Blaze doesn't follow up. He's scared of more players being around here. He's going to smoke it. I like the deep smoke, but it's left a little bit of a gap. He wanted to cover the orb so they can't take it without him being able to push through. So they would be too nervous really to go for it. But now he's in trouble. He realized, though, luckily, that he did throw that one a little bit too deep.
What would you say, Mitch, for Boom is like what you want to grab as a defensive side on split? What's the number that's like the go-to? Because 7's already damn good, but do you feel like because it is quite a bit more of a defensive side that we need to see like 8, 9 from them realistically?
It's very difficult depending on the region as well. That's the thing. But I would guess versus SMG, I think if they get to 8, they're going to be perfectly happy finishing out at an 8-4 scoreline. That means you've already converted more than enough rounds on the defensive side. I'd expect 7 normally though.
Well, this could be huge for Notorious. Gets himself the first. Cypher's way too slow round, but Foul does actually get the kill. This is another chance for SMG. They need to make it work in their favor. They've got the numbers. They're going to be able to plant the spike. That wall is perfect as well for cutting him off, at least for a little bit of time here. And Zesby, he needs to hit these kind of shots. He's going to be looking up high. Shadow Orb's going to go out. Trap's going to be destroyed as well. He can just wait, poised and ready. Right on the angle, he starts to see the weapons go out. He takes down Arden King. Goes in for the next, but Blaze King's actually been on point. He's been hitting some huge shots. There is a world where he can clutch this out. Teleports down. They see his gun though, and he gave away his position. Divine was ready for it. 7-4 is your score at the moment. Team SMG, they need to get this next round. They've just struggled since the first 2 rounds to get anything going for themselves. It's like one and done over and over again, and that's just not good enough.
You know, the other thing as well that I didn't mention is that, yeah, 7 rounds is good, but contextually, 7 rounds is great for Boom to be able to pull this back from losing the pistol round. If you win that pistol, you need to get your required rounds because you've been given a free start. And you can't expect that in the second half. It's not guaranteed at all.
Joke's over.
An opening. Boom, looking to get their 8th on the board. Ult straight down middle. This shot has to be connected by his... Oh, no, he's missed it. And that's a double spray down for Adrian King. Disgusting work, and we see the Phoenix ultimate in its full might.
Oh, wow. That's a Phoenix ult and a half, and it's not done yet. He's the styler on the flash comes up. Foul tries to fire back. The Omen ult's going to be used. They're just straight in his grills. They're in his face. And Boom are showing no respect right now.
1v4, man. This ain't looking too good for Fall, is it? One shot at least connected. He's paranoid now. Doesn't know where the players are coming from. I think he was probably paranoid in the 1v4 already. They've got very little map control with him just tucked in this small area. 40 seconds. It is winnable. He didn't take too much damage in the first fight, but it's got to be headshot after headshot if this is going to work out.
Yeah, the benefit he has is that he's got the spike, right? He's got the camera players to give him extra information. There's sadly no way of him healing up, though. Asterix can just hold this position and wait it out. Cypher's actually going to go, though, on Foul and try and sneak his way into B. Look for the tripwires. Good cage going down there. Doesn't leave a gap in it. Shot's not going to be landed. Straight in with the spike plant. But they're going to be looking down. Oh, that's close. Oh, it's scary. And Notorious is there to get the final kill done. 8-4 and Boom. They've had a really solid defensive half here. They need to keep this going into their attacking side. But right now, they just look like the better team.
They definitely do. We said we didn't know a whole lot about what Boom would be able to deliver, but now we're starting to see it's definitely up there with SMG, if not above it. And from what we saw of SMG going through the group stages, obviously they had it. Oh, look, we're getting the replay from Adrian King. That's probably not the one he would have wanted. But he did so well before that. The ult down mid, the missed op shot just won that round for them. But yeah, so when I look towards SMG, that game they had versus Thailand Attack, who we saw were a pretty decent team, but they were 13-7. They lost that. They weren't really able to show up a whole bunch, and now they're on a map where they haven't played so far in this tournament. You definitely understand you don't expect a lot from them. And if they lose this, they will at least get to choose the next map.
Revealing area.
Here we'll be looking for the pistol. SMG, they found it last time around. And Divine, that's a beauty. 1 bullet, 1 kill. What's the deal right now, my man? Sage wall goes up, they can keep it defensive. He can jump on it if he wants to from here. Puts the shock darts out. Tries to make it connect. They're just patiently waiting for now. Boom on the edge of this. Down a player already.
Careful now.
No, pushes them back. They couldn't pursue it though. The SPU takes down Adrian King. And with this, they're locked out of mid, but that wall's going to break in just a second. Now spotted out though. It's time to just fall on back.
Oh, they spotted Divine just as the wall disappear, but they couldn't go in for the fight. They were just starting to move around. 3v5. This is not looking good on the pistol round. Blaze King's been able to get a lot further than the rest of his teammates already. Can he find the kills? Taps up the first. Camera goes down. Remember, he doesn't have armor in this though. Oh my god, how did he get that? He was being shot in the back as well. Puts the shadow orbs up. He wants to make this doable. 3v2 now, Mitch. And boom. This was a round that looked like they could not win in any way at all here. Lexi, though, able to get the job done. But Blaze King's not done yet. It's now a 1v1. But Lexi saves the day. And SMG grabbed the round. Once again, picking up the pistol. But should it have ever got to that point?
Firstly, no, it shouldn't. Team SMG should have had that locked out. Blaze King did such a good job on the 3K, but he threw it away in the end, man. He still had his smoke, but more importantly, he had the paranoia. And when he swung out and spotted 2 players, you can just paranoia both of them. All 3 players then swing on them at once, and it's an easy conversion. But he wanted to take that fight and get the 4K for himself. And the greed, ultimately, is what's now given SMG another lifeline back into this game.
It's one of those things as well, though, right? It's not so much just him being greedy, but it's also, you know, when you're feeling it, you probably had games and rounds where you're just like, oh, I'm hitting all the shots now. You probably feel unstoppable. And then you get slapped back and you go, well, I forgot, actually. This isn't how we play. You kind of lose it in the moment, right? You start feeling yourself.
I think that's a bit of a wake-up call now, though. Having lost out on that one, he's going to be sat there going, oh, I should have just paranoid. And at this point, I guess a better time to wake up than never. It is still 8-6, presumably, with an eco coming through from their opponents. Boom shouldn't get much done. Good trade early on. This is the problem. When you don't have armor, that Marshal's basically an operator.
Ooh, nicely done. There's B. He is the sniper man himself. Didn't have much success with the operator. I think he's had more success with the Marshal in this game overall, in those second round buys of it. But 8-6, SMG. This is what it's all about for them now. On their defensive side, they need to start stringing some rounds together. They can't allow Boom to just do what they did on the previous and bang them on the third.
No, not at all. They've got to come through with this win, because look at that timeline. The blue down the bottom in the first half. You win the pistol, win the second, and then one here and there. Felt like finding a €2 coin in the supermarket for those other rounds. Doesn't happen all too often. Feels good when it happens, but just too rare. Can't make a living off it.
Cage trigger.
That was my first career plan, you know that, when I was a kid? I'm gonna just walk around supermarkets picking up coins. I used to find so many.
The Irish way.
Yeah, unfortunately, it turned out that €10 a month cannot sustain you. Rent is expensive.
Rent and food, mate. You be eating what, bread?
Well, my plan at that point was my mom was just going to pay for all my food and stuff, so just pure profit, wasn't it? For the cinema.
I like the style, I like the hustle. Luckily, you become a good commentator, but boom. Ardenkin, he has been so good on this. Asterix as well. Can they get the next kill onto the raise? Lexi stands strong for 2, bringing them back into this. This is a sign of life for him, but the site has been secured. Notorious getting the spike down straight away. Does have backup from his teammate. It's going to be the huge play here. The wall goes up, which keeps one side clear for him. Oh, Blaze on the shadow orb. This is huge. Doesn't want to shoot through the traces. Doesn't want to give his position away. Asterix jumping up and down. He's on the wires. They're pushing into him. And why on earth would you give an opportunity for that? Oh, I've run away from the raise. Oh, it comes in. Now it needs to be fast. Lexi can just jump on the bomb.
But he hasn't. He's waiting down below. Nade goes out, gives away his position, but Lexi with the headshot. What a play. Team SMG win the round on the back of an ace. Absolutely massive for them. The third round almost went the same way as the first half, but it's an ace that pulled it all the way back.
Wow. Lexi, you absolute beast. I said in the first game we saw of Team SMG, Lexi was the one putting up huge numbers. But when it came to this first half, was non-existent. Right there, right now. Look where he is now. 12 kills. Woohoo!
Massive. Absolutely massive. And 5 of those found in the last round, Banks. That's the thing. Just towards the bottom of the scoreboard.
Blow up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man, that was phenomenal. And it all down to even that ult usage, because it just caused both players to run away at that point. And so obviously the trades couldn't come through in a 1v2, which is what would have happened otherwise.
Boom are going to be kicking themselves after that one. So close yet so far, and now they're allowing SMG to potentially come back into this game. 1 round away from evening it up. They're only on pistols. Notorious has already fallen. They want to try and push into B by the looks of it. It's the Cypher that's checking behind. Alongside the Omen at mid, but Arden King, his aim has been precise. But is it enough now to help them grab a round that they're heavily outgunned in?
Yeah, it's never going to be an easy round for Boom, really. They don't want to give up this tie, but there may be no other option. They move towards the B site. That tripwire has to be destroyed. At that point, you'll have Sova starting to focus, and maybe a mid flank can come through. Sova now distracted, taken down. Oh my god, what is happening? Boom are all of a sudden ahead. Weapons retrieved, and a spike to be planted momentarily.
They've got some weapons now as well. Oh, this is so huge from Blaze. Oh no. This is going to be awkward. If he can hit this shot, if he can get one of them, they expect it. They turn around, but Lexi goes down. Now it's a 3v1. He's throwing out the Shadow Orbs as well. Blaze King looks to teleport his way out, and he does it. He sneaks past. He grabs himself a weapon. But does he know that the final player was also up there? Does he have the information?
Well, they do now. They've spotted him out, I think, on the way back over. Maybe not. That would have been too early, actually. That was just a pre-fire by Adrian King. The Kama's still unnoticed, but the time is so low. He's got to come through here and just wreck them one after another. There's a crossfire on the side as well. I don't see this going his way, and Sis ensures it doesn't. 9 on the board for Boom and Banks. I didn't believe in that one, I gotta say. I thought maybe the mid flank could get them control of the site at most. But to bring it all the way back on that push, that is nuts.
Where was that guy in chat telling us that the Sheriff is not a viable pistol? And we don't see some madness with it. Because you just go and watch that round. You just go and watch that round. We've seen this time and time again. Some of these Sheriff shots you can pull off. If you feel comfortable with it, if you feel confident, you don't spam it too fast, you can put in a huge amount of work. And that's exactly what we just saw then. Boom. Brought themselves back into this. Grabbed themselves a 2-round lead.
Phenomenal work. Absolutely mind-blowing. Now they're going to look to return it on SMG with the same play. The pistols, the Sheriffs, and one opening for Zespew. You see him down in mid. He's managed to recover a weapon for himself. Now they're going to be more direct and pushing into A, but there's 3 players in heaven. This could get very dangerous.
The Sovralt coming out as well. He's not able to make him connect just yet. SMG pushing around as a team though. I like this idea for it, but the Phoenix ult being used just in case. We push through to get the information. May go down, but no frag straight away. This is working out for them massively. Is it going to be enough? So the flame wall goes up as well. Notorious still standing strong. Doesn't have his heal up. Sits there alongside him to back him up. Says B with that picked up weapon, looking to turn it around. Couldn't wait the 5 seconds. Does have that chance. No can heal himself up. Also has the revive, but probably doesn't want to use it right now.
Too late. The timer's already gone. No time to deal with both of these players and get that diffuse through. He'd have to stick it and doesn't have anyone to cover him. Just going to look for the final kill, and I don't think he even gets away from this.
An ace on pistol, but it costs him everything. For Boom eSports, they still pick up the round, and they're now 3 rounds clear of SMG. They're looking large and in charge on split. And SMG, they need to work something out here. They need to bring their A game back into this.
Thanks. This is getting dangerous now for SMG. They made that comeback in the early rounds, but again, we call into question how much can they get done when it comes to buy rounds. Okay, they found an ace in that one there with pistols, but from what we saw from them over on the first half, they weren't really able to deliver. Now they've gotten a 5-0 lead in those early rounds, winning out pistols, anti-ecos, anti-forces. Can they deliver when it comes down to the real meat of it? Best view. If he doesn't check this corner. He hasn't spotted the... He's seen it. He saw it now. That's an easy kill. Free as can be. The opening duel goes to the defenders.
And that's exactly what SMG needed to see happen here, Mitch. But is it going to be enough for this round? They've already got a lot of mid control going their way. Divine holds strong in mid. That's exactly what you want to see. SMG with a 2-man lead in this round. Waiting it out, biding their time. Boom slowly pushing up. Camera putting the smokes down, though. The Raze ult's gone up. The Molly also put on the floor to try and stop anyone else pushing around. Oh, no. Oh, no. Lexi's there. Lexi's doing damage. The Raze ult didn't pay off this time around either. That spike plant's even going to be difficult just because they can push you at any point. There's only 2 of you. It's 2 versus 4.
Yeah, they can just overwhelm you with numbers.
Oh, no. Luckily, no one's there, but Notorious has to be oh so careful.
Shock darts through. Not dealing any damage. Adrian King only gets 1. Now you can't even plant. 15 seconds left. They would just rush you down. He's looking for the fights one after another. And they faced him. Notorious almost got that. 1 away, and Divine was a little late peeking. That was a very ambitious play to just run after him.
Gun here.
That could have been catastrophic. That could have been a huge whiff. They had the control from that round from the very beginning. But these rounds that SMG are winning are far too close for my likings, Mitch. It doesn't fill me with the most confidence for him.
Oh, 100%, Banks. I mean, look at that. Look at that one right there. Literally a second. 1 bullet that flicked over is all that separated them from it. Sure, it was a good trade, but you just didn't need to go for a trade at that point. It's just an added risk for no reason. Push coming out. Nades in play. It's actually taking down Kama, but they're on the site. You gotta be very careful about this now going in for the retake. SMG have lost A within the first 10 seconds of the round. And Sis got behind them through the smoke. The nade delivered as well. Looking for more, but his teammates are cleaning house.
This is domination on this round. This is more like Boom. SMG only with the Sage up, and you may as well just save, right? There's not much point in going for this, and that's exactly what ZBs is going to do. He's got the operator especially, so... it's the only way you can make it work. This is the problem for SMG, because they were so far behind anyway. Every round they get, if they can't chain a couple of rounds together, if they can't build some momentum, Boom can just grind this out round by round.
Little by little.
These explosive plays, right? And they just come through and SMG can't deal with it.
Well, that's the problem. At that point, it wasn't even an aim duel that they lost. It was a well-placed nade to take down Kama, the smokes that pushed them back, and really no ability to slow them down on that site. Although they had it, like they had a molly, for example, over on Kama, but he was overwhelmed before he could really do anything. He was dead. And the 3-round lead for Boom closing in on that victory. The discussions being had as to where they're going to go on this one. The Cypher towards the A side, everyone else on B side. It looks like it is going to be a B play, but hold on. Take a little look at where SMG are positioned. They're stacking up this site. It's a full buy, and the Sage is going to be solo A with nobody playing mid, only top mid control. This is a gamble, and one that might just pay off massively if Boom go in for another explosive play.
Hopefully they get the information here. If not, they might be met with the full force of SMG. And that's something you certainly fear. The benefit is the operator player is over towards A. But actually, Boom just don't have any information towards A at all here. So just rushing into B is hugely risky. Now the Boom bot's going to go out. They'll tell them at least one player's close by. Now you know one's up on the left. The wall's gone out. The flashes as well. All going to come down to timing. But foul. Shorty in hand. He shuts them down. Lexi's got the ult in there as well. This is absolutely huge. But now it's a 2v4. There's some weapons that can be grabbed for SMG as well.
Shorty double kill on the entry. That's just ridiculous. SMG have been gifted this one. Another shot connecting, and it's all down to Blaze. He's got to get an ace clutch. And there's even a res in play. I don't think they'll go for it at this stage. But if it got close, they could.
That play with the Shorty. What on earth? Lexi's going on the hunt. She wants to make sure that no weapon can be saved over here. Blaze is being cautious from all angles, and he just wants to fade away out of this. He wants to forget everything that just happened. This is a mistake that Boom will not allow to happen again for sure.
It was the player on the left that shot the boom bot, right? I'm thinking now it must not have
Yes,
been.
he did. Yeah, he
It
did.
was? That's ridiculous that they didn't expect him there then. Devastating, really, if you're...
They should have looked at that first, right? That would have made the most sense.
Yeah. They just sort of
He shot
ignored
it.
the
They knew he should have been there. Boom actually went for him as well. Like, this is ridiculous. The ult went in as well. Oh my god.
They just didn't even look, and it was walled on the right side as well, so all you had was sight to worry about. And back left, really the most concerning when you know there's a shorty close should be, well, the shorty up close. That's number one concern.
Now the big problem here for Boom now is that if they lose too many more rounds, they're not going to have some buys in here, and then SMG really can even up the scoreboard. So it's all on this round to fight them back into this, to pull them back in with a chance. So B's right on the edge. He makes an easy shot like that. The slow goes out as well. The revive straight back in. Oh! Notorious loses his head. Lexi's there to spray him down. Harden King can only get him one there, and this is not what Boom wanted to see. Oh my. Zez B is just on point. He's hitting shot after shot. He's getting it done. Still giving Blaze King the chance to get a clutch in play. He's going straight up fast and furious, but Divine, he's not going to fall for that. That's the way you get it done. And that revive came in at the worst time for Boom. I thought I was going to give him a chance to come into it. But Zez B's, he's been hitting those shots. Bang, bang, boom. This time towards Boom, not the other way around.
If SMG come back in and win this one, Boom are going to be deflated. You have to remember, it is a defensive-sided map. And at the moment, if you exclude the initial rounds, they're 3 for 3 when it came to late stage. So it's still definitely positive for Boom with that lead under their belt. They've got to show up now. They've got to do it because, look, okay, they've got a little bit of cash left over. It's not like they're starving for credits. But they don't want to allow SMG to build up that future-proof economy either, and potentially be able to come in and at least get themselves an OT.
Spectre in play as well for Boom. This is what I was worried about, their money getting low after having such a good start.
Joke's over. You're
The
dead.
Phoenix ult is just going to be the difference maker for him. Grenades going out as well. He continues to push around, doesn't check his corner, and he pays the price for it. Divine tucked away. What a waste of an ult. This is not the way they wanted it to go.
He wanted to just run in quickly and get up close, thinking they'd run away, but that left corner play completely caught him off guard. Patrick King, he's been spotted now as well. There's no way he continues to pursue that. Time to leave it for sure, and he's worried about both angles. His teammates now coming up to top mid to cover. And I think really, if you're SMG right now, you just give this up. You start to fall back a little bit and play for the push in. They're rotating over to the A site. They think it's a fake after the rope room control and the presence outside of A, but they're about to find out that they were wrong. This could be massive. Oh, the wall goes up. Free control of the site. All they have to do is either smoke off the spawn or take that fight.
Ooh. Might have seen his arm there, though. It says B's with the operator. The rotate's coming in. The operator's gone down, but Fair's there to back him up. The spike may be planted, but still a 3v4. Those shotguns are going out. They can do some serious damage, but Asterix pokes at the right time. The Notorious even picking up a kill with the Spectre in hand. And now the Cypher ult's in play. He's got a good idea of where they're going to be coming from. Can he land it? He's still trying to play it from the side. Oh, he whiffed some key shots. No, he's overextending just a little bit. Notorious trying to play it round the side. Asterix low on health. It's a 1v1. Can Lexi clutch it out again? They've got to be careful of the grenades. What is that? What are you doing, Notorious?
What the hell? Just standing inside the grenades, not wanting to make a step, thinking he was far enough away, but no, those clusters spread quite far. What a way to lose the round as well. Such an important one for Boom. They committed everything to it. All they've got left is the showstopper, and SMG, whilst they're not in a better position, they're laughing. They're 2 away. They're 1 away from an ult on Lexi and Divine over on the Boom side. That could maybe make a little bit of a difference, but there's just no way it should have went that way, Banks.
That was match point. Almost had there. In a round they probably shouldn't have had one. But that grenade was perfect from Lexi and he just pushed into it. I'm so confused. I know in the heat at the moment, right, we can't even sit there and be like, oh, he shouldn't have done that, because these things happen all the time. You feel like, yeah, okay, this is going to be perfect. Like, I've just made enough space. The stress is on. You're in a 1v1. You can make a quick decision on it. But damn, Lexi fully outplayed him there.
Lexi's been a god when it came to clutches so far as well in this game alone. Divine catches one being pursued. Adrian King, a little bit over aggressive, and the nade pushed him all the way forward. The disadvantages are ripe. Nice shot by Zesby, who cancels out the showstopper. They don't know Blaze is here, but he'll get one. How much more? There's another. Quick shot, but no heals, and he's 11 HP.
SMG looking to grab their 12, looking to grab match point. This is only game 1 in this best of 3, and it is delivered so far, Mitch. 12-11 right now, and boom, with everything that they've got left, need to try and take us to overtime. Otherwise, they're going to lose the opening game, and it's going to be their map pick going on to the next.
This was their map pick coming into this one. A map that we hadn't seen SMG play throughout the group stages, but as we said, it's a 4-map pool. That does not mean that they're not comfortable with it, and evidently they are, because they're destroying. This defensive side has been round after round going their way. Boom have barely clawed back one round where they even had pistols, but their attacking side buy-rounds haven't been there, and it was something we highlighted starting this out, that obviously on split it's hard to get rounds on the attack, but that's why we thought Boom had done it perfectly when they finished with what, 8 rounds. Nice opening. Finally they come through with an opening duel going their way, but they still need to do more to bridge the gap of the weaker weapons that are in play.
They've done it with pistols before. Can they do it with the Spectres? They've had so many players that look great. Adren King's been so solid. Blaze has been the point man. They've played a team game here. But look how many ults are up as well for SMG. Now, there's a lot of control being given over to him here. Oh, he lazy peeks it, sis. That's not how you want to start things off. They're going to try and get into the site now, but they have to find the final player waiting over there. It is the Raze as well, who does have his ult up. Gonna be careful. Lexi locking it down. The Sofa ult's coming in as well, but a spike plant's gonna go down. They're ducking and dancing, running away from the Sofa ult. We could be going to overtime. It's a 3v2. The Blaze going in for his Omen ult. He wants to get himself in a good position, but he cancels it. He gets the information, and cancelling it in time might be the difference maker here.
Now, they know where they're coming from at this stage. SMG just have to come through with insane shots. No such thing as a save, but they've got no information. This is heartbreaking for SMG to have to go to an overtime. They fought so hard to get here. Opening duel goes their way. A shock dart ×2 still in play. But here we go, spotting them out. First found. They know where the last player is as well. It's being stuck. They've got to peek on through on this quickly as well, but he doesn't. He went way too late. Banks, what was that?
Errors have been made in these last 2 rounds by Boom, and ultimately it spelled doom because Team SMG take the opening map. It was Boom's pick, and SMG were down and behind. They looked like they were lost. They had no chance of in it, but they just come back and they slapped Boom every time they made the mistakes. What an incredible game, Mitch.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. To come all the way back into that game, I did not expect it. I was underestimating them massively.
No way.
And I gotta say, considering that first half, I can't believe it. Like, the reality is, Boom had that locked in, surely.
Yeah.
No way it should have went that close in the end.
No, it was crazy, mate. Crazy from start to finish. And you see here on the scoreboards, right? Zez B, he was absolutely on point with that operator. The Marshals in the second round, the operator throughout the rest of the game, 27 kills. He was the difference maker alongside Lexi, who was just clutch, clutch, clutch. Lexi went from like 0-3 or 5 to 19 for 17. That's not a bad comeback into the game.
Not at all, no. I mean, Lexi won so many clutches. That's really the highlight for him. Zesbu came in with massive duels when it came down to the operator. And together, they just brought that team across the line. Divine as well. It feels like Divine doesn't have these, like, crazy Lexi, like, 4Ks, the Zesbu aces. But he comes through with just consistent, round to round. He's there, he's doing his job, getting it done. And I can't say much worse for the other guys as well. Sure, Kama didn't have a great game necessarily, and Solo holding over towards the A site, you definitely wanted to see a little bit more, but they made up for it 10 times over when they went to attack.
No, they really did, mate. They really did. And you got to say, this attacking side on split, it's devastating there when they're not able to feel as comfortable as what they were at the beginning. It's such a change-up. I'm really impressed by what we saw from SMG. You came back from behind. You came back from rounds that you had no business winning as well. Huge clutches, huge plays, big brain plays as well. Now it's going to be Boom's pick again because they lost. They get the chance of map pick. But I don't even know if that's going to save him because they picked this. Like, what do you even do? You must be so demoralized. You must be hurting inside. But the highlights are going to play. We're going to head it to a break. We'll catch you guys in about 15 minutes for Game 2 between SMG and Blue.
I will not die here. Imposter kill.
We're back and going into our second game between Boom and SMG. Now that first game, Mitch, wow, just wow. It was split. It was Boom's pick. They looked like they had it in the bag, and then it slowly slipped away. Mistakes were made. They couldn't hold strong long enough. Lexi with the crazy clutches coming out there. And ZezB, well, he just delivered in every way with the Marshal, with the Operator. It did not matter. And here we go. ZezBW versus Blaze King. Blaze King was hitting heads. He was looking so good, but even that wasn't enough.
That's the sad thing, right? Blaze stepped it up with 22 kills in that previous game, and they weren't able to pull it across the line. It's not like anyone had a particularly rough game either. Boom came through with pretty decent individual ability. In fact, most players were positive. I think they probably got very even in terms of their kills versus their opponents. The problem was that when it came down to playing as a team, in some situations, given away. I mean, you think about that pistol round, right? Where Blaze King had that paranoia and he decided to swing out and look for the kill. They lost it because of that.
That could have been it.
Exactly. If they won that pistol in the follow-up and every other round went the same, they'd win 13-11. So that's really heartbreaking. And I wonder now because look, these aren't like tier 1 professional teams. I don't know if they're salaried even coming into this. So in terms of the supportive staff that they've got there, in terms of the experience on an international level or just even regionally, I wonder where their mentality will be at to realize all the little mistakes they made in the past game, those tiny ones that could have ended up at least getting them an overtime or the victory. Is that going to weigh down on them now?
Well, that's the thing, right? And you actually point out a really good thing here is that it's not just the fact that, like, we've seen the mistakes and what can be changed there. They wouldn't have had time to review it and look back at that, right? That can't be done until after the game. So it's about how they can come into this game with a strong mental attitude, with their confidence, because they can definitely frag out. They can definitely play the game well. It's just those kind of mistakes, the ones that cost you huge rounds. I come back to that one where the grenade came out from the raise. He's trying to hide himself away from the wall a little bit, and instead he doesn't space it well enough. He's too far back and doesn't manage to go forward enough. Was scared of making too much noise and just gets destroyed by Lexi. You just go, oh yeah, you hate to see it. It was so close yet so far.
Yeah, I really wonder about the mental impact on these guys then coming into this game, not just from a like morale perspective if things start going down poorly for them in the start, but also in terms of how it's going to affect your playstyle. If you know you overextended a little bit too much in the previous map and you lost a couple duels you shouldn't have, maybe you start to feel a little bit more passive now, feel like the pressure is on if you make those plays that it works out, and that can really start to affect players' mentality. So the fact that it's a close game, I know we discussed this before, Banks, you and I, that okay, obviously technically on paper it should be better because you're like, well, it was 13-11, we could have won that, but really it kind of hurts you more because you're like, we could have won that, god damn it, they're so close.
Yeah, so close yet so far though. It was a 13-11 scoreline that came into play. And right now, SMG, they're probably riding high on confidence. That's the scary thing. It doesn't matter, right, if we see the likes of Boom sit there and come out swinging again. It's still Boom's map pick. But the first map was their map pick. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just sat there thinking, this is Boom's game to lose now.
Yeah, I mean, like, we've all been there, right? I remember in one tournament, 15-11 up on Dust 2, ended up losing the game in overtime, and it's the worst feeling ever to know that you were just there. You could almost reach it, and then someone just came along and went, I'll take that. Thank you. I'll take the W. And yeah, I do wonder where they're going to be at for this one. Moving in, though, obviously there's a lot of positives to look at over on the SMG side, not just about the downturns of Boom. Also the fact that Zezbu, my God, he was on fire. That was one of the best games we've seen from him. Nearly 30 kills dropped, almost.
And this is the thing, right? He was doing that on the back of his team losing so many rounds to start off with. And then he's like, cool, yeah, no problem. Oh, Mitch, this is the dream for us. You get your split, your favorite map, and I get Ascent. It's both Boom's map picks. But right now, it's going to be all about what Boom can deliver on this defensive side, because we've seen from many teams across multiple regions that it's the attacking side that's looked the best when it comes to Ascent.
Yeah, and that's why SMG come in and they choose to start on the attacking side. They want to come through with the confidence and really dominate them. I'll be curious to see how this one starts out. If you're SMG, I think they know if they get the ball rolling, this is where Boom can start to really feel trapped out. Look at the early aggression on A. Two players, Paranoia lined up. Here it comes, and the push on up. Height taken by Asterisk. Good shot, but check your corners. They do. They've been listening.
They've been listening indeed. Mitch, we got a Reyna in play. A Reyna in the playoff game. It's up on Boom's side. Reyna, Phoenix, Jet. You don't often see all three of them in one game, do you? No Cypher. An Omen and a Sova in play. If this can work out on a map that's very aggressive, attack-based, then why the hell not?
Yeah, at the same time, I'm going to just not give them the benefit of the doubt on this one and come in and say, you've got no Cypher, you've got no Sage. Yep. Two very key characters from what we've been seeing within the top-level teams, or very key agents, I should say, within Valorant. The top-level teams have never played without them coming into this map. And it will change when Killjoy comes in, but for now, those two are locked in. That's immediately a problem. They've got a Sova, which is always going to be solid, but, dude, to come in with this kind of just DPS ability, I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know what the logic is, but we talked about the lack of a jet so far. Maybe they misinterpreted what I was saying.
Well, they're getting the kills on the pistol round. They're showing their powers, at least here and now. Asterix needs to be careful. Does manage to keep himself alive. The Reyna ends it with the final kill. A pretty clean pistol round, aggressive from their defensive side early on. But SMG are very unlikely to allow that to happen going into the next couple of rounds. Obviously, this round coming up, it's very difficult to win anyway. You're probably just going to stick on pistols. Maybe you force up with some shorties or something. But overall, you've got to give the agent picks a massive advantage to SMG here. It's a bit more normal.
Yeah, they still don't come in with a Sage, but on the attacking side, I guess they're hoping to get off to a steamrolling start and not have to touch that later on. They've still got a Cypher. Altogether, this whole tournament has seen a very different take on the meta. And I guess when you've got individual skill, when you're playing, I guess, scrimming and playing against teams at a much lower level, that's much more feasible. And the thing, realistically, if you're SMG, you're coming into this round not expecting to win, right? All they have are classics. And they've got an opening duel with it, which probably isn't expected. Now they're at a 4 versus 3. This is reasonably doable for them with the weapons retrieved.
Got the weapons in their hand is going to be the main thing here. Camera grabbing that extra ult point. On a map like Ascent, I'm all down for his ult to be used effectively as well. You can literally clear out most of the B bomb site. Put it towards the back of boat room, and it can still place it well enough that it's going to get on top of the bomb boxes where the usual plant is as well.
The spot not going to catch anyone out. Gamma just holding for the control. And with the Spectre, really, you don't want to have to entry. You want to be able to tuck in. But look at the weapon in the hand of Blaze. He's solo B, and he only has the Ghost. And we talked about this round number 2. Ghost picks, I'm behind it. But when you lose your weapons early on, maybe not so much. Here comes the push. Little utility for SMG to play with. We talked about this, right? You want to see players buying it even on an eco, because in this situation, it would be ideal. But it works out. My God. Blaze didn't have a chance in that one.
Great use of the molly as well. Puts it to the position where they're actually both coming from. He's usually at least going to get one player from there. ZesB playing off the edge of his shadow orb as well, waiting for them to push in. SMG full of confidence even after losing the pistol round. They just feel like they can get this done in a 4 versus 2. And boom, they're looking around. They're trying to spot out the positions, but everyone is in the sight. Everyone's just looking for the gun chances, the opportunity to fight up into it. Asterix, the only one left alive. He gets headied. Lexi finishes him off. SMG, they managed to bounce back and pick up the weapons. That was not looking good for Boom. How do they respond to this?
Man, that is heartbreaking. Especially when you've got a full duelist lineup. Like, you got to be able to win those rounds versus ecos. There's just no excuse for that. Going in aggressive, landing basically nothing. And we see Rain is one of the agents that can go in like that, take a kill, and fade out immediately. Boom have got to be feeling a little bit heartbroken. Now they come in for the Sheriff buy. They've got a Shorty and a Bookie to play with. Not the best of investments. They're going to go for early aggression towards B main. It's being held at a decent range by Lexi, but he's still in danger to the Bookie. So he deals with the first.
Oh, Lexi. Oh, Lexi. He was on point when it came to his raise going into that second half. And he's starting off strong here on the Phoenix this time around. Expect someone to be in a corner, but we can see it. We know there's no one there just yet. Gonna grab the ult orb. Sis trying to play off it. Oh, the timing doesn't work out. Sis gets tagged. Still lands the heady though. That's a nice one with a Sheriff. I'll take that. Oh, okay. We got a game on. There's potential. Oh, Asterix goes! And he's got his ult out now. Boom are going to try and turn this around. It's still a 2 versus 2. Divine deals with it, but a lot more needs to happen now. Smokes are going to go down. It will give them the cover they need. But SMG, you've got to be oh so careful. You do not want the same thing that you just did to them to happen back to you.
Oh, man. I thought I was going to have to start singing again.
Oh, the flank. The flank. The timing on the flank. Divine. Oh, he's not going to be ready for it, but the distance here.
Let's pick up a rifle.
King. He's had such good aim, though. This is a player you need to be scared of for sure. And he's going to be able to heal himself up. That's huge. But is it going to heal him up enough? He gets spotted. Kammer takes him down. But that was way too close, Mitch. My God, these 2 rounds were enough to give you a heart attack if you're a fan of these teams. Back and forth.
I mean, that was a disgusting little flank with the Shorty, though. Execution up close. I really thought on that initial push in towards the A side, I was going to have to start singing my hurrah, hurrah as they pushed them one by one. But luckily, eventually, that shotgun was dealt with. Boom, eSports. They get the pistol. They get nothing afterwards. And now it's the buy. You've also got Blaze King. Look what he's got. The big guns literally being deployed.
You know it.
And there's 2 players going to push in a main. This could be big.
Is he going to rattle it off?
Found my wire.
Is he going to do it?
Haven't heard it just yet. He's waiting. Probably waiting for someone to take that ult orb. They saw how aggressive they were in taking it, which has happened a couple of times so far. There's the recon down. Now's the spray, and Lexi falls to it.
The Taurus is just on the edge as well if they do want to try and push it. Spam's coming through. The door's going to be closed down. Really nice dealing with that camera straight up. With Sis not having to pop it, it means that they wouldn't have heard him take some shots from that. They're just looking for the player towards the back of the site. SMG being very cautious in this round. They don't have the confidence just yet on how to play this out.
It's going to just be running down the clock, and eventually hoping that Boom overextend. Realistically, in a 5v4, they don't need to. They can just play this tight. They've got 3 players towards the A side as well. The only concern maybe would be that they don't have control of mid, but here we go. Ultimate committed to it. Check your corners on this one. Sis is going to get spotted. Maybe not in time. The blind caught him, but he's still good for 1. His teammate's cleaning it up, and that is going to be it, surely. Are they going in for the knife on that one?
Oh, Sis, he still lands it. Oh my God. That was scary. The fact he could deal with that when it was going so fast, that was impressive. But even then, it was very too close for comfort. So they're just bouncing back, trading out rounds here. This attacking side hasn't got to like one strong start for SMG, despite what they were able to achieve early on. So it's still all to play for here. It's still very doable for Boom to grab a good advantage on their defensive side.
We talked about the fact that obviously you can see the defensive side winning a lot of the rounds. So yeah, if they can just manage to trade them back like this, even finish out on their 6-6, I don't think they'll be terribly depressed by it. This is Asterix going in for a very early peek. He misses the shot. He might need to use his dash in a second. And there it is. He gets out of there alive. The reason that you see a Jet operator so often, he spotted the cape, knows they're on the left, they're paranoid up, but the smoke comes down and blocks them out as well.
Asterix getting the hell out of there after a couple of missed shots. Second one a lot harder to hit than the first. But there he's able to land it onto Foul. He's pushing them back for now. Come down to these shots with the pistols. It's not working out though. And finally that's 2 in a row for Boom. Someone's taken a bit of control. But it's going to come down to the next one, which will be the deciding factor on how the rest of this may go.
Well, Banks, if you're SMG at the moment, you know there's a lot of pressure to win this round. On the attacking side, you don't want to be giving up those advantages. Boom could well get themselves back into a position where that third map is possible. And look at their money. Look at their credits. All gone. Or their creds, if you're a cool kid. That's what me and the boys call them.
We got the creds, yo.
Where your creds at? There's the spray again. Everybody staying well away from B-Main. The start, but Notorious. What a shot. He came in. He just said, you'll do absolutely nothing.
Oh, nicely done by Foul. Waits for that smoke to fade.
I know
Himself
exactly.
the kill. But the Rainer just fades out of that one as Lexi take him out. Oh, it's going to be so difficult. But Notorious, he can't get it done. A lot of damage, but no kills. And this is a round for SMG. If they can decide on what they want to do as a team here, they need to be careful of Sis coming around the corner straight away in the refrag. 2 versus 1, and they might be playing into the Sober's hand here, though. Look at the position. He's going through mid as well. He would have heard all of this go down. Hopefully, they decide to close the door.
At this
seems to be
rate,
an option for him for now.
Joke's over. You're
the
dead.
ult's going to clear upper. That's huge info play right away.
No charges left.
It's completely clear. And at that point now they're looking in towards middle. They know the rotate from garden is quite likely. There's the kill though. Immediately Cam is taken down. The wall in play. Recon to go towards the back. He'll look for a spam. Player's already out. Not spotted by him. His steps are heard. And Blaze King in with another huge clutch.
Big play. Blaze King at it again. This man's aim was razor sharp in the first game. And he's getting it done here and now. 2 versus 1 clutch, plays it to perfection. Even forced out the Phoenix ult that didn't work out. I feel like you save a Phoenix ult like that, and obviously I'm not a pro player, but like personally, I would just save it for when the push is actually coming in. You know, when he starts to make his first noise, give you like a first player.
Yeah, I suppose they guessed he'd rotate quite quickly. That would allow them to just force the fight, take the control. Didn't want to be flanked out. But I think they were in a position where even in under, they could just hold the crossfire at that point. I guess versus a Sova, you're a little bit worried about shock darts coming through and all that sort of stuff. The spam gonna come in. They're still sticking around. They're looking to return it, but I tell you, most of the time, you're not going to win that fight, Sheriff versus Odin.
No, definitely not.
He has a, just slightly, maybe like 0.1 second faster fire rate.
Oh, Sis was saved hugely there by Blaze King and Asterix. They were just about to pop through the smoke. He had his back turned to him because he was cautious of where the players might come from. But this is much better from Boom now. Chaining rounds together, looking stronger as a team. And Foul falls as the last player. No problems at all in these last few rounds. Boom. This interesting meta on agent choices for us, mate. Seems to be working out. It seems to be something that they're making doable. But I've got to be honest. It's not about if it's just doable on this side, because on the defensive side, I can see. On your attacking side, it's going to become a lot harder.
Yeah. Like, the thing is, if SMG are going to win most of these rounds, if they're going to win this map, the advantage they have, the one we're talking about, is when they're on the attack. Boom have not got any map defenders. Not got anything for map control. No Cypher, no Sage. But that means when you're playing map control, you play a solo round. They're playing much more aggressive. Look at this. Taking every single fight. There's 3 players peeking A long. You do not see this most of the time. An Asterisk hunting down the final gets stoned by Divine. But 2 kills, it's just not enough. And that's it, right? Boom can play the agent style because of how they're playing the game. They're just running and looking for every duel, coming in saying, listen, guys, we're better than you. We're just better, that's it.
This is more aggressive than what G2 are, and I find them to be the most aggressive teams we see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Artist is going to be taking notes from this.
Artist is like, ooh, I've seen new levels of aggression.
Listen, Mixwell, triple duelist. All right, hear me out. Hear me out. We like Artist on the Rays. Get Sulcus on a Phoenix. Why not? Go for it.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Phoenix ult gets popped up on Boom's side. Notorious easily deals with Divine.
Here.
I guess if you've got this many duelists, you can just pop ults a lot of the time, right? For info plays. I guess this is the meta.
Yeah, this is...
just gets one, but they know exactly where he is. They start to tap off towards him. He's going to try and teleport away. Oh, sneaky. I like it. I'm down. But, you know, they're very much surrounding you, my friend. The Blaze King even just spams them up through the orb anyway. 7-2 Mitch. This is really scary. How fast has this gone?
Oh, it is. Absolutely. You know what I've excited myself on? It's Sulcus by accident. But I'm thinking, like, Team Liquid and G2, triple duelist setup. That'd be so fun. Like, you've already got so much potential there. We should do that someday. Have, like, a show match where they're not allowed to pick Cypher or Sage. I'd be a fan of that. Like, Scream and Sulcus, Artist Mixwell. Pick one of the others on the duelist for each team. It'd be nuts.
Smoke's down.
Boom starting off again with the opener. It does not matter what SMG are trying. They can't deal with this aggression. They can't deal with the raw skill that Boom is throwing at them right now. Eventually Notorious goes down, but they still got to deal with Asterix here. He's forced away eventually. The tracking dart top, and he's not going to step out into the open again. He knows he's had the advantage to start off with. They know they've got the information to just chill for.
Yeah, 7-2 is one hell of a spot for Boom. Blaze has gotten so much damage done with this Odin as well. I don't know how we're just seeing it again and again. Where, like, it seems like, what, 3 rounds so far? He's got these wall bangs, and again, the damage is done. They need to back off a little bit.
All those shock darts coming out as well.
Revealing area.
They start to make their push in. Lexi's looking for an opening. The ult's going to be used. It is exactly how we said it, but more towards Bohouse. He's actually trying to get off the site, but Camera comes down, swings on it, gets it done. Nicely had. These guys actually able to hold on strong for the moment. This could be the round for SMG to find some hope in it all, but is it going to be enough here?
I don't know if he's going to be able to get back into this one. I think Team SMG have done it all. They've got it locked down. Operators holding that angle. Wide peak by Fall. But luckily, that's exactly what's going to happen to Sis. They finish it out eventually and put it down to another round for SMG. A third on the board at last, and they do need a little bit more. They need to get up to their 5 rounds, really, don't they? Reasonably, if Boom are able to walk away with more than 7. And we talk about this map as obviously being that attacking sided map. You've also saw Boom, they won the pistol and they lost 2nd and 3rd. So from this point, there shouldn't really be anything on the, like, they're already winning the half. They're already looking good. See what else they can do.
Here.
Smoked off, but it doesn't matter. Lands the shot onto Divine, and SMG, they may have just got 1 round more, but Boom just comes straight back into it with the opening kill. Their aggression, their confidence is sky high. And they have not been dealt with at all.
They've been given access right back on into the lead to extend it even further. still Hunter's Fury online if things do get a little bit scary. Look at where the spike is for Team SMG. It's sat outside of B by itself. That worries me a little bit. It seemed like there was a little bit of thought put into this, whether they should just commit towards the A site or rotate back over to B, because you saw Cypher step forward and then just move back immediately. There's going to be an A push, and they've made the wrong call. They're running right into the 3-man stack.
Yeah, where are they going to go to next? Lexi. Oh, that's less than ideal. Not what he needed to see happen there. Boom, back and forth. It's working out for Boom once again. Because the Bees, though, he's been huge when it comes to the operator. Make it happen. Going in with a teleport. His ult into the B. No one's there. There is a player close. It's going to come down to timing. Right on the edge of it. Zesby needs to be careful. He's got a Phantom to work with. The Shadow Orb goes out. He's not going to check it in enough time, though. Blaze King seals the deal. And we get the 8th round secured for Boom. Even when it starts to look better for SMG, it's just not working out here for them at all, Mitch.
No, it's not, Banks. This is getting ridiculous. Boom, 8 rounds on the board. That first map they picked didn't look all too great for them. Split was 13-11. Well, I mean, it didn't look terrible, let's be honest. 13-11 still a reasonable scoreline, but it's the fact that they lost so many rounds on the attacking side, excuse me. They only managed to find 3, and they were so close to at least guaranteeing an OT. But here on Ascent, they are looking undefeatable. The side was chosen by SMG. They went for the attack. They wanted to get in their opponents' faces and show them what they can do. But so far, it has been underwhelming, to say the least. The triple duelist setup doing so much work, and it's pushing everybody back outside of A. Phoenix just rushing forward to look for these fights. The TP up aggressively as well. And although at the end, the ultimate doesn't find anything, it gets them that advanced control. Gonna look to push off the back of it as well. The Lions just shredding them on B. What's happening, Banks? They've got 2 players still outside the A site, and yet they've pushed straight into B and just wrecked them.
They're second guessing themselves a little bit, though. I think that's a huge problem when it comes to it.
I know exactly where.
Oh, Cypher all being used as well. Now they need to reposition. Now they need to think smart.
No more charges left.
SMG desperately need this round. It should be theirs to grab and take advantage of. The door's going to be destroyed straight away. One player playing tight on the corner. But Divine starts top of his third. Looking for more. He's not done yet. Oh, sis! Oh, what on earth? That should have never been possible.
What? But it was 11 HP just swung at him while he still had bullets in the mag ready to spray. Well, they knew that he was close. Why would you do that? That's just madness. Especially when a Hunter's Fury was online for the final round. I expected a retreat to find a position where he can spray from, play backside even, and do the same. But instead, look at this, 17 HP. And Divine just swings through for his 4th kill of the round. That is just way too aggressive.
The second player shouldn't have even swung straight into him like that. Allowed him just to basically stand there and turret it up, continue spraying down and destroy them.
This is just heartbreaking for SMG. It was looking like they could take it 2-0, but at this point, swap into the defense, I don't see this happening. We mentioned that with the composition they have as well, they're really going to want to convincingly win that defensive side. Or the attacking side, excuse me, because they don't have their Sage in play, and they're not against a composition that is in any way beneficial for a normal defense. But this super aggressive, hyper aggressive stall from Boom completely caught them off guard every single time.
The aggression's only going to continue. Foul, foul, foul on the back of the site. He's only good for 1, and then he's completely done. Boom are back large and in charge, and they are wrecking face. Easy for him to get the plant down. The flames on the floor as well is going to make it so difficult for Camera to push on. Oh, Blaze King, naughty boy. He's only able to get 1, but now the information as to where Lexi is, but headshots are landed. He's going to heal himself up. Puts it into a 2v2. This somehow might be winnable for SMG, where it looks completely in Boom's favor. Asterix right on the edge. Goes in for the fight. Needs to be careful because there's still the other player walking around the corner. Lexi's good with the shots, but it's Arden King to get the final kill. Phoenix on Phoenix. And we're at 10-3. This is looking so tough for SMG. They look completely lost, like they spent all their energy in the first game, and now they just have nothing left in the tank.
I really think that Lexi's got to be quite gutted with how that pistol went. I mean, he did an interpretive dance of John Wick in towards B main, but somehow even the 3 kills he got weren't enough. The light play towards B early on with just one player, the Cypher, super passive camera. It doesn't get the info till they're on site. And by that point, it's way too late. SMG losing the pistol should pretty much be the end of this map. And I'd be surprised if they can make this comeback happen. It would have to be the best defensive side we've seen from a composition that, again, isn't typically favored towards defense. And even blind Blaze King is destroying them.
Pushing forward. What? He had the spike and he pushed and he had the judge out. What am I seeing?
It's, not a lot of things make sense anymore, but what does make sense is a flawless round for Boom. Not losing a single player, even with the questionable plays at times, and 11-3 is where we finish things off. I don't know where you go from here. The fact that they're even flawless, it breaks down the possibilities even more so, to the point where, okay, if SMG win this round versus the weak bye, then they come up against a full buy, possibly a second as well, depending on how that goes. Ultimates are online, so even in eco, even this round, probably Asterisk just comes in and ults up, and then uses the shotgun in case he runs out of ammo, and his knives. There's so much potential for Boom, and I don't see SMG getting off to a great start, certainly not in this round. Should be 12-3.
Certainly could be. They fastly explode onto the site. The Cypher's being pressured here. Luckily, he stands strong, though the judge won't take him down. But Arden King will make him fall. Over and over again, Boom just walk into the sites with very little resistance. It's going to be an easy spike plant to go in. And we can see, look at this on the mini camera, Notorious. He's so aggressive. He's so confident. Lexi will eventually slap him down. It puts into the 3v3. But it's just constant aggression, constant pushing. Boom are showing zero respect. They said, okay, we let it slip on this previous game. But do you know what? It doesn't matter when it comes into this. We're bringing our A game. We're bringing out a different meta set of heroes in. All the Sova out in the open, but they couldn't finish him. Arden King's able to swing on them both. No way.
Time and time again, Banks, we see SMG get opportunities to come into this one, even in that round where they've got a massive weaponry advantage. And one of the things I was counting on for Boom, being that ultimate coming through from Asterisk, didn't even appear. And yet still, they're not able to pull it across the line, being shut down at every corner. The fights for Adrian King have looked so good. And again, we're going to see a Judge bot up. Now, it's been sold now by Asterisk. What's he going to go for? A Spectre. And presumably this will be the ult pop as they look to close this out versus a pretty weak buy from SMG. They're scrambling to find the rifles. This is just going to be desperate. Whoop, great flash. Going to be desperation over towards that defensive side.
From 13-11, an exciting close first game. But SMG took the win on. So potentially a 13-3 or 4 kind of scoreline out here from Boom. Sis still putting in work. Lexi looking to try and ground.
He has ult.
This is the time to pop it, right? If it gets scary like this. The Soul Vote's in play as well.
The flank though, look, he's just buying time for it. Just needs to cause a distraction and make the... Oh, they're aware of it. Look at that. He's coming around to check it. And Blaze King takes it. Running over to A now, surely. They've spotted him out. They know that he's shot. Oh, they lined up, but almost doesn't quite cut it. 13-3, Banks. What a game.
Wow. Oh, wow. Boom came in and they said boom, boom, pow to SMG because SMG didn't stand a chance in this one. They brought out the Reyna, the Jet, and the Phoenix. You don't see that all too often. And they showed them how to get it done. Kind of off-meta play on a map like Ascent. I've never seen anything like it.
Thanks. You know what? I will disagree on one thing. I do see that very often. I've been solo queue in Valorant quite a bit recently.
Yeah, that's solo queue. I'm talking about real competitive esports tournaments, man. We have not seen that in a long time. Long time. Not even when people were experimenting at the beginning. That was madness. You can see the scores over here, right? There was no one person just completely wrecking on Boom. This was a whole team effort.
Oh, yeah, it definitely was. I mean, you can't even look down towards anybody at the bottom of the scoreboard for Boom anyways and say that they, like, what, Notorious only got 11 kills. Like, 13-3. It's just ridiculously one-sided. A really well-rounded performance by them on their second map pick. And now the bounce back has to be that SMG get to choose between Bind and Haven, but it's not that great of a choice, really, is it?
Oh, it really isn't, mate. It really isn't. I got to say, I'd be really surprised because remember, now it's going to be map pick of SMG. So opening map pick because they came first in their group, boom, and they lost it. They lost it very close. Then they lost the game, which meant they then get the map pick. But now they're getting themselves in a position where it's SMG who lost, so they'll get their map pick. This could be the way they get the 2-1 and still take the win. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, look, the reality is SMG, we didn't expect to perform massively coming into map 1. Obviously, then they delivered. They came into Ascent, definitely looked flat. And that's a benefit that we've talked about already, that if you see a team like Boom or any team at the moment who are comfortable playing a map like Ascent that a lot of teams dislike, you're going to find yourself in a very advantageous position a lot of the time where you'll be able to throw them out of their comfort zone because of that.
Well, we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we're back, you'll be going on to map 3, the third and final map between Boom and SMG. We're finally getting a third map in the 2 games that me and Mitch have covered in your quarterfinal side of things for today. It is the last map of Valorant you're going to see here for today in this tournament. It's SMG going up against Boom, and Boom, they absolutely destroyed when it came to Ascent. What an incredible scoreline from these guys. Epic moments, and an agent composition we did not expect, Mitch.
No, not quite. We had the triple duelist come out. I was a little bit surprised at that one myself, Banks. I think we were caught off guard, shall we say. But overall, hey, it worked out. So what can you say, I guess? Kind of defeats my usual narrative of don't do that. And I guess if you think you're that much better, go for it. Maybe it'll work out.
Certainly so. Now, this would now become SMG's pick, right? They haven't had a pick throughout all of this because they won the opening game. The way the tournament format goes is a little bit different to what we see across events. It's an interesting way of getting it done here, but SMG might be able to find something more towards their strengths now. I think that's what's most important here.
Yeah, we saw them play Bind quite a bit coming throughout the group stages. Now, again, you don't know exactly how the picking will have worked there, if that would have been just down to preference themselves. But still, that could be somewhere that we go with it. Haven as well as the other option. I don't know if they want to play that up against Boom. Considering the duelist lineup that they played in the previous, it's something that could be taken out to use the aggression to gain map control quite efficiently. I do wonder as well if we're going to see the same from Boom, regardless of what map we see. I mean, they've just been ignoring the fact that most teams are going to be playing in with the likes of a Cypher and a Sage to hold down that map control. And that previous map just underlined it even more so.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing, right? Boom came out swinging. But I'm really interested to see if they can keep this going, because for me, I think the biggest problem is going to be whether they can actually have this with that same style against an SMG. I guess maybe more expecting some wild craziness coming out, because like you said, they probably only ever played against something like that in maybe unranked or ranked games. I very much doubt they've ever played that in a scrim or anything like that. You can't prepare. You can't be ready for anything like that.
I think it's the sort of thing, if you got into a scrim and they picked that, you'd be like, all right, no, we'll just go do something else. Like, go take it seriously, guys. Come on. What is this? But hey, look, it's worked out. That's what's really blown my mind, the fact that that has worked for them. Now, I want to look in towards like the future of the Asian region and how they play up against the likes of an EU. Obviously, it'll be a while before we get to see that, but cross-region play, I think, is going to really punish things like that. Playing in with 3 duelists, ignoring map control. Because, yeah, okay, you can do it in a matchup where you push, and 8 times out of 10, you win those fights. Sure. But when it comes down to playing against the top-level teams, it's not going to be possible to play that way, to just look for fights again and again, because you'll be punished. You're going to have to lean more towards tactical, making your rotates on time, slowing them down when they push so you can get flanks on or grabbing information. And at the moment, there's not really anything that they could do to match the level of the other compositions with what they just pulled out on Ascent.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, right? Is Ascent gave us kind of the wildness, where Split gave us the normality. And I think if you're Boom right now, you're probably sat there thinking, how on earth did we let that first map slip away? We come back to it. If you guys in Twitch chat didn't watch the first game go down, that really was Boom's game to win. And SMG, they pulled off some incredible heroics to make it even happen. So we're lucky to be here.
Yeah, we definitely could have been 2-0'd for Boom, 100%. I mean, to come into that map and what was it, 13-3? Like, it's insane. We talked about the mentality of Boom going into that game. How would they really bounce back from having almost won the first map and then being defeated? Well, we know they came in with confidence. And it looked at a stage when it went 2-1. That was the only time that they looked even remotely under threat, because they're starting to think, okay, here we go. The buy round's going their way, and you're going to start to see Boom spiral out of control and really just get tilted. But I'm blown away. I'm blown away by what we witnessed. I can't wait to get into this game and see if they stick with that composition and how they'll use it if they do.
Oh, look what we got, Mitch. It's our first one of it, and it's Bind going the away for SMG. That's their choice, and let's see how this one's going to pan out. Now, we're still seeing a Reyna in from Boom. We're still seeing the Phoenix. We're still seeing the Jet. So, okay, I'm down, and both of them have gone for the ultimate smokes. No one's
you know, the other side of it, Banks, these guys are also starting on the defensive side. To come through with that kind of a lineup on defense, well, it certainly speaks to confidence. We're going to need to see them get aggressive again and again, because without that, they'll be in trouble facing off against the SMG side, because they just won't be able to get any of those info plays going through.
It's going to be all on this pistol around Notorious. Oh my, I love a play like this. It's going to come down to timing and how he wants to poke out. Oh, he comes out swinging maybe a bit too early. This is the way you get it done. That's crazy. That is crazy. How did he get away with ducking back in as well, Mitch? What is this? What on earth is this?
The escapism is there for Arena typically, right, if she gets a kill, but to do it without one, it's impressive. Now they're going to just group up, look to blitz through to the A site. 5-man mid push. They know the TPs come through. They're gambling on there still being 3B, and they've got it. They're coming up against the weaker defended site, and through the smoke, Fall takes the first kill of the map. But plays King, not able to get it done either. And now they're massively behind as the players rotate through. Sis catches one on the flank. But how much more can they do?
Oh, does manage to avoid getting tagged up by the tripwire, but they'll know exactly where he's coming from. Not ideal health as well for him to push on into with this. SMG in a really nice spot. Got the man advantage, but also got a good set of crossfires going on here. Cam's the one that's going to have to deliver, and oh, that's an easy shot for him to grab. Sis doesn't even have a chance to look at him. Was distracted a bit by where Lexi's kill came in. Now it's all on the Phoenix, and Arden King, he's got some sharp aim, but can he get it done? It's not enough to go up against his Bs. And now we see SMG pick up this pistol round.
Fantastic work done by SMG. The mid push, the 5-man stack rushing through. They were unlucky to not even get that opening kill onto the Reyna that came through the TP, but hey, they still converted it in the end, making the best of a bad situation and rotating to the A site. Now we're looking towards the buy. And for Boom, it ain't great, is it? They've got 2,100 most players, so at most you're going to be looking at shorties, probably just classics for the most players. And in a round where there's no armor, we already saw it from Zespew, this weapon just turns into an operator with much more versatility.
Yeah, he looks really good when it comes to this. Does he be able to find the openings? The smokes go down. It's an easy execute. Met with little resistance as well straight away. Spike out in the open. You can try and tap through it, but the shots aren't going to connect, and they can just back away. The Bees is just tapping away. He's like, yep, cool. Don't worry. I'll just shoot through the smokes. I'll see what I can make happen here. Pops out the Sova. Careful. Easy does it. I love how fast he's just like, bathrooms or the corner, bathrooms or the corner. But all the pistols, they're coming around the side. They've been tagged up quite heavy, but SMG able to be put under a bit of pressure here. They're having to fall back. Divine's tapping away and trying to hold strong on it, but they know someone's on that bomb. It's all going to come down to the timing. Lexi sideswiping him, luckily. Oh my god, that came super close, closer than they ever wanted to. Notorious will walk away with a kill, but that's all it gets as B is there. He's going to try to run away before it blows. He doesn't want to get... Oh, it doesn't work out.
Oh, man. So Zesbu thought there was much more time on that than there was. He probably could have made it to the TP, but just turned, took tail and ran. That's unbelievable. Boom almost had that. You saw how close it was to hitting the tip of the spike? It was so close. Just right there. I'm so heartbroken for them. The push in the smoke came in just in time to put 2-0 on the board. But either way, you can look at that as a massive positive if you're Boom. They did so much damage. And now they come into the full buy where SMG should be under a lot more pressure. They've had to invest a lot of their own money as well due to that damage in the previous round. And that means that this round is much more important for SMG to win. It's not the free one you'd expect when they usually bring in like Spectres and just play alongside that.
This is a round for Boom, though, where they need to make a mark. They need to fight back in style. The smoke going down there on ZesB. And actually, this is a full 5-man push up B long. But look how defensive Boom are, more towards Hooker. I very much doubt they'll expect the 2 players playing like they are towards Hooker at the bottom here. The Boombot's going to go out. It gets destroyed. They'll have the information now for 1. Sis and Arden King. That's some solid aim, but Kama, he's able to finish him off. Boom needs to try and hold on to this. Notorious doesn't have to overextend. He needs to wait for the rotate to come in, but the ult goes down. Oh, it does so much damage. That was a huge ulti. That could be the difference maker for him here. Blaze King's recon does manage to hit. The drone's going up. But now it's all going to be on the positioning here. Kama gets finished off. Less than ideal for him. Zebby is still alive. He's hitting headies all day long, but Blaze King will win it out in the end. It could have been a 3v1 clutch, but Boom take their first round. But it was all too close.
Well, I nearly fell off my chair with that one. That was ridiculous.
So fast.
So fast with the flicks, but not enough, unfortunately. As we see that round, obviously the ulti came through, did a lot of damage. The nade was just routing them. Atron King felt like he could have gotten a lot done from that position, but the spray was a bullet or two shy of really disintegrating them. And for Boom, the damage they did round 2, the fact that they win the first buy round, their morale is super high. SMG know at this point that they're starting to really struggle because, as we said, damage round 2 means no money for round 4. And so SMG come into this with just pistols. Recon already destroyed to start things off, but it gives away the fact that this player's here. Chalk Dart, well, it's a little bit too high.
Lexi with the Sheriff. Headshot landed. They can't grab the weapon just yet, but they're going to have some extra information to play off here. This could actually be a huge way in, even though Foul's fallen. Look at Zabisi just going up. Pops it, gets healed up. He's trying to style on them with this. They've got sight control. The ult's going to go out, and it's been baited out. They would just get Lexi, but it's not the end of the world with that spike going down. Still the shorties in play. Okay, it's the weapon taken. Oh, here we go. He's going to look out for him. Oh, that's huge. Sis, though. He's luckily there from up high to help him out. Divine can't get anything done. It's all on camera. He does land a headshot, but he's then finished off. But what a round, considering it was pistols. You've taken 3 players down. You forced out an ult. And you've even sat there and done damage with pistols like Shorty's got the spike down. Everything. This is huge.
And you got to be really careful at this point. You got to watch it because Boom are sticking to the plan. They're looking like they want to run up in SMG's stands. And here comes the Boom with the 2 rounds they've got. They're looking for the lead. SMG, realistically, they're flat at the moment. The pistol's the only round that looked good for them. They need to come back into this and show that they've got the capability. I know it's very early to be calling that, but it's just about the deja vu of the previous map. That's going to start to seep into these players. You've lost 13-3. And if you win the pistol, get smacked in the eco round down to like a 1v2, or 1v1 even was it, and then end up in this position where realistically you could just go down to an eco immediately and find yourself 4-2 deficit. That ain't gonna help you stay with a smile on your face.
They've got to keep that confidence high. They've got to keep themselves going forward. That's what it's going to be all about. Arden King getting very aggressive here. He's backed up by the Rainer as well. They're going to at least push SMG down, but it gives them so much information that there's not that many players close to B.
The hunt begins.
Drone, spotting everything out, seeing there's no one here. That's the information fed over. The wallbang doesn't come in after the recon dart spotted him out. That could have been huge. Could have been an easy pick because he was on his drone, but I just presumed that he'd moved at that point. And Banks, look at this. SMG made a little bit of noise. They've baited a full 5-man stack of the A site, and then they run over towards B. This is going to be an easy plant for them, surely.
Yeah, an easy way in, but how quickly can they get on top of it? That's what it's going to be all about. Because already the Jet's starting to make their way over. Oh no, it's the ult in play, and no one's there. The site is empty. He's going to have to keep pushing forward. The nade goes up towards Hooker. Can he land the ult? Oh, it misses the Jet. Does a nice bit of damage. Lexi will finish him. But now they need to stand onto this. Great use of the combat stim as well. Especially from this position. But look how many players are in Hooker. If you get a grenade in there, that could be devastating. It's all going to come down to this bit of timing. Oh, the dart's not going to work out, but the flash does. This enables them to get in, but says he's there. Again with the operator, the spray down coming in. It's all on the Rainer now. 1v3, positions known, and Foul will have no problem putting him down. Even getting a revive up, even holding on to the weapons where they can, and bringing something else into the round. SMG, this is already better than what we saw from them on that previous map.
Yeah, it definitely is. That round right there was a must-win for them. Not because they'd be too far behind to do anything, but just because of how depressing it would be for them to fall apart that early on in the half after winning the pistol. This is the first round since then that they've looked solid in. They've been able to deal the damage to Boom and hopefully bring it even further forward. And that's after a very poor start to the round. They 5-stacked A, remember. They made the gamble. It didn't pay off. This time, another gamble is taken, and it's to make a push out to middle. It's punished. And boom, lose a player right away. And unfortunately, unlike SMG, they don't have a Sage. So no possibility to pull that player back to life with a res.
Ryan trying to get some extra info in here, but look, they've kept it all super defensive. This is actually really nice. They've avoided the drone completely. Could that give SMG a bit of a false sense of security? The same smoke still go down. They now know there's one player up in lamps. Look how close this other player is, though. Oh, Asterix! He was on top of it! That worked out hugely for him. Now he's got his ult up, but he misses the knives. Oh, it's so unlucky. Blazen wants to pick up his own shorty and do some damage now. See what they can make happen. The shock dart's going up as well, but this is certainly in charge for SMG.
Yeah, there's no way really Blaze comes back into this. Is there a few more of those headies? And maybe, just maybe, he can get this done. Headshots looking to be delivered, but unfortunately no one's home to collect the package. Oh, maybe they are. Zesbu opens the door, finds a little bit of a surprise, but time is too low at this point. He swings, and they're both just holding it. Good damage done at the end of the day. Yeah. But boom, do fall behind a little bit further. This is a team that we know can get back into it. But the question that's being posed, really, is on Ascent, they got dominated in the SMG camp. Now, was that just an amazing map pick by Boom? A map that SMG didn't know how to play, and a composition that they'd never played against before, with aggression, having a 3 duelist setup that they didn't know how to handle on a map they were so inexperienced with? And is Bind going to then be the savior? That's what the real question mark over Boom is. Can they deliver that kind of performance on this map?
Yeah, certainly with it being SMG's pick as well, you'd hope so. But we all have those games where we just can't play. Like I said, they may have just struggled with how they had to deal with the agents here. Now, Lexi getting that kill, do they know that the Reyna's close by? They need to check that core. Oh, trigger finger discipline on the Reyna. Easily gets 2 and just fades away. Invulnerable to it all. Camera will finally be able to take him down, but at that point, it's already looking really dark for SMG.
All right, I'm going to look into the production of these shirts after. These Check Your Corner shirts. We're going to get them shipped to every pro player, just as a quick memo to help us out.
Mitchum Banks Valorant Check Your Corners t-shirt. You've heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
We've got little pictures of us on either side pointing to the words in the middle. Just going to check your corners. It's going to be great. And then like little pictures of us hiding in corners down the bottom. Cartoon ones. I won't make you do a photo shoot.
I'm all down for a photo shoot. I'll make it happen. Solid trigger discipline, though, coming out from Notorious there. He waited patiently for it. He played it to perfection. This could give Boom their 3rd round in and stop Team SMG from getting too far ahead.
Prepare for hellfire.
Oh, being used. No one's going to be there. Oh, they don't even check it. He just easily... Oh, thanks for that, guys. No
tap,
problem at all.
Tap, tap. Easy peasy. 2 little bursts. 4-3. Boom come back in. They keep it competitive. Keep it close. It's what we want to see. Now, look up towards the top of the scoreboard. Not even the scoreboard. The, what do we call that? I would say the top of the UI to get out of it, but
yeah.
The player bars. I guess that's what we call them, or agent bars. I don't know if there's a proper name from that side of that. But anyways, you look up there where you see all the agents up the tippity top of your screens, you're going to see that there's lots of ultimates coming online. Boom. I've got them on 2 duelists, though. They can get a higher rate of fire in the Reyna. They can get a free life to run forward and look for a duel, and that's exactly what's happening. Running up through B long, seeing no one's there, and then playing in toilets. Now, I don't think they're going to get anyone on this TP ult. Maybe, actually. Oh, no, the timing was just wrong. Just a second shy of it. And with that, okay, they've got info. They know that nobody's outside of, or inside the bathroom, so they're able to pull back and just focus on the site. That operator shot ringing out. Here comes the ult down a narrow little alleyway. A little bit too much to the right, though.
Brilliant stuff from Divine. Managed to get it done with the ult. They push in again. The smokes are going to give them exactly the cover that they need here. Oh, we just caught that. What a shot from Lexi. Looking for more, but Sis will be able to take him. And they just go through the teleport. They run off to B. They're not going to stick with this. They got a huge advantage in this one. They're forcing the rotate to come over. And SMG have mind gamed the hell out of Boom.
So there was a period where people thought Cypher wasn't actually that useful on attack, and he clearly is. The thing about the cages that I've loved, oh, hold on, here's the push! And it's quickly dealt with, I say. Now it's down to a 1v1 though. Fall, gotta do it all. He's already got a double, and now it's time for 3, but he's managed to sneak on in towards CT. There's no way that they expect him to be here, and the headshot delivered to win the round. But the thing about Cypher on the attack, as I was saying, is that when you throw those cages out, you're able to use them as a smoke. And they're a better smoke, really, than what you'll see from a Brimstone or an Omen in some ways, just because they can't push through it without you knowing. You get the sound cue. But then, obviously, the downside is you can't put them anywhere. You have to physically throw them, and you're exposed while you do.
No, I'm a big fan of the Cypher cages. I agree with you there. But just Foul, how he played that round. So patient with how he lined up that second shot, especially with the Sheriff. Then to just sneak forward. It was just played in such a calm manner. Sometimes they get too frantic. Sometimes they get scared when they're playing in, especially when it comes down to like the 1v1 part of the clutch. But no, he just kept his cool. He showed us that SMG are going to be able to pick up these kind of crazy rounds where you have the lesser buys.
A huge round for SMG. Now they come into this one again up against a good couple of ults. Still, that duelist in play for. It's almost going to say Looker for some reason. Something just clicked in me where I saw a Jet and went Looker. I think obviously he was the one that stood out the most with Jet ultimates and the RNG of right clicking. He's the unluckiest man alive. You know, for Jet over on the boom side, you have those knives ready to play with. You can come in and bridge the gap of any weaker weapons, but it hasn't been popped just yet. They're gonna first commit Hunter's Furious. Oh, the nade! Oh, the rocket went past them. That's heartbreaking. All the kills go their way now, and it's a 2v4. What's happened here, Banks?
That Raze ult was the most unlucky you'll see in a while. Kama is lucky not to be burning at this point. He's so close. Ardent King easily takes him down. Only the Cypher remains. He was the clutch man last time around. He's going to try it again. He's going to try and sneak it out. Do they chase him down the teleporter? Not quite yet. At least he'll be able to get the spike down. Cypher cage going out. It's exactly what you mentioned, Mitch. And how useful it can be. Now the teleport comes in. They're all pushing out together as well. Is he going to make it in time? Oh!
They are so smart, Banks. They lined up as 3. They must have done a countdown on when to push. So first they waited, obviously, until he had already started planting, so they knew that they were safe to go through. He wasn't camping. And then they pushed at the same time, so the sound cue gets blurred into 1. So he still thinks, what about a player in CT? What about a player coming up from long? Anything like that. And then, boom. There they are. They're all coming in through hookah, and they just firing squad him.
Well, it's still close. Back and forth between these two teams. SMG back on the pistols as well. This is going to be a struggle for them. They did it in the previous, but how many times can you realistically get away with that?
Well, we'll find out.
This round. Ooh, 2 down already.
It's what you expect. Again, like, we've been delivered some amazing rounds with these pistols, but we shouldn't. Most of the time, it should be clean as it is. Whereas now it feels more like you're wondering, oh, how did they not get anything done there?
Oh, we've seen it. Holding on. Oh, the second through the wall as well. Nicely done. The problem is, Mitch, though, when I'm looking at this and who they're going to have to face off against next, neither team have given me a lot of hope when they have to go up against attack all around, you know? Like, I've not seen anything that goes, oh, they've definitely got a great chance in that one.
True. No, I agree with you there. I think attack all round are probably one of the teams that would punish something like a triple duelist setup. I don't think they're the kind of team you can play that super aggressive with.
No.
So that was an eco round, right? Not the biggest of deals. We can rush past it every single time, you would hope. But what I will say is the 4K that comes through for a Jet is very impactful. That obviously gives you a massive chance then to pull out the ultimate very quickly. Now another kill coming through, so ultimate online. You know, it's so quick, and that's such an impactful ult. Gives you that backup for an operator. It's unlikely to be used in this round. Oh, the res comes through now, maybe a little bit more likely. Phoenix is grouping up with the rest of the team in towards hookah. I wonder if he'll pop the ult and entry for them so we can draw the fire. No, they're just going to swing. And so they don't commit the ultimate, but they get the information still. The rotate now going to happen towards the A site. I don't think it's going to come in on time, Banks. Look, SMG are gearing up and they're ready to go.
The possibility of the flank, though, was there. Asterix can't see for now. Has to reposition himself. And is it going to work out? They're spamming through the soak. They're trying to get those kills in, but the wall's also been placed. Oh, God, that was close as well. Brilliant stuff from the knives. Asterix using the ult like a charm. Spray coming out here, but Arden King's able to hold on. More knives going out, and Asterix, he's just having the game of his life. He's loving every second of it, and he just says, look, this is easy life.
So here's the importance of the ultimate and jet and how they changed or how they set it up versus the likes of, let's say, a nade for Raze. If you're playing Raze and you throw the nade has left you, and when it blows up, if it kills someone, that gives you 1 point towards getting your nade back. With Jet, that's not the case. So yes, Asterisk just found 4 kills, or 3 with the knives. But his ultimate didn't get a single point alongside it because it remains up. And that's a very important point, because if it didn't, you would have a Jet ulting every 2 rounds, more than likely. It would just be insane. Now, we're at 6-5. And for Boom, it's a very important round. They want to walk out of this with 7-5. They want to have the advantage at the half, but it doesn't look like that will be happening, at least with that initial duel going over towards SMG, the only team with ultimates, and they've still got a nice little orbital strike that can come down and do some damage.
Yeah, that orbital strike's going to be vital if they want to play it in a way to push players out of the site they want to attack onto. For now, they're more focused towards B, but they're looking to see if Boom's going to push any further. Already the Phoenix is right on the edge here. Says B, he needs to be ready for it. His crosshair placement, though, is as if they'd be closer on the wall, like further away. So he may not expect the fact he's got this close up already. Oh, they're pushing from every angle. They're literally locking him in. They know it's not going to be A right now.
This is fantastic. Now, obviously, there's a problem when it comes down to those tripwires. You have to break them. And honestly, oh, Brimstone's being flanked out as well. This is going to be a quick... Oh, look at this. He's no idea. Easy kill for Divine. Now they're worried about that flank play. Zespew comes in to deal with Phoenix, catches it as well. Good trades back and forth by SMG, and they may have been locked in the info. Oh, no! Asterisk has missed the shot. Lexi deals with him. And now this is as easy as can be. Should be a plan towards B, but instead they've TP'd. They've gone for the A site. And this could be dangerous. That wall needs to go down quickly.
You can still see over that, though. You can see the headies of them. They're going to be oh so careful. There's a gap in it as well. Oh, nicely done, though. 6-6 first half. It's still all to play for both sides. But SMG, they pick up the final one in a very convincing style. The flanks were not going to work out here.
Well, thanks. I mean, we've got a... For Bind, 6-6 is fine for both teams. And here we come through with another very close game. It's the final map of the quarterfinals. The final quarterfinal. The final map. The final half.
The final everything. The final countdown.
Not the final, because the final's later on. That's tomorrow.
Yeah. No, it's Sunday, mate. Sunday.
Today is Friday. Okay. I'm following. I'm back. I'm on track. The semi-final is tomorrow, both of them. There's lots of finals. This is what happens in the playoff stage after the final day of the group stage.
After the only day off before we got to the final stage.
There you go. This is realistically the pistol round holds a lot of sway in a round like this. Getting back to the realm of reality and seriousness. Opening for Notorious, gets the heals on. Now he's got full armor to play with. He's been headshot through his teammate though. So Adrian King is low. So too are they all, really. But they still win the duels. They're miles ahead.
Yeah. This is huge out of nowhere for him. 2 versus 4, 2 players low. It's the information that SMG don't have, which is going to be the huge problem here. There's so much map coverage from the Boom eSports side. Oh, they were spotted out as well. Some shots here. Lexi's delivering, though. Only 2 more to find. But the SMG players are now the ones that are low. They don't have the health to fight with. They're going to try and jump on top of it. He looks to try and sit it. Lexi! Oh, how are you getting away with this, sis? Closes it out, but my God, it still went down to a 1 versus 1. Oh.
Lexi is unbelievably good, Banks. That was a headshot away from disaster. when you look towards the Boom side. They win it, but by the narrowest of margins. And in that 2v4, even with the players being low, that should not have come so close.
That was wild.
And Lexi was a player that in the first map of Split, we relied on to come through with a lot of clutches for this team. He pulled them back time after time, and it looked like we were going to see it yet again, but on Bind, it hasn't quite happened. Now the advantage to Boom as they come up against what should be an eco. By the looks of it is an eco. There is very little that should be done. Really, you're looking for a flawless round if you're Boom.
And this is what needs to happen here for them. They've managed to get in. With all this, they're playing off each other's smokes. Foul, foul, foul. He tried his best, but that was never going to be an easy fight for him to take either way.
Oh wow, SMGs that are stim beaconed. It looks like Team SMG are about to get a taste of their namesake. Getting shredded. Here comes the Spectre though. It's in the name. Ooh. Team SMG. Zespew. Not able for the 1v2, unfortunately. That could have been close. I think if he won that, he might have had time to go defuse as well.
That's crazy. Should have never got to that. You need to have more cleaner rounds like that for me to have full confidence with Boom. I can just see this going so back and forth once again. And look, they've traded out pistol rounds this time around. It literally is a 50-50 the whole way through, Mitch.
Yep, back and forth and back. And it's like playing a game of tennis. Except when I played tennis, I could never return the serve. I played one tournament. Genuinely played one tournament and got absolutely wrecked. I didn't return a single serve with this guy. It's like it was coming at me at the speed of light.
So your career was over pretty quickly in tennis.
Yep, I gave up on that almost immediately. I was like, no, I'm going to go home and play some CS, where at least things go slightly better.
Well, luckily you've got VALORANT now. Oh, wait, so you're really bad at that as well.
Whoa, I can bring up some VODs if you want.
Live happily. Now for here, Boom. Being a bit more cautious on a round like this, and rightly so. They're checking their corners, but they've got so far. Notorious has been given a lot of space, but 3 players on B, this could be problematic for him. Oh, the camera spot's good as well. So he's going to tag him and go in straight for it. Asterix starts off with a kill, and that's forced. Oh no! The timing, Lexi gets shot in the back. Instant death. And Notorious is not stopping yet. They're trying to hold off against him. Divine finally kills him, but he's in a 1v4.
I think Cypher thought Divine was covering him that whole time, but there was an angle that he was just exposed to that clearly hadn't been thought of. This 1v4 getting too winnable, is it? I think you're starting to realize that over on the SMG side. Go through for the save. And for the opening buy round, they just get smacked out like that. That is depressing. SMG, who were so close to winning the pistol round, who would now be sitting at 8-6 fighting for this, risk going down on what could be 10-6. Because again, they've invested all their credits into this round.
Oh, this is problematic. They're going on the hunt for him as well. He's right on B long. They start to push in towards him. Oh, the quick attempt at the spray control from Sis. But Divine, he was ready and waiting for it. How much do you really want to commit to this? Oh, he's just got around the corner in time. Will go down. He didn't have much health either way.
You know, you look at the 9-6, right? It's a good position, but on the back of that 3k plus death, Divine has got his ult online. They already have a res. Lexi must be one away, I think. 3k, 3 deaths. Yeah, he's on 6 charges. So, at this point, am I right? Yes. So at this point, they are very, very close to having an immediate turning point in a round. If Lexi can get his ult online, come through, showstopper 1 or 2 players, you've got Hunter's Fury to back them up as well, maybe denied plants. There's lots that can happen to make this work. That's not one of the things you want to see, though. Nice one-tap. Oh, yeah, Drin King, and he's just going to bail out after being one-tapped himself.
Oh, Notorious locking it down on the top of B long. Took him ages for him to go down as well. Lexi will get the finish off, but SMG still in a rough spot.
Taken out.
No, that's a shot and a half.
Gorgeous by Divine. You've got Showstopper online now as well. It might be time to commit it. The only thing is it's dangerous. Hold on, up close. The Phoenix catches one. He healed himself up earlier, so he's not quite that low. The wall in play. The swing through, and a little bit too reserved about what that wall could do. They thought it was a wall, and so Divine just pushed through, grabs a kill. Here comes the recon. Still the Showstopper in play. If they spot someone with this, that'll be a pre-fire for sure. Oh, unlucky timing there. They popped the ult spec. Great push coming through. That should be it. The Hunter's Fury in that position when they hadn't cleared close, never pop it.
He needed at least a bit of backup in that one. 2 ults that didn't achieve anything. It was a nice attempt from SMG, but boom, they were ready and waiting for it. So unlucky for the Sova.
Yeah, realistically, you have to have a player with you or be 100% sure that nobody's close enough to push you down like that. Considering they hadn't even cleared the close corner on short, or middle, I suppose a lot of people call it. By the way, that's one thing that Valorant did, that Riot did, that I absolutely loved. You remember they put through some patches, like for Ascent, for example, most recently. They brought out the map, there was callouts for it, and people started to make alternative callouts. Obviously, that's what always happens, something that makes more sense to you. Valorant, or Riot, actually adapted the callouts on the map to suit more what the community was calling them. That's sick, because a lot of games don't do that. And really, it doesn't matter if the devs say, well, this is what it's called. If everyone calls it something else, it's irrelevant. But yeah, they're listening to the community on that, and I respect that.
It's always a thing we love to see. It's always a thing that we want when we're looking at the esports community in general. Now, Notorious has been consistently pressuring B long here. Cypher cages may go up, but that Sova ult is going down. Oh, it tags up the Cypher so heavily. No kills coming in, but Notorious is just entering on this Reyna like an absolute boss. They're making this duelist setup work over and over again. Divine's trying to find his way out, and well, he does get the 1 kill. He's got nice aim, but the refrags are just delivering. It's all on camera. He's found one, and it's a 1v2 that realistically he needs to go for.
Yep, there's no way you back off from this one. But how much access can he get? Smokes gonna come through, just the one. It's bringing off Hookah, so at least he can clear these angles one at a time. He's also smoked out long. Okay, so both players caught behind these. Molotov clears out his close left corner as he comes on through. The problem is nobody's isolated on the site by those smokes. He'll clear out and see that they're open. You need a fuse from there? Does he have to go around to it?
You have to go around. Cannot fuse through it. No sneaky play gonna come in. Oh, the old. He does back away, but it's forced him off for long enough. It's forced him to go in and save. Tough, tough, tough.
At least he baited out the ult.
For SMG. Yeah, yeah.
It was an upside to cause some form of damage, even without a kill. But at 11-6, you'll take very little comfort in that knowledge.
Oh, man. Boom. In both maps, have been able to look so strong. SMG are giving it their all, but it's really just slowed down for these guys. It's not looked pretty at all.
No, it really hasn't. For SMG, again, we come into a fairly important round for them. You do not want to give 12 over to your opponents and allow Boom to be able to guarantee themselves in overtime. And at that point, applying pressure to them is next to impossible. Does he clear the close corner as he pushes through? Could be dangerous if they don't spot it. There's 2 players here. They've got a swing on it, and one already found. Zesbu good for the trade, and the swing wasn't there immediately. The flash, but he still hits it. The res comes through, and that is massive for SMG with a 2-man advantage early on.
That is a lifeline they desperately needed, Mitch. Brilliant stuff from SMG, but can Blaze take them down on this? Ooh. His aim is always so good. It's scary to go against. Still, though, 4 more players to find. The fact there's 2 in bathrooms is very scary.
A tag up, at least. But, I mean, how much more can you do with this? You have an operator in play. You have to see again and again those players peeking on into him.
You want them to overextend, basically. That's what you're relying on here. 30 seconds to go, and they're going to be pushed for time. There's no way the Sova can get the spike down with any hiding here. That's what they need to happen, though. Now the ult's going to be popped as well. Asterix taking a forward position. Spike getting planted and successfully off the back of that kill. If he can land this, and Asterix has been so huge. Oh, it's Lexi. Back up to his old tricks again. Blaze missing some key shots. Still time for him to shine, though. The slow's going to come out towards him. Oh, they managed to avoid it. They're not sure on the timing. Oh, he looks towards the bomber first. An SMG that got close. But what was that, Mitch? A 5v2? And they still only survived with 2 players?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For such an important round, it's good, obviously, that they found it. But yeah, that did get insanely close. Look at this shot again. Flash, bang. He still hits it. He realizes the player will have dropped down and flicked downwards. It's not like he was already holding the angle. He had to flick. And to do that while you're blind, well, that is gorgeous.
It really is.
Now, coming into 11-7, SMG. They're going to be feeling a little bit better, but they need... Oh, Sis walks into a crossfire. But Fall took way too long to catch that kill. The trigger discipline was in play, but he baited his teammate because of it.
How he even got one kill there is crazy. But foul. He's making up for it now, Mitch. He's making them fall before he does. And it still gives him a man advantage in it. There's Bees back to his old tricks again. And now Arden King is in a 1v3. Oh, make that 1v2. He can still shine in this. He's got good health as well.
Planting this spike is going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
He's going to waste a lot of time going for it, and there's an orbital strike in play, so they can delay him, maybe do some damage as well. All of his utility to work with. He's not even going for the spike at this point, pushing forward instead, but so are they. They're going to come around this corner. One shot! And he was so close! Just an inch above. Kama's come out of that with a new haircut. He's going to need a new hat, but luckily not a new head.
My, oh my. These rounds, they're getting so close, but it's truly game on now. SMG are giving it some welly, and they are pushing back. Boom. 1 round away from match point, 2 round away from making it towards the semis, but SMG are not giving up, and we've only got pistols left for Boom in this particular round.
I need a moment to calm down after that. I was just...
I honestly thought he was going to have it, mate. I could see it.
The tiniest little pull down.
Like that. Yeah.
If he just pulled a little further, man. Oh, it sucks. Lexi with the opening. They're only against pistols. But really, again, this is the opportunity to come through with a clean round. To build up that economy.
Yeah, they need to. They really need to stop pushing back in a more convincing fashion. We've had so many of these rounds go incredibly close as Lexi... Oh my, he's on for a 5k. Can he get it done? He's just spamming up like crazy. He's hungry, he's confident. Luckily, the player in Hooker decides to move all the way back. When Lexi gets going, when Lexi has that confidence, he is a beast, a monster in the game. They've awoken him as well, Mitch. That's the problem.
I'm seeing so much talent from the Asian region at the moment. I mean... You're looking at Lexi as one of the guys that stands out. Congrad as well. Like, these guys have got something special. Doesn't look... Oh, come on. Surely. There we go. Closed out. No ace for Lexi, unfortunately. We had Chad asking for Lexi Cam, and then he found a 4K. So, yeah, I think we'll just stick on him the rest of the game. That was a nice little couple kills for him. Built up his ultimate as well, so Showstopper's back online. This pretty much means pushing in towards the B side isn't an option. 21 kills. This is insane.
Beast mode. Absolute beast mode.
Don't hold back.
Here we go, coming into this round. The full buy-in play for Boom. The operator pick early on goes to Zespew. The battle of the ops. Not going this time towards Boom. And remember, they don't have the Sage. Not like previously when Zespew found that kill and managed to res. It's not possible. An opening duel lost is just that. The player gone for the round. And Boom. Oh, in the open. That was dangerous. Adrian King able to take a second before bailing. And a 3 versus 4. Boom have come back from that man disadvantage.
Back in a big style as well. But is it going to be enough? SMG have been pushing the limits non-stop here. Oh, Arden, he's going to be so unhappy with that. He got far with the ult, but the site was empty. And now They've got to be very careful of Lexi's ult being in this as well, Mitch. That could be the difference maker.
There's a problem. They've just spotted out one player towards default. They know where he is. They're marking it. The showstopper, as you said, it's online. It's ready to rumble. But are they going to commit it? From the angle he's coming in at, it's not really possible. And towards middle. Shots from the left. They know there's a player in lamps. Fall. Got to be careful of that angle. Here comes the ult. Doesn't connect. Only a bit of damage. And now they've got to win the fights one after another, though they fall. And 12 rounds for Boom. Absolutely massive round.
The difference maker there was that Raze ult, and it wasn't able to connect. 12-9, Boom Esports are 1 round away to making it to the semi-finals here at the Cyber Games Arena's Pacific Open. And they've got their country on their back. The Indonesians in the chat going absolutely crazy for both sides. SMG's getting a lot of love as well. But you say the Boom squad is here, large and in charge overall. And they have been across these last 2 games, Mitch. I think that's most impressive.
Yeah, they've looked untouchable in some of these, especially Ascent. They had an amazing start to their second half on this map. SMG came back in slowly, but now they're behind by 3. All they have to do is find those. They'll hit an overtime, and it's still theirs for the taking. But it's getting there. That's the hard part. Notorious just about managed to spot that player on the back of the site. Gonna look for the tap, but it's not landing, although destroyed a tripwire in the process.
Prepare for hellfire.
Boom. They feel so close, yet so far. SMG will not go down without a fight. Sis on the side here. Tries to spray it out. It's not going to work. Blaze. Oh, he can't escape the ult. A 10th round on the board, and SMG 1 step closer. The revive's going to be used now, and I don't know, Mitch. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that.
It's a very heavy commitment. And look at the rotate for Boom. They've gone to the B site. There are only 2 players here. Cypher hasn't got any utility set up, and I don't know if he has any left. I'm expecting or of course he will have bought it up, but I'm expecting a straight up rush in towards this B site. I noticed Phoenix moving to A, which I'm a little bit surprised at, in all honesty. Because on a round like this where you've got pistols, I don't really think lurking is a good idea. And maybe if he sells a fake, but look, an immediate push right away? I don't know. Doesn't do a lot for you.
The double op setup is dominating.
But especially, Banks, you know you're up against operators. That's what almost surprises me. I'm getting excited when I see there's only 2 players B. Yeah, it's always sad when you get naded up like that.
Yeah, he's trying to hide in the smoke, and the Boombot just rolls out towards him.
But the thing for me, right, when you're on these ecos, when you're in a position where realistically those players are playing a double op setup, you've got pistols, I expect just rush them, you know, try and overwhelm them, but instead they take long range duels one after another and give them all the chances.
What solid stuff. And SMG to come back into this. This is huge. Can they force it to overtime though, Mitch? Be our first overtime of this series, despite how close at least at map 1 went. But this is where it all went wrong for Team SMG last time.
I really hope we don't see a position now where, like, they're on a retake 4v3 or something, and they have a player there that they can just res up. It'd be quite depressing. I think, like, the only reason for eco res is that they went for it, because they're on 1 out of 7 at the moment. So, like, it's obviously not going to happen this round, unless he aces, in which case you won't really need to res, will you?
Okay, they now know there's an operator. Oh, Blaze, I'm so worried for him. You don't want to poke into this operator at all. They're trying to get the information. They're trying to push him away. It's not working just yet. Flames go down on the floor, but Boom are going to push in. Kama, though, he's delivering. Overtime is looking likely as he starts off strong. Sis is held back. Foul, playing off the edge. Oh, this is going to be huge. Blaze King goes down. The Cypher ult's going to be used. And Kama with the 4K. Huge round from SMG. We're going to overtime, and a semi-final spot is still on the cards for either team. It has been back and forth the whole way through. Boom had the lead. It was looking like this was their game. But no, SMG, they took all the energy from Twitch chat. They took all the energy in Goku's way of bringing a spirit bomb in from everyone in the entire world in order to take them here. But the question is, can they get it done in overtime now?
Well, Banks, we're going to find out in just a few seconds. 15 away from getting on into the overtime. And I want to take a look at the buys. Now, when you've only got 5k to spend, investing into an operator means you don't take utility. You're going to get one piece at most. You're going to buy light armor, so no heavy. It's worthwhile a lot of the time, but the double op setup doesn't usually come through. There's the opening, and it's Asterisk that gets dropped. The Jet with the operator early on disintegrated, and a man advantage now to play with on the push forward. All 5 going in towards the A site, but look at the rotates. Boomer already here.
Yeah, full rotation, but a man advantage already for SMG. Those shock darts did a nice bit of damage. Notorious wants to try and see over it as much as possible, but it's SMG. They're not stopping. They're not holding back, Mitch. They're just running into this round, all guns blazing, and Boom are falling around them. Only Notorious remains, and he may have snuck behind Foul, but he's still got plenty more players to find. It's not going to work out for him. Divine takes him down, 13-12, and there's only one more round needed for SMG to go towards the semis.
What a comeback, Banks. Can you imagine what their TeamSpeak or Discord or whatever they're using? Can you imagine what it sounds like right now? They have got to be so pumped up and ready to go on their defensive side, where they looked amazing. This is where they won most of their rounds. They barely came back into it coming into their attack, but those buy rounds on their defense is about 50-50. That means this basically comes down to a coin flip for who's going to win this. And look at the early peek. Asterisk spotted, but this time he gets his revenge in towards Zespew.
You've been great. You've been fighting back, but don't let the overconfidence get you now. You know what Boom can do. You are both here for a reason. Divine, that's what you want to see. Another headshot landed. This could be it, but Arden King, he's found one of his own. They're not going down without a fight, and Notorious is going to get close range right on the corner of it. Oh, he taps away and misses the first few shots. They're bouncing back and forth, but Notorious, he doesn't overextend. Recon goes up, but it gets put down, and Divine, oh, he's hitting headshots all day long. It's all on Asterix. He's been a pivotal player for Boom, but is it going to be enough? The Sova ult is coming out.
He has no idea.
Foul's going to see him. SMG are going to the semi-finals. They have done it, and Divine clutches it through like an absolute boss. Oh my God, Mitch. What have we just witnessed?
What a game. What a game start to finish. Boom really had us going after Ascent. 13-3. And 13-11 on the first one. As we said, this could so easily have been a 2-0 for Boom. And yet, there we go. In the last map, they were behind. They were down and out. It was 11-6 at one point, Banks. And then they come back in overtime and win the game.
Boom really believed in the Reyna, Jet, and Phoenix play after that game on Ascent, and it did not pay off for them. You saw what SMG did. They stuck to their guns. My, what an epic game we just had here, Mitch. 14-12 all the way to overtime. It's so fitting for it to end like that for the final spot in the semi-finals. But problem here for SMG, they're going to have to play a lot better than that to take down Attack All Around tomorrow.
Yeah, Attack All Around are definitely the best structured Valorant that we've seen so far. But if Lexi is turning up the way he did today, I think they're going to be in for a handful. This man was phenomenal, start to finish. So much damage done throughout the entirety of this series. First and third especially maps. I'm looking forward to seeing what Lexi's got in store for us in that series.
Wow, oh wow. Divine at the very end. He doesn't even need to be the one that's like fragging out like crazy the whole time if he can pull off moments like that. You saw how well he played it with the way he was going left and right. He was peeking just a little bit there. He baited out the shots. Notorious was scared to overextend and push into him. And then just as he comes out, Notorious has moved away, and then slap, headshot delivered. And it wasn't even to Notorious. He didn't know where to look. He didn't know where to turn.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, they already had the positions. They had it locked down. There was not a whole lot that could really be done. You couldn't really imagine a lot going their way after that. But
no.
I'm blown away, honestly. The amount of resilience it must have taken for SMG after that second map. The fact that they almost lost the first as well. Then things don't exactly go their way to start this one off. Boom, second half, dominate a lot of those rounds. And for them to turn around and keep themselves in it mentally, to still have those smiles on and say, you know what, even when it's 12-9, hey, we can make an overtime. We can come back into it. That is not easy to do. Not at all.
Oh, no. No. They had it with great strength, with a great comeback. It was a lot of work needed from these guys. They had to push so hard, and they managed to make it happen in style. Lexi, in 2 games, he started off not playing as high level as what we'd seen from him in the group stages, right? He wasn't fragging out like crazy. And then in both the times where it matters, he pulls it back. He starts smacking them around. He brings in another level of play to this Raze. And he, to me, can be more than just a game changer. He is the real difference maker for this side.
And you know what? I want to find out what the community thinks of these duelist lineups, right?
Yeah.
I enjoyed aspects of watching it, definitely, especially on a set. The consistent aggression they put through to gain that map control. Is this something that we can see, though? Maybe not on Bind, maybe not, but on Ascent, on a split. Do you guys think that? Well, let us know over on Twitter, at Banks Esports and at Mitchman. Tweet us, let us know. Do you think 3 duelists is going to match up when the Asian scene transports over and starts playing up against EU, against NA? I mean, anything should be possible against NA, right? But but yeah, I'm critical of it, definitely. But maybe if you have the right play style, it could work out.
Oh yeah, no, it could work out for some teams. We saw it just then. It was pretty wild, at least on Ascent. But I gotta say, it wasn't pretty at times to watch. Right? It was a bit disconjointed when it all came down to that. But Mitch, it's semi-finals day tomorrow. That's what it's going to be all important and excited for us to get down to. You've got me and Mitch now for the rest of the tournament. We're the only ones been covering the games. We're going to have only one word going up against AHQ Esports Club. We're going to have attack all around taking on Team SMG. Another best of 3s, 2 more best of 3s coming tomorrow. Then we move into the grand final on Sunday alongside the 3rd place decider. So still plenty more Valorant action to come. This game is hype. This game is exciting, and it delivers so many special moments like we just had here.
Yeah, it definitely does. Like, realistically, these things, when we come into games that like you get a 13-3 in, I'm always getting disappointed because I like those close games, and I thought we were going to walk out of today without one. But that final map, oh my God, that's exactly why we cast Valorant. It's exactly why you guys watch. One hell of a game by SMG. I think they've earned their spot. And I really want to see what they can do up against attack all around. Yeah. I'm hoping it's going to be close as well. But AAA, they've got a special place in my heart. I said they're my favorites to go through to that grand final, to win it all. We'll see if it can be disrupted very early on.
And don't worry, you guys in Twitch chat, those shirts are coming. Me and Mitch will get our creation game on. We're going to bring you the Check Your Corners shirts because we've been covering a lot of Ignition Series events. This is our 3rd. Is it our 3rd or is it our 4th Ignition Series event? It's our 3rd. Next week. The 4th now. There you go. That's how many Ignition Series events we have done. That's where we're at the moment. And here we go. Look, this is the knockout stage MVP at the moment. WannaFly is way above the rest, Mitch. My, oh my. He is so dominant right now.
Yeah, WannaFly has been doing pretty nuts, actually. And we saw, obviously, starting the day out, Ongared was up there, but he had a pretty rough map in the previous, and he's fallen way down. That's really speaks to how close a lot of these players were as well, though, if you're able to consistently do that kind of damage. They just switch up the rankings. Although maybe it's just because it's only the qualified teams, actually. That would make more sense.
Yeah, probably changed around because of that, right? So they're just doing it up to this stage.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting, right, to see how it pans out as we move on, as we get to the semi-final games. Remember, we just had our first 4 games, all quarter-final games here today. And this is what it all looks like. This is the madness you see in front of you today. We started off with a 2-0. We had another 2-1, then a 2-0 and a 2-1 going out for it. It's been an epic day of Valorant action. And now we have our semi-finalists. SMG, attack all around. Only one word, an AHQ Esports Club. I feel for SMG, like they've definitely got the bills and the skills, sorry, and the ability. So hopefully they'll win some bills. That's probably what they're going to want to do. But I feel like going up against AAA is going to be so difficult for them, Mitch. It's maybe too hard for them. They're going to have to bring another level of play. Like, they're going to have to come in completely rejuvenated. They're going to have to come in with a different style of play. And they cannot make those silly mistakes we saw them making that first game.
I'm just checking the rankings, actually, there. Congrad did drop massively today. So he's down like 20th, maybe a little below that. He was literally number 1 coming into the day. That's very surprising, considering obviously they won their game earlier on.
Well, the highlights are going to roll, guys. That is the end of the broadcast. We thank you so much for kicking it with us. At Banks Esports on Twitter, at Mitchman on Twitter. Go and give us some love. Go and give us a follow, and we will see you tomorrow for the semi-final.